I'm telling you, it was strange. Lucille shook her head. I mean, Phoebe is so gentle and unassuming, but to hear her, it was like she was someone else. She perched on Ben's lap while they sat in Jason's office. After the sparring match between William and Lily's first mate, training had been rather benign. Jason sat at his desk trying to work, but his expression was pensive, and Lucille's recount of their spa day was distracting. Luke leaned against the desk listening to her. Was it her wolf? Luke suddenly asked. Phoebe's wolf remained as enigmatic as ever. Her former pack had been convinced she was wolfless, though Jason had immediately felt its presence. Even Luke sensed it with little difficulty. There were, of course, instances of wolf spirits withdrawing after a rejection, but that didn't explain why they hadn't known about her wolf before that. Even if Phoebe was a late bloomer, her wolf would have emerged prior to her rejection. Since arriving at Blue Moon, it had become far easier for them to feel her wolf's aura, though it remained largely quiet. Yet her eyes shimmered silver often, and Jason was convinced it was her wolf coming forward. They were all of the same opinion. What made it difficult was that Phoebe's aura didn't seem to change at all. Thus, usually when a wolf spirit came forward, their presence and aura shifted, allowing all to feel it. However, in Phoebe's case, there was no such shift, at least not unless she was angry, as she had been at breakfast. They all felt her aura when confronting the young alpha and his warrior escort. Yet those instances were few and far between. Phoebe's presence was usually far more subtle, but there was no denying her influence. Infighting and disagreements between pack members had decreased, and a new sense of unity grew. The warriors increased the intensity and frequency of their training on their own. In fact, every member of the pack was performing their tasks with optimal efficiency and taking initiatives to improve them. Everyone seemed to want to impress their Luna with their work. "Do you think there is something wrong with her wolf?" Lucille asked. "I mean, it is like sick. Is that even possible?" "Not necessarily," Luke said after a moment. "You said her eyes were silver, but you didn't feel her aura, right?" "Right. Mona says that is a sign that a wolf is so in tune with their spirit that it is virtually impossible to tell one from the other." "What does that mean?" Lucille asked. It seemed strange to think a person and their wolf spirit could simply switch places on a whim and no one would notice. This Luke sighed, trying to recall how Mona explained it to him. "Think of you and your wolf as singing the same song. You are the melody, and your wolf is the harmony. The more in tune you are with each other, more blended the song becomes." "Sure," Lucille shrugged. She was tone-deaf, so musical analogies didn't really mean much to her. "That's why alphas usually awaken early," Luke said. "It allows their souls to more closely sync with their wolves." "Right, everyone knows that," Lucille rolled her eyes. "Right, but they can sync so closely that they are truly one mind," Luke said. "There is no disconnect at all between them and their wolves. They are one." "Really?" Lucille asked. She and her wolf argued all the time. Sometimes her wolf nagged her worse than her own mother. "Jason is a prime example," Luke nodded to him. "He and his wolf are so in sync, sometimes you wouldn't know his wolf has come forward if you didn't notice his eyes change." "That's true," Ben agreed. "It's almost uncanny." "And you think Phoebe is the same?" Lucille asked. "Actually, I think she's even more in sync than Jason," Luke said. "There is almost no difference between her and her wolf." "So, is that good or bad?" Lucille asked. "Neither," Luke shrugged. "It's just a fact. It explains why she's so influential without actively expressing her aura. But it also means we won't always be able to sense when her wolf is exerting its influence." "Well, that's kind of disconcerting," Lucille said. "Normally when one's wolf came forward, there was a shift which allowed them to prepare and raise their own guard. Their own wolf would come forward in response. If the only sign that Phoebe's wolf was present was a change in her eyes, then they would be continually blindsided, like today." "Maybe. But it is fun to watch," Luke chuckled. Jason softly growled. "Relax, Jace," Luke smirked. "You saw the way she handled that young alpha and all those Lunas. Name one other Luna who could do that. And with such poise, too." Jason smiled, and he felt Lobo swell with pride. He never once doubted the goddess when it came to his fated mated. From the moment he saw Phoebe scented her, she took his breath away, and every day she amazed him more. "Yes, Maid is amazing," Lobo practically howled. It's so cute the way he smiles when he thinks about her, Lucille teased. Jason immediately frowned, but he couldn't hold the expression as his cheeks warmed. He couldn't deny it. Phoebe was his everything. There was nothing he wouldn't do for her. And the other alphas sense it too, Ben agreed. You definitely have them intimidated. Me? Jason asked. I haven't done anything. You don't need to, Luke said. You might not have noticed, but we certainly have. Your aura is off the charts. But I haven't even used it. Not actively, no, Ben said. It's like the ebb and flow of a tide. When you enter the room, the tide rises. If you actually pushed it out, it would be like a tidal wave, and some of those alphas would definitely drown. Reed felt it when you greeted him. He's not one that's easily frazzled. Will didn't treat me any different. Of course not, he's a close friend, Luke scoffed. Why should he? Like us, he's built up some immunity to you. The rest of the pack seems fine. Naturally, Ben nodded. You are their alpha. Your aura is like a blanket. The stronger and more enveloping it becomes, the more safe and secure they feel. And you two? We're your beta and gamma, and we've been your friends for years, Luke shrugged. So what now? Lucille asked. As Jason's sister and also possessing alpha blood, she had a natural resistance to her brother's aura, so hadn't noticed. Nothing we can do, Ben said. This is just what happens once an alpha of Jason's status is mated. But we should watch out for the royal family. Why? Lucille asked. Because even before Jason was mated, his aura rivaled the king's. Luke explained, and he definitely outshined both of the princes. The king has always been wary of him. The only reason the king never acted against him was because of the princess and the possibility Jason would take her as a mate. Jason growled, unable to contain his disgust. Almost as long as Katrina pursued him, Princess Selena had been an equal nuance. Every gathering the royal family hosted meant he had to endure her company, all because of his unmated status. What's she got to do with anything? Lucille wrinkled her nose. The princess was insufferable, but it wasn't as if she held any real power. It's no secret she's had her eye on Jason, Ben said. If they did mate and mark each other, Jason would become a member of the royal family, and the king wouldn't have to worry about him. I would never touch her, Jason sneered. That may be, but you know how greedy the royal family is, especially when it comes to power, Luke said. Jason sighed. That much was true. Millennium ago, when werewolves first emerged from their predecessors' shadows and formed the original 6 packs, they decided to follow the Lycan tradition of a royal family to centralize their politics. The same family had been sitting on the throne for generations, but their influence had waned, especially after several packs migrated across the ocean. Outside the royal sphere of authority, Blue Moon, Blood Moon, and Harvest Moon packs created and maintained their own alliances, with Blue Moon gaining a decisive edge over the decades. The royal family had only moved their seat of power recently and now occupied territory in Manitoba. However, they did not gain back their influence as they hoped. Jason had little interest in the royal family's politics and certainly no desire to openly rebel against them. He maintained a neutral status, but it was clear to everyone that it was only a concession on his part. The royal family would find itself in quite a dangerous position if they made him their enemy. I didn't see any royal family here, Ben said. Did we even invite them? No, Jason said. It's not required, and I certainly didn't want their drama to taint Phoebe's ceremony. The other nodded. Technically, it was considered courtesy to invite the royal family to important events, but certainly not a requirement. Many invited them, hoping to increase the prestige of their gatherings. However, Jason did have a point about their drama, and several other packs felt as he did, choosing to avoid them as much as possible. So, what do we do? Lucille asked. Nothing to do, Luke shrugged. It is what it is, but I think we should be prepared. Jason sighed. He supposed they didn't have any other choice. As much as he would rather ignore the royal family, he wasn't in a position to do that. Blue Moon was too influential, and too many relied on alliances with his pack to ignore all the royal family's antics. He would have to shield Phoebe from it as much as possible, though as his Luna, she also couldn't ignore it forever. The sun set hours ago. The patio was lit with soft white and blue lights, in addition to the brilliant moon shining above. Floating lights in the pool added even more magic to the ambiance. Chairs were lined up for the alphas and lunas dressed in their finest. Most lunas wore bright, bold colors, but a few had chosen light blue, which bordered on the silver or white reserved for the honored luna. It was a direct challenge, one that made Blue Moon Pack members sneer in disapproval. Jason merely frowned at the offending lunas and making note of the packs who dared challenge him. Several alphas nervously pulled at their collars as his amber gaze marked them. His eyes passed over them, settling on William, who sat rather proud, his arm around his mate. Lily seemed a little self-conscious, but that didn't stop her from leaning into him. Occasionally, he glanced over his shoulder to glare at Liam and his escort, who had been quickly patched up. Jason couldn't blame his friend for being obsessive, but William wouldn't do anything to ruin the ceremony. "Daddy!" Emma squealed as she ran down the aisle. Jason chuckled, catching her as she reached him. She wore a pretty embroidered dress with a light blue ribbon around her waist and matching ones in her hair. Blake trotted up after her, dressed in a suit to match the other males, though he was told it was unnecessary. Jason patted his head, giving him an approving smile. Blake hesitantly smiled back, self-conscious in front of so many. Giving both pups a fond squeeze, he escorted them to the chairs reserved for his family as his mother arrived in a dark blue evening gown. All of the pack wore blue or black, signifying their allegiance. He settled them together before returning to his place at the front with Elder Ansel. The elder chuckled. Like everyone, he had been surprised to learn Jason adopted the pups, but after meeting Phoebe and seeing them together, he was less shocked. And they did seem to be a close family unit, though he did worry how this would affect Jason's decision when it came time to choose an heir. Most alphas selected their firstborn son, or lacking that, a close blood relative. Ben and Lucille emerged next to take their seats, followed by Luke and Mona, who took places as the beta pair. Jason breathed deep as the atmosphere shifted, and Phoebe finally emerged. Her thick hair was pulled in a half-up style. Her gown was shimmering silver in the moonlight, as if a part of it. Against Phoebe's pale skin, it gave her an even more pronounced heavenly glow. Jason sucked in his breath as she quietly made her way down the aisle. All eyes followed her, captivated, as her gentle aura enveloped them. They were in awe and unable to utter a single word. Jason's chest smelled with pride as he stepped forward to take her hand and guided her up to stand in front of him. Her gaze shimmered silver, and he knew his were amber, given how close Lobo pressed forward, eager to gaze on their mate. She was gorgeous, and she outshone everyone else. None compared, and they were fools to try and compete with her. "We are gathered here on this blue moon to formally recognize Phoebe Amon as Blue Moon's rightful and beloved Luna," Elder Ansel intoned. "As our world has gotten bigger, finding our fated mates has become more difficult. In trying times, many grow impatient and act impulsively. We forget that our mates are sacred gifts from the goddess herself. They are our second half, our match, and the one who completes us. A union between fated mates is always blessed by the goddess, and great things await those who accept the goddess's blessings with their whole hearts. Let us therefore rejoice and celebrate Alpha Jason Amon's good fortune at finding his match. May this bond be forged and blessed by the goddess for all time." Jason pulled Phoebe close. It had been torture to hold himself back, but now there was no reason. His arm snaked around her waist as he tilted her chin and sealed their bond with a kiss. Her soft lips responded, beckoning him to more passionate pursuits. He was reluctant to release her, even as their audience applauded, reminding him they weren't alone. "I love you, Phoebe," he whispered softly, nuzzling noses. "I love you, Jason." The night was filled with the joyful howls of the Blue Moon Pack from all corners of their territory. Phoebe gave a start, but Jason merely chuckled. His voice slipped into their mind link. "I told you they would love you." Elder Ansel cleared his throat. As is tradition, would Alpha Jason and Luna Phoebe like to lead their pack in a moonlit run? Jason breathed deep. This was the moment he dreaded and anticipated most. Though he often sensed her wolf and his own assured him it was there, he hadn't yet seen her wolf with his own eyes. He desperately wanted to run with her. He sensed her wolf would be glorious. "Phoebe, are you—" Jason suddenly stiffened, his gaze darted to the forest. Beside him, Luke was instantly on alert, and Ben lurched to his feet. The celebratory howls suddenly fell silent before an alarm howl sounded. Phoebe stiffened, feeling the pack link open as the Border Patrol reported in. Jason growled, pulling her close in a protective embrace as their guests began to realize something was amiss. "What is it, Jason?" William stood. "A breach," Jason answered. He blinked as Phoebe mind-linked him with her suspicion. "A rogue attack?" Another alpha stood, slightly panicked. "No, it's a lone wolf," Jason answered. "The patrol is trying to catch up with it. It doesn't smell like a rogue, it's something else. Mom, take the pups inside." Nora stood gently shooing Blake and Emma inside. Lucille stood and followed, making certain the pups didn't try to return where it wasn't safe, but also to guard them. As an alpha's daughter and the pack's gamma, she was an impressive fighter in her own right. "Shouldn't we all be evacuating?" Aluna asked. "One wolf is hardly a threat," William scoffed, though he maintained a protective stance near Lily with a soothing hand on her shoulder. "Well, he sent those two back inside," the Luna huffed. "That has nothing to do with danger," Jason said before dropping his voice to a whisper. "Are you sure, Phoebe?" "It's him." Jason growled, bowing his head, and kissed her forehead. "This will only take a moment." Pulling off his coat, he tucked it over her shoulders before turning and walking toward the nearby forest. Luke and Ben flanked Phoebe, watching as their alpha went to meet the intruder. "What's he doing?" an alpha demanded. "Where are your warriors?" "He sent them back to their stations," Luke answered. "He what?" "They are not needed," Ben added. "This is personal. Luna, we should take you inside." "I'll stay," Phoebe shook her head. This was something she needed to see, but that didn't mean their guests needed to watch. "Everyone, drinks and food should be ready. If any of you are hungry, please feel free to head inside." Jason walked purposefully, undoing his tie and cufflinks as he opened his mind link to his warriors. "Stand down and return to your posts." "But Alpha, the intruder, is here to challenge me. Let him come. It's time to finish this once and for all." "Yes, Alpha." Jason paused once he reached the field. He carefully removed his shirt, folded it, and dropped it on the ground. As he straightened, he spotted the large brown wolf rushing out of the trees. Reaching the open field, it came to a sudden halt before spotting Jason. It cautiously stalked forward. "Hello, Graham," Jason greeted. "Long time no see," the wolf snarled, stepping closer. "I'd ask what brings you here, but I think I already know the answer," Jason said evenly, not sure if the other alpha could even understand him. "You see, Phoebe told me everything, about how even after her rejection, there were remnants of the bond, and she could feel it when you were with your chosen Luna. It got me thinking, what would happen to a wolf who hadn't accepted the rejection? How much pain would they feel when someone else claimed their mate? So how did it feel when Phoebe gave herself to me?" Graham's wolf snarled. "That bad?" Jason smirked. "I told you she would scream my name, and you have no one but yourself to blame for rejecting perfection." Graham's wolf growled, but it came out more as a whimper. "She's mine. You should accept that and move on. You have your Luna," the wolf snarled. Jason's gaze narrowed. "It's too late, isn't it? You've gone feral. You're only a step away from going full rogue, aren't you? Well, it seems I have no choice but to put you down. Are you ready?" Graham's wolf leapt on the attack. Jason crouched, giving full control to Lobo as his wolf practically tore out of him, tired of being held back. Fur erupted over his body as his bones cracked and realigned with amazing speed. Aside from the first time, there had never been much pain, and his shifts always faster than anyone else's. Graham's wolf hadn't taken 2 leaps before it was complete, and he was ready to face him. Jason's brown wolf was so dark it was like a living shadow at night. Outweighing his opponent by several 100 pounds, it charged to meet its attacker, crashing into Graham and tossing him aside. Graham tumbled, rolling to a stop before fighting back to his paws to see Jason calmly waiting for him to recover. The wolf in front of him was at least a foot taller and 100 pounds heavier, but Graham was too far gone to care. It lunged, baring its teeth. "Is he serious?" Jason couldn't help but wonder, and Lobo seemed just as unimpressed. Twisting out of the way, Lobo bounded out of reach and watched his opponent land in a tumble. Graham clawed back to his feet and rushed him again. Lobo easily dodged and again took a stance and waited. "He's lost all reason?" Jason sighed. "He's nothing but instinct now." Lobo huffed agreement. He had been looking forward to a fight to settle the score for their Luna, but now it was mute. If not for his instinct to claim his mate, Graham would have succumbed to being rogue days ago. Perhaps that was why his wolf was so desperate. It knew the only way to keep from going rogue lay in claiming its mate. But she belonged to them now. There is no point to this. Let's just finish him. Yes, we will spare mate any pain by showing this one mercy. It hurt to think Phoebe would still harbor any feelings for this wolf, and Jason had no idea how he would comfort her after they ended him. But there was no choice. It was clear Graham was too far gone. When his wolf leapt on the attack again, Lobo dodged and turned, sinking his jaws into the other's neck. Wringing him like a rag doll, he tossed Graham's wolf aside and waited as he struggled to his feet. This time, Lobo didn't wait, pouncing on his enemy. The sickly crack of bones rewarded his efforts, and Graham cried out in pain before trying to claw himself back up, only to discover his hind legs were unresponsive. With a growl, Lobo seized the defenseless wolf's neck, shaking hard before he was rewarded with another sharp crack. Releasing his opponent, he stepped back, watching its last breath rattle in its chest before falling silent. Lobo huffed in disgust. There was no victory in his death, but he turned his face to the sky and howled anyway. His pack echoed it back to him, rejoicing and celebrating their alpha's strength. Huffing again, Lobo turned away from the fallen wolf, walking back to where Jason discarded his shirt and where they had shredded their pants. He didn't have to wait long as Ben hastily brought him a pair of sweats and a towel. Still unsatisfied with the fight, Lobo gave Jason back control to brood in the back of his mind while he shifted and accepted the towel from his gamma. He changed quickly, pulling on the sweatpants before reclaiming his shirt and walking back to the others. Alpha. What? There are some pack wolves at the gate. They claim they are from Rimrock, trying to track their alpha. Send them through. They can have his body. At least now he wouldn't have to worry about disposing of it himself. Jason sighed, nearing the patio crowded with onlookers. Phoebe stood at the forefront, still wearing his jacket with Luke and Elder Ansel. Her eyes shimmered with tears, and he couldn't help but wonder if she was mourning her first mate. What did she think of him now that he had ended him? Phoebe? He meant to apologize, but she cut him off as her hands gripped his face and pulled it toward her and hungrily tasted him. His arms encircled her, pulling her soft, warm body against his, and drove out the chill that settled in his heart. Mate still loves us! Lobo happily wagged his tail. Are you okay? Phoebe asked, stroking his cheek. You're not hurt, right? Of course not. He couldn't touch me. Jason smirked, holding her close. You're not angry? Only because he couldn't just stay away. Phoebe rested her head on his shoulder. He should have let me go. Agreed. Alpha Jason? Elder Ansel stepped forward. That wolf. Alpha Graham of Rimrock, Jason answered, though he loathed to admit the next part. He's Phoebe's first mate, the one who rejected her. I see. Elder Ansel sadly nodded, looking to her as she sought comfort in Jason's arms. It seems his wolf could not let go of the bond. It is a pity, but that is the danger of rejecting your mate, and a warning to all. Elder Ansel cast a gaze across the assembled alphas, lunas, betas, and their younger companions. A few had retreated inside, but most had remained outside to watch the one-sided duel. Probably only 2/3 had waited for their fated mate, while the rest settled for a chosen one. A few he noticed looked suitably ashamed. They rejected their fated mates as well. Before he spoke again, an SUV circled the pack house, guided by shifted Blue Moon warriors, and pulled up alongside the patio. The passenger door opened, allowing Beta Michael to exit. He looked older than Phoebe remembered. No doubt chasing down his alpha had taken its toll. Alpha Jason, Luna Phoebe. Michael bowed to them. I'm very sorry for this disturbance to your festivities. Appreciated, Beta. Jason nodded, then looked in the direction of the fallen alpha. He's over there. Thank you. Beta. Elder Ansel stepped forward. Take your alpha back to your pack. I shall stop by in a day or so to oversee the succession process. I take it he had no heirs. No. And thank you. Michael nodded before returning to his vehicle with the other pack members who accompanied him. The SUV drove slowly across the field to where Graham's prone form lay. By now he had shifted back to his human form. They gathered around him, bringing out a body bag. Elder Ansel cleared his throat after a moment, Perhaps we should head inside and give them some privacy. Jason nodded, and his warriors began ushering their guests inside, where dinner waited. Under normal circumstances, Jason and Phoebe would shift and lead a portion of their pack on a moonlit run for an hour or two. While they did that, their guests would enjoy a cocktail hour and hors d'oeuvres before dinner along with the pups, pregnant she-wolves, and others that chose to remain behind, so there was plenty of food ready. There was some grumbling, but none dared question the change of plans after the battle they witnessed. "Come inside, Phoebe," Jason urged. She glanced once more to where her former pack members were gathered before turning away and accompanying him inside to her new pack. Jason sighed as he stepped out of the shower. While everyone else headed to the dining hall, he had gone up to his room for a quick shower and change of clothes. Rogue wolves had a sickly sweet scent that was not easily washed away. Graham's scent hadn't been quite to that degree, but it was close, and Jason couldn't help but wonder how much further he had to slip before succumbing. He stepped out of the bathroom with a towel tied around his waist to find Phoebe seated on the edge of the bed. She still wore her silver gown, and beside her she had laid out a new pair of black trousers and a black silk shirt. He planned to ditch the monkey suit after the run for something simpler and more comfortable anyway. It seemed Phoebe knew it as well. She shyly smiled as she stood to meet him. "Phoebe," Jason sighed, taking her into his arms. He bowed his head and breathed in her scent. "I'm so sorry." "For what?" she asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. "About Graham." He struggled to keep the growl from his voice. He hated the idea of her mourning the other alpha, but Graham was her first mate, and as brief as their time together had been, she had to harbor some attachment and thoughts toward him. "Why are you sorry?" Phoebe asked. "Shouldn't that be my line?" "Your line?" Jason snorted. "He was your first mate, and I—" Phoebe shook her head, placing her fingers against his lips to prevent him from saying more. "No, he wasn't." "What?" Jason asked. Now he was confused. "Something Mani told me a while ago," Phoebe said. "She said the moon goddess loves us, but sometimes we have to face trials to prove ourselves worthy of the path she has set for us." "I don't understand." "Graham was not my mate. He was my trial to prove I was worthy of being your mate," Phoebe said. "It was always meant to be you." Jason stroked her cheek, letting his worries ease. Lobo sighed in his mind, wagging his tail. He smiled. "Yes, you were always meant to be mine, but you got wrong. I'm the one who had to prove myself worthy of you." Before she could argue, he pressed his lips to hers. Her hands worked up to his neck, holding him close as her lips answered his. An appreciative growl rumbled in his chest as Lobo stirred, eager for a taste of his mate. Jason, our guests," Phoebe mumbled as he gently kissed down the nape of her neck to her marking spot. "They can wait a little longer," Jason muttered, finding her mark and sucking on it hungrily. All eyes turned to them as they entered the dining hall. Phoebe's cheeks warmed, but Jason tugged her close. He didn't mind if they looked as long as they didn't come between them. "Mommy, Daddy?" Emma greeted, running up to them. Jason scooped her up, letting Phoebe nuzzle her before they reached the main table. Patting Blake's head, he ignored the stares. It was unprecedented for an alpha to adopt pups, and every time he was with them, it stirred whispers, but he didn't mind. Emma and Blake were not only precious to Phoebe, but they had firmly lodged themselves in his heart as well. Lobo offered no disagreement, and the pup's scent was almost as soothing as their Luna's. A server brought a tray of champagne. Jason offered one to Phoebe before taking one for himself. It was human-made, so he had no fear of it harming her. Standing close to her, as Blake stood up on his chair, Jason raised his glass, drawing the attention of their guests, though most were already watching them. "Friends," Jason announced. "We are here to celebrate an extraordinary she-wolf, the most extraordinary one I have ever met. She came into my life just when I was on the verge of giving up. I spent one lonely night after another cursing the fickleness of the moon goddess, wondering what I did to incur her wrath and be punished in such a cruel way as year after year I endured without my mate, my Luna. But now I understand. It wasn't a punishment. It was a trial to prove myself worthy of this amazing, kind, gentle she-wolf. She completes me in ways I am still discovering. The piece of me I was missing, she returned to me, and for the first time in all my years, my heart and life are full. To my Luna." Jason raised his glass and all others followed suit. Phoebe felt her face warm at the praise. She didn't dare look at anyone in particular as Mani swelled with pride. "It's about time we were appreciated." Phoebe couldn't help but chuckle at her wolf's satisfaction. The last 5 years had been rather frustrating for her wolf. Phoebe always thought it was odd her wolf continued to hide in the back of her mind, refusing to assert herself until Jason's arrival. Odder still was how quickly her wolf became comfortable with expressing itself now. Was it because they finally found their fated mate? If Jason had also rejected them, would Mani have remained silent? "You're thinking too much," Jason's voice flitted into her mind as his arm slipped around her waist. Phoebe blinked, startled as he pulled her close. "Anything wrong?" "No. I guess I'm just expecting myself to wake up and find this is all a dream." "If this is a dream, I hope we never wake up," Jason kissed her temple, "because a life without you is a nightmare." Phoebe rested her head on his shoulder. She agreed. If this was a dream, she didn't want to wake up either. Taking their seats, they settled in as the kitchen staff served up dinner. Roast beef, steamed vegetables, potatoes, a variety of casseroles and salads. There was more than enough variety for just about any palate, though. It was clear their guests were a little surprised. It wasn't uncommon for packs to spend ludicrous amount on more expensive fare, all in an effort to impress their honored guests. Lobster, caviar, and rare delicacies were the usual expectation. However, Phoebe surprised the staff by insisting on a heartier meal. Despite Nora and Lucille's dismay, she stuck to a more moderate food budget. But it wasn't just the pack's finances she was concerned about. In truth, she didn't care for such extravagant meals. They were pointless, and she wanted everyone to enjoy their meal. Though the guests were surprised by the food choice, they certainly weren't complaining and eagerly asked for seconds. Even Blake and Emma stuffed themselves until they were ready to burst. Phoebe didn't complain when Jason snuck more servings onto her plate in his campaign to get her to eat more. He was still preoccupied making sure she ate enough. Mani often nagged her to eat more, but it wasn't always easy to muster the motivation. Perhaps that was why she enjoyed cooking for the pups so much. She ate more when they ate together. Since meeting Jason, her appetite had been gradually increasing, and she already put on several pounds. Jason was determined to take advantage and kept adding more food to her plate. Phoebe could only shake her head as Mani also pushed her to eat more. She had a sense that Mani was trying to prepare for something. In the past, her lack of appetite hadn't hampered them as they rarely shifted. Now, Mani seemed to want to build their strength. Phoebe wasn't certain what her wolf was expecting. Surely they didn't have to be afraid of rogues in their new pack. Blue Moon was considerably larger and maintained patrols of its borders. Yet Mani continued to act as if there would be trouble, and they had to be ready. It made Phoebe anxious, but she tried not to think about it in case Jason sensed her unease. He was certainly sensitive to the bond, and she didn't want him to worry, given her wolf's silence when it came to answers. As the night progressed, Emma struggled to remain awake and not fall asleep in her potatoes. Jason chuckled as she jerked awake yet again before reaching over and pulling her into his lap. The pup didn't offer a word of protest, cuddling into his chest and falling asleep instantly. He nuzzled her, kissing the top of her head and earning more than a few looks from the others. Those who had gotten close to the orphaned pair noticed they definitely carried Jason's scent. They were initiated into the pack with a blood oath, but that alone wouldn't have affected their scent. The only reason they would carry his scent was if his wolf fully accepted them as his own. The others watched as he cuddled the sleeping pup with a mixture of confusion and admiration. Luna's, in particular, were quite envious at the care he showed the pups, not to mention how he showered his attention on Phoebe. It seemed he couldn't go a minute without at least kissing her hand. Alphas who had taken chosen mates couldn't understand his obsession, as they had no trouble leaving their Lunas for days. Their Lunas served a purpose, providing balance to their packs as well as heirs, but they were nothing special. Certainly Shox was enjoyable, but for the most part they were content to ignore them. On the other hand, alphas who had their fated mate remembered their own early days with their lunas. Watching Jason spurred them to renew their romance and recapture that feeling, whether they had been mated a year or 10. "Here, let me take her," Nora chuckled. Tess, coming up to Jason with open arms. "I'll put her to bed." Jason was loath to give up the little one, but eventually acquiesced and handed Emma to his mother. Nora struggled to make the little one comfortable in her arms, before looking to Blake, who was also fading. "Come along," Nora tousled his hair. "Time for bed." Blake frowned, but was too tired to argue. Phoebe gave him a good-night kiss before sending him off. Jason grasped her hand and kissed it, earning more jealous stares as she smiled at him. Glancing at her plate, Jason was satisfied to see she had not only polished off her first serving of roast, potatoes, and vegetables, but also the second helping he added. He would have liked her to have one more, but decided to let it slide for now. As the night progressed, they mingled with their guests. Jealous stares followed Phoebe wherever she went, as Jason kept a protective arm around her at all times, nuzzling and kissing her as if to ward off anyone thinking of taking her from him. The envious stares might have made her nervous if not for Monty's contentment. "Jason," William approached with his arm around Lily and seemingly unaware of the protective aura surrounding Jason and Phoebe. "I've been meaning to ask you, that challenger tonight, you clearly had him outmatched. Why did you send the pups inside?" It wasn't as if they were in danger. Jason hesitated. "Because he is their former alpha. I didn't want them to have to watch their old alpha and their new one fight to the death." "Meaning, you didn't want them to fear you," Reed surmised as he joined them. He stood close to his sister to appear non-threatening, as his Luna was not with him. Jason grimaced. It was true. He did worry about how the pups perceived him. Every time Emma called him daddy and ran up to him, stirred protective instincts he didn't know existed, and brought him a joy he really couldn't describe. He didn't want that to change. He couldn't bear the thought of the pups suddenly being wary of him. "You mean to tell me the mighty Alpha Jason is just a big softy?" William chuckled. "He is, and I wouldn't have it any other way," Phoebe said, leaning into him as his embrace tightened. "Whatever my Luna wants, she'll have," Jason whispered. He would deny her nothing. "Huh, wait. Your first mate was also an alpha?" William asked. His voice carried further than intended and drew a few looks in their direction. Though many heard the rumor Phoebe had been rejected, they knew nothing about her first mate. That fact no longer surprised her. Phoebe had long ago realized the shame of rejection followed the recipient, not the giver. "Yes," Phoebe nodded. "We met shortly after he returned from his time at the Alpha School. We only knew each other based on rumors. It was the first time we ever met face to face." "And he rejected you? Just like that?" William scoffed. "He had already decided to take a chosen mate while he was at school." Phoebe shrugged. "I guess he didn't want to change his mind." She leaned against Jason, hoping he would relax. The moment William started talking about her first mate, he tensed. It seemed it was more of a sensitive subject to him than it ever was to her. "You." Phoebe jerked to attention and turned to the door, as did everyone else, to see Camilla wearing a light blue gown. Monty sneered at the blatant disrespect. This was Phoebe's Luna ceremony after all, and Camilla was nowhere near Luna status. At first, Phoebe wondered what the she-wolf could possibly want until she realized Camilla's attention was on Lily. "Is she really doing this now?" "This should be interesting," Monty mused. "How dare you try to take my place?" Camilla stalked toward their small circle. Phoebe had to give the she-wolf credit as she boldly approached 3 alphas, even with Monty suppressing their auras somewhat. She could tell Jason and especially Reed had their hackles up while William seemed almost frozen. Did he really think this confrontation was avoidable? She glanced at Lily, noting she seemed startled but not overly anxious. In fact, she actually seemed calm despite the situation she found herself in. Perhaps their chat in the spa, or, "Monty, are you doing something?" "I don't know what you are referring to," her wolf huffed. "I might be nudging her wolf a bit, but don't you feel it?" Phoebe turned her attention to Lily, opening her mind through her wolf's senses. Though Monty was suppressing the males somewhat, she was doing no such thing to Lily. An anxious energy was surround her as if her wolf was pacing, trying to suppress the urge to attack. "Monty?" Her wolf has been suppressed a long time, Mani confirmed. Nothing is more dangerous than confronting one who finally has something that is theirs. Should we do something? Interesting that you think we could. Lily's eyes flashed as her wolf pressed forward, and she stepped away from William to meet the approaching she-wolf she had yet to formally meet. Yet she didn't panic. Her wolf practically begged to be given control, so she loosened the leash a bit. She glanced at Phoebe to see her eyes shimmering silver with mirth, and she became even more confident. What was it she said to do if Camilla dared step in front of her? Camilla approached looking furious, but, oddly, Lily didn't sense any aura. Was her wolf not in agreement with this? Well, that didn't really matter. Lily didn't trust her courage. She knew she would wilt under pressure, even though her wolf seemed far more confident. As soon as Camilla was in front of her, she followed Phoebe's advice, slapping her across the face. Whether it was the force of the slap or simply surprise, Camilla's head snapped to the side and she froze. Idle chatter ceased, and all eyes not already watching the new drama unfold were certainly aware of it now, but Lily remained calm with her wolf firmly at the forefront. "You dare approach your Luna like that?" Lily declared. "If you had any sort of dignity, you'd know better." Camilla stood with her mouth open in shock, her face stung, and her wolf was no help at all. She thought the she-wolf was a pushover. At least that was the rumor, but standing in front of her was a fierce wolf, quite a bit taller than herself. "I suggest you back off, unless you want to formally challenge me," Lily said. "Well?" Camilla hesitated before baring her neck and backing away. The others gave her a wide berth as she retreated as quickly as she entered. A few snickered at her unfortunate situation. Lily turned her eyes falling on William, who seemed startled and turned on at the same time. She returned to him, yanking him by the collar and kissing him firmly on the lips before saying, "If you ever look at another she-wolf again, it will be the last thing you do." Yes," William said with a shiver of pleasure as her eyes slowly returned to normal and her wolf subsided. She looked to Phoebe and mirrored her smile, mouthing thank you. Phoebe gave her the barest of nods. Lily turned, heading for the door, practically dragging her mate after her. William offered no resistance. "Something you want to share?" Jason asked, giving Phoebe a squeeze. "Yeah, I was wondering that myself," Reed agreed. "I don't think I've ever seen my sister act like that before." "I might have given her a few pointers," Phoebe answered, "but you really should know better than to underestimate her. After all, she has just as much alpha blood as you." Reed hesitated, realizing the truth of her words. That was right. Lily's soft-spoken nature often made others forget the strength in her blood. Looking across the room, he wasn't the only one who needed the reminder. Jason pulled Phoebe into his arms, kissing her deeply and loving how she fit against him. Her scent became spicy, and he had a difficult time holding himself back. She smelled heavenly, and he had been reining himself in all night. Ever since his duel with Graham, he longed to assert his claim. She belonged to him and only him. "Here, try this one next," Nora encouraged, giving Phoebe yet another gown to try on. This one was pink with a slight orange tint. She was pretty sure the color was called salmon, though she never gave much thought to such matters before. There were a lot of things she never thought of before becoming Luna to the Blue Moon Pack. This was one of those. "It's a shame we can't go with blue," Nora fussed, looking at a light blue gown. "Blue goes so good with your eyes." "And why can't we?" Phoebe asked from the dressing room. "Because her royal pain always wears blue," Lucille sighed. "And if anyone dares copy her, heads will roll." In the 3 months since her Luna ceremony, Phoebe felt she had been pulled in 100 different directions. The pack itself finally seemed to have settled into a routine now with their Luna firmly at the helm. Infighting among the pack members had ceased completely. Everyone went about their duties with relaxed ease. There was a sense of unity, and higher-ranked members treated lower ranks with polite dignity, lest they wished to incur their Luna's wrath. A few of the younger ones had already learned the dangers of that road. Phoebe's gentle nature and soft-spoken way lulled others into compliance. But if they dared ignore her warnings, they would feel the weight of her aura press down on them, sending their wolves curling into balls. None dared meet her silver gaze, and would bare their necks in submission, pleading for her to withdraw her anger. It only happened once or twice before the pack wised up. Phoebe would not tolerate any member disparaging another. Punishment for ignoring her warnings was as severe as they were creative. If a warrior thought a maid was beneath them, that was fine. They could clean their own room and do their own laundry. If a wolf thought the cooks didn't contribute to the pack, then they could cook their own meals and were barred from the dining hall. Most did not last a day trying to do their own chores, and in order for them to convince Phoebe to release their punishment, they needed not only to appease her, but the party they offended in the first place. If Phoebe deemed such punishment too light, she would temporarily reassign the offending wolf to join the maid service or the kitchen staff until she was satisfied they respected the job and the duties. Needless to say, it didn't take long for pack members to change their behavior. And it wasn't just the pack that learned this lesson. Blue Moon often served as a mediator and neutral party, so hosted other packs needing such intervention. If these visitors attempted to belittle any of the Blue Moon's members, they soon found themselves serving similar punishments. Rank had no bearing. If they tried to appeal to Jason, they found even he bowed to her. In Blue Moon, the Luna's word was law, even for the Alpha. She was not one to laze around either. Phoebe spent most of her time with the pack nursery and daycare instituting several education programs. A music room had been added. Her mother's piano was moved out from storage and the one already in the pack house carefully restored, polished, and tuned. Her mother's music books had also been located and added to the room, in addition to several new instruments: recorders, xylophones, drums, guitars, bells, and numerous others. In addition to music lessons, the daycare also had its own community garden. The pups were in charge of caring for planting, weeding, and harvesting. They also went on various outings learning basic survival and foraging skills. The lessons were not limited to the pups. Adolescents, subadults, and adults were all encouraged to take part in such lessons. Phoebe instituted cooking classes, mending, general first aid, gardening, and foraging, as well as several other classes that taught basic skills she thought every pack member should know. Not only did these lessons help the members appreciate the contributions of others, it also paved the way in developing hobbies and interests. Some even chose to do more advanced research on their own. For the most part, Nora stood back and watched in fascination as Phoebe instituted one dramatic change after another. Her presence seeped into every aspect of Pack's daily routine and consciousness. It was an amazing spectacle to watch, and she wasn't certain if anyone else truly appreciated it for what it was. It was like the moon had settled directly over the pack, pulling the tide and making everyone reach for new heights. Jason's influence had also grown. He no longer fought his own loneliness, and his bouts of depression were mere memories. Blue Moon's alpha was not only relaxed and happy, but also brimming with confidence and dominance. Even if he didn't force out his aura, others couldn't help but bare their necks in submission. Nora was naturally happy for her son, and also worried. Before finding his mate, Jason already had more influence and power than any other alpha. In fact, his aura already rivaled the king's before Phoebe's arrival. When werewolves first emerged, lichens were already disappearing. Some historians thought it was a natural evolution, but there was evidence the transition was not a peaceful one. The New Moon Pack specialized in studying and keeping the history of their kind. Nora hadn't made a study of it herself, but she did know that many of the traditions werewolves developed to govern themselves were inherited by their lichen ancestors, including appointing a king. After the downfall of the lichens, the 6 ancient packs chose their strongest alpha to elevate to the station of king and instituted the creation of the royal pack. Later, a council of elders was also established. The king, council, and alphas formed a check and balancing system, though, in truth, the king held little actual power. He was little more than a figurehead, a neutral party to rule over disputes, but any alpha was more than capable of performing such tasks. When the ancient packs decided to spread out to avoid overcrowding, it quickly became apparent how little power the king truly possessed. Since traveling back to the king to mediate was too difficult, the packs mediated for each other. No doubt sensing his power eroding, the royal pack relocated to North America only a couple decades ago to establish themselves a territory in northern Manitoba, but the damage had been done. Packs were already used to governing themselves, and Blue Moon in particular built a reputation of fair judgment and sound advice. The king tried to ignore it, assuming the status quo would return now that they had a presence on the continent, but that did not come to pass, and their influence continued to wane while Blue Moons waxed. It could not simply be ignored. Jason's aura outstripped either of the princes, and even the king himself could not command him. The disparity would only become more apparent now that he had his Luna. Nora was nervous what would happen when the royal family met Phoebe. They certainly would not be able to ignore the newly mated couple. In fact, she was quite certain no one would be able to ignore them. She turned as Phoebe stepped out of the dressing room and stood in front of the mirrors. The pastel color was very well suited to her complexion and gave her a warm glow. "Yes," Nora smiled. "That one. Finally," Phoebe sighed. "Now we can go home." She craned her neck looking for Blake and Emma, who were wandering the racks. Both were disappointed they could not attend the party, but it wasn't a place for pups, as the princess couldn't stand them. It was even a little dangerous. "I don't see why I have to go," Lucille huffed. "With Phoebe here, I don't have to represent the pack anymore." "That may be, but warriors are not allowed in the royal palace. Jason can only bring his beta or gamma. You know he won't allow Phoebe to be unprotected." "So I'm a glorified bodyguard," Lucille snorted. "You think after 3 months he would have calmed down?" Nora frowned. Most males settled down after their mate was marked and a little time passed, and Jason had settled somewhat. However, whenever Phoebe left the pack lands on an errand like today, his anxiety levels spiked. Given how long it had taken him to find her, it wasn't strange, but Nora couldn't help but think something else was going on. Wolves were creatures of instinct, guided by energies even their human counterparts did not understand. Given the synergy between Jason and his wolf, there had to be a reason why their protective instincts hadn't lessened. It made Nora even more anxious that Phoebe's first appearance in front of the royal family went well. Phoebe returned after changing out of the gown. "So, we are done, right?" "Not quite," Nora smiled. "Now we need to look at some accessories." "Is that really necessary?" Phoebe asked. "Of course, you are representing Blue Moon, so it's important to show the pack is strong and prosperous." Phoebe sighed. Nora chuckled. Since arriving at Blue Moon, Phoebe's only piece of jewelry was a macaroni necklace and friendship bracelet made by the pups. Phoebe was of a much more practical mind and didn't have any use for superfluous signs of wealth. Nora couldn't help but think how well-matched Jason and Phoebe truly was, as he also didn't have any use for such things. In fact, Jason had very little use for gifts at all. When it came to expressing heartfelt emotions, Jason preferred to spend time and devote his attention to his loved ones. It only took a moment to see Phoebe shared the same sentiment. She loved to spend time with them as well as cook for those she cared about. It quickly became a tradition for her to cook a meal for all of them. Jason, the pups, Nora, as well as Luke, Mona, Ben, and Lucille once a week. At first, they tried to protest until Bridget set them straight. Phoebe's love language was caring and providing, which meant food, and they shouldn't waste it. Luke and Ben certainly weren't ones to complain about a well-done meal, and there was no denying Phoebe's skills in the kitchen. And Jason's thoughts were easy enough to read. He would eat anything Phoebe placed in front of him, even if it was ketchup packets. "I know you don't have much interest in status symbols," Nora said, "but these parties are all about showing status and wealth. And Blue Moon is one of the wealthiest. Yes." "All right. Emma, Blake," Phoebe called. Though her voice was soft, the pups immediately returned to her side. They headed to the register, where a pile was waiting for them before heading to the next store. Jason sat drumming his finger on the desk as his eyes kept drifting to the clock, then to his phone. Since his mother, sister, mate pups were well outside the boundaries of his territory, they could not contact him through the pack's link, leaving cell phones their most reliable form of communication. He had taken Phoebe phone shopping months ago, not only buying a phone, but also pairing it with a smartwatch. The pups were too young for phones of their own, but they now had watches that functioned as trackers and would allow them to make emergency calls if something happened. Just a few taps of his phone would reveal their location on screen. "Jace, seriously," Ben sighed. "You're acting all twitchy and it's not helping. My mate is with them too, and now I'm getting anxious." Jason growled. "Ben's right," Luke said. "It's been months. Her guards are with her and the pups, and if anything happened, you'd feel it through the bond." Jason rubbed his hands down his face. They were right, and he knew it. Though Phoebe was too far away to mind-link, he could still sense her state of mind through their bond. Right now, she was content, if a little tired, as was usual when she went shopping with his mother. But he still couldn't shake his anxiety. His wolf was no help as Lobo paced the back of his mind. "We should be with mate. Only we can protect mate." Every time Phoebe left the territory without him, it was the same story, and it wasn't much better when he was with her. When he acted as her escort, he was always on edge, seeking out any potential threats, and when he was left behind, he waited anxiously for her return. He was practically on the verge of shifting. "If they waited until tomorrow, I could have gone with them," Jason complained. "I know you worry about your Luna, but she needs some alone time with fellow she-wolves too," Ben chuckled. Phoebe and Jason were almost too practical when it came to their everyday attire. It brought Nora great joy to shop and choose gowns for Phoebe, who was not nearly as opinionated as Lucille when it came to style. "And what about those sparring lessons you've been giving her?" Luke reminded. A month ago, Phoebe expressed interest in self-defense classes. She wanted to make herself stronger and assured him one of her guards could act as her instructor, but Jason took the role instead. Luke thought it was a bad idea. As her mate, Jason would be hesitant to use force against Phoebe for fear of hurting her. However, since the lessons involved breaking holds and grappling techniques, force wasn't really a concern. He started slow with strength training to build her muscle tone. Surprisingly, her endurance was already quite good, no doubt due to years of running after pups. The training had the added benefit of increasing her appetite. Since arriving at Blue Moon, Phoebe gained at least 15 pounds, filling out her frame. She now had a healthy glow, and her strength had improved greatly. Her petite form had gained considerable curves, and her aura was even enhanced. Everyone gravitated toward her. Jason would have been jealous if he didn't know she belonged to him, and him alone. Every night they lay together entwined. Her scent tantalized him and stoked his desires. Just the memory had him longing to touch her, taste her, and claim her all over again. "Do you mind?" Ben growled. "I can smell your arousal from here, and it's rather infuriating. Luke is the only one whose mate is close by. If you think this is bad, you should smell what it's like after they've been training," Luke chuckled. Jason glared at him even as he blushed deep red. Training had more than one benefit. Grappling required close physical contact, often causing their bond to flare, which naturally led to another sort of grappling session, not to mention the shower afterwards. Luke continued to laugh at his discomfort. Even after 3 months, it was a touchy subject, but it wasn't wise to tease him for too long. Besides, you couldn't have gone with them tomorrow. Eric of the Cedar Creek Pack arrives tomorrow, and Gideon from the Fall Leaf Pack 2 days after that. I'm not handling that alone." "Who?" Jason asked, not recalling alphas by either name. "You want to explain since you're the bonehead who scheduled this?" Luke glared at Ben. "How was I supposed to know? They are technically allies." Ben threw up his hands. "How about a little research before you just blindly say yes?" "What am I missing?" Jason interrupted. If he didn't say something, they would bicker for an hour. Luke shot Ben a glare. The Gamma rolled his eyes before explaining. Cedar Creek and Fall Leaf are 2 packs in the Mid-South. They share quite a bit of borderland, and they are allies, on paper. Jason raised an eyebrow. "Eric and Gideon aren't the ruling alphas," Luke added. "Their fathers still hold the titles. The boys are their heirs. They grew up together and started off as friends with a friendly rivalry, but ever since high school, their rivalry has become bitter." "How bitter?" "Bitter enough to almost tear the school apart," Luke shook his head. "They compete in everything, but up until recently it was contained. Now it's spilling into their packs, over a girl if rumors are to be believed." Jason rubbed his temples. Why wasn't he surprised? When would young wolves learn to settle down and start looking for their mates, rather than wasting time with she-wolves that were clearly not? "So why are they coming here?" Jason asked, as if he didn't already know. "Their fathers are hoping some intense training and lessons will settle them down," Ben said. "In other words, they don't have the finances to send them to the Alpha School and sent them here instead." Jason sighed. This wasn't the first time they faced the same situation. The only school devoted to preparing alphas and their ranked members was in Europe. Not only was the tuition to attend expensive, but even just making the journey was difficult. For packs who couldn't afford the cost, sending their heirs to another pack was a viable option. Blue Moon often hosted such individuals. Jason certainly didn't mind, however, there was always an adjustment as the young alphas came to terms with the fact they were no longer a ranked member. They were expected to conduct themselves with humility and bare their necks to Jason. Not an easy thing for any alpha to accept, but Jason was not about to tolerate disrespect on his own territory. It would be worse if their guests didn't get along. But something about this situation felt different. It was one thing for wolves to be rivals and even compete over the affections of a female. Very seldom did it ever bring two packs to the brink of war. There was definitely something more to these rumors than was alleged. How were they supposed to treat the issue if they didn't know the cause? Just what were their fathers thinking? Were they hoping Jason would beat them into shape? That didn't seem a productive way of dealing with the contention. "Afraid so," Ben grimaced. "It would be a hassle, but nothing they couldn't handle." Jason sighed. There was still another month before the royal gathering to celebrate the princess's birthday. Even if the young alphas didn't finish their lessons by then, they should have at least settled down enough not to cause issues. He hoped. Still, well, I guess we don't have much choice now. Hopefully Phoebe would forgive him. As the Luna, she would bear the brunt of the chaos and discontent that the young alphas might cause. Then again, her discipline was not something to be taken lightly. Maybe she was just the wolf to bring them to heel. Jason stirred lazily. He reached for the warm body that was always close, only to find he was alone in the bed. Groaning, he sat up shivering with a note of panic. Phoebe was nowhere in sight, though his scent was still strong. Where? The mind link opened, and he felt her amusement fluttered through his mind. No doubt she sensed his panic and was now soothing him, but also teasing him. Jason growled, but the open link only vibrated with her laughter. "I'm in the kitchen." Phoebe's voice flitted into his mind. "You better hurry, or Luke will get your share of the pancakes." Jason lurched up with a growl he was certain could be heard throughout the floor. He hurried to the bathroom to relieve himself and splash water on his face as he shook away the last of his drowsiness. Ever since hearing about the meals he shared with Phoebe, Luke and Ben begged to taste her cooking too. Their own mates didn't have much skill in the kitchen, and they themselves were walking disasters. To say they were jealous was putting it mildly. They were desperate. A few weeks after her Luna ceremony, they all woke to the most delicious smells. Entering the kitchen, they found Phoebe humming over 3 different pans, making scrambled eggs, sausage, bacon, and even a peach cobbler for all of them to enjoy. Ben and Luke were practically in ecstasy. If one expected Mona and Lucille to be jealous, they were sorely mistaken. The she-wolves helped themselves to second and third servings. Since then, Phoebe made at least 1 meal a week, either breakfast or dinner, for them to enjoy together. Jason certainly didn't mind indulging in his mate's cooking, but he didn't want her overworking herself either. Quickly pulling on a pair of sweats and a t-shirt, he headed to the kitchen. There he found Phoebe humming over a cast-iron griddle flipping pancakes. "Daddy!" Emma squealed, hopping off her seat at the table to run toward him. Jason scooped her up, nuzzling her and earning giggles as his stubble tickled her cheek. He carried her back to the table and situated her in her booster seat before tussling Blake's hair, earning a growl. Jason chuckled. Over the last few weeks, Blake had not just gotten comfortable around his new family, but he was beginning to gain confidence. He no longer feared abandonment and regularly challenged Jason as a growing boy should. Even in their playgroup in the pack daycare, he was beginning to display dominance as one would expect of a high-ranking wolf. Jason wrapped his arms around Phoebe and buried his nose in the nape of her neck with a satisfied growl. Jason, Phoebe chuckled. I'm trying to cook. I'd prefer you to stay in bed until I wake up, he mumbled. I hate waking up alone. When I stay in bed, you usually want to do other things besides sleep. And? Jason, Phoebe laughed. Really, you two? In the kitchen? Jason growled, raising his head and looking over at his sister. Lucille had the worst timing. She smirked as she claimed the orange juice and joined the pups at the table. Jason tightened his embrace around Phoebe before she turned and handed him 2 plates with pancakes and bacon. He stole a kiss before taking the plates and delivering them to the pups. Jason cut up the pancakes for Emma. Blake insisted on doing his own. He took his seat just as Phoebe delivered the first tray piled high for the adults. Lucille immediately speared several, beating Jason by a second and earning a warning growl. Emma and Blake giggled at their silliness. Moments later, Nora, Mona, Luke, and Ben emerged. The latter two practically raced each other to the table. Nora and Mona both shook their heads at their behavior. Phoebe just laughed before changing out the spent platters for fresh ones. She helped the pups with seconds and would have kept puttering around if Jason didn't pull her into his lap where he had a heaping pile waiting for her. Phoebe gave him a disgruntled look, but stroked his cheek before kissing him and tucking into her meal. Jason held her close, nuzzling her while she ate. Nothing gave him and his wolf more pleasure than taking care of her. You two are so cute together, Mona chuckled. Who would have thought our big, scary alpha was such a softie? Jason frowned, but there was no fire in his gaze. In truth, when Mona first arrived, she had been terrified of her new alpha. Back then, he suffered from bouts of depression because he was unable to find his mate, followed by almost frenzied dominance fueled by frustration. Not wanting to hurt the pack members that relied on him, Jason spent his time training and patrolling his borders, where he could take his anger out and protect his pack. In the beginning, she was afraid to even be in the same room as Jason, without Luke present. It wasn't until early one morning she went searching for Luke in the office, only to walk in on Jason, half naked, attempting to administer his own first aid. He was covered in cuts and one rather deep that should have been stitched. I am so sorry! Mona squeaked, hurriedly stepping back so she could close the door. Don't stay. It wasn't a command. In fact, it almost seemed to be pleading for her company. She slowly eased back into the room. Please, close the door. I don't want to scare them. Them? The pups and omegas. They won't like seeing their alpha covered in blood. Why don't you go to the hospital? Mona fidgeted in front of the door. I don't want to worry them, and I know they would tell Luke and Ben. Tell them what? That I've been out all night hunting? Again? All night? Again? When's the last time you slept? 3 days. 3 days, Mona exclaimed, surprised by the harshness in her own voice. You haven't slept for 3 days? Can't. The bed is too big. It's too empty. Jason's shoulders sagged as he fought to control his churning emotions. Lobo whined in the back of his mind, equally distressed. Biting her lip, Mona stepped forward, taking the bandage he was trying to wrap around his own arm. He held still, letting her wrap his injury for him, as meek as a pup. For the first time, Mona was able to see her alpha without fear. She saw him for what he was, a broken wolf unable to find its missing piece, his mate, the one person who would be able to share his burden, who would hold him when he had to fall apart and give him courage when he found himself lacking, the one who would know his pain, his insecurities, his weaknesses. Without that person, he was slowly drowning. With the truth finally unveiled, Mona no longer feared him. How could she when she pitied him? But now... Mona smiled as Jason tucked his nose close to Phoebe's neck, breathing in her scent while she ate. He smiled more in the last few weeks than he had the entirety of his life. His depression was only a memory, as was his frustration and anger. Jason was relaxed, happy. It wasn't just Phoebe who him tamed. Blake and Emma also had their hands on the reins. No matter what he was doing, the moment either ran up to him, he forgot everything else and focused only on them. There was no hesitation or reserve despite the fact they were not related by blood, and Mona finally understood the strange request Luke made before they marked each other. It had been the right decision, even if it had hurt. Jason suddenly growled, his eyes glazing over. Luke and Ben froze mid-bite as their eyes also dulled. They leapt to their feet and raced to the door. Jason was slower as he stood holding Phoebe close. "Stay inside. No outings today." Kissing his temple, he spun on his heels and hurried after his Beta and Gamma. Phoebe watched him go, her heart suddenly racing. "Where's Daddy going?" Emma asked. "He has some important business to take care of," Phoebe answered before anyone else did. "He'll be back as soon as he finishes up." Emma nodded and went back to her breakfast. Blake watched them curiously, but also returned to his breakfast. This wasn't the first time Jason and the others rushed out the door, and it was becoming more frequent as rogues tested the borders. Once the situation was under control, the rogue remains would be transported to Mona's research facility, and the real work continued, but none of that was spoken aloud as it was considered classified information. "Phoebe," Jason's voice suddenly intruded. "The young Alpha Eric should arrive today. I hate to ask, but could you entertain him until this is settled?" "Of course. Just focus on coming home. I don't like to sleep in that big bed alone any more than you do. Always." "Careful with that, you oaf!" a young man yelled as the Blue Moon warrior dropped his bags inside the foyer. The young male was quite bold, considering he was barely 20, and the warrior in question outweighed him by over 100 pounds and several inches taller. To his credit, the warrior simply glared at the young pup when he could have easily rolled his head. "Is this how Blue Moon treats its guests?" "Greetings, young Alpha Eric." Phoebe stepped forward, giving the warrior an apologetic nod. The warrior bowed deeply, baring his neck in reverence to his Luna. Then he turned and retreated outside, leaving the young Alpha in her hands. Turning back to their guest, she said, "Welcome to Blue Moon." "And who are you supposed to be?" he sneered, looking her up and down. Though not full-grown, he was quite a bit taller than her. "I'm the Luna," Phoebe said, keeping her voice neutral as Mani snorted in disgust. "So you're the Luna?" he snapped in surprise. Phoebe nodded. "You may call me Luna or Luna Phoebe. Either is acceptable." "And you can call me Alpha?" he smirked. "I think not." "What?" He was clearly surprised by her answer. "A pack can only have one Alpha," Phoebe explained. "My mate is the Blue Moon's Alpha. You are a guest, that is all." "You can't talk to me like that." "Oh yes, I can," Phoebe said with a small smile, "and I just did." "I guess that explains the carelessness of the help," Eric sneered. "Dawn is not a porter. He happens to be one of Blue Moon's top warriors," Phoebe said. "Given he may be assisting in your training, it would be wise not to test him too much before you face him in the arena." "He can't hurt me." "I wouldn't be too sure about that," Phoebe said. "But we have excellent healers, so you will be returned to your pack unharmed." She let her warning sink in before she gestured for him to follow. "It's nearly noon, so you're probably hungry. Or would you prefer to freshen up?" "Food is fine." Phoebe nodded, noting his more subdued nature. She linked the maid to take his suitcases to his assigned room as she escorted him into the dining hall. While breakfast and dinner were more extravagant affairs, lunch was served buffet-style over the course of several hours, allowing pack members to eat whenever it was convenient. "Here we are, Eric," Phoebe indicated the buffet table. "You can come back for as many servings as you wish." "I'm expected to serve myself?" "Only if you wish to eat," Phoebe said. "Mommy." She turned and smiled as the daycare entered the dining hall for their lunch. Emma and Blake chuckled, helping them serve up their plates before directing them to a table. The rest of the kids quickly followed with their own plates. Phoebe and their chaperones kept busy settling them in before getting their own plates. Once everyone was settled, Blake and Emma happily chatted about their day. A number of kids wanted to know when they could venture outside again. Only a month ago, she had a new playset installed on the pack grounds. It had no less than 7 different slides, 3 bridges, monkey bars, and numerous climbing walls. There were 10 swings and 3 tire swings, as well as a climbing dome. Phoebe fretted she couldn't give them an answer, but promised it would be soon. Normally, the pups would be taken outside several times a day to play. For now, the pack house was on lockdown, with only the warriors allowed to freely move about. Because of this, the lunchroom was more crowded than usual, as many pack members were forbidden from their usual duties. "Watch what you are doing, you miserable wench." Phoebe stiffened her gaze, immediately settling on their guest as he stood over an Omega server. I'm sorry. The server stuttered, shuffling back. Sorry? He mocked, loosening his belt. Oh, you will be. You will do no such thing. Phoebe's voice rang out over the hall as her aura suddenly filled the room. Conversation immediately halted as the pack members bared their necks in deference to their Luna. It had been weeks since any of them incited the Luna's anger, and they certainly didn't want to be the one that incurred it now. Eric turned ready to snap at her until the weight of her aura settled over him. It was all he could do to keep his legs from buckling. He looked to see Phoebe's eyes shining silver. Despite her petite frame, her aura made it seem as if she was towering over him. As much as he wanted to shrug it off and assert his dominance, his wolf whimpered, keeping its tail tucked between its legs. You will not raise a hand or your voice at any pack member. You have no authority here. Phoebe spoke low, Mani's voice seeping into hers. And since your parents failed to teach you basic manners, I'll do so on their behalf. Since you don't appreciate the work of others, you will not enjoy the fruits of their labor. For as long as you are here, no one will feed you, and no one will clean up after you nor do your laundry. Phoebe turned away, placing a gentle arm around the weeping Omega and whispered encouraging words as she escorted her away. You can't do that, Eric managed to say. I am Luna, and this is my pack, little Alpha. I assure you, I can. Phoebe glanced at him. Your room in on the 3rd floor, left from the elevator, and 3 doors down. Enjoy your stay with us. Phoebe sat watching the pups as they ate their dinner. It had been a long day, and tensions were still running high as the warriors remained on alert. Pack members who normally lived away from the pack house elected to stay as they were still in lockdown, leading to a rather full house. Jason had not said anything else through the link, and she did not want to distract him by being nosy. There are my babies, a deep voice said, pulling Phoebe from her gloom. She jerked to attention to see Jason approach. He wore a new pair of sweats and t-shirt. His hair was still damp, indicating he had taken a quick shower to wash away the day's labors. Bending down, he kissed the tops of Emma and Blake's head before embracing Phoebe, who stood. Jason bowed his head, nibbling her neck and breathing in her scent. Ever since the patrols first sent out the alert protecting Phoebe and the pups was the only thing on his mind. They did not let any of the rogues live, although one had a radio collar they previously tagged it with almost 6 months ago. All of the rogues had been taken to the research labs, and patrols doubled. Jason was not satisfied until every inch of the border was checked. Ben and Luke finally prevailed on him to return to the pack house. His presence would reassure the pack, and his Luna would calm him. How has it been? Jason asked, resting his forehead against hers. Oh, just a little drama from our guest. Drama? Jason repeated. Alpha Jason. He turned to see a young man marching toward him. He had sandy blonde hair and a clean-shaved face, though it was more likely he hadn't yet managed to grow any facial hair in his young life. If the man would smile, he would be quite handsome, but right now his expression was twisted in a scowl. Eric, I take it, Jason said, feeling the young man's aura precede him. Though it had no effect, it was considered rude not to control one's aura when on another alpha's territory. I have a complaint. This she-wolf here has insulted me and ridiculed me. What are you going to do about it? What happened? Jason asked. He was rude when he arrived, Phoebe said. That he deliberately tripped Sonia and then tried to punish her for an accident he caused. Since he is lacking manners, he is being taught a lesson in how to appreciate others. See, she admits it. So what are you going to do about it? Eric snarled. Jason growled, warning, startling the young alpha. He couldn't tell if the pup was just that arrogant or that stupid. Nothing. Nothing? My Luna can do whatever she wants, Jason smiled, turning his attention back to Phoebe. Let's eat. I'm starved. He directed her back to the table as a server brought out a heaping plate and set it down in his usual spot. Jason slid into the seat, pulling Phoebe into his lap. Kissing her, he nodded to the plate. Eat up, but that's yours, Phoebe protested, and I've already eaten. I saw your plate. It was still half full. Eat. I'll finish what you don't. Jason, Phoebe, stifled a protest as he nibbled her ear. His chest rumbled with a growl. Eat, my angel, Jason whispered. You know you should. Phoebe sighed, knowing there was no use arguing. Picking up the fork, she speared some asparagus. She wasn't sure how much she would have to eat to appease him, but he was right about her leaving half her plate. She had been so anxious she barely had an appetite. Now that he was back with her, the smell of dinner was stimulating her hunger. Cutting up the roast, she ate another mouthful before offering the next to him. He gave her a somewhat annoyed glance but would never refuse being fed by her. His mother and sister chuckled, but it was easy enough to ignore with his Luna safe in his arms. For the first time all day, Lobo relaxed with a sigh of satisfaction. The peaceful moment was interrupted with a harsh growl. Jason raised an eyebrow, glancing at the young alpha he already dismissed. Lobo gave an irritated huff, more annoyed that their time with their Luna was being interrupted than the young pup's challenge. Though Jason hadn't said a word, the young man took a step back, feeling the weight of his aura pressed down on him. Jason could almost give him credit for not baring his neck in submission, but at the moment he didn't want to give the young alpha any points. "What am I supposed to eat?" Eric finally stammered. "You can eat whatever you decide to make for yourself," Phoebe answered. "The kitchen is right over there. You can help yourself." "I don't cook," he snorted. "You can at least make a sandwich, can't you?" Phoebe chastised. "Since you are here, you are free to take one of our cooking classes. Even an alpha should learn to make a few things for himself." "Why?" "Don't you think it would be nice to treat your mate to a home-cooked meal every now and again?" Phoebe asked. "I know whenever Jason makes something, it's quite enjoyable." "He cooks?" Eric snorted and earned a growl. "Daddy makes spaghetti," Emma happily declared. "I know a few things," Jason said. "I'm nowhere near as talented as my Luna, but I do love to provide for her." Phoebe smiled, pecking him on the lips. "Or you can apologize to the staff." Phoebe turned her attention back to the young alpha. "Me? Apologize to an Omega? If not, I suggest you get used to sandwiches." Eric hesitated, expecting Jason to interject, but Jason's attention returned fully to Phoebe as she continued to feed him. With a scowl, he finally stormed off to the kitchen. "He's going to be trouble," Lucille commented as Luke and Ben finally joined them. "Who's trouble?" Ben asked. "That young alpha from Kansas." Lucille shook her head. "And the other one hasn't even arrived yet." Luke punched Ben's shoulder. "Told you so." Before Ben could answer, a shriek suddenly sounded from the kitchen, followed by a loud crash and a shout. "What the hell is this?" Phoebe's skin prickled and Mani urgently pressed forward. "We have to go. Now!" Phoebe stood and moved toward the kitchen, only for Jason to grasp her hand. "Angel?" "It's fine," she assured him. Jason's brow furrowed and he moved to join her. "Jason, please, it's fine, there's no danger," Phoebe assured him. "There is no danger, right?" "Not for us." "Jason, it's all right," Phoebe repeated. Reluctantly, he let her go as another crash echoed from the kitchen. Phoebe gave him a quick kiss before hurrying to the kitchen. She didn't want to appear panicked, but Mani was pacing in her mind, and it was causing her anxiety to rise. Stepping into the kitchen, she saw Shannon huddled in the corner, while Eric towered over her, using an arm to fling a stack of freshly washed pans on the floor, while the other Omegas watched in terror, unable to stop it. "Enough," Phoebe snapped, letting her aura fill the room. The Omega staff immediately calmed. Shannon whimpered, but she did straighten as Phoebe approached her. Quickly embracing the Omega, Phoebe gently rubbed her shoulder. Shannon shuddered, sniffling, clinging to her soothing presence. "This is your fault," Eric snarled. "What is my fault, precisely?" Phoebe glared at him. "You did something. There is no way this worthless Omega is my mate." Phoebe raised an eyebrow. "Shannon, is this true?" Sniffling, the Omega nodded, unable to look at the Alpha who was supposed to love her. Phoebe sighed, kissing her forehead in comfort, and let her aura surround Shannon in love and protection. She had a bad feeling she knew where this was going. "Then this is a special day, Eric." Phoebe looked at him, giving him one last chance. "It's not easy for an alpha to find their fated mate. This is a day to be celebrated." "Celebrated? Are you kidding?" "There is no way I could have an Omega for my Luna," Eric sneered. Shannon whimpered. "Then, what are you going to do?" Phoebe asked, her eyes shimmering. "I, Eric Anderson, future alpha of Cedar Creek, reject. You, what is your name?" Shannon hesitated, whimpering. "It's all right," Phoebe whispered in her ear. "I'm here. I'll help." "Shh, Shannon Richards." I, Eric Anderson, future alpha of Cedar Creek, reject Shannon Richards as my mate and Luna, Eric growled. Shannon cried out, her legs buckling as the bond severed, but Phoebe's embrace kept her on her feet. Eric suddenly fell to his knees, doubling over as pain ripped through his body. He knelt on the floor, shaking as his wolf howled, writhing. "What is happening?" Eric moaned. "You just rejected the goddess's gift, young alpha," Phoebe said, Mani's voice seeping into hers. "Surely you did not think there would be no consequences." He glared at her, but there was something uncanny about her shimmering silver gaze. Eric could practically feel her wolf lording over him, teeth bared, but he heard Blue Moon's Luna had no wolf. Were the rumors wrong? "You have condemned yourself and your wolf to an incomplete life," Phoebe said. "Even in death, you will never be whole. May the goddess have mercy on your soul in the next life." Eric whimpered as her words sunk in. "Come on, Shannon," Phoebe gently urged. "I'll stay with you." Phoebe guided her out of the kitchen and to the Omega's dormitory. Though the rooms were not nearly as large and extravagant as those for high-ranking pack members, there was still a stateliness about them. They were on the smaller side and lacked a private bathroom, but there was still plenty of room for them to be comfortable. Phoebe helped Shannon into the room, but by the time they arrived, it was clear her strength was nearly spent. "Mani, how can we help her?" Phoebe asked. When it came to rejections, the one of lower rank often bore the brunt of the burden. Mani shielded Shannon from as much of it as possible, but there was no protecting her from the emptiness now ripping her soul apart. "Have her shift." "Shift? Yes. Contact with me may help soothe her." "You mean let her see you?" Phoebe asked. Since the moonlit run had been aborted because of Graham, Phoebe had yet to shift in front of anyone. Between their individual duties and the increase in rogue attacks, they hadn't been able to make time to spend together and let their wolves meet. It felt wrong to allow someone else to see Mani before him, but this was an emergency. "Yes. Contact with another wolf will help soothe hers," Mani said. "I may also be able to help the bond sever completely and spare her some pain. But will she even be able to shift in this condition?" "We can help her with a nudge of our aura." "All right," Phoebe finally agreed. "Shannon, I need you to shift for me." I can't." "Yes, you can. I promise. I need to know her wolf's name. What's your wolf's name?" "Sif." "Okay, let's get undressed. We don't want to have to clean up." Phoebe chuckled and earned a ghost of a smile. Shannon shivered as Phoebe helped her shed her clothing before she followed suit. Helping her to the floor, Phoebe let Mani speak through her. "Sif, it's all right. Come out. I'm here. You are not alone." Shannon whimpered, but her eyes swirled as her wolf reluctantly came forward, drawn by its Luna's aura. Mani forced her aura out even more, creating a safe place and lending her strength to the Omega. Shuddering, Shannon bristled with fur and her bones snapped, reshaping her body until a little tan wolf lay in front of Phoebe. She reached out, patting the exhausted wolf's head before stepping back and dropping to all fours. Their shift was much smoother than Shannon's. In fact, Phoebe had often thought her shifts were a bit different from others. Not that she had seen many, but it did seem to be easier for her. Was it because she and her wolf were so in sync? Exhausted Sif slowly caught her breath. A warm tongue licked her nose. Looking up, she found herself staring at a beautiful silver wolf. The wolf's fur shimmered in the moonlight streaming in from the window, and it studied her with bewitching blue-silver eyes. Kindness, love and strength radiated from it as it bowed its head and nuzzled her like a mother comforting a pup. It circled her, moving gracefully before laying beside her. It lay its head over hers, emanating warmth and safety into her. Sif laid her head down, letting herself give into exhaustion. Mani sighed. Phoebe, where are you?" "What happened?" Jason's voice intruded, causing Sif to shiver as her sleep was disturbed. "I'm fine, Jason," Phoebe replied. "Shannon was Eric's mate, and he rejected her. I have to stay with her for now. I understand, but where are you?" "Shannon's room. Once I know she's okay, I'll find you. Can you please take care of the pups?" "As if you have to ask. I'll take care of our pups. You focus on Shannon." "Thank you. I love you." "I love you, Angel." The link closed, and Phoebe turned her attention back to a restless Sif. They settled next to her, letting their aura cocoon the young Omega. Mani blinked sleepily and dosed as the night wore on. Sif wandered aimlessly through the dark, mist-filled wood. Shadows loomed around her and nothing looked familiar. How long had she been wandering to have some this far? She whimpered, nervous. Something was missing. It felt as if there was a large hole in her chest and she was slowly bleeding out. But there was no wound. She didn't understand. Where should she go? "It's all right, little pup. You are not alone." Turning, she found herself facing a beautiful silver wolf shimmering in the moonlight. Its otherworldly blue-gray eyes were calm and filled with kindness. She would feel this wolf far surpassed her in rank, and she shivered, wondering if she accidentally wandered into its territory. However, the silver wolf didn't seem upset. Its aura was warm and comforting. Inclining its head in a gesture to follow, the silver wolf turned and walked off. When Sif didn't follow, it paused and looked back at her. She didn't know why, but she was drawn to this wolf. Sif felt safe and so hesitantly stepped forward. The silver wolf led her deeper into the woods, but it didn't seem so scary anymore. Eventually they came to a stream where they paused to drink. Sif was beginning to feel more comfortable, but she still felt as if something was missing. She needed to find it somehow. A smell suddenly filled her nose, chocolate and cherries. It made her mouth water. Sniffing the wind, she hesitantly stepped into the water. "Go on," the silver wolf told her. "He's waiting for you." "Who?" "Your mate." But, Sif shuddered. The woods grew darker as she remembered. "My mate didn't want me." "Is that so? What did he smell like?" "Chocolate and orange?" Sif tried to recall. "And did it make your mouth water?" "Well, not like this, but why would I get a second chance? I'm nobody special. Little pup, you are special to the goddess. She loves all her children. Go on, go see what is out there. He's been waiting for you for a long time." Sif hesitated, then crossed the stream and hurried into the woods, chasing the scent that wafted between the trees. She suddenly found herself at the edge of a clearing. There she found a wolf with a reddish-brown coat drinking from a small pond. He seemed on edge, as if unsure of his surroundings. Suddenly his head shot up, sensing he was being watched. He turned, spotting her, and immediately snarled, baring his teeth. Sif whimpered, cowering. Was the silver wolf wrong? This wolf wasn't waiting for her. He didn't want her either. He was just like her first mate. He would reject her too. As he stalked toward her, she slowly backed into the wood. Maybe she could lose him in the trees. She knew she wouldn't be able to survive another rejection. He was only a few feet away when the wind changed. Suddenly he froze, and all sign of hostility vanished. His ears came forward as his nose twitched, taking in her scent. A voice she hadn't heard before slipped into her mind. "Mate?" Sif whimpered, taking another hesitant step back. Just a few more, and she would run. As if sensing her intent, the auburn wolf whined, begging her to stay. He fell onto his belly, wagging his tail, trying to look less intimidating. Sif hesitated. Did he really want her to stay? She slowly eased out of her crouch, but her tail remained tucked between her legs. He seemed distressed by her fear and crawled forward, dragging his belly on the ground in an effort to be less threatening. Sif dropped her head in submission and whimpered, hoping to appease him, but this only seemed to confuse him. Coming closer, he finally stood and gently licked her nose, rubbing his face against hers. "Mate?" He moved alongside her, rubbing his cheek along her body, coating her in his scent. "Mate." Sif trembled with pleasure as his scent mingled with hers. Hesitantly, she wagged her tail as he came around in front of her, again playfully nipping her nose. He flopped on his belly again in an invitation to play. Sif hesitantly yapped, finally stepping out of the woods. He seemed as excited as a puppy, prancing around her, enticing her to romp with him. The pair was soon leaping around the meadow, rolling in the grass and wildflowers, oblivious to anything else. From the trees, the silver wolf watched with a satisfied gleam in its eyes. With a nod, it turned and trotted off into the woods. The mist seemed to grow thicker as it went. The trees faded into obscurity, but still it trotted along unafraid, as the world around it faded to nothing. Phoebe woke with a start, still in her wolf form. Raising her head, she yawned and looked down at the young woman huddled in her fur. Shannon had returned to her human form, but a pleasant smile indicated she was having a good dream. "Mani?" "Yes?" Mani's voice seemed oddly distant. Was that a dream? More like 3 dreams, ours, hers, and his. His? Shannon's mate. So that wolf was real? Of course he's real. I can't make a wolf appear out of thin air. But who is he? Where is he? I don't know. I've never smelled him before, and I didn't feel a link, so it's safe to assume he's not from our pack. But he is close. Maybe he's from a neighboring pack? But how do we find him? We don't, Mani said. But Shannon is strong, and now that she feels the connection to her second chance mate, she'll be able to let go of her old bond much easier, Mani said. It is not for us to interfere in the natural order. Phoebe was silent. Still, I didn't know we could enter another's dream like that. Neither did I, and I'm pretty sure this was a special case because of Shannon's rejection. That does make sense, Phoebe agreed as they nuzzled the sleeping girl. I wish we could take away all her pain. Pain helps us grow. I wish growing wasn't so hard. Ditto. We should let her rest now. I think she'll sleep the rest of the night. They carefully extracted themselves from the Omega. Shaking away any lingering cramps, she shifted back to her human form and quickly dressed. Staying so long in her wolf form wasn't easy, given how little she shifted over the years, but if Mani was now willing to shift in front of others, perhaps they could do it more often. It would be nice to go for a run and explore the pack territory, preferably with Jason. She desperately wanted their wolves to meet. With a sigh, she looked at Shannon curled up on the floor, naked and asleep. They couldn't leave her like this. She'd catch a chill for certain. Approaching the bed, Phoebe pulled back the covers before turning to the task of how to get the sleeping Omega into bed. Kneeling, Phoebe slung one of Shannon's arms over her shoulder and slowly stood. The young Omega was petite, but dead weight in her arms as she dragged her to bed. Phoebe nearly ended up in bed with her, but eventually got her safely under the covers. As she tucked in the sleeping woman, she couldn't help but be grateful the Omega was as petite as she was. You should also be grateful for the strength training our mate has been making you do. Phoebe took a final look at Shannon. Her face was peaceful, indicating her dream must be good. At least it seemed she wouldn't suffer from the insomnia Phoebe endured after her rejection, but time would tell. Quietly letting herself out of the room, she opened a link to the head of the kitchen. Myra? Yes, Luna, came the immediate answer. Phoebe thought the link felt active, but it was strange she didn't detect any signs of drowsiness through it. Are you still awake? I've been worried about Shannon, and I figured you would want to talk. Phoebe smiled. It seemed the pack was getting used to her ways rather quickly. Shannon is asleep. I don't think she'll have nightmares tonight. I'd like to give her a couple days off, but working might give her something else to focus on. I see what you mean. Yes. If Shannon wants to keep working, I will make sure to give her some light duty so she doesn't overdo it, and I'll let her sleep late tomorrow, too. Sounds good. Thank you. Phoebe sighed, making her way to the Omega's elevator, rather than try to make her way through the dining hall. If anything happens, contact me immediately. Of course, good night, Luna. Good night. And Luna, thank you. You don't have to thank me for this. This is why I am here. Riding the elevator up, Phoebe exited near the landing leading to the alpha floor. It was a handy shortcut. Halt. Oh, sorry, Luna. Phoebe paused, smiling at the guard. Since the Luna ceremony, the staff elevator proved too good of a shortcut, and now it was monitored much more closely to prevent any repeats of the previous incident. That's all right. Thank you for keeping watch. Everyone else already turn in? Yes, it's quite late, Luna. Sleep well? Thank you. Phoebe nodded and headed up the last flight of stairs. Making her way down the hall, she paused to peek in on Emma and Blake. The pups were sound asleep and dreaming peacefully. When they first arrived at Blue Moon, the pups always needed her to tuck them in. Gradually, they became more comfortable and trusting of their adoptive family. Now even Jason could tuck them in without issue. Blake didn't stir in the slightest, and she moved on to his sister. Phoebe sniffed Emma's blanket, catching Jason's telltale scent, and wondered how many bedtime stories the pup cajoled him into telling. She smiled, giving Emma a kiss before departing. Phoebe made her way to her bedroom to find Jason sprawled on the bed. Unlike the pups, his sleep seemed restless, no doubt because she wasn't with him. Phoebe headed to the bathroom for her nightly preparation, brushing her teeth and twisting her hair to tame it before bed. Shedding her clothes, she pulled on a pair of silk pajamas, smirking at the thought that it was the same pajamas she wore when Jason first spent a night with her. After her rejection, Phoebe hadn't bought many things for herself, and it wasn't just about saving money for the pups. Her own mate thought she was worthless, so was there any point in dressing up? It was Bridget who finally convinced her that it was okay to treat herself now and again. With that thought in mind, Phoebe purchased silky pajamas instead of flannel. They were light, cool, and incredibly comfortable even with a werewolf's higher body temperature. Since arriving at Blue Moon, she still enjoyed the feeling of silk against her skin. Not that she had much chance to wear them, given Jason's insatiable hunger. Even thinking about it made her blush, but given the way she responded to him, she could hardly claim any better. With a sigh, she returned to the bedroom and made her way to the bed. There she found Jason lying on his back. His brow was furrowed by a troubled dream. Phoebe sat beside him, studying his pensive expression. In all the time she had been there, she never knew him to have bad dreams. Was it because he had gone to bed without her? Phoebe couldn't help but think so. She noticed she slept much more soundly when he was with her, so perhaps it was the same for him. Leaning forward, she smoothed his hair from his forehead and kissed him. He responded almost instantly. His lips worked against hers, slowly dominating them. His eyes opened and his arms pulled her close. "Phoebe," Jason sighed, nuzzling her. "How's Shannon?" "Sleeping." Phoebe answered, resting her head on his shoulder and letting his scent soothe her. "I don't think she'll have nightmares tonight." "That's a thing? After a rejection?" "Yes." "Did you?" "I mostly had insomnia. I went days without sleeping, and when I finally did, I was usually too exhausted to dream." His embrace tightened and he kissed her head. "It's hard to describe just how much a rejection plays with your mind." Jason growled, pulling her into bed. Phoebe let out a startled shout as he quickly tucked her under the covers and held her close. Nuzzling her, his chest rumbled with a growl that was almost like a purr, soothing her to sleep. "Jason, sleep, Phoebe," Jason urged. "Tonight, just sleep. You've done enough." Phoebe chuckled, but she didn't argue. His warmth seeped into her soothing sore muscles and aches while his aura settled her mind and lulled it to sleep. She sighed, reveling in the feeling of being safe and loved. "I love you, Jason," she muttered. "I love you," he answered, kissing her forehead. "Now sleep." "Why do I have to do this?" Eric scowled as Luke led him to the gym. There, several warriors were stretching and beginning their warm-up exercises. Today's training focused on grappling and close-quarter techniques, so it paid to be limber. "You came to train," Luke said. "So you'll train. You seem to have plenty of energy to make an annoyance of yourself, so you should have plenty for this too." Eric growled. "You can't talk to me like that. You're just a beta." Luke smirked. "If you want to challenge me, you're welcome to try to take my place, though I'll warn you challenges are to the death." "Why would I want to be a beta when I'm an alpha?" "If you'd rather challenge Jason, that's up to you," Luke shrugged. "Where is he anyway?" Eric demanded. "He should be the one escorting me." "Well, as an alpha, you should know all about handing off undesirable tasks to others." Eric scowled. Luke was not intimidated in the slightest. It was clear the young wolf placed far too much stock in titles. Not all alphas were equal, and neither were betas. In fact, there were quite a few betas capable of holding their own against alphas, and he was one of them. "If you want to complain, Jason is right over there," Luke nodded. Eric's gaze followed the gesture to see Jason in the corner on a sparring mat, but it was his opponent that shocked the young alpha speechless. Jason wore only shorts as he slowly circled Phoebe, who was in workout pants and a sports bra. Embracing her from behind, Jason gripped her wrists as he instructed her how to break the hold and escape. "What is he doing?" Eric scoffed. In her former pack, our Luna was too low ranked to warrant training, but when she came here, she asked for some defensive training. Low rank? She was an Omega? No, just one of the many unranked members that make up the majority of packs, Luke said. "Our Alpha's lucky to have her for his Luna." "Lucky?" Eric snorted. "How is that lucky?" "Because finding a caring, intelligent Luna is not as easy as you think it should be," Luke said. "Our Luna isn't afraid to admit her weaknesses and is always eager to learn new things. She inspires others. We've had several she-wolves from all ranks express the desire for training, so we've started special self-defense and strength training courses for them. They all want to follow our Luna's example." Eric frowned, his gaze drifting back to the alpha pair. He watched as Jason stole a kiss, nipping her neck and making her laugh. Despite the distraction, she managed to break the hold. Turning, she shook her head at her mate's audacity, even as he pulled her back into his embrace. Jason kissed her, letting his hands caress her, before they moved on to the next hold. Both seemed to be thoroughly enjoying themselves. Eric looked at the warriors, expecting them to be disgusted. Their alpha was distracted. However, they seemed quite happy, stealing glances at the pair and trading smiles. None of them was upset. Their Luna came from a low rank, even though their pack held such a long history. How could Blue Moon be satisfied with such a Luna? Then again, he shuddered with the memory of the weight of her aura. How could a low-ranking wolf have such an aura? Even his mother, who was beta-born, didn't have that kind of influence. Just who was this she-wolf? Luna. Phoebe paused, turning as the head of the housekeeping staff approached. She had only just returned from her training session, her hair still damp from her shower, but it was important for the pack to get back into its routine after yesterday's emergency. "Gloria?" Phoebe prompted the middle-aged she-wolf who had started as a maid herself before rising up the staff ranks. "About Alpha Eric's room. Janet peeked into it, and it's a disaster. He tore the bedspread to shreds and broken just about everything not nailed down." Phoebe sighed. It probably shouldn't be a surprise given recent events. She hadn't spared him much thought since she concerned herself with helping Shannon. No doubt Eric and his wolf were suffering from a huge disconnection after rejecting their mate. The fact his wolf desperately wanted its mate, no doubt fueling his rage. "If he wants to live in a pigsty, there is not much we can do," Phoebe shook her head. "But I know, it's difficult to leave it, but he must either clean it up himself or apologize for how he's treated all of you. I won't compromise just because it's easier." "Yes, Luna. Don't worry, none of you will be held accountable. I've already spoken to Jason and he agrees." Gloria nodded, feeling relieved. It wouldn't be the first time a visiting alpha made outrageous demands and claims. Knowing their alpha and Luna supported the pack members gave them all comfort and confidence. It was also why the pack had such deep, abiding loyalty. "Leave his room as is for now. We'll see if training helps cool him down." "Yes, Luna." Gloria bowed before departing. Phoebe hoped the assurance there would be no punishment for neglecting their duties would ease the staff's worries. There really was nothing else they could do. "Luna, we are nearly there. I'll meet you at the door." With a sigh, Phoebe headed to the front door to meet their next arrival. She only hoped this alpha was easier to handle. Just as she reached the foyer, the warrior escort led in a young man. He was slim in build, indicating his youth. Once he matured and his frame filled out, he would come close to rivaling Ben and Luke in stature, maybe even Jason. His auburn hair was curly, softening his face and heightening his youthful appearance. He had only one bag, a duffel he carried over his shoulder. "Here you are, Alpha." The warrior gave a courteous nod. "Thanks," he returned the gesture and reached out to shake hands before the warrior departed. It was already clear to Phoebe this young alpha was cut from a different cloth as she stepped forward. "Greetings, you must be Gideon. Welcome to Blue Moon, I am Luna Phoebe." He turned to her, his eyes wide in surprise before nodding respectfully. "Oh wow. Hi. My dad said Alpha Jason met his mate. It's nice to meet you." "It's good to meet you," Phoebe smiled. "Would you like to see your room, or would you like a tour first?" "Could the tour start with the kitchen?" Gideon sheepishly asked. "The airline food was kind of terrible," Phoebe chuckled. "It's a little early for lunch, but let's see what we can scrounge from the kitchen. Mabel, can you take our guest's bags to his room?" A young Omega dusting nearby immediately stepped forward. "Of course, your room is on the 3rd floor, to the left, second door, Alpha." "Thank you," he smiled, earning a blush from her. He followed Phoebe to the kitchen where Myra and the other staff was busy preparing the lunch dishes. Feeling their Luna's presence brought the staff to a halt, curious about their guest. "Luna, I know it's a little early, but our recent arrival could use a little something to tide him over," Phoebe explained. "Myra, young Alpha Gideon. Myra is the head of the kitchen staff." Nice to meet you. Gideon shook her hand, much to Myra's surprise. So what can we get you? Myra asked, giving the young male a fond smile. Anything is fine, Gideon said. Even a sandwich. Now don't you worry. Myra chuckled, pleased with his politeness. We have plenty, and no one goes hungry in my kitchen. Just wait a moment. Here are the potatoes, Shannon announced, stepping into the kitchen from the pantry before dropping the crate she was carrying. The crash caused everyone to look at her. She was pale, and Phoebe had been told she was subdued from her normally bubbly personality, which was to be expected. However, the look on her face was not merely surprise, but actual terror. Beside Phoebe, Gideon stiffened. His mouth fell open as he stared at the Omega. A tantalizing smell filled his flared nostrils. Mate! Phoebe jerked to attention, and even Monty perked up. Well, that's unexpected. Did you know? Phoebe asked. I said he was close. Monty huffed. Phoebe couldn't believe it. She never heard of a wolf meeting their second-chance mate so soon. She had gone 5 years and Lily over 2. But there had to be a reason the goddess meant this for Shannon. Looking again at the young Omega, she saw Shannon's face was still contorted in fear and confusion. Gideon reached for her and hesitated as she backed away. It was clear he was confused by her fear. There was a pained, longing look in his gaze. Phoebe recognized that look. It was the same one Jason gave her when she asked if he was going to reject her. Phoebe moved forward, slipping an arm around Shannon before she could bolt, and held her steady. Luna, I can't be rejected again, Shannon whimpered in her mind. Shh, you don't know that about him, Phoebe replied before looking at their guest. You'll have to pardon us, Gideon. She was rejected by her first mate. He didn't want her because she was an Omega, and she thinks you'll do the same. I'm her second chance? He asked. Phoebe nodded as Shannon shuddered, coming close to hyperventilating. Gideon suddenly closed the distance, no doubt spurred by his wolf. His arms encircled Shannon, taking over for Phoebe's support as he held her close. Breathe, he whispered, gently stroking her hair. Breathe. Shannon, Phoebe said, stepping back as he took over, comforting her. Shannon? Gideon sighed, savoring the name. Breathe, Shannon, breathe. Her breathe slowly evened out the bonds, soothing her as much as his words. Gideon bowed his head, brushing his lips against her forehead. I don't know who your first mate is, but he's an idiot. But I'm not. Not what? The most beautiful wolf I've ever seen? She blushed at his praise before saying, I'm just an Omega. I can't be Luna. Who says? Gideon snorted, cupping her chin and brushing away her tears with his thumb. My mother was an Omega before she met my father. She was? Gideon nodded, smiling. She's going to love you. They both will. She hesitantly smiled. He dipped his head to peck a kiss on her lips. They had known each other no more than 2 minutes, and yet he felt an unbreakable connection that sent sparks through him wherever their skin touched. When his parents told him about the mate bond, he hadn't believed it. There simply wasn't any way for such an immediate connection to be made, but it was true. All of what they said was absolutely true. Phoebe cleared her throat. Perhaps you two would like to sit and talk before the lunch crowd arrives? Myra can bring you out something. Jason sighed, making his way to the dining hall, finding it more crowded than usual. Ever since the border breach, the pack had been lingering over their meals and gatherings, despite the fact everything had returned to its usual routine. Jason understood these moments were necessary for them to feel safe. Daddy! Emma happily squealed. Jason chuckled, kissing each pup on the head before pulling Phoebe to her feet, only to sit and plant her in his lap. Phoebe rolled her eyes but didn't protest his need to hold her. Intellectually, he knew he and his wolf should be settled by now, yet he continued to cling to her, needing to hold her. Even Lobo couldn't explain why they needed to keep her close, but he felt they should keep her within sight at all times. It made Jason nervous to think some threat hovered around her, but all he could do was hold her. So how was the tour? Jason asked. He hadn't wanted to make her meet their second young guest after the last one, but meeting Mona to discuss the rogues took longer than he thought. Actually, we haven't gone on one yet. Is he late? Jason frowned. He was certain the Border Patrol said their guest had arrived. No. He arrived on time. Phoebe nodded to a small table in the corner where Gideon sat with his arm around Shannon, quietly talking with her. They hadn't moved in over 2 hours, and it seemed he was slowly gaining her trust. Shannon smiled as he leaned close to nuzzle her. "Isn't that Shannon?" Jason asked. Phoebe nodded. "Gideon is her second chance mate." Jason's brow shot upward. "What are the chances of that?" Phoebe shook her head. She couldn't begin to calculate that, and even Mani was at a loss to explain. The fact Shannon would be mated to one of the young alphas was remarkable, but the fact the other would be her second chance made it astronomical. Phoebe had linked Mona to ask her, but she had been too busy with Jason and Luke at the time. "It seems this one is much nicer," Jason said, looking at the young couple. "Yes." Phoebe nodded, smiling. "It's strange for her to meet her second chance so soon, but I'm glad she didn't have to wait as long as I did." His embrace tightened, and he nuzzled her. Phoebe stroked his cheek, savoring the tingles that traveled up her arm. Her eyes shimmered silver as she smiled. "I'm so happy you found me when you did. I just wish it had been sooner." "Me too." Jason smiled with a note of regret. All that time wasted when she was waiting for him. He rubbed noses with her, knowing he would never let another moment pass. "What the hell is this?" The dining hall suddenly fell silent as all eyes turned to the door where Eric stood. He still wore his workout clothing and was covered in a layer of sweat. His hunger had driven him to the dining hall without showering. Though all eyes were on him, his were only on one. "You!" He growled, rushing toward where Shannon sat. She whimpered, trying to shrink down even as Gideon stood and moved to shield her. "Back off, Eric," he snarled. "And don't you ever address my mate like that again." "Your mate," Eric growled. "She's mine." "Was," Phoebe corrected, approaching them. "You rejected her, remember?" "He's the one who rejected Shannon," Gideon scoffed. "I should have known." "What's that supposed to mean?" Eric growled. "Only that you never understood the value of anything. It's always bigger, better, faster with you. All you care about is flaunting your title. You never bothered with anything that was actually genuine." "Genuine? What about you and Harper?" "I told you there was nothing between us. We were never mates, and I never touched her. You calling my sister a liar?" "Yes, that is exactly what I'm calling her." "Oh, really? Well, let's settle this right now, shall we?" "No, you will not." Phoebe snapped her aura, washing over them, snapping both of them to attention. "You will not tear apart this dining hall or pack house. If you want to test each other's testosterone, you will do so in the gym." "You can't tell me what to do," Eric snarled, struggling against the weight of her aura and clearly surprised by her authority. He raised his hand to lash out, only to have it gripped tightly as another aura crushed down on his shoulders. Startled, Eric looked to see Jason standing over him, growling warning. Not even his father's aura hit him so hard. "I know you weren't just threatening my Luna pup." Eric shivered. "I will remind you, you are a guest. You have no authority, and I have zero patience for childish antics," Jason warned before yanking the young alpha and forcing him to sit at another table. "You will sit, you will be quiet, and you will eat last." Well, his command rolled over the young man, causing Eric to stiffen, but he couldn't fight it. Jason waited to see if he would manage to defy him. When he didn't, he turned away and returned to his seat. "Gideon," Phoebe stirred the other from his stupor. "Your mate needs you." Gideon blinked, then looked to Shannon, who had gone deathly pale and was fighting sobs as she shook uncontrollably. He sat down beside her, quickly pulling her close. Gideon stroked her hair, whispering endearments and begging for her to calm down. Phoebe watched them a moment before returning to her seat. "That was dramatic," Jason sighed. "And it's not over," Phoebe leaned against him. "What do you mean? What do you think is going to happen when Gideon claims Shannon and completes the bond?" Jason grunted, glancing at Eric, who, despite the alpha command keeping him in his seat, kept trying to glare at the young couple. Finally, he asked, "You think he'll go feral? He didn't even want Shannon." "Graham didn't want me," Phoebe reminded, "and yet after 5 years he still came to hunt her down." Jason growled softly, but he saw her point. His gaze slid back to the young alpha. If there was going to be trouble, he would have to increase the packhouse guards. He looked over at the young couple. There was no doubt in his mind they would complete the mating bond, and soon. "So, I guess you need to talk to the alpha?" Shannon said as they lingered over their empty plates. Lunch had wrapped up some time ago, and most of the pack left to return to their duties. Yet they continued to sit. Mercifully, even Eric had wandered off finally. Gideon softly hummed, nuzzling her and sniffing as he held her against his chest. His fingers trailed tingles down her arm. Despite reminding him he had duties to attend to, he continued to hold and caress her. Her wolf certainly wasn't helping. Sif remained practically comatose in their mate's arms. "Pardon me." Shannon jolted upright, looking up at Phoebe, who stood beside the table with an amused expression. Beside her, Gideon huffed with annoyance that they had been interrupted. "Yes, Luna. I was hoping you could do something for me." "Of course, yes. Anything you need." Shannon blushed as Gideon growled. "Well, I haven't taken our guest on a tour of the pack house yet, and I just remembered I need to speak to Mona this afternoon, so I hoped you would be willing to show him around in my place," Phoebe said, watching the young alpha's reaction as he realized he would spend the entire afternoon with his mate. Really? But is that really okay?" Shannon asked. She was just an omega, and leading an alpha around seemed an important task. "You've lived here your whole life. You probably know more about it than I do," Phoebe smiled. "And as long as our guest doesn't mind." "I don't," Gideon assured her, startling Shannon with his eagerness. "I mean, that sounds good to me." "Okay, good. Then it's settled. I'll catch up with you at dinner." Phoebe nodded, giving him a wink. "Thank you, Shannon. It'll be a big help." "Sure." Shannon blushed under Phoebe's knowing gaze. It wasn't that she didn't want to spend time with Gideon. She was anxious. What did an omega say to an alpha? So, alpha. "Gideon," he cut her off. "With you it's just Gideon. But an omega can't call an alpha by his name. You're my mate." He leaned close, kissing her. "You can call me anything you want, but let's start with my name, eh?" She blushed but nodded. "Okay, Gideon?" He flashed a dazzling grin. "So, let's start on the first floor." Shannon stood, and he quickly followed suit, entwining his fingers with hers. Hand in hand, she led him out of the dining hall and towards the rec rooms. Phoebe watched them with a smile before opening a link. "Mona? Are you busy?" "For you, Luna, never," Mona chuckled. "I am in the middle of something in the lab, if you don't mind coming to me." "Not at all. I'll be there soon." Phoebe headed out through the kitchen and stepped outside. She hadn't gone more than 2 steps before a member of her personal guard fell in line behind her. As long as she stayed in the pack house, she hardly ever spotted them. But as soon as she stepped outside, she had a shadow. It never failed. She walked along a well-worn trail leading her toward the pack hospital. Passing it, she continued down a slightly lesser-used path. It split, one trail heading toward the prison and the other leading her to a different facility. This one had much higher security and was off-limits to most of the pack. Luckily, as Luna, she had access. Entering a code and placing a hand on a palm reader, she waited until the door clicked and allowed her access. Her bodyguard followed her down the hall on the other side. She nodded to the personnel manning the front desk, but didn't stop. Reaching the next door, Phoebe paused at the lock. This one a retinal scanner. She hated this one, as did Mani, who had to withdraw. If her eyes shined silver at all, they would fail and cause a lockdown. The door opened, and Phoebe stepped inside. This time, her guard didn't follow. Instead, he headed to where she assumed the security rooms were located. She was now in the most secured area of the building. If there was a breach, the facility would lock down around her. Phoebe walked down the hallway, passing various labs before reaching the one she wanted. There she found Mona at the desk preparing samples of some sort for the sequencing machine. Phoebe didn't know what any of the equipment was for and didn't bother asking. "Hello, Luna," Mona greeted. "Hello," Phoebe sighed, sinking into a seat. "So what can I do you for?" "What are you doing?" Phoebe asked, her curiosity getting the best of her. "Processing blood, tissue, hair, and saliva samples from the rogues. I'm trying to isolate where they came from." "Any results?" "For this batch, no," Mona sighed. "But if it follows the pattern of previous attacks, then most of these wolves probably started off some 1,500 miles from here." "Really?" Phoebe asked, looking at the map Mona had on the computer screen. It was filled with small red dots. Each dot represented a wolf whose full origins might always be a mystery. What they knew about the rogues relied mostly on the results of Mona's tests. Yep, rogues don't usually travel that far. "They don't?" "No." From our previous study using radio collars, we know most rogues tend to stick to a territory about 50 to 100 miles in diameter. They very rarely leave. Why did these ones travel so far? Good question. Unfortunately, I don't have a definite answer, Mona sighed. Most rogues set up their territories bordering a pack territory. How or why we don't know. They usually stay in the same area unless driven out either by pack wolves chasing them off, fire, or some other natural disaster. Why do they set up a territory at all? A question for the ages, Mona sighed. Personally, I think they are following their instincts. Wolves usually set up a home territory after all. But as for why they set one up close to packs, maybe it's a homing instinct, the need to be in a pack, safety in numbers. Maybe a homing instinct? Phoebe added. Like they are trying to return home? Mona asked. Maybe. Until we have a more conclusive DNA database for werewolves, we probably won't know for sure. There were many questions about rogues and hardly any answers. As far as she knew, the studies they conducted on rogues were the only ones being done. With rogues on the rise, it was important to understand just what drove them to go feral. However, by the time that happened, they were already too far gone to ask. Phoebe stared at the map deep in thought. Something catch your attention, Luna? Mona asked. It seems a lot of rogues came from near Rimrock. Your old pack? Mona asked, looking at the map. Interesting. But I don't recall our alpha ever banishing someone, Phoebe frowned. Banishing was a last resort, as the chances of such wolves going feral and becoming problem rogues was too great. Well, fur samples can only tell us where they were recently, Mona said. They might have traveled even further. But why come here? Blue Moon hasn't banished anyone, have they? No, never. Not for the last 3 or 4 alphas, certainly. Blue Moon is very good at keeping records, and I have yet to see anything about banishments, though it's a long history. Then why? I don't know. It's almost like what? Like they are being drawn in. Phoebe gave her a confused look. Jason is a powerful alpha and Blue Moon is a large pack, Mona shrugged. We have applications to join almost daily, sort of like how she-wolves cling to alphas. Mona smirked as Phoebe gave her a waning look. It's a female's instinct to seek out the strongest male for a mate, Mona explained. It's probably a holdover from our lichen ancestors. I have a friend who's an archaeologist with the New Moon Pack. According to her, lichens didn't have fated mates. They could take any for a mate, even multiple ones. It led to some gruesome infighting. Maybe that's why the goddess gave us fated mates. Though Mona's theory seemed outrageous, Phoebe felt Mani nodding in agreement. Perhaps it wasn't off the mark at all. Then what about rejections? Phoebe asked. Well, rejecting our fated mate goes against the goddess's plan, but we do have free will, so the choice is ours. Then, how do you explain 2 alphas being mated to the same she-wolf? Are you talking about our guests? Phoebe nodded. Since this morning, the pack's link had been buzzing as the members discussed Shannon's strange fortunes. It didn't seem to have reached the young Omega yet. Turning the computer, Mona called up a different database. What packs were they from again? Cedar Creek and Fall Leaf, Phoebe said. The alpha who rejected her is from Cedar Creek, right? Mona asked for confirmation. According to my research, his parents are chosen mates. The other one, his parents are fated mates. What does that mean? Well, it's consistent with a theory I've been working on, Mona said. My theory is that rejections weaken the pack bond. Alphas are stronger with a mate, everyone knows that, and lunas make pack bonds stronger. My theory is fated lunas make them stronger than chosen ones, and those bonds continue through the generations. Meaning, if the alpha keeps his fated mate, then his offspring are more likely to keep their fated mates? Right. And each generation that maintains the pattern strengthens the pack bonds. That's why the ancient packs have so much influence. They have centuries of fated pairings that keep their bonds strong. If newer packs truly want to grow their influence, then they should always keep their fated mates. Of course, the reverse is also true. Pups born of chosen mates may have a weaker link to their fated bond, making it more likely they will reject them. Phoebe frowned. Compared to her theory about lichens, this one seemed more outlandish. Did it really work like that? Alpha Jason and Alpha Reed both had parents who were fated mates. What about Katrina? Phoebe asked. Weren't her parents fated? Actually, no. Alpha Thomas lost his fated mate to a rogue attack, He was so despondent he couldn't bear waiting for a possible second chance and took another as a chosen mate, Katrina's mother, and she died in childbirth. But Graham's parents, Phoebe hesitated, thinking back to her previous alpha. Actually, she didn't remember if they had been fated or not. Come to think of it, it might have been an arranged match for a pack alliance. She recalled walking in on a conversation her parents were having, and they clammed up quick when they noticed her. Phoebe couldn't recall the conversation now, but she did remember it had something to do with the alpha. So it's all connected, Phoebe said after a moment. Fated and chosen mates, rejections, pack bonds, it all leads back to each other. That's my theory, Mona nodded. That isn't to say the pattern can't be broken. Accepting one's fated mate can set a pack on course in only a couple generations, just as taking a chosen mate can derail it. That's why we were so anxious about Jason. He waited so long to find you. Many alphas wouldn't. Phoebe blushed. I suppose that's why Luke was so insistent we waited. Waited for what? Pups, Mona sighed. Phoebe blinked and waited for her to continue. We've been mated over 5 years, Mona said. I'm sure you've noticed our lack of progeny. I did, Phoebe nodded. I didn't think it was my place to ask. Well, don't tell Jason, because I'm sure he'd feel guilty. But when Luke and I were preparing to complete the bond, he had a request, Mona said. He wanted to wait for pups. It seems he and Ben had an agreement. They would hold off on having pups until Jason had one. Really? They were worried about him considering the trouble he was having finding his mate. They thought if they started having families, it would push Jason over the edge. Lucille didn't mind waiting, but it was not an easy thing for me to agree to. I had no idea, Phoebe shook her head. No one does. It's just between Ben and Lucille and me and Luke. Like I said, don't tell Jason, Mona said. Phoebe nodded. But how have you handled your heat cycles? We took a page out of the human's textbook. Condoms, Mona chuckled. Phoebe echoed her laughter. Pups were considered a blessing from the moon goddess, so forms of contraception were generally unheard of among werewolves. She-wolves were only fertile during their heat cycles, so it was largely unnecessary anyway. Phoebe suddenly frowned. That was one thing she was nervous about. Until a she-wolf was mated and marked, their heat cycles were short, barely lasting a day, and only mildly uncomfortable. After they were mated, and especially after she was marked, it would last 3 or more days. She would be consumed with pain and hot flashes. The symptoms would only ease with her mate's presence and touch, not to mention intercourse. Phoebe was already blushing at the mere thought. How was she going to actually handle it? Mona chuckled. Don't worry. Once your heat starts thinking will be the last thing you're going to worry about. Now that Jason has found you, Luke and I can finally start planning for ours. She blushed lightly. It was clear Mona was looking forward to pups of her own. Phoebe was sorry she waited so long, but grateful they had been considerate of Jason. But Mona was right. He would feel guilty if he knew his Beta and Gamma waited to have pups until he found his mate. He didn't know how lucky he was to have such good friends. Or maybe he did. So, what is going on with you and Alpha, Eric? Shannon hesitantly asked, glancing at the table where the other young Alpha sat, scowling at them. Gideon growled, looking at his rival, before taking her hand and kissing it. Eric sneered at the gesture, but Gideon didn't care. Shannon was his mate, and Eric had no claim over her anymore. With a sigh, he said, Believe it or not, we used to be friends, best friends, practically brothers. And you're not now? Gideon shook his head. What happened? A bunch of stuff. Stupid stuff and one big one. What? His sister, Gideon snarled in disgust. She was friends with mine. I guess she was sweet on me, I don't know. I certainly never had any feelings for her. She cornered me at a party our packs were throwing and said we should be mates. She wanted me to mark her right there. I refused. You did? Well, yeah. My parents were fated mates, and that's all I ever wanted. I didn't want anyone else. Shannon blushed. Anyway, I refused, and all of a sudden she screamed and doubled over as if in pain. And when everyone was gathered around, she said I tried to force her to accept my rejection. That's when it all blew up. Eric tried to punch me out for rejecting his sister, even though I told them it was all a lie, Gideon sighed. Our packs used to be really close, and suddenly battle lines were drawn. Her parents wanted me banished or forced me to take her for a mate, even though I kept telling them she wasn't my fated mated. Shannon squeezed his hand in comfort. My parents refused, but I could tell even they didn't believe me. Once I tell them I found you, though, they'll have to believe me. And they won't be disappointed? No, I told you my mother was an Omega. They won't mind at all. Shannon nervously fidgeted as he drew her closer, nuzzling her. She blushed, embarrassed by the attention, but happy too. Her wolf was practically swooning. They lingered over dinner as they had over lunch, and the hall was mostly empty when they finally stirred. So, I suppose you should head to bed. You probably have alpha things to do tomorrow, Shannon finally said. Gideon sighed. That was right. He had come here to learn how to be a good alpha from one of the most influential alphas in the world. He had been excited about it even after he learned Eric was doing the same, but now he could only think about his mate. I can show you to your room, Shannon said. Actually, I'd like to see yours, Gideon said after a moment. Mine? My mom, her pack didn't treat her well. They made her sleep in a closet. She said it was like a jail, but you? Blue Moon wouldn't treat you like that, right? They didn't. You weren't. Oh no, Shannon shook her head. Of course not. I just want to be sure. Well, okay, I guess that is all right. Shannon hesitated. She supposed there was no harm in showing him. She never brought a male to her room before, so Shannon was hesitant to lead him down the hall to the Omega dorms. Stepping inside, she turned on the light and gestured to the small room beyond. Gideon stepped in after her, and his presence filled the space, making it seem even smaller. The room was about as large as a college dorm room, perhaps a little bigger, with a full-sized bed, end table, desk, and chair dominating it. A television was perched in the corner, and there was a decent-sized closet and plenty of shelving. What about a bath? He asked, seeing as there was no ensuite. Oh, that's down the hall, Shannon indicated. It has bathroom and shower stalls and even a bathtub. He nodded. It was consistent with what his pack offered in amenities for Omegas. Gideon breathed a relieved sigh. Blue Moon certainly lived up to its reputation, and he was glad it treated even its lower-ranking members with consideration. After hearing his mother's stories, he knew that wasn't always the case. So, I suppose I should show you to your room, Shannon said, feeling awkward the longer they lingered in her small space. Actually, Gideon turned, pulling her into his embrace, I'd rather stay here with you. With me? Or you can stay in my room with me, Gideon shrugged. But I can't. We're mates. Mates usually stay together. But, Shannon hesitated. Her wolf was whimpering, wanting their mate to stay, and Shannon had to admit she wanted him too. She only got through her first night with the Luna's help, and she doubted she could get through this night alone. Do you want me to go? Gideon asked. No, I don't. I don't. Shannon was at a loss to explain her experience. She never thought of herself as particularly pretty, and no one took much notice of her. The only male who spoke to her was her first mate, and that was to reject her. What was she even supposed to do? Gideon's arm came around her, and he held her close. Shannon relaxed slowly, enjoying his gentle caresses and scent. Her fears melted away when he was close. It just felt right being in his arms. We don't have to do anything, Gideon whispered. If you're willing, we can take it one step at a time and see where it leads. One step at a time? Shannon asked. And this is step one. Gideon tilted her chin up, capturing her mouth in a long, lingering kiss that had her body buzzing for more. Jason stirred from blissful slumber. Beside him, Phoebe remained asleep, her warm body pressed against his. He sighed, nuzzling her, wondering what had awakened him. In all the time she had been at Blue Moon, he never had a restless night, and yet something pulled him from sleep. Is something wrong? Jason lazily wondered. Trouble, Lobo instantly replied. Where? Jason tensed, but he didn't sense any danger nearby. Alpha. Yes, what is it? We have an issue on the 3rd floor. You should probably get down here. Jason sighed. I'm on my way. He extricated himself from Phoebe, careful not to disturb her. He thought he succeeded until she stirred. Jason? Shush. Jason leaned over her, nuzzling her. Sleep, Phoebe. Everything is all right. She sighed, snuggling into her pillow. But Jason smiled, savoring how comfortable she looked. He wanted nothing more than to curl up beside her, but he had a duty to perform. With a sigh, he rolled away and out of the bed. He went to the bathroom to splash water on his face before locating a pair of sweatpants and pulling them on. Glancing once more at the bed, he saw Phoebe had turned to snuggle into his pillow and smiled as he slipped out of the room. Reaching the third floor, Lobo suddenly came alert with a warning growl. It didn't take long to find the trouble as 5 of his warriors surrounded a mottled gray wolf. One of them had tackled the wolf in the hallway and held it down as it snapped and snarled at them. "Who do we have here?" Jason demanded as he approached. "We think he came from there." One of the warriors nodded to a door hanging off its hinges. Jason glanced into the room beyond to see everything was torn to shreds. Curtains, bedspread, even the rug were strewn about, while the furniture was splintered into little pieces and barely recognizable. "Do we know whose room?" Jason sniffed the air. It definitely wasn't a pack wolf, which meant, "We're pretty sure it's our visitor from Kansas," Chaz said. "This is his room." Jason sighed. It was just as Phoebe warned. "Check the other guest room. What about our other visitor?" "I checked. It's empty," Chaz said. "As far as I can tell, he's never been in there. Should I organize a search?" "No, I have a good idea where he is," Jason said. It was no secret the other young alpha found his mate. If he wasn't in his room, he was in hers, which was the problem. If he's claimed his mate, it explains why this one has gone feral. Chaz nodded. The pack was practically buzzing with the soap opera drama unfolding among them. Jason rubbed his temple. He could do without any of it. "Doc?" "Yes, Alpha." Dr. Helen answered more quickly than he anticipated. Perhaps she was working a night shift. "We are going to need tranquilizers on the 3rd floor." "How much?" "The patient is an alpha, so it'll have to be pretty big. On it." "Kind of a mess, isn't it?" Chaz asked as Jason frowned at their guest trying to free itself from the warrior holding it down. "Very. I'm pretty sure this is not what their fathers had in mind when they sent their sons here," Jason answered. The doctor arrived a few minutes later, carrying a dart gun and a small bag. Seeing the situation, she didn't say a word, kneeling and taking out a prepared dart. She loaded it into the gun and approached carefully before taking aim and shooting the feral wolf in its haunches. Helen stepped back, waiting for it to take effect. "Is one going to be enough?" Chaz asked. Helen nodded. "Should do. It's laced with wolfsbane, so once it takes effect." She fell silent as the feral wolf quieted. It let out a whimper before suddenly succumbing. His fur receded, and his body morphed back to his human form in the slowest transformation they ever witnessed. They all breathed a sigh of relief when the young alpha finally lay in front of them. "That was interesting," Chaz remarked. "How long will he be out?" "I'm not sure," Helen sighed. "It depends. If I shot our alpha with this concoction, he would only be out for an hour, if that." Jason raised an eyebrow at her candor. "Really?" "Yes, but then you come from an ancient bloodline, and you are mated to your goddess-given Luna," Helen nodded. "Our guest here is young, and he rejected his fated mate, so I'd estimate he'll be out for several hours. Now whether he wakes up before his wolf is another matter." "You mean to say his wolf could wake up first and go on another rampage?" Chaz asked. "Yes, it is possible, since it's already gone feral, though you should ask Mona. She's the one who's studying this." "Right," Jason said. "All right, take him to the prison and put him in one of the holding cells." "The prison? Really?" Chaz asked. "Not the hospital." "We don't have much choice. Those are the only secure rooms we have," Jason shook his head. "And we can't risk him getting loose and going on a rampage." There were 2 cells in the minimum security wing that were set up like hospital rooms. They would allow the young alpha to rest comfortably, even if he was restrained. And if he broke his restraints, the silver bars would prevent his escape and keep him from endangering the rest of the pack. "Right," Chaz agreed and nodded to 2 of the warriors who slung their guest between them. "Doc, keep him sedated," Jason said. "Let's keep him comfortable and calm until his parents get here." "You're going to call them in?" Chaz asked. "No choice. He's their heir and future pack leader." Jason shook his head. "He's rejected his mate, so his family is the strongest bond he has. There is a lot more going on with these packs than they let on." The doctor and warrior nodded in agreement. They certainly didn't envy their alpha the conversations he was going to have. Henry Anderson stepped out of the vehicle with a disgruntled sigh. His daughter climbed out after him, She was a pretty she-wolf with new highlights and curls in her brunette hair. She was probably the only one excited for this trip. In the vehicle behind them, Conry Sullivan emerged. Conry? Henry? The alphas nodded to each other. Their packs had been longtime allies, but recent events had strained the relationship. Everything was conducted in purely business fashion, and they no longer associated with each other. "Where's Ava?" Harper asked, looking for her longtime best friend. She had not been able to meet with the other she-wolf since their packs dissolved their alliance. "She stayed home with her mother," Conry said, "to help with the pup." Henry nodded. That was right. Conry and Aine had recently welcomed a new addition to their pack. In the past, they would have all celebrated together, but they weren't on friendly terms anymore. "Right this way." Their escorts directed them inside and to the Alpha's office. They entered expecting to see their sons in trouble for some infringement, but surprisingly, only Jason and his beta were present to greet them. "Have a seat," Jason nodded to them, finishing some paperwork. They each took one of the chairs in front of the desk, leaving Harper standing behind her father. She coyly smiled at Jason and Luke, but neither paid her mind. The silence persisted, making the visiting alphas more anxious to learn what their sons had done. Jason had been rather terse. He said there was an issue needing their immediate attention. Since he refused to say more over the phone, they had no choice but to comply with the summons. A knock announced the arrival of another, and they stiffened. However, the petite she-wolf with gray eyes certainly wasn't what they expected. She gave them a nod before circling the desk to join Jason. He smiled, welcoming her kiss before turning his attention to their guests. "Mona is one her way," Phoebe informed. "Thank you, Angel," Jason sighed. "I want answers, gentlemen. I have a feeling you left out quite a bit in your applications to have your sons study here, so out with it." "I'm not." Henry hesitated. Conry shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "Neither of you wants to explain how your sons ended up with the same fated mate?" Both jerked to attention, sharing perplexed looks before Henry spoke. "That's impossible. His son already rejected his fated mate." Jason raised a brow, glancing at Phoebe, who gave a small shake of her head. She sensed no prior connections in either of the young alphas. Not to mention, if Gideon rejected his mate, he wouldn't have been given another. "And just who is the alleged mate he rejected?" Phoebe asked, earning a growl from Henry. Jason's aura suddenly slammed down on him. "Threatening my Luna is not wise. You only get one warning." "Your Luna?" Henry stuttered, looking at Phoebe again. Her gray eyes shimmered as his wolf tucked its tail between its legs. A knock interrupted, and Luke let Mona in to join them. "You haven't answered my question," Phoebe said. "My daughter," Henry suddenly growled out. "He dared reject my beautiful little girl, and this one did nothing." "I'm just as disappointed as you," Conry said, "but he's my son. I can't just banish him." "Your daughter," Phoebe repeated, turning her attention to the young she-wolf, who nervously stood behind her father. "Is that so? So how many nights did you and your mate have to stay up with her because she couldn't sleep? How many meals did you force feed her because she wouldn't eat? How long before you coaxed her wolf out again? Night terrors, restlessness, listlessness, insomnia." "Excuse me, what are you talking about?" Henry asked. "I'm talking about the long-term side effects that all rejected wolves endure," Phoebe said. "It can be months, even years before they recover. But your daughter didn't suffer at all, did she?" "What are you implying?" Henry asked. "I'm not implying," Phoebe said. "It's obvious she's a liar." "You dare call my daughter a liar?" Henry shouted. Jason's growl ripped through the room as his aura engulfed them and forced the other alpha into his seat. "You were warned." "Wolves recognize our own," Phoebe calmly said. "My first mate rejected me, so I recognize others who were rejected. But your daughter wasn't, were you?" No," she whimpered under the weight of Jason's aura. "I wasn't." The other alphas stared at her in surprise. "Why would you make that up?" Mona admonished, staring at the she-wolf in disapproval. "Such a serious matter should never be taken lightly." "Ava and I thought it would be so cool if we were mated to each other's brothers. They would be brother alphas, and we would be sister Lunas." "So when you turned 18 and you weren't Gideon's fated mate, you tried to get him to take you for one anyway," Phoebe said. "When he refused, you decided to make it seem like he rejected you." It was all an act. Harper hesitated, tears welling up in her eyes. "And what did you think would happen after that?" Phoebe asked. "That your fathers would force him to take you for a mate? Instead, they called off their whole alliance. What if your pack was attacked without the strength of that alliance? How many would have been killed or wounded? Is that the kind of decision a Luna makes?" "Now hold on," Henry stood. "My daughter is young. She just made a little mistake. A mistake that cost you over 100 years of trust and brotherhood," Phoebe reminded. "Will either of your packs ever be able to enjoy that kind of solidarity again? A lie that made Conry doubt his own son and might have destroyed their family bonds. How do you plan to mend that?" Henry fell silent. He had been so enraged by the news his daughter was rejected, he hadn't thought about the consequences, but they were already suffering from them. Relations between their packs were strained and their alliance in tatters. My son didn't reject his mate?" Conry asked. "He was telling the truth this entire time?" "And you didn't believe him," Phoebe nodded. "He's found his mate now, and he's very devoted and sweet to her. A good thing, since he is her second chance mate." "Second chance?" "Yes. Eric was her first mate, but he rejected her the moment he saw her." "My son would never do that," Henry snarled. "He did it right in front of me," Phoebe said. "You would call me a liar?" Jason growled, warning. "Apparently your children need a better education," Phoebe continued. "Neither of them know anything about the risks of rejections, and your son is suffering from it now." "Where is my son?" Henry demanded. "Follow me," Jason said, standing. "All of you." Without a word, the visitors fell in step behind him as he escorted Phoebe out of the office. Luke and Mona trailed the small group as they left the pack house and walked to the prison. The guards let them through without a word to the minimum security cell that had been transformed into a secure hospital room. "What is this?" Henry demanded, seeing his son behind silver bars still under heavy sedation as the nurse checked his vitals. "A necessary precaution," Jason said. "When his mate was claimed by another, his wolf went feral. I couldn't very well have him endangering my entire pack." Is he going to be okay?" Harper stared at her brother. "We don't know," Mona answered. "Once a wolf goes feral, it's almost impossible to keep them from going rogue. That's why we called you. We're hoping family bonds will bring him back." The nurse looked up, sensing Jason's aura. He gave her a silent gesture. With a nod, she turned down the sedation drip and backed away. The guard opened the gate and allowed them to enter. Henry and Harper hurried to the young Alpha's side. "What about my son?" Conry asked. "He's still at lunch, I believe," Phoebe said. "Follow me." Jason gave a subtle nod. He much preferred Phoebe away from this experiment anyway. Conry followed her back to the pack house and into the dining hall, where there was still quite a few lingering over their meals, including Gideon and Shannon, who had slept in rather late. Conry sucked in a breath, watching his son lovingly nuzzle and hold the young she-wolf, as if the world would stop if he didn't. It was a scene he never thought he'd see, but now realized he should have known better. Gideon had grown up watching his parents' love story unfold. There was simply no way the young Alpha would reject his goddess-given mate. Hesitantly, Conry approached the table, waiting for his son to notice his presence. When Gideon looked up, he gave a start and was suddenly on his feet, shielding Shannon. Conry winced, but supposed his son had every right to be wary. I'm sorry, son," Conry said. "We should have believed you. We should have known you'd never reject your mate." Gideon hesitated, glancing at Phoebe as some sort of mediator. She nodded and smiled encouragement. "Dad, this is Shannon," Gideon finally introduced. "Shannon, this is my father and current Alpha, Conry." Nervously, she stood. "Hello, Alpha." "Please, Conry is fine," Conry said, tears welling up in his eyes. "Or even Dad. I'm so glad my son found you." Shannon hesitated before stepping around Gideon and offering her father-in-law a napkin. Conry accepted the offering before gently cupping her face and earned a soft, protective growl from his son. "My mate is going to love you," Conry smiled, dropping his hand. "And Ava has some explaining to do. If she knew Harper was planning to try to ruin your reputation, she has some questions to answer." Gideon grimaced, but it was nice to hear his father speak on his behalf again. Phoebe smiled as the trio sat down together. There was a lot for them to discuss and bridges to mend. Luna, we need you back here, Mona suddenly called. I'm on my way. Phoebe left their guests quietly talking in the cafeteria. She knew the kitchen staff would keep an eye on them and alert her for any trouble. Shannon was one of their own after all, and they were all impressed by Gideon's immediate desire to claim her. Returning to the cells, she found Eric had woken up. His eyes practically glowed red as he thrashed, trying to break the leather straps that held down his limbs, as fur bristled along his arms and back. Harper cowered from her brother, weeping in terror as their father watched in horror as the young Alpha partially shifted. The guard was loading a tranquilizer dart and preparing for the moment Jason gave him the go-ahead. Jason grabbed Phoebe as she approached and held her protectively as he eyed the young Alpha. He would have been happier if she remained in the pack house rather than witness this unfortunate event. Phoebe, Mona said as her own mate held her tight. I think you should talk to him. Me? Why? Jason growled. Because she's the only one of us who knows what it is like to be rejected, and she has a calming aura. I think he'll listen to you. She's right, Mani agreed. We are probably the only ones who can reach him. Are you sure? If not, he'll have to be put down like any other rogue. All right, let's try. Phoebe, Jason's embrace tightened when she tried to enter the cell. Don't. I have to try, Phoebe said. Or else he'll be put down. I won't get too close, I promise. Jason gritted his teeth, at war with himself. Finally, he gave the barest of nods and allowed her to enter. Phoebe approached the bed as near as she dared. What do we do? Give me control, Mani said. It would be easier if we knew his name. You mean Eric? I mean his wolf's name, Mani huffed as if it should be obvious. That's who I need to speak with. Phoebe grimaced. It would be better if the moon wasn't waning too. Phoebe bit her lip. That was right. Werewolves were always strongest on the full moon and weakest during the new moon. While it was true of all wolves, Phoebe noticed it was even more pronounced in Mani. Will you be okay? Phoebe asked. Yes, mate is here. We'll be fine. All right. Phoebe relinquished control, allowing her wolf to surge forward. Remarkably, they didn't shift, and she wasn't sure why. Mani hadn't hesitated to show herself to Shannon, yet even without shifting, their aura spilled out, filling the room like a thick fog. Even time seemed to stand still as everyone froze under the spell of their calming presence. Calm yourself, pup, Mani spoke through her. Is this any way for an alpha to act? Mate, Eric's wolf howled in pain. She has already been claimed by another. No, mine! Where was this resistance when you rejected her? Why didn't you come forward then? Answer me, pup. Where were you when your sister lied and ruined your friendship? Well, answer, Eric whimpered. What is done is done. You cannot change the past. You can only learn from it and move forward. But, mate, is lost to you. That void is something you will have to live with. But you will have to find the strength. You may yet find a partner, but she will never be able to fill that void. You must teach your pups to be better than you. Teach them not to reject the gift they are given. Teach them not to make your mistakes. You can do that, can't you? What if I can't? Then your line ends with you. They will have no choice but to put you down. Do you choose life or oblivion? Phoebe sighed as Mani receded into the back of her mind. She wobbled and suddenly Jason's arms were around her. His scent filled her nostrils and she leaned on him, welcoming his warmth and support. Mani, I'm here, just tired. That took more out of me than expected. Are you all right? Yes, I just need to rest. All right, rest. Phoebe, are you all right? Jason nuzzled her, his voice harsh with concern. I'll be fine. I just need some rest, she smiled at him. He kissed her forehead and tightened his embrace. Watching from the sidelines had been the most difficult moment of his life. But when her aura spilled out, he was in awe. He had no idea it was so strong or how she had ever been able to hide it. Even Lobo was moved to silence. Phoebe looked to the bed to see the young alpha lay in a cold sweat. However, he was no longer fighting his wolf for control. Groggily, he opened his eyes as tears streamed down his face. Dad? Eric? Henry stepped forward. How do you feel? It hurts so bad and I can't feel my wolf. I think he's gone. Eric choked out. Not gone, Phoebe corrected, earning their attention. He's in mourning. You rejected your fated mate, and you will not be given another. There will always be a void within that you won't be able to fill. You and your wolf will have to find a way to live with that." Eric whimpered as more tears seeped from his eyes. He never imagined this kind of pain. Was this the pain his sister went through? Why was he punished while Gideon was still given a mate? "I'm so sorry," Henry shook his head. I should have told you two a long time ago about your mother." "What about Mom?" Harper asked. "That we weren't fated mates," Henry sighed. "Dad, we already knew that," Harper shook her head. "But maybe if you knew the whole story, you wouldn't have tried to entrap Gideon and your brother wouldn't have—" "This is all my fault," Henry shook his head. I was too impatient. I didn't want to wait for my fated mate, and your grandfather wouldn't step down until I had my Luna. Your mother was one of my best friends, so we thought our bond was just as good. We chose each other. It was fine, but there was an emptiness inside I couldn't shake. I knew it was because I had given up my fated mate. I tried to ignore it, but—" Eric and Harper stared at their father, waiting for him to continue. "When Conry found his mate, the moment I saw her, I felt an ache, and I knew she was meant to be mine." Henry shook his head. "If I had been a little more patient, if I had gone looking, but it was too late. The goddess gave her to Conry, and it was clear she felt no connection to me. I had broken our bond without ever meeting her. She would never know it was supposed to be me." Eric and Harper blinked, slowly processing what their father said. They had known their parents were chosen mates, but they hadn't thought much about it. But to think their father's mate was meant to be Ayn. She had been so close, only a pack away, and he hadn't bothered to look for her. Even now, he still felt the pain of losing her. Now that they thought about it, their father had always been a bit reserved when their pack and Conry's converged, and there was often a pained look in his gaze. Was it because he was thinking about what might have been? Did he wonder what it would be like if he had taken Ayn as his own? "So what's going to happen now?" Harper asked. "First, we'll move your brother to the pack hospital," Phoebe announced. "When he's recovered enough for travel, he can go home. But he's rejected his fated mate, and he'll not be given another. However, he can still take a chosen mate, one that can help him and be a good Luna, though. It will not be the same, and you will have to apologize." Harper bit her lip. "Gideon was not your fated mate as much as you wanted him to be, and because of your actions, the alliance between your packs had been broken." "Gideon wasn't your fated mate?" Eric asked, looking at his sister. Blushing, she shook her head. Eric let out an uneasy breath. "So that was why." Phoebe nodded to the nurse and guard. Together, they released Eric from his restraints before moving the bed out of the cell. Henry and Harper followed, each lost in their own thoughts. "Unbelievable," Mona muttered, shaking her head. "To think the fathers and not just the sons were given the same mate. That's one for the books. And Phoebe, what you did, it almost seemed like you were talking to him. What did you say?" "Honestly, I gave my wolf control, so I don't remember most of it," Phoebe said. When Mani took over, Phoebe remained in the background, and though she had some idea of what was going on, she hadn't caught everything. Wolves didn't communicate with each other like their human counterparts, so some things were always lost in translation. "That makes sense," Mona nodded. "Still, it was amazing. I never heard of a rogue being brought back once it goes feral. Maybe it was because it was caught early, but still, wow!" She suddenly got a thoughtful expression. "Maybe there is more to rogues. I always thought it was strange they set up territories so close to packs, but maybe it's not about going home so much as it was about them being drawn to their mates. That would explain why some travel such great distances too, but how to test the theory?" Mona muttered to herself, heading to the exit. No doubt she would go directly back to her lab to research this new information. Luke watched her with a pained expression. "I hope you realize she'll never come out of that lab again," he complained. Jason smirked. "Maybe, but her lab does have a hideaway bed," Phoebe pointed out. "You could always bring her dinner and coax her away from her computer." Luke's gaze suddenly lit up at her suggestion. Now that was an idea. "I'll even help you make a special meal for two to surprise her." "Excuse me?" Jason interrupted. "Yes!" Luke exclaimed before he could protest. "Thank you, Luna." Jason fought back a growl. He supposed he could allow it this time. After all, Luke deserved some private time with his mate. Jason knew his Beta and Gamma had been holding back on starting families out of concern for him. But that was over. There was no need for any of them to hold back any longer. Phoebe breathed deep as Jason helped her out of the limo. Despite his assurances she couldn't shake her anxiety, she was about to meet the royal family. Never in her wildest dreams had she ever entertained that thought. Even if she'd become Rimrock's Luna, there was almost no chance that she would stand in front of royalty. Phoebe anxious, but Mani was unimpressed. For the past week, her wolf had been restless and easily annoyed, especially whenever talk about the royal family dominated the conversation, which had been quiet often. Nora had painstakingly instructed Phoebe in how to properly meet and greet them. Though the royal family need to be respected as Blue Moon's Luna, Phoebe didn't need to pander to them. She should be dignified and friendly, but not overly accommodating. Why? Mani huffed. We owe them nothing. Despite her internal conflict, Phoebe continued her projects for the pack, but the strain was beginning to tell, and she knew Jason felt it too. He was as loving as ever, coaxing her to relax. It was only in those moments her wolf forgot its hostility and succumbed to their mate's charms. Everything all right? Jason asked. Just nervous. You have no reason to be, Angel. Damn straight, Mani seconded. They're the ones who should be nervous. You okay? Lucille asked as she and Ben joined them. Yeah, my wolf is restless, Phoebe said. They stood outside an impressive mansion. It was the royal seat of power, though it was more like an embassy than a capital. In Europe, the royal family possessed an actual castle, though even Jason hadn't seen it. It had been home to the royal family for centuries. In contrast, the mansion in front of them was much more recent. After Blue Moon, Harvest Moon and Blood Moon immigrated to the Americas, the royals' authority waned considerably. They relocated as well, but their presence here was lukewarm at best. Summoning important pack alphas to attend events such as this one was about the extent of their power, though they were desperate to hide it. A few days ago, Jason, Phoebe, and their escort had flown in to prepare for the upcoming party. It was clear Jason had very little actual desire to be there. Though they were welcome to stay in the royal mansion, they couldn't bring in their security detail, a fact that certainly irritated Jason, whose primary concern was always his Luna's safety. Instead, Blue Moon maintained a small estate nearby staffed by their pack members. Phoebe thought it was a little overboard until Ben informed her that most packs did the same thing. No alpha willingly relinquished their authority to the king. Mani agreed wholeheartedly. Since Jason couldn't bring an escort, he insisted on Lucille and Ben accompanying them, much to his sister's annoyance. All week she complained about playing nice with the princess, referring to her as the royal pain. Phoebe made the mistake of asking her why she didn't like her only once. She's a stuck-up, whiny Lucille practically snarled when asked. And she had the most irritating voice. Lucy, why don't you speak to your brother? I know you can convince him to take me for his mate. Yeah, right. As if I would ever want to be family with her. So the princess was yet another she-wolf with eyes on her mate. The knowledge didn't really faze Phoebe in the slightest. Between Christy, Katrina, Camilla, even young Tracy, the list seemed never-ending, but fending off the princess sounded like a greater challenge. She lays one finger on our mate, we will rip her hand off, Mani growled. Phoebe took a deep breath, threading her arm through Jason's as they headed to the door. A guard stood there to greet them with a list of packs invited. Names? Alpha Jason, Blue Moon, Jason replied. My sister Lucille and her mate Gamma Ben, and of course my Luna Phoebe. The guard looked bored as he checked them off the list until Jason announced his Luna. His head shot up to stare at Phoebe like she was Chicken Little, and just declared the sky was falling. Her gaze shimmered silver at the guard's obvious shock. He ain't seen nothing yet, Mani chuckled. Go right in, the guard finally nodded. Well, if that is the look at the door, I can't wait until we get inside, Lucille chuckled. Jason stifled a growl. Oh, come on, brother. We should have some fun with this. I can't wait for that snob to meet Phoebe. It's going to be a show. Jason's grip tightened protectively, making Phoebe chuckle. Maybe it came with being an alpha, but he always assumed the worst. It would certainly be easier if these she-wolves would leave her mate alone. Walking down hall, they ignored the royal guards they passed and made their way to the center of the mansion where it opened into a wide courtyard. They stepped outside the doors and down steps into an area open to the night sky. As with any werewolf function, this birthday was held under the moon and stars. Phoebe looked up with a frown. The night was rather overcast, and she hoped it wouldn't rain. She glanced around to see quite a few guests had arrived before them and were mingling in the absence of their hosts. Phoebe didn't know why, but it seemed strange to her. Even if the royal family intended to make formal introductions later, shouldn't at least one of them be there to greet their guests? If you are wondering where the royal family is, don't. Lucille shook her head. They'll make their grand entrance a little before midnight when all the guests have arrived. Until then, we can do whatever. Phoebe nodded. A server met them offering champagne and earned a snarl from Jason. Baring his neck, the server quickly departed. Jason. A little advice, Ben said before Phoebe could protest. They only serve drinks with aconite and strong ones at that. I don't advise accepting any. Phoebe frowned. She knew werewolves had come up with their own alcoholic beverages utilizing aconite. The more aconite mixed into it, the more potent the effects, but why would the royal family serve it on such a special occasion? It seemed an invitation for trouble, as drunken werewolves were just as unpredictable as drunken humans. Don't forget it also weakens our connection, Mani reminded. So the royal family wants us weak? Depending on the strength of the wolf, drinking too much would impair their aura and make it impossible to shift. It gives the royal family an edge, especially considering we couldn't bring our own guards. No wonder our mate is on edge. Phoebe mulled over her wolf's warning and gave Jason's arm a comforting squeeze. This was certainly shaping up to be an interesting night, and it had only begun. Just what was the royal family planning? That is the question, Mani agreed. Phoebe remained on edge as they joined the others. Some were enjoying the champagne without a care, but most were abstaining. Even if they took a glass from the servers, it was clear it was only for show, as they never sipped from it. So, if our hosts aren't here, what are we supposed to do? Phoebe asked. We just mingle, chat, and enjoy the buffet, Lucille said. It's actually quite enjoyable. Alpha Jason. They turned toward the voice to see a familiar, lanky Alpha with a pretty Luna at his side. Though Phoebe hadn't met her, she instantly knew who she was. Alpha Reed, Phoebe greeted, and you must be Luna Chloe. Reed smiled, glancing at his Luna, who found it difficult to contain her excitement for this meeting. She had been eager to meet Phoebe in person ever since her mate came home from Blue Moon's Luna ceremony. You must be Luna Phoebe. Chloe immediately embraced her. I heard so much about you. Thank you so much for what you did for Lily. We've been so worried about her after everything. It was my pleasure. Lily is so sweet, and I know how difficult it must have been for her, Phoebe nodded. There were just some things that were hard to describe if one never experienced them. I wish we could have done more, Chloe shook her head. You did everything right, Phoebe assured her. You were there for her and made her eat. The rest really depends on time, and you gave her that too. Thank you, Chloe wiped a tear away. Thank you so much. Phoebe gave her a squeeze. It was clear Chloe cared a great deal about her sister-in-law. She was grateful Lily had such a support network. A rejection was difficult to overcome, but even more so alone. Not for the first time, Phoebe wished she confided in her parents. Even if she didn't tell them who her mate was, at the very least, they would have supported her through it. Jason and Reed shared a look. It seemed their Lunas were fast friends. Both of them were certain if they ever had a disagreement, their Lunas would take them to task for being too stubborn. Have you seen Lily? Chloe asked. Not since her Luna ceremony, Phoebe shook her head. Lily's ceremony had taken place a month after Phoebe's on the next full moon, though she and William claimed one another long before then. Attending it had been Phoebe's first official duty as Blue Moon's Luna, and she was so happy watching the pair take their vows and lead their pack on the moonlit run, something Phoebe had missed with her own pack due to Graham's sudden appearance. Unfortunately, Reed and Chloe hadn't been able to attend since the latter was recovering from the birth of their pup. Their eldest son, Cade, attended in his parents' place and wholeheartedly congratulated his aunt. Though Lily was still underweight, it was clear she was thriving under William's watchful eye. Her complexion was much healthier, and a sheen returned to her hair. Her eyes were bright, and a shy smile graced her face. And it wasn't just William who was smitten by his Luna. Though she had only been amongst them a very short time, it was clear Winter Moon adored her. The Omega servers, warriors, and ranked members treated her with respect and even relief. Phoebe wondered how long the pack had been on edge, wondering if their alpha would take a chosen mate and subject them to Camilla's demanding, arrogant personality. "Oh, she looks so good," Chloe gushed. They came to visit for Aaron's naming ceremony. Similar to a pack initiation, naming ceremonies welcomed pups born into the pack. For lower-ranked pups, a family ceremony was often held, but for ranked members, especially the Alpha and Luna's pups, they were thrown a much larger party for all the pack to celebrate, which often included close allies as well. Naturally, William and Lily received an invitation, as they were the pups' aunt and uncle. Jason and Phoebe were also invited, but another rogue attack prevented them from attending. Phoebe had been devastated, they missed it, but she was happy to hear Lily made it and was doing well. "Oh, speak of the devil," Lucille said, catching their attention as William and Lily entered the courtyard. It took all of a few seconds for Lily to spy her family and practically dragged William over to join them. Phoebe was happy to note Lily appeared healthy as ever. The dark rings around her eyes had disappeared, and she gained quite a bit of weight. She was still as tall and slim as her brother, but now with subtle feminine curves and healthy muscle tone. Beside her, looking as proud as a peacock, was William, his arm around her waist, and a new possessive aura warding off any who dared threaten what was his. Lily eagerly hugged Chloe and Phoebe in turn, and drawing quite a bit of attention their way. No doubt it was an odd sight to see three Lunas acting like sisters. Alliances were one thing, but to treat one another as family quite another. "Lily, you look fabulous," Phoebe said, unable to hide her delight. Blushing profusely, Lily looked down at her simple black gown with a deep V-neck. On many wolves it would be revealing, but with her slender frame it was elegant. Even so, Phoebe had a suspicion William picked it out. "Thank you. I thank you," Lily nervously answered, still harboring insecurities when it came to her looks. "I'd say we are just about the luckiest alphas in the world," William announced, "with the most beautiful Lunas at our sides." "Agreed," Jason seconded, pulling Phoebe close and kissing her temple. Phoebe blushed, glancing toward Chloe to see Reed was also giving her similar attention. Though the Harvest Moon Alpha seemed reserved when she first met him, it was clear he didn't have any reservations toward his mate. "Oh, Jason, I am glad you're here," Reed said, clearing his throat. "Last month we sent out samples of the bomb to various packs, and all of them have been pre-ordering it by the case. We will start production within the week, thanks to Atticus's supplies." "Good to hear," Jason nodded. With Bridget, a part of Blue Moon, his pack could make all they needed for their own purposes, but Harvest Moon could distribute it worldwide. "I still can't believe 2 she-wolves cooked it up in their kitchen," William shook his head. "And just what is that supposed to mean?" Phoebe playfully challenged. "Is it more believable if 2 males did it?" "Well, no, I didn't say that." "But it's what you were implying, yes?" Phoebe teased, earning chuckles from the others. "No, I just meant." "Will," Lily gently admonished, "just be quiet. Your mouth tends to get you into trouble." "That's not what you said last night," William scoffed. "Never mind." Lily blushed at the others tried to contain their mirth. Phoebe leaned against Jason, letting herself relax and enjoy their present company. If this was how the evening would go, she wouldn't mind it at all. So focused on their group, she didn't notice the arrival of the royal family until the king stepped forward, raising a hand to call everyone to attention. "Friends, allies, alphas and lunas, it pleases me to see so many gathered here for my dear daughter's birthday," the king announced. He stood on the edge of the courtyard where the ledge gave him a natural height advantage. Beside him, Queen Leah maintained a severe expression, looking uncomfortable, as all eyes turned toward them. Next to her stood a younger she-wolf. Clearly the princess they were gathered to honor, while on the king's far right were 2 males, the princes. The king, Queen and princes wore purple, signifying their place as members of the royal family, while the princess set herself apart in light blue and crowned with a sparkling diamond tiara. The family did make a striking group as they stood together. All bore similar facial features: dark eyes, long, narrow noses, and tanned skin. However, the king, first prince, and princess were blonde, while the queen and second prince had dark, brown hair. Despite their attempt to appear as family, Phoebe couldn't help but sense tension among them. Though the king commended his daughter's beauty, he never once looked at her. Would all the unmated males please step forward? One of you will be the lucky one chosen to escort my daughter for the night. The unmated males followed his request to stand before the royal family. Some were eager, wanting to make a good impression. Others were reluctant, hoping they were passed over once again. It seemed not everyone thought escorting the princess was a lucky task. Several glanced at the others now standing in front of the king and noticed a prominent figure had not joined them. Looking to the princess, it was clear she also noticed the missing figure. She looked down on her prospective escorts with a frown, while her father waited for her to make her choice so they could get on with the night. Her gaze drifted to the rest of the gathering, wondering if he arrived late, and eventually found him talking to several alphas and lunas in a small group. A confident smile returned, and she descended into the courtyard, marching past her would-be suitors to the one alpha she coveted. All eyes followed her as she crossed the distance separating them. Reaching her goal, she tapped him on the shoulder. "Jason, you silly goose. You missed Father's announcement." Selena smiled, offering her hand, expecting him to take it. He eyed her coldly, though that never bothered her. Jason had always been aloof toward everyone, but surprisingly a smile suddenly graced his face. "Not at all, Your Highness. Your father asked for the unmated males." Jason turned, revealing the petite she-wolf in his arms. His broad frame had hidden her completely from view. She wore a delicate salmon-pink gown. Her hair was tamed in a half-up style. Despite its rich, dark color, she was rather pale and plain-looking compared to other she-wolves. Her most remarkable feature was her gray eyes, which shimmered silver in the moonlight. "Allow me to introduce my mate and Luna, Phoebe." Jason smiled. "Phoebe Angel, this is Her Highness, Princess Selena." "Hello, Your Highness." Phoebe smiled. "It's very nice to meet you." Selena stared in disbelief. Did Jason, a wolf who claimed he would have no other but his fated Luna, who was this she-wolf? Jason bowed his head, nuzzling Phoebe and nipping her ear. "Jason," Phoebe chuckled. Jason growled, smiling and enjoying her against him. For a wolf that had always been cold toward others, it was strange to see him so warm and openly loving. It was clear his actions were not only a surprise to the princess, but the other wolves around them. Phoebe shot him a glance in clear warning to mind his manners before looking again to the waiting princess. "Congratulations and happy birthday." Thank you." Selena's mouth twitched as she muttered her reply. She watched in jealousy as Jason cuddled his Luna, showering her with love and attention. In all the years she knew him, Jason was always cold and distant. He virtually sneered at any she-wolf begging for his attention, even her. However, as an unmated male, he could never deny her on her birthday, and she always chose him as her escort. Even so, he maintained his distance and acted as if her touch revolted him. And yet there was no sign of that now toward the petite she-wolf in his arms. He treated her so tenderly. There was no doubting his desire if the heaviness of the musk in his scent was any indication. Phoebe kept elbowing him and shot him warning glances, but her smile made it clear she delighted in his attention. Just who was this she-wolf? How was she able to get his attention and love? "Ah!" Jason suddenly looked up. "Phoebe, there's someone I wanted to introduce you to. Shall we?" "All right." Phoebe cast a final glance at Selena before allowing him to lead her away. "Have a wonderful night, Your Highness." Jason excused them from their group and headed to the buffet table, where a pair of males was perusing the offerings. Not surprisingly, the royal family served only the most expensive hors d'oeuvres. "Zane." One turned at the sound of his name to see Jason and broke out in a smile. "Jason, glad to see you." "Oh, and who is this lovely creature?" "This is Phoebe, my mate and Luna. Phoebe, this is Alpha Zane of Strawberry Moon and his Luna." "Hello," Phoebe smiled. "I've heard so much about you and your pack. That is the highest compliment, but it's not my doing, Zane chuckled, kissing her hand. It's all due to my Luna, Chandler. The other male eagerly took her hand. It's so good to meet you finally. I was so disappointed when we missed your Luna ceremony. It was unfortunate it was so short notice. Men, am I right? Can't trust them to plan anything. Phoebe laughed as both Jason and Zane shook their heads. Yes, males are impossible. Excuse me? Jason scoffed. My mother planned it, so it's all her fault. Zane snorted. Issues much? Jason growled, but there was no hostility behind it. Their packs shared strong ties, and originally he planned to end his security tour at Strawberry Moon, as he seldom was able to visit. Phoebe, Chandler mused. Why does that name sound so familiar? It was on the invitation they sent us, Zane reminded. No, not that. There was something else. Oh, yes, a transfer request, Chandler said. A few years ago, you remember, we had a young male, a rogue, arrived on our borders. He wanted to join and said he had a friend he left behind in his old pack. I sent a transfer through, but it was rejected. What was his name? Dash, Phoebe said. Yes, that's it. Dash. Am I missing something? Jason asked. Dash was a member of Rimrock, Phoebe explained. We went to school together. He was one of my few friends. He had a hard time when it came out he was bisexual. The warriors in particular were pretty brutal. He finally had enough. I helped him purchase an old beater. He cut ties and went rogue. He later contacted me saying he had joined Strawberry Moon and offered to have them put in a transfer for me to join as well. By that time, I was already taking care of Blake and Emma, so I couldn't just leave, and I couldn't let the pups go rogue either. I didn't know he actually did put the request through. I'm guessing it never made it past our alpha's desk, Chandler sighed. I warned him. It was a long shot, but he felt bad about leaving you behind, especially knowing you had been rejected by your mate. But Luna? That's interesting. He looked to Jason, who stood behind her with a pensive expression at this new revelation. It was almost a fluke he visited Rimrock and found her. If she had transferred to Strawberry Moon, Phoebe would have been even further away, and given his mother's call made him cut his security tour short, he probably never would have visited Strawberry Moon, especially knowing their pack security was excellent. Perhaps it was best it didn't work out, Chandler said, coming to the same conclusion. Dash will be happy to know you are doing well. How is he? He's one of the best trackers and warriors we have, Zane announced. Oh, good, Phoebe sighed. She was glad to hear he was doing well after all the difficulty he endured. Jason's embrace tightened in comfort. She leaned against him, enjoying his warmth. Yes, they were all in a much better place. Oh, Selena watched Jason walk away with his Luna still in disbelief. For years, she pursued him, confident he would eventually choose her for his mate. She was a princess after all. Who could be better? Despite the fact he claimed to be waiting for his mate, she knew he had to be getting impatient. No male could hold back his urges forever, and she was determined to be there when he finally succumbed, but he never did. And now he found his mate. The warmth in his gaze was no illusion, but it was reserved only for Phoebe. He held her, nuzzled her, devoted all his attention to her. Selena never imagined he could be so loving or attentive. But why that she-wolf? Phoebe was pretty enough, Selena supposed, in a plain sort of way. The gown she wore showed off her gentle curves, but it was nothing compared to Selena's endowments. She knew just how appealing she was to other wolves. What was more, she had ample experience pleasuring males, so she knew she could easily win anyone's heart. Yet Jason refused to touch her. Anytime she tried to entice or seduce him, she was met with a firm rejection. He never even spent a single night in the royal palace, though she offered him a bed many times. Every birthday he escaped as soon as propriety allowed, with hardly a goodbye. Selena thought he was just being shy given his inexperience. But now she watched him with his Luna, the way his hands caressed her, his arms embraced her, his mouth hungered for her. It was clear there was no shyness in him. He devoted everything to her. It couldn't just be the mating bond. Her father assured her the mating bond was nothing special. They had the freedom to choose their most suitable partner. That was why she rejected her fated mate. She deserved better than a mere royal guard. She hadn't expected the pain that cut through to her very soul when the bond severed. But after a dose of wolfsbane, the pain went away, and it had the added bonus of silencing her whining wolf for a time. If she rejected her mate with such ease, there was no reason Jason couldn't, especially as he hadn't met her yet. He was free to take any she-wolf for his mate, so why then did he have no interest in her? She was the only princess and possessed a royal lineage. So why? Why did he look at her with disdain when he had only love for such a plain little she-wolf? It didn't make sense. "Something the matter, princess?" Selina jerked from her thoughts to see Lucille eyeing her. The she-wolf had always irritated her, but since Lucille was Jason's sister, Selina had no choice but to tolerate her. It just wasn't right. Selina was from the royal family, yet Lucille never showed an ounce of reverence. Ancient bloodlines or not, how could Lucille dare think herself better than a princess? Because she had a mate? He was only a gamma. With a growl, Selina spun on her heels and returned to her waiting family and unmated males, longing to be her escort. She would show Jason exactly what he was missing. Lucille snorted back a laugh, watching her retreat. She was actually glad she had been dragged along after all. "You and your brother play a dangerous game," Reed commented after the princess left them. "What can she possibly do to us?" Lucille shrugged. "Power or not, she is still of royal lineage," Reed reminded. "Maybe they should reconsider." "Lucille," Chloe gasped, "I don't think you should say that so freely. It could be considered treason." "If that thinks she can come between my brother and his Luna, what I just said is the least of their worries," Lucille warned. "They are the ones who need to mind their behavior." Reed frowned, but on the whole he agreed. In fact, he found it rather disturbing. The princess spent so many years trying to seduce Jason when it was clear he was not her mate. The royal family was meant to be examples of werewolf kind, and as such they should have more loyalty and reverence toward the moon goddess than anyone else. And yet, there were many rather disturbing rumors. The king and queen were chosen mates, and it was rumored that not only did the king reject his fated mate, he might have had her beheaded to ensure she never found a second chance. The first prince was said to not only be deviant in his desire for multiple mates, but that his sadistic pleasure usually killed his bed partners. It was rare for them to survive one night, let alone two. The only one who seemed to be decent enough was the second prince. He had yet to take a mate, but he avoided needless trysts and entanglements. Though the royal family had very little power, they flaunted their influence as if they were untouchable. Reed didn't know of a single alpha that held them with any particular respect. It was all lip service done to ensure the royal family didn't interfere with their pack. And yet he wasn't sure what would happen if Jason truly challenged them. He watched the princess return to her suitors, selecting a tall alpha with dark hair. Reed couldn't help but see the similarities between that unfortunate male and Jason. He was a little leaner and lacked Jason's maturity with almost boyish good looks. Even so, it was clear the princess was trying to set an example. After selecting her partner, it was tradition for the princess and her escort to celebrate with a dance. It was something Jason begrudgingly participated in, keeping Selina at arm's length despite her attempts to get closer. With a more willing partner, she sashayed into the middle of the courtyard, using every opportunity to rub and grind against the young male during their dance. She cast furtive glances toward Jason at every turn, hoping to see him watching in envy. If Jason noticed, he gave no indication, as he and Phoebe continued to greet alphas and lunas he had close ties to. Moving from the Strawberry Moon pair, they next met with Alpha Hymen and Luna Cleo of the New Moon Pack. Like Harvest Moon, New Moon was a pack of intellectuals and prided themselves on preserving the history of their kind, as well as their predecessors, the Lycans. Even from a glance, it was clear Phoebe and Cleo were getting along famously with no sign of awkwardness. Though surprising at first glance, Reed realized it shouldn't be given Phoebe's formal education. It was clear Jason had lost the train of the conversation as the Lunas chatted amicably. While he remained silent, he smiled and marveled at Phoebe's ease and grace as she held her own with such learned wolves. His embrace tightened and he continually nuzzled her, reveling in her intellectual prowess. The attention earned him the occasional elbow. Not once did he spare a single glance to the couple on the dance floor. As Selina's partner spun her, Phoebe's laughter rang out from Jason's amorous advances. Burning with rage, the princess couldn't take it anymore. She twirled away from her partner and stormed toward the happy couple. Neither took notice of her even as she neared them and declared, "I challenge for the position of Luna." Phoebe blinked, finally noted Selena, who stood pointing at her. Jason growled, glaring at her audacity. All around them, conversation and festivities ceased. Not in anyone's lifetime had they witnessed such an event before, and certainly not with a Luna who was already mated and marked by her goddess-given mate. Phoebe frowned. "Is that even a thing?" "Well," Alpha Hymen explained, "since Lycans didn't have fated mates, they freely challenged each other for titles, land, honor, mates, whatever, and since most of our original laws were copied from theirs, challenges are still technically legal. Though I've never heard of a Luna being challenged after she's been marked." "Princess Selena," Jason somehow maintained an even voice, "have you lost the last of your senses? She doesn't deserve to stand beside you." Selena raised her voice to almost a shriek. "She doesn't deserve you at all. You should be mine." Jason snarled his embrace around Phoebe, tightening at the thought of any other wolf in his arms. Phoebe coolly eyed her would-be rival and almost seemed bored by the drama in front of her as far as the other guests could tell. They thought she should show a little more concern. After all, if she lost, she would either be killed or forcibly demoted to Jason's mistress, while Selena was named Luna, since a wolf couldn't reject a marked mate. "Are there rules?" Phoebe asked, glancing at Hymen and Cleo. "Oh, yes," Cleo nodded. "As the challenged party, you can decide when, where, and in what form the challenge shall take place. The challenge ends when one submits to the other, is too injured to carry on, or dies." "Form? You can choose to fight in human or wolf form. If the former, neither party can shift, not even a partial shift, although you can rely on your wolves for speed and strength." Phoebe nodded, turning to her wolf. "What do you think?" "I don't think I can take her. I've only had defensive training." "Let me at her. I'll tear her apart," Monty snarled. "Are you sure? Everyone will see you." "It's fine. Our mate is here. We have nothing to fear." "All right." Phoebe moved to step forward, only for Jason to tighten his embrace. "Phoebe, no." She turned to see him staring at her, his eyes practically glowing. Phoebe didn't need their bond to feel his apprehension and fear, considering she had no sort of combat training. If not for her wolf's confidence, Phoebe wouldn't have even trusted her voice. Smiling, she gently pulled his face to hers, capturing his lips and pouring her love and reassurance into their bond. With a sigh, she slowly pulled away. Her eyes shimmered silver as she smiled at him. "It will be all right, Jason," Phoebe whispered. "Promise." Jason growled, still not wanting to release her. "If it looks like you're going to be hurt, I'm going to put an end to it." Phoebe patted his cheek. Yes, he would never allow her to come to harm. She turned back to the princess. This time he didn't stop her, but she still felt his concern buzzing through their bond. "Take care of mate. I'll handle this," Mani snarled, pressing forward and taking control. "Are you sure you want to do this, pup?" Though her focus was on the princess, everyone in attendance felt her aura and fought the urge to bare their necks. Phoebe's normally soft voice took on a huskier tone. Even Jason was surprised and would have worried if not for Phoebe's soothing presence humming in their bond. Lobo was fighting for control, wanting to protect their mate, but quieted as Phoebe's voice whispered in their mind, "Don't worry, Mani knows what she is doing." Jason frowned. Did Phoebe mean her wolf was in control? It was rare for their wolves to seize control when they were still in human form. Watching as Phoebe approached, there was no awkwardness in her gait, which was the usual sign a wolf was trying to manipulate a body they weren't familiar with. Yet considering how in sync Phoebe was with her wolf, perhaps it wasn't a surprise they could switch so easily. "You are nothing but an omega." Selena sneered. "I'm the princess and a white wolf." "Oh, pup. Someone has been filling your head with nonsense. White wolves are nothing special. They just get dirty faster." Selena scoffed, nearly choking on her outrage. Ever since her first shift, her mother had been praising her beauty and rarity. White wolves were seldom seen, so their appearance was always celebrated. How dare this she-wolf claim different? "Do you accept the challenge or not?" Selena demanded. "Accept, of course." Phoebe's silver gaze shimmered with amusement. "Here and now will be fine. Our wolves will settle the score. No proxies. You will fight your own battle this time." Selena sucked in a breath, twitching. It was a little-known rule that royalty could rely on a proxy to fight their duels to prevent injury to themselves unless stipulated before the start. She had been planning to send in a warrior. If she tried to now, she would be forfeiting the fight. The gathered crowd murmured amongst themselves. Rumors traveled fast, and many heard Phoebe hadn't even shifted for the traditional moonlit run. Many took it as a sign she was indeed wolfless. But now she accepted a challenge and wished to fight in their wolf forms. Was she not wolfless? And no proxies? What if the princess was injured? And yet, there was no denying the aura that swirled around Phoebe, engulfing them all. There was a weight to it that was hard to resist. They not only wanted to bare their necks, but also take a knee in reverence. Remember, pup, you wanted this. Don't hesitate now. Don't hesitate now. Selena couldn't tell if it was meant to be a taunt, but it infuriated her. How dare this she-wolf mock her? And yet her own wolf was cowering, not wanting to fight. In fact, her wolf was whimpering. We should beg for forgiveness. We are not begging to her. Selena snapped, forcing the shift. White fur bristled as her joints popped and her body realigned, but it wasn't easy. Her wolf was not cooperating. Her shifts were getting more and more painful and difficult since she rejected her mate. Her wolf had grown morose and barely even spoke from the deepest recesses of her mind. It was unacceptable. They were royalty. They deserved only the best. Even her wolf had to admit the best wolf for them was Jason. No other would do, and yet her wolf dared pine for another? The shift was exhausting, and afterwards, Selena shakily stood on her paws, catching her breath. Her wolf still refused to come forward, forcing her to control her body alone. She took a tentative step forward, trying to get used to 4 legs. Looking up, she saw Phoebe watching with an amused gleam in her eyes. Selena snarled. Her rival hadn't even transformed yet, and she had the audacity to look down on her. Selena leapt forward, intending to drag Phoebe down, yet she hadn't taken 2 steps before Phoebe dropped, shifting smoothly into a wolf, shimmering silver as if formed from the moonbeams themselves. Phoebe always thought her shifts were faster and smoother than other wolves. Mani said it stemmed from how in sync they were with each other. The more in sync one was with their wolf, the easier and smoother their shifts became. The princess hadn't managed 2 leaps before Phoebe shredded her gown and dropped to all 4s, ready to meet her. Startled by the sudden shift, Selena tried to stop, but it was too late. Mani bounded forward and met the princess's charge. Grabbing her by the scruff of the neck, Mani shook her violently before tossing her aside. Landing in a heap, Selena let out a sharp yelp before trying to stand. Before she could get her paws under her, Mani leapt onto her. She landed with the princess trapped between her forelegs and snarled. Yelping in terror, Selena immediately rolled onto her back and bared her neck. Growling, Mani stood over her opponent and snorted in disgust. So this is what the royal bloodline has come to? How disappointing. Taking the princess's muzzle in her mouth as a sign of dominance and victory, Mani stepped away, her tail held high as the undisputed victor. Reaching the torn gown, she paused, letting her blue-gray eyes take in her audience, noting their startled, shocked, and disbelieving looks. This could be bad, Phoebe warned. Turning their attention to Jason, they saw he looked as shocked as everyone else by the silver wolf in front of him. A soft whine escaped as they worried about his silence. Was he angry? Disappointed? He blinked, seemingly coming out of his stupor before stepping forward. Coming to stand before them, he knelt so they could be face to face. Hesitantly, he reached out, cupping her head in his hands and letting her silky fur run between his fingers. Tingles of their bond erupted from his touch, and with it his soothing presence. "So you're Mani," Jason murmured. "You are as beautiful as Phoebe, and Lobo can't wait to run with you." Her tail wagged and their worries faded. Wiggling with excitement, Mani pressed forward, licking his nose and earning a chuckle for her brazen attitude. "Maybe we should shift back," Phoebe said. "It'll make it easier to explain." "Fine, but I better get to run with my mate soon," Mani huffed before allowing her control. Mani's consciousness slipped back, allowing Phoebe to come forward again. As they switched places, the shift took over. Their body realigned and bones snapped back into place. Their fur withdrew, and as her knees settled on the cold cobblestone, Phoebe suddenly realized she was, in fact, naked in front of the gathered alphas and lunas. her face burned with embarrassment, not sure what she should do when a soft cloth suddenly settled over her shoulders. Looking up, she saw Jason kneeling in front of her, tucking a satin tablecloth around her like a blanket and growling at their audience for daring to look at his Luna in a compromising position. Jason. He cut her off with a kiss, warm and promising much more when they were alone. Phoebe found herself blushing for a whole different reason as he swept her into his arms and held her bridal style safely cocooned in her covering. "You're not hurt, right?" Jason murmured. "No, I'm fine. Did he not see what just happened? She couldn't even touch us." Monty huffed. "Good," Jason kissed her forehead. "Then I'll let it go. But if she had so much as scratched you, she wouldn't be allowed to breathe a moment longer. Let's go." Turning, he headed toward the door, only to stop as the king suddenly emerged from the crowd. "Jason, halt!" Growling in irritation, Jason paused, looking back at the royal. Phoebe frowned as her gaze settled on the king. Over the years, she had gotten used to looks of pity and disgust from her former pack for being wolfless, but the hatred burning in the king's gaze was something new. "Jason, you must reject that wretched creature this instant," the king demanded, earning a startled gasp from the crowd. "I command it." A snarl erupted from Jason like a thunderclap, and his aura poured out, making even the king shudder as the crowd took a step back. Phoebe shivered as it rippled over her, but she felt no fear. For her, it was like a blanket, soft and protective. "With no due respect, Your Highness, you have no authority to tell me what to do with my goddess-given mate," Jason snapped, enunciating each word carefully. "No wolf's authority extended beyond the moon goddess. You have no idea what you're doing." The king struggled under the weight of the aura emanating from Jason. "That creature will bring chaos and destruction on us all." Actually, Your Highness," Cleo hesitantly stepped forward. "You are mistaken. Silver wolves are messengers of the goddess herself. They appear whenever we have strayed too far from our path. That makes them heralds of change and realignment. If chaos follows, it is only because we refuse to accept the goddess's design." After the king's declaration, the crowd had become unsettled. Many spent time in Phoebe's company and found her quite charming, but the king's words made them wonder if she was a wolf in sheep's clothing meant to lull them into a false sense of security. With Cleo's announcement, they were relieved. After all, New Moon was the authority when it came to anything history-related. "I told you, you read too much?" Monty muttered. The New Moon Luna wasn't finished, and I, for one, find it rather disturbing. Our king would even suggest his authority surpasses the moon goddess. She frowned warily, eyeing him, as her words sent another shockwave of surprise through the assembled alphas and lunas. While this wasn't the first time the royal family had been caught doing questionable things, it was the first time anyone openly challenged it. Now, not one but two pack leaders from the most powerful packs were doing just that. The king hesitated, glancing at their audience. Though none spoke out against the princess's challenge, it was clear they didn't support it, and none of them spoke in support of him either. They clearly expected the king to stand down. "Jason, your father and grandfather were fierce and loyal alphas. Do you really mean to dishonor them by continuing this challenge?" The king tried to look the picture of a forgiving, benevolent ruler. "Wrong question." Jason met his gaze without a shred of submission. "The question you should be asking is, do you really intend to challenge me?" Turning, Jason marched toward the door. Phoebe's gaze remained on the king as long as he was in sight. His eyes were practically glowing with hatred. Subconsciously, she shivered, even as Jason's embrace tightened. The crowd parted before them, and her gaze took in a myriad of different reactions. Fear, confusion, respect, awe, but nothing close to the hatred radiating from their king. For once, even Monty was silent. Phoebe expected the royal guards to stop them, but none dared approach Jason with his aura preceding them. In fact, most bowed, baring their necks at his approach, and didn't move until he passed by. Making it to the front door, he carried her down the steps to their hastily summoned limo. At the very least, the driver didn't seem surprised to see them or the state of Phoebe's undress. Holding the door, the warrior bowed to them as they approached. Refusing to release her, Jason climbed in and slid across the seat, still cradling Phoebe in his lap. Only then did his aura ease, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Jason?" Phoebe, are you sure you're not hurt? He caressed her cheek. Jason, I'm fine. He cut her off with a kiss. Cradling her head, he stole her breath with unrestrained passion flooding their bond as his tongue curled and dominated her mouth. Geez, if you're going to do that, we'll call a cab, Lucille said as she and Ben slid into their seats across from them. A growl erupted from Jason as he glared at his sister. Blushing bright red, Phoebe buried her face in his shoulder. She had completely forgotten the others. Oh, don't give me that, Lucille huffed. Try to control yourself, brother. You can always get out and walk, Jason answered through clenched teeth. In these heels? Are you kidding? Lucille scoffed before looking at Phoebe. But damn, Phoebe, your wolf is something else. With an awkward smile, Phoebe settled in Jason's lap as it was evident he wasn't going to let her go anytime soon. Did you know, Ben asked, that she was silver? Yes, Phoebe nodded, but I didn't know about the whole messenger of the goddess thing. My wolf awakened early and we shifted early too, but even my parents didn't know. How could they not know? Lucille asked, confused. Well, Phoebe hesitated. She knew from the beginning Mani was not a typical wolf. Everything from her sudden awakening to her coloration was unorthodox. Phoebe wasn't sure she could explain it, or even if she should. It was Mani who insisted on secrecy from the beginning, and after meeting the king, Phoebe finally understood why. It's all right, Mani finally spoke. Mate is here now. We don't need secrets to protect ourselves. Mate will protect us. Will he? Against the king? Phoebe, Jason cupped her chin and turned her to face him, sensing her disquiet through the bond. No matter what, I won't let anyone hut your, believe me, Angel. He caressed her cheek, smoothing away tears she didn't know were there. She could feel his dedication through the bond. His warmth, love, and determination surrounded her. He would defend her against any threat. He would take on the whole world if necessary. Phoebe, Jason gently prompted. My wolf said we shouldn't tell anyone. She awakened much earlier than most wolves, and as long as she stayed in the back of my mind, no one seemed to notice, Phoebe said. When it was time for us to shift, she woke me up and told me to go outside without waking our parents. Afterwards, she still insisted on hiding herself. That's why everyone assumed you were wolfless, Jason surmised. Phoebe nodded. I didn't know anything about silver wolves. I hadn't even heard of them. There was only one book in my father's entire collection that mentioned them, calling them harbingers of chaos. To be honest, it kind of frightened me. Sometimes others could sense her, or at least their wolves did. Luke and I wondered why everyone kept calling you wolfless when we could definitely sense her. You did? Phoebe asked, genuinely surprised. Then maybe my wolf was right. She said the reason everyone thought we were wolfless was because they weren't in tune with their wolves. Makes sense, Ben agreed. It could also be because you and your wolf are so in sync that it is not easy to sense one from the other. When your wolf comes forward, we don't always feel it the same way as with others. Phoebe felt her cheeks warm, but was it really that unusual? Then again, after her experience with Graham, Katrina, Camilla, and even their recent alpha visitors, she really couldn't argue. In fact, it did seem a lot of werewolves put themselves at odds with their wolves. It was a worrying trend. So, about your rejection, Ben hesitated to bring it up, but there were still so many questions. Phoebe felt Jason's embrace tighten. She just shook her head, saying, There isn't much to tell. I graduated school early and went to college, so I never met Graham until he came back from the Alpha School. He took one look and rejected me. My wolf said not to worry, and that we'd be all right, but it still hurt. I didn't want to talk about it, but I think on some level my parents knew. They never tried to force me to go to the pack house. We usually stayed home. Mom fretted I wasn't eating enough. My wolf did too. It's not like being a silver wolf saved me from the experience. Jason kissed her temple, hugging her close and not wanting her to dwell on such memories. But he had his own question that was nagging him. What about your wolf? When we first met, she didn't seem all that eager to link with mine. Oh well, she said a lady should play hard to get. So, in other words, your wolf is a tease. Are you upset? No, Jason smirked. In fact, she should feel free to tease my wolf anytime she wants. Traitor, Lobo huffed, but Jason sensed he really didn't mind. There was nothing their Luna couldn't do. Is it really okay for us to leave like this? Phoebe asked. I mean, the royal family? It's fine. Ben waved off her concern. It's not like we didn't see this coming. I don't understand. The truth is, the royal family has been losing power for centuries, Ben explained, and they really didn't have much to begin with. The council technically holds more authority. They are the ones who draft our laws. The only thing the king is needed for is to ratify any changes they want to enact. Other than that, he doesn't hold any more power than a high-ranking alpha. Really? As far as rank goes, blue, full, new, blood, and harvest moon alphas surpassed him long ago. The only ancient pack that still lags behind is Crescent Moon, and that's because they are so small. Barely 1,700 members last I checked, Ben nodded. The only reason they are still in power is because no one else wants the job. Hard enough to manage a pack of Blue Moon's size, let alone oversee all the packs worldwide, even with the council doing the heavy lifting. I don't understand, Phoebe frowned. How has the royal family lost so much standing? For starters, the first prince is a cad, a pig, and a sadist, Lucille scoffed. Apparently it's a miracle for any of his bed partners to survive a night with him, not even his fated mate from what I hear. And you've met the princess, so you've seen what she is like. But that's just scraping the surface. Rumor has it she not only rejected her fated mate, she is also addicted to wolfsbane. Phoebe shuddered. Not to mention the royal pack is broke with all the spending the king does, Ben nodded. The only business they run that makes them any money is the Alpha School. The tuition is so high because they are desperate for the money, but the curriculum is a joke. Remedial math and watered-down history at best. Really? Phoebe blinked. This was all news to her. Rimrock's previous Alpha has been so proud to send Graham there. Why do you think we all avoid it? Lucille asked. No Alpha of the ancient packs has attended in centuries, and don't get me started on their little palace here. The royal family only moved here after they lost their castle overseas, Ben agreed. They lost it? They took out a loan from New Moon, Ben said, with the castle as collateral, and couldn't pay it back. I'm guessing there was as non-disclosure agreement because New Moon has not made any official statements and won't if you ask their ranking members. About the only royal family member worth his breath is the second prince, but if rumors are to be believed, he isn't even the king's blood. What? Phoebe blinked. Lucille nodded. The current queen is the king's second or third mate. She was mated to one of the king's guard who died mysteriously. Her coronation was rushed and the prince was born shortly afterward. So unless she was having an affair with the king to begin with, it's highly unlikely the prince is of the royal bloodline. Phoebe slowly digested all of what she had been told, trying to recall the royal family. There had definitely been tension among them, and while the first prince and princess did share features from their father, the second prince largely took after his mother. Are you all right, Phoebe? Jason asked. Angel? Yeah, it's just, this is all news to me, Phoebe shivered. How is it that this is all secret? I wouldn't say secret, Ben corrected. It's all rumor and unsubstantiated gossip. It doesn't explain why the king hates me. True, Ben nodded. There was no denying the contempt in the king's gaze toward Phoebe. It would help if we knew more about silver wolves, but we aren't New Moon. They are practically the Alexandria of our history and lore. Our library at Blue Moon is a small-town public library in comparison. Could we just ask them? Phoebe suggested. I mean, about silver wolves? We could contact them. It depends on how much they want to share, Ben said. We have good relations, but they might not want to get in the middle of a feud between us and the royal family. For now, I think it's best to keep all of this off open channels. We also need to find out more about the royal family. There are plenty of rumors, but the royal family keeps its biggest secrets hidden pretty deep. What if they attack Blue Moon? Phoebe asked. They could declare war and... They can't, Jason cut her off. He's right. Only the council has the authority to declare war, Ben agreed. Even if the king challenges Jason for his title, it'll only be a one-on-one duel with the council as witnesses. Aside from using his sons as proxies, there isn't much he can do. Phoebe slowly relaxed with their assurances, though she was still on edge. Mani was restless with the prospect of a future confrontation. It's probably best your wolf was so secretive, Ben said. Given the king's reaction tonight, if he heard even a whisper about a silver wolf when you were still with Rimrock, he could have wiped it off the face of the earth and no one would have known the truth. A shiver traveled down Phoebe's spine at the thought of Rimrock being overrun and slaughtered by royal warriors. Jason's embrace tightened, quelling her unspoken fears and reminding her she was no longer with that pack. That's right, she was with Blue Moon now, and the situation was different. No matter how much he might want to, the king couldn't just march in and raise the pack. Blue Moon was too strong and too notable for that. They also had too many allies. Allies that would not stand idly by. Did Mani know this would happen? Her wolf was being oddly silent. So, what happens now? First, we return to the estate and get you a change of clothes, Jason said, making her blush. That's right, she was still very much naked, covered only in a tablecloth. Then Ben is going to contact our pilots and arrange for immediate departure. The jet needs to be refueled and we need to file a flight plan with the humans. Ben nodded. Jason didn't often make use of Blue Moon's private jet unless time was of the essence. Most wolves preferred to keep their feet on the ground. Returning to the pack as quickly as possible and keeping Phoebe safe was his priority. The king could not challenge Blue Moon outright, but as long as they were here, they were only a small force and vulnerable to attack. Even as their limo pulled up to Blue Moon's estate, Ben was already on the phone making arrangements. It was like a mini-pack of its own. The mansion served as the pack house, and the grounds included acres of forest, all enclosed in a stone wall and guarded by its own dedicated group of elite warriors. With just over 250 staff residing in it year-round, it really was like a small pack all its own, while still enjoying the benefits of a larger pack. Phoebe had been nervous when she first arrived, never having any contact with these wolves, but she found them equally welcoming to her and eager to meet their Luna. They were so focused on making Phoebe's stay as pleasant as possible, they virtually ignored their alpha. Ben joked Jason was nothing but chopped liver in comparison. "So we can't go for a run?" Phoebe asked. She could feel Mani's annoyance at having to wait again. Jason hesitated, saying, "I'm pretty sure if we don't, my wolf will revolt. He's wanted to run with his mate for months. We have a little time." Their driver opened the door, allowing Jason to carry her out. He left Ben to make arrangements for their departure as he carried Phoebe around the estate to the spacious backyard and enticing woods beyond. It was nothing like the vast tracts of land encompassing Blue Moon's territory, but for a quick run it would do. It was also closely monitored by cameras and patrols, so help was close at hand. Jason carried her into the trees and finally set her on her feet. Phoebe wobbled before finding her balance again, while still cocooned in the tablecloth. Curling a finger under her chin, Jason tilted her face toward his, kissing her tenderly and filling their bond with his love and adoration. It was almost overwhelming. With a sigh, Jason slowly eased back, stroking her cheek with his thumb. "Wait right here and don't look away." "Okay," Phoebe agreed, not sure what he wanted. Reluctantly taking a step back, Jason shed his jacket, hanging it over a tree branch, then yanked off his tie before unbuttoning his shirt. Jason?" "Don't look away, Angel," Jason said. "Lobo wants to meet you." Phoebe's cheeks heated up as he shrugged out of his shirt before loosening his belt. While most wolves quickly lost their inhibitions when it came to nudity, Phoebe had never been around wolves while they shifted. To make matter worse, she couldn't help but ogle Jason's fit frame and averted her gaze to the ground. "Eyes up, Angel," Jason reminded. Hesitantly, she looked up to see he had kicked off his shoes and shed his pants. His briefs were about to follow, but he refused to remove them until she met his eyes. Phoebe bit her lip, struggling to hold his gaze, as he removed his last cover and stood in front of her in all his glory. He smirked as she fought waves of embarrassment and arousal at the sight before her. His eyes swirled amber as he lowered himself and let the shift take over. Dark from bristled all across his body as his bones snapped, realigned, and lengthened. There was no sign of pain, and happened rather quickly. Perhaps not as smooth as her own shift, it was certainly close, and in a matter of moments a large, chocolate-brown wolf stood in front of her. In the dark of night, he was nearly black, but in the lights of the distant mansion and the moon above, Phoebe could just make out the subtle reddish variation of his coat, making it brown. His amber eyes practically glowed gold as he took a careful step forward. He was a massive wolf, easily outweighing any other by 100 pounds. Approaching slowly, he whined, hoping she was not afraid of his sheer size. He would never harm her. Crouching, Phoebe held out her hand. Wagging his tail, Lobo pressed forward, rubbing his cheek against her palm. Phoebe stroked his soft, warm fur. Lobo raised his head, licking the tip of her nose. She chuckled, which pleased him, judging by how his tail whirled in the air. "Okay, you've had your fun. My turn," Mani insisted. Planting a kiss on Lobo's cold nose, she stood, backing away from him. She hesitated before dropping the tablecloth and giving control to Mani, settling on all fours. Mani shook herself, enjoying the moonlight shimmering across her coat. Since they had never shifted in front of others, Phoebe didn't have a proper idea of scale for Mani's size. She was quite a bit larger than Shannon's wolf, but she was only an omega. Now, standing in front of Lobo, she could see Mani was nearly as tall, though lacking his bulk. Touching noses, she gave him a lick before ducking under his chin and rubbing her body along his as she circled him. Lobo growled in appreciation as she rubbed her scent over him. "You have 1 hour," Jason warned his wolf. "Whatever." "I mean it. We need to get them back home where they are safe." I know, Lobo huffed, but despite his irritation, he would adhere. Their mate's safety came first, but that didn't mean they couldn't have some fun. With a spring in his step, Lobo headed deeper into the woods, his tail held high. Mani trotted alongside him, and Jason couldn't help but wonder what kind of picture they made together. One wolf as dark as night, and the other shimmering silver like captured moonbeams. Suddenly, Mani burst forward, bounding several paces ahead. "Phoebe, what's wrong?" Jason asked as Mani turned, capering in front of them. "She wants to play. Hope you can keep up." With that, she took off like a silver streak. With an excited woof, Lobo sprang forward in pursuit. They had always been the biggest and the strongest. No wolf was capable of overpowering or subduing them. They had yet to meet the wolf that could keep up with their speed and stamina. However, Mani flitted through the trees like a moonbeam, and almost as soundlessly. It was clear Lobo was just as amazed and enamored with his mate as Jason as he struggled to match her playful bounding. He circled around a particularly large tree and suddenly came up short. He chuffed and looked around him, but didn't see the silvery form he had been following. But her lilac sage scent was fresh and more fragrant now in her wolf form. He felt no distress through their bond, which assured him she was well and nearby. Cautiously, he stepped forward, trying to locate her through their bond. The longer she was out of sight, the more anxious he became. A whine tore out of his throat before he was even aware of it. At the same time, teeth clamped on his tail, sending telltale tingles through him as the bond ignited. Lobo whirled around as Mani released him. With a happy yip, she dropped her forelegs so that her tail was held high in the universal canine gesture for play. He wanted to berate her for disappearing from his sight, but he couldn't help but be impressed. Yet he had to maintain his dignity as she bounced around, trying to elicit his playful side. "Oh, come on, Mr. Serious. Play with us." Phoebe laughed in his mind. "Is your wolf always so playful?" Jason chuckled at his own wolf's hopelessness. "What do you expect? She's never been able to run around with another wolf before. We've had to be careful no one saw us." "We've always run alone." At that, Lobo whined, and suddenly all thought of being dignified was gone. If his Luna wanted to be silly and frolic like a pup, then so could he. Anything to make her happy. Dropping his guard, he chuffed and mimicked her play gesture. Excitement and elation flooded their bond as she nipped at his nose before bounding off. With a possessive growl, he followed. The things they did for their mate, Phoebe shivered as the hot water streamed down her body. Jason's hands lazily caressed her curves, carefully washing her as he nuzzled her neck and nipped at her mark, eliciting a soft moan. Their wolves had frolicked and other things for longer than he intended, but it had been difficult to deny his wolf the chance to be with his mate. He should have made time for them long ago, but he kept putting it off as other concerns piled up. Eventually, they had to return to the estate and prepare for their imminent departure. Though he had downplayed the potential danger, truthfully the king still had a dedicated group of supporters. The sooner they returned to their territory, the better. There Jason had much more control, and Phoebe would be safe and secure. Jason was under no illusions. The king was dangerous and would certainly kill Phoebe if given the chance. To keep her safe, Jason had to eliminate as many variables as he could, and that started with getting her home where his influence was strongest. Shutting off the water, Jason stepped out, retrieving a towel and wrapping her in it, both to help her dry and to keep her warm. After their wolves had their fun, it was clear she had caught a bit of a chill. Phoebe blushed at his care, but it felt too nice to protest. Tucking her into a warm robe, he gently dried her hair before quickly drying himself and escorting her back to their bedroom. He would have given just about anything to take her to bed, but his mind was buzzing that preparations for their departure were complete. "Dress warm, Angel," Jason kissed her temple. "We'll be leaving shortly." "Oh, so soon?" Phoebe looked at him with a note of disappointment. Perhaps she wanted a little more time together. "Yes. I don't know when the king might make his move, and I want you somewhere he can't reach when he does." Phoebe shivered at his warning. Jason's embrace tightened, not wanting anything he said to disturb her. He would protect her and flooded their bond with his reassurance. Phoebe snuggled into him, accepting his comfort and strength. She hated to think she would annoy him by depending on him too much, but he growled the moment he sensed her hesitation. His life belonged to her. Reluctantly parting from him, she quickly went to the closet and selected something to wear. She hadn't brought much with her, but Lucille took her shopping almost as soon as they arrived. Her sister-in-law insisted they buy far more than she could ever wear in a week. They originally planned to stay, saying she could just leave the wardrobe there when it was time to leave. Apparently, Lucille kept a closet of clothes at all Blue Moon's properties, so she never had to pack. It seemed a bit much to Phoebe, who had always lived frugally, but also strangely appealing. Selecting leggings and a sweater, she finished drying and changed. The sweater was cashmere and the softest thing she had ever worn. At the time, she thought it was far too expensive, but now she was glad Lucille talked her into it. Stepping back into the bedroom, she saw that Jason was already dressed. Here, they each had a separate walk-in closet, much to Jason's chagrin. Seeing him in black trousers, matching leather jacket, and cream turtleneck, she couldn't help but think how regal he looked. He was a true alpha. It didn't matter what he wore, he looked strong and capable. In contrast, she was small. She would never be able to command a room simply by walking into it like he could. It wasn't the first time she thought inferior to him. She still didn't feel like a Luna, despite how the pack treated her. There were just some things one had to be born with, and she was still just a nameless cog, even if she now had more clothes than she could ever wear in a lifetime. "Phoebe?" Jason came to her side, sensing her disquiet. "Are you overthinking again?" "No, it's just..." He held her close, nuzzling her. "Angel, you really need to stop doubting yourself. I've never seen a more natural Luna than you. Your bias. Maybe, but that doesn't make it any less true." Phoebe tried to stifle a laugh, but he sensed her mirth through their bond. "You have been my Luna officially for 4 months," Jason gently intoned. "The pack is whole and complete because of you. You have changed how our pups are taken care of and educated. You absolutely changed how pack members treat and interact with each other. They love you, adore you, almost as much as I do. So please, stop doubting yourself." He cupped her face in his hands, caressing her cheeks with his thumbs. His eyes swirled amber, showing his wolf was close and in full agreement. "You may not have been born a Luna, but you were destined to be one," Jason said. "You were destined to be my Luna." Phoebe shivered as his words flowed through her, touching the restless part of her soul. How did he always know just what to say to settle the part of her that needed his words? "Feel better?" Jason smirked. She nodded, not trusting her voice. "Then let's go home." Though they had arrived with luggage, they wouldn't be taking anything back. Not only did Jason want to travel light, but Phoebe's wardrobe had expanded considerably, making it unnecessary. It would also make returning to the estate easier by leaving some essentials behind. Taking her hand, he led her to the garage where their escort waited. Finally, Ben chuckled. As long as you two were taking, I was beginning to wonder if you decided to finish everything your wolf started. Phoebe blushed. But Jason merely growled at his audacity. Everything ready? Jason asked, glaring at his gamma as he addressed the estate's security chief. Yes, Alpha. Casper answered, ignoring the friendly banter between the two. Vehicles are ready and our spotters have eyes on 2 lookouts. Only 2? Jason asked. Casper gave a small shrug. They knew the king would move quickly, but it seemed he lacked the numbers to maintain surveillance. It was odd considering they were essentially in royal territory, or perhaps he was underestimating them. Casper was an older wolf and already out of his prime when Jason was still a pup. He had been injured during a rogue attack and now walked with a permanent limp. This injury was what finally took him off active duty, but his mind was still sharp and his experience invaluable. He had taken the lead position over the estate's security as a form of semi-retirement. It was his quiet post, allowing him and his mate to enjoy their twilight years. His mate, Matilda, was head of the staff and ran everything with the efficiency of a drill sergeant. Yet she was generally soft-spoken and treated everyone as if they were family. Luna, Matilda greeted as soon as Phoebe appeared. I wish you could have stayed longer. I do too. Phoebe readily took her hands, not minding the calluses. Next time we'll bring the pups. Oh yes, please do. I haven't had pups to spoil since our own outgrew my knee. Shall we take them out? Casper asked, drawing Jason's attention away from Phoebe quietly chatting with the staff. Positions? One is in the tree across the road and another on the house just east of the gate. Let's see if we can stir up the nest, Jason said. Take out the one in the tree. Casper nodded, his mind link with their sniper already open. Shot is green on target 1. Perched on the estate roof and lying flat to avoid being seen, Jacob stirred. He was among the best shots in all Blue Moon, a title he took very seriously. Most of the personnel at the estate fell under one of 2 categories, those who retired from active service and those on extended leave due to injury. Jacob was among the latter, having taken a bullet for the dignitary he had been assigned to protect. Luckily, the bullet wasn't silver. Even so, it had come close to his heart. It had been a struggle to even get out of bed in the beginning of his recovery, but now he was chafing under doctor's orders and eager to once again join the active rosters. Perhaps this mission was his chance to prove he was ready to his alpha. Shot is green on target 1. A smile twitched the corners of his mouth as Jacob peered down the scope at the amateur the king sent. Sliding the bolt home, he loaded the single silver round and settled his sight on his target. Beside him, his mate and spotter kept watch on their second target. Don't miss, Nathan taunted, not taking his eyes from target 2. If you're trying to be distracting, it's not going to work. Jacob snorted, letting out a long, easy breath as his finger settled on the trigger and squeezed. His shoulder absorbed the kickback while the silencer ensured no sound. Watching through the scope, he saw his target jerk as the bullet hit its mark before slumping forward and falling from his precarious perch to land in a heap on the ground. Though the bullet was silver and would kill its target unless removed, it was a point of pride to make a clean kill shot. Target 1 neutralized. Target neutralized Alpha, Casper relayed. Send Team 1. Team 1, you are good to go, Casper relayed. At the front door, the estate sat 3 unmarked SUVs with a team and drivers waiting. Once the word was given, the doors opened and 4 figures were quickly escorted to the waiting vehicles. The motorcade pulled away and headed out the gate. Decoy is away, Casper nodded once it was confirmed. Good. Jason looked back to where Phoebe stood with the staff. Phoebe? She turned, seeing his outstretched hand before bidding the staff farewell, and returned to his side. Oh, Luna? Here. It's rather chilly tonight. Matilda approached with a woolen jacket. With a grateful smile, Phoebe pulled it on before Jason helped her into the unmarked SUV. Ben and Lucille climbed into another as the escort team took their places. Shot is green on target 2, Casper intoned, and waited for the all-clear before signaling them to proceed. The garage doors opened, the trio of SUVs departed. Phoebe nervously fidgeted as they moved out in silence. This certainly was not how she expected their brief vacation to end. It was meant to be a relaxing week away from the pack, but it had become its own sort of nightmare. Phoebe pensively stared out the window. A warmth suddenly enveloped her hand, and tingles traveled up her arm. Turning, she looked to see Jason watching her with concern, and she realized he felt everything through their bond. Leaning forward, he kissed her. "I won't let anyone hurt you, Phoebe. Jason, if someone gets hurt because of me, if someone gets hurt, it won't be your fault." Jason shook his head. "It'll be on the king. Remember that." Phoebe nodded, not sure what else she could do. Perhaps he was right, but that wouldn't alleviate her guilt in the slightest. Ultimately, it was her presence that brought this conflict. "This conflict was set into motion long before us," Mani suddenly spoke. "Wolves have turned their back on the goddess, and now they must pay the price." "What do you mean?" "You'll see." Phoebe bit her lip, wanting Mani to continue, but apparently her wolf said all it intended to. She could never be certain how much her wolf really knew. It didn't feel like Mani was deliberately keeping information from her. Perhaps it was something her wolf could feel but not describe. Their wolves usually had a sixth sense when it came to trouble and danger. Maybe that's why her wolf could only give hints. But how could any wolf turn against the moon goddess? Unless... Did it have something to do with the rogues? Or was it about the fact so many were taking chosen mates over their fated ones? Or was it both? Was it all connected? It seemed to Phoebe the goddess had definitely been trying to tell her children they had taken the wrong path, given the difficulty for wolves to find their fated mate. Maybe it was more than just a sign. What if she had been right all along? And the rogues, back to Mona's finding. What if all of them had been rejected by their mates? But surely that was impossible. Certainly that many wolves couldn't have rejected their mates. Still, she couldn't forget the royal family and everything Ben disclosed. The state of any pack was reflected its alpha. Jason was studious and organized as was Blue Moon. Meanwhile, Rimrock had fallen apart as Graham did. Even if the king didn't hold power, some at least revered him. His dismissive attitude towards mates trickled down to the lower-ranking wolves, but it obviously didn't extend to all wolves. Jason, Ben, Lucille, Luke, Mona, Reed, Chloe, William, and Lily all had their fated mates. Clearly not everyone followed the king's example, and yet they were also suffering from increasing rogue attacks. So what did it all mean? "Hey," Jason gently tugged her closer, sensing her anxiety, and kissed her temple. "I promise I'll keep you safe." Phoebe snuggled into him, accepting his comfort. Right now it seemed the future was unstable, and she needed to cling to everything she could count on. He was number one on that list. No matter what lay in the future, they would face it together. She wouldn't be alone. Jason's chest rumbled, comforting her and pleased when he sensed her contentment. This was not how he expected their life together would be. He knew she was special, but seeing her wolf completely blindsided him. She was magnificent. Despite Phoebe's petite size, her wolf was larger than a beta, though lankier, which made her look smaller. He had glimpsed her speed earlier that night. She flitted through the trees like a ghost. Even Lobo had been stunned. Of course, that didn't stop him from indulging in his mate. He certainly hadn't heard of a silver wolf, and Luna Cleo's speech left him with more questions than answers. Jason had no way of knowing if anything she said was true, and quite frankly, he didn't care. Phoebe was his mate, and nothing would change that, not even if they said she was the goddess herself. More confusing was the pure hate radiating from the king. Jason had been ready to tear him apart, and Lobo practically crawled out of his mind, wanting a bite out of the king, the moment he tried to command them to reject their mate. If Phoebe had not been in his arms, he might have let his wolf loose. Phoebe had to be kept safe and out of the king's reach. Getting her back to the pack's territory was step one. But what then? He couldn't remain defensive. There was one surefire way to end it, and that meant taking out the king and anyone who stood at his side. He didn't doubt his pack's strength, but he wasn't sure an open conflict with the royal family would be supported by the werewolf community at large, or his allies for that matter. There was always danger in challenging the status quo. Jason certainly didn't want them thinking he was some power-hungry dictator. To protect Phoebe, he would be just as ruthless. The trio of SUVs entered a short tunnel under an overpass and pulled to a stop beside the median. Jason quickly ushered a confused Phoebe out of their vehicle, as Ben and Lucille emerged from another. As soon as their passengers were out, the SUVs drove onward. Scooping Phoebe into his arms, Jason headed to the median and stepped over it to where 3 identical vehicles waited with Garrison's team. They ushered in their passengers and waited for the all-clear before they started up and drove away, now heading in the opposite direction. Phoebe nervously glanced out the windows and looked to Jason, who seemed completely at ease. "Jason?" "It's all right, Angel." He kissed her hand. "Just a little shell game." "We're not leaving by plane, are we?" "Not this time," Jason smirked. Phoebe didn't quite share his amusement, but she relaxed in her seat, resting her head on his shoulder. Jason held her close and nuzzled her. He would keep her safe. He had to. They reached the Pack territory late in the evening the following day, avoiding larger towns whenever possible and stopping only for fuel and to change drivers. Phoebe had finally fallen, and Jason had no desire to wake her. They kept watch for suspicious vehicles, but didn't notice any tails. It appeared their shell game had worked. With a sigh, Jason slid out of the SUV and gathered Phoebe in his arms. Entering the Pack house, Jason couldn't help but feel they were setting a strange precedent. This was the second time he carried Phoebe up to their room after fleeing a dangerous situation. Reaching the top floor, he found it still quiet, meaning most were likely asleep. They would greet the pups in the morning as a surprise, since they originally planned to be gone a whole week. Laying Phoebe down on the bed, he gently removed her shoes before taking off his own and shrugging out of his jacket. Jason returned to the bed, frowning. He really didn't want to disturb her rest, but she would sleep more comfortably if she changed out of such warm clothes. "Angel?" Jason leaned over her, nuzzling her, and found she seemed to be slightly feverish. "Angel?" Phoebe mumbled in her sleep. He placed a hand on her forehead and noted her rising temperature. Even her face was getting a little flushed. "Angel? Phoebe, are you all right?" Jason gently shook her, wondering if he should call the doctor. Werewolves rarely got sick. Their healing ability handled most things without displaying symptoms. When they did actually manifest symptoms, it usually meant something serious was brewing. It couldn't have been anything she ate. Only Pack members prepared her meals, and he ate the same things. He hadn't allowed her to touch anything at the princess's birthday celebration. The Pack members made them sandwiches for their hurried departure, though they purchased snacks on their occasional stops. Still, there was nothing unusual in that. Phoebe had been anxious since the confrontation with the king. She had a big heart and hated anyone getting hurt on her account. He wouldn't put it past her to worry herself sick. "Phoebe, Angel, I need you to wake up for me," Jason urged. She finally stirred, forcing her eyes open. They seemed glazed over, making him worry even more as he got her to sit up and removed her jacket. He peeled off her sweater to find her covered in a layer of sweat and her skin hot to the touch. She whimpered as the cool air hit her fevered body. "Phoebe, are you all right? Angel?" Her vacant gaze seemed to sharpen, and she saw him for the first time. Suddenly she grabbed him, smashing their lips together. Jason tried to protest, wanting to call for a doctor, but her tongue dove into his mouth, dominating his as her scent flared. He growled as its musk filled his lungs. His own body temperature rose, and a possessive snarl burst out of him as she tore his shirt off, eager to feel his skin. Jason groaned, slowly stirring. His head pounded, and every sound echoed painfully in his ears. Every inch of his body ached, even his hair, if that were possible. His chest felt tight as if a weight rested on it. Forcing his eyes open, he found the weight was quite literal as Phoebe lay with her head pillowed on his chest. Her dark hair spilled over his shoulder and her arm draped across his waist. She breathed deep and relaxed. Though he certainly didn't mind the view, he wondered how late they had slept. "Earth to Jason," Lucille's voice intruded. "Any survivors?" Jason growled as his headache pinched. "Now is not a good time for humor. What time is it?" "He lives." "Luce." The link vibrated with her laughter. "It's almost 1 o'clock. What? How could you let me sleep so late? I have to organize patrols, increase security." "Relax. Already done and done?" "Luke increased patrols, and the warriors are on high alert. Ben's making inquiries into the royal family and everything to do with silver wolves, so relax." Jason let out an uneasy sigh. He was glad things were being done, but they shouldn't have let him sleep so long. By the way, I hope you are sitting down. We got back to the pack 3 days ago. 3 days? It's been 3 days. How? Lucille's mirth echoed through the link. It's called a heat cycle, brother dear. Jason's gaze widened as he recalled arriving at the pack house and carrying Phoebe to bed. She felt like she had a fever. And then... Oh, that was 3 days ago? But how? He shifted his aching body. Did they mate again after that? How many times in 3 days? Hey, Jace. Everything all right? Yeah, I suppose. I remember getting back, but not much after. Just snippets. Phoebe's heat probably triggered a rut, Lucille answered rather sagely. Memory loss isn't uncommon, especially for your first time. Jason ran a hand through his hair. It's lucky your bedroom is soundproof. I can only image how badly our ears would have bled. He groaned and felt his face warm at the thought. Mom and I have been sliding food trays under the door for you two. Your wolf definitely wasn't letting anyone near his Luna during her heat. Sorry. It's fine, but if you are coherent, you probably want an actual meal. If it's safe, shall I send up some? Jason's gaze shifted to Phoebe. He ran his fingers through her hair. She moaned softly, snuggling against him. She looked so peaceful he hated to wake her, but if what Lucille said was true, then she hadn't had a decent meal in 3 days, and that he couldn't allow, especially now. Give us another hour, Jason finally said, then send it up. Sure. He couldn't help but hear her chuckle. With a sigh, he turned his attention to Phoebe, still sleeping peacefully, no doubt as unaware of the past 3 days as he was. Phoebe? Angel? You need to wake up, love. She sighed, muttering unintelligibly as he nudged her. He shook her shoulder a little more forcefully, trying to stir her awake. Phoebe? Finally, she raised her head, groaning at the soreness that had settled throughout her body. Jason grimaced at her discomfort, but movement would help. She slowly stretched, looking up at him. Jason? Hello, Angel. He cradled her close as he rolled so they lay facing each other. How do you feel? Sore. What time is it? 1. 1 in the afternoon? Phoebe suddenly sat up only to whimper as a pain pierced her temple and she fell back down. Jason held her close, allowing the bond to soothe her as he gently caressed her smooth curves. He didn't have to imagine the discomfort she felt, as he was certain it mirrored his own. Take it easy, Angel, Jason sighed. There's more. More? It's 1 o'clock, 3 days after we arrived home. It's been 3 days? Phoebe's brow furrowed, trying to grasp the strands of memory just as he did. How? You went into heat as soon as we got back, Jason explained. We've been in bed 3 days. It's finally done. 3 days, and we've been... Phoebe's voice trailed off as she blushed. 3 days of nonstop socks? Is that what he was trying to say? Jason chuckled, kissing her forehead as his hand moved to caress her stomach. That also means in all likelihood you are already carrying my pup. Phoebe stiffened, her eyes going wide. That's right. Normally, if a fated pair mated during a female's heat cycle, they were practically guaranteed a pup. According to Minnie, their chances were a little different, but she hadn't told him that bit of information yet. Looking at his heated gaze now, she couldn't say it. Our pup, Phoebe finally corrected. Ours, he smiled and kissed her. I'll get a bath running. Lucy is sending up dinner soon. Oh, well, I'm not. No, Jason frowned. No missing meals. You're eating for 2 now. He kissed her again before rolling out of bed and heading to the bedroom. Phoebe watched him, but her mind was concerned with other thoughts. Mani? Yes? Are you okay? Oh, yes. Our mates certainly know how to satisfy. I wouldn't mind another 3 days. What about the other thing? Other thing. Jason thinks we might be pregnant. After all that, I should say so. But you said we'd only be fertile on the full moon, remember? Sweetie, I don't know if you noticed, but it was the full moon. It was? Phoebe struggled to recall the prince's party. It had been overcast, but she and Jason had gone on a moonlit run afterwards, and the skies had been clear then. Yes. The moon had been full, or nearly so. I'd say the chances are 99.99%, Mani snickered. Phoebe felt her face warm all over again as her hands settled over her stomach. We'll know soon enough, Mani said. About a week or so. Right. Early pregnancy tests could be inconclusive, but she-wolves generally sensed their pregnancies far sooner, as their bodies prepared to carry the growing pup. About the time its heartbeat was audible, their scent would change, alerting their mate of their condition. Phoebe bit her lip, caressing her stomach. She was pregnant. They were going to have a pup. It would be hers and Jason's. She couldn't believe it. The news simply wouldn't sink in. "Ready, Angel?" She looked up to see Jason had returned. He smiled as he scooped her into his arms and carried her to the bath. Easing her into the warm water, he joined her, pulling her into his lap so she could lean against his chest before turning on the jets, letting the warmth and bubbles ease their aches. Phoebe sighed, leaning against him. His hands caressed her stomach as his chest rumbled in pleasure. There was no mistaking his joy in the simple hope they would soon have a pup. Thanks to Mani's assurance, she knew it wasn't a false hope, but what did that mean for the future and the conflict looming over them? "This is probably the worst timing of worst timings," Phoebe said. Are you thinking about the king again?" Jason asked. "Don't. I'll never let him touch you. I'll protect you, and our pup, Angel. I swear it." "Just make sure you come home," Phoebe said as he held her. "You are important too. I don't want our pup growing up with only stories about you." "I won't let that happen, Angel. Promise." Phoebe snuggled into his chest, breathing in his scent and enjoying the strength of his embrace. If the future was uncertain, she would hold on to these moments. She wasn't sure what the moon goddess planned for them, but it wouldn't tear them apart. They would find a way to stay together. Their pack was strong, their love stronger. Phoebe hesitantly stepped into the dining hall. Her face immediately warmed as the scant crowd turned their attention to her. By now, most probably knew about the confrontation between her and the princess, as well as the king's ultimatum. She hadn't even been among them for a year, and she was already bringing danger to the pack. Yet as she studied their expressions, she didn't see any resentment or anger. Rather, they all seemed hopeful and happy. "Over here," Lucille waved. Nervously, Phoebe crossed the room and settled in the seat across from her sister and mother-in-law's. They both smiled with knowing grins, making Phoebe's face heat up again. "We were beginning to wonder if we were going to have to call the fire brigade," Lucille teased. "Sorry we worried you," Phoebe mumbled. "Lucy," Nora admonished before reaching for Phoebe's hand. "How are you, dear? Your first heat after being marked can be quite overwhelming, especially with wolves as synced as yours, and Jason's." "What do you mean?" "When you are as in tune with your wolves as you two are, they often come forward and, in some cases, take over. So don't be surprised if there are gaps in your memory." "Oh," Phoebe nodded. Yes, she did notice her memory was a bit fragmented over the last few days, and what she did remember blended together so it was impossible to separate one day from another. "Will all my heats be like that?" "Yes and no," Lucille shrugged. "This was your first, and we're in the middle of a stressful situation, so I'm sure that contributed to all the chaos. It probably won't be as overwhelming next time, but with Jason being Mr. Possessive Alpha, who knows?" Phoebe nervously glanced around the room to see many were watching her. She didn't feel any hostility. They remained curious and eager, as if waiting for her to give them some sort of command. "Why is everyone staring at me?" "Because they all want to know if you're pregnant," Nora chuckled. "It's been almost 25 years since Pups was born to a high-ranking wolf, and this one will be an alpha, so everyone is excited. Don't be surprised if they start following you around and offer to complete whatever mundane task they can for you." "You'll never have to lift a finger again," Lucille chuckled. "I don't need them to do that." Phoebe shook her head. "That won't matter," Nora said. "You're their Luna, their very pregnant Luna. You'll be treated like a queen." "I don't even know if I am." "You will soon enough," Nora chuckled. "And Lucille isn't wrong. You will be waited on to ensure the pup develops properly, so don't be surprised when the kitchen staff starts changing up your meals." "He lives!" Ben exclaimed as Jason stepped into his office. Jason growled as he faced his Beta and Gamma. One was bad enough, and here both of them were waiting to ambush him, his cheeks tinged pink. "I suppose asking you two to drop it won't do any good." Luke rolled his eyes, gesturing for him to sit. "Come on, Jace, sit." With a sigh, Jason moved to the couch. Smirking Ben poured him a drink as they sat across from him. They shared amused looks at how uncomfortable their alpha looked. "So how are you doing, really?" Luke finally asked. Jason scrubbed his hands down his face. He suddenly lurched forward, grabbed his glass and downed it in one swig. "That well, huh?" Ben said as he refilled Jason's glass. "Come on, be honest. We know you adopted Blake and Emma, and you've been honing those daddy skills. But really, what's it like knowing you have a bun in the oven, Jason sighed, looking at his glass before he finally spoke. "I think it's the most electrifying and terrifying feeling in my life. I can't decide if it's the best or the worst timing." He looked up at them, his gaze reflecting his elation, fear, and awe. It wasn't simply worry for the new pup. With the threat from the royal family hanging over them, it was a much more complicated situation. "Hey, take it easy." Luke reached over and squeezed his shoulder. "You're not alone. There isn't a single wolf in this pack who wouldn't lay down their life for their Luna. We'll all help you keep Phoebe safe." Jason nodded, letting out an uneasy breath. "That's right," Ben agreed. "We should hear something soon." "How soon?" "Very. You know how my sister likes to work." Jason nodded, struggling to recall the she-wolf he hadn't seen in years. He remembered a rather serious woman who had very little time for young male antics, even if the male in question was her brother, or rather stepbrother. Christina's mother, Dolores, had been part of a different pack. She was another nameless cog like Phoebe, and like Phoebe, had been mated to her alpha. Rather than rejecting the mate he thought unworthy of him, the alpha instead kept her chained in the pack's prison, calling for her whenever he needed to satisfy himself. Somehow she managed to conceive and give birth to Christina, who grew up in the same prison cell her mother lived in. When Christina turned 10, her father set his sights on her, ready to give her the same treatment as her mother. Despite her weakened state, Dolores's protective instincts flared, and she leapt to defend her daughter. He might have killed them both if Ramon, Jackson's Gamma, hadn't been touring the prison. Having only just lost his own mate in childbirth, he and his wolf became enraged. After beating the alpha to within an inch of his life, Ramon forced him to accept her rejection before sweeping both mother and daughter away and into the protection of Blue Moon's pack. It took months of patience and dedicated nursing to heal both mother and daughter. But the greatest balm for Dolores's wounds was an infant Ben who was in desperate need of a mother. In the end, Ramon took Dolores as a chosen mate and fully accepted Christina as his own. Though they were only chosen mates, there was no denying the deep abiding love existing between them. Her previous abuse and malnutrition prevented them from having more pups, but they devoted themselves to Christina and Ben. Ramon treated Christina like a princess, and Dolores was the only mother Ben ever knew. They were so closely bonded, most were surprised to learn the blended nature of their family. Unfortunately, the abuse Dolores suffered had lasting effects on her health. Her wolf was underdeveloped. She struggled with seasonal maladies and a weakened heart. Still, she managed to hold on long enough to see both her children mated. Ramon followed shortly after, unable to bear the loss of two mates. Jason thought Christina took the loss of their parents much harder than Ben. She found it difficult to stay in the pack house and the Gamma suite where so many memories dwelled. Instead, she elected to travel, eventually becoming something of a spy for Blue Moon. She had a wealth of contacts and informants at her disposal. If there was something she didn't know, she knew how to find it. Jason never asked Christina or her mate, Emily, how they got their information or why so many owed them favors. Some things he figured were best left unsaid. "Jenny, I've got your number. I need to make you mine. Jenny, don't change your number, 867-5309. The infamous 80s hit erupted from Ben's phone, causing him to almost spill his drink. "Really? That's your ringtone?" Luke scoffed. "What? It's a classic." Luke and Jason shared a look as he answered the phone. "Chris? Hey, I've been waiting for your call." "Yeah? Oh wait, Jace is here. Let me put you on speaker." Ben tapped the screen and set the phone on the table. "Go ahead. Hey, Mr. Alpha, how are you doing?" "Hi, Chris, we missed you at the Luna ceremony. Sorry about that, we couldn't get a flight out in time." "Yeah, my mom rushed it so it could be on the Blue Moon. Sounds like her. How was it?" "Eventful," Jason said, not wanting to go into details. "So Ben says you have news? Straight to business. Right now, Em and I are in Mercantour National Park chasing down a lead." "Mercantour? Why there?" We picked up a rumor about the king consulting with witches. Jason shared a confused look with Luke and Ben. Unlike vampires, werewolves and witches shared a more amicable history. While wolves praised the moon goddess, witches invoked a separate deity, though they also recognized the moon goddess. During werewolf-vampire conflicts, witches maintained a neutral stance, though some covens openly supported wolves and a limited few vampires. "I'm pretty sure I heard the king state how much he hates witches," Jason said with a frown. "Why would he consult with one?" "Well, not our current king, one of his ancestors," Christina explained. "The problem is there is virtually no record of it outside of rumors, which means it was considered top secret, if it's true. We think we might have found the coven, though." "I see. What about silver wolves?" "I'll let Em explain that." "Hey, Alpha," a new voice chirped. "Em, so I've been through just about every book on lore and history I could find, and nothing." "Nothing?" "That's right, or just about. I've found maybe 2 or 3 references to silver wolves. I mean, we know they exist and that they are rare, but almost nothing else aside from the prophecy of doom thing." Which is super weird, right? You would think that if there is a wolf out there that is going to bring about the end of werewolf society, we would know everything about them. "So, we're at square one," Luke sighed. "Not quite. Remember the old saying, history is written by the winners? The problem with history book is whoever writes them has a bias which skews their perspective. Anyway, let me ask you this. Who writes werewolf history?" Jason's brow furrowed, sensing where she was going. "New Moon," Emily supplied the answer they expected. "I have a feeling they've been hiding the truth about silver wolves. The question is why." "So how do we find out the answer?" Luke asked. "You can ask them. They want to meet you and Luna." Jason let out a growl. "Jace, it might be the only way we get answers," Ben reminded. "What are their conditions?" "Only that they can talk to both of them. We can choose the time and place and any conditions you want to impose. What do you think, Alpha?" Luna Cleo stepped out of the SUV, smiling at the warrior who had accompanied her across Blue Moon's border. He acknowledged her with a nod, but remained on alert. Her driver had also been rather anxious, constantly checking mirrors and monitoring the road after picking her up in neutral territory. It made her rather nervous, but also comforted. There was no doubt in her mind the alertness was due to the threat posed against their Luna. Cleo was glad Blue Moon's Alpha was taking the safety of his mate so seriously. If not, she had been prepared to insist Phoebe return with her to New Moon, where they could protect her. She followed the warrior to the front door where Beta Luke waited for her. With a stiff smile, he escorted her inside. It had been years since she last set foot in Blue Moon's pack house, not since she was 19. Her father sent her to visit for a summer as a way of strengthening their ties, though it was mostly to see if she and Jason were mates. She didn't know who was more disappointed, more by the revelation they weren't, her father or his, but it turned out all right in the end. Cleo certainly wouldn't trade Hyman for anyone in the world, and she knew Jason felt the same way given how devoted he was to Phoebe. Luke brought her to the office, entering without knocking. Jason sat at his desk but immediately stood to greet her. "Cleo." "Jason," Cleo nodded. "Have a seat," Jason gestured to the couch and chairs. She sank onto the couch as he sat across from her. Studying him, she noticed his pensive expression. Cleo briefly wondered if he was recalling their brief history or if it was the future that concerned him more. Probably the latter. Jason studied the Luna in front of him. At one point, his father hoped they would be mates. It seemed like ages ago. He barely remembered it, to be honest, but he did firmly recall the princess's birthday celebration. Phoebe and Cleo got along rather famously, discussing all sorts of history and once again reminding Jason just how well-read his Luna was. But even more important was how Cleo stepped forward to defend Phoebe when the king practically demanded her head. That took courage, and he was grateful she spoke with such ease. "I never got the chance to thank you for what you did," Jason finally spoke, "for standing up for Phoebe." "Oh," Cleo blushed. "You don't have to thank me for that. It was the right thing to do." "Still, it couldn't have been easy in a room full of alphas and the king." Cleo snorted. "The king doesn't have much of an aura. He couldn't command a chihuahua." "I've noticed," Jason smirked. "Still, thank you." "I only told the truth," Cleo shrugged, though pleased with his gratitude. Before either said more, Luke opened the door, allowing Phoebe to enter, carrying a serving tray loaded with a tea setting and small cookies. Jason was on his feet immediately as she approached and set the tray down. "I thought we could use some refreshments," Phoebe said as she poured. "Oh, you don't have to," Cleo tried to protest. "Nonsense. How do you take your tea?" Milk is fine." Phoebe nodded, adding milk to her cup before handing it to her. She offered Jason a cup, but he declined. With a note of exasperation, she made her own cup. Before she could move to sit, Jason tugged her into his lap. "Jason?" Phoebe protested, making sure she didn't spill her tea. "It's fine," Cleo chuckled. "I think your alpha needs the reassurance you are close and safe." Phoebe felt her face warm even as she leaned against him. Ever since her heat ended 3 days ago, he had been more attentive than ever. She still hadn't confirmed her potential pregnancy, but that didn't dampen his or the pack's enthusiasm. "Oh, this is excellent," Cleo exclaimed, sipping her tea. "Thank you," Phoebe smiled. "My mother loved tea. She said making it was an art." She wasn't wrong, Cleo sighed. After another sip, she set down the cup, choosing her next words carefully. "What do you know about lichens?" Jason raised an eyebrow. This certainly wasn't the line of questioning he expected. He thought the Luna wanted to talk about silver wolves. Why was she suddenly concerned about lichens? "They were our ancestors," Phoebe said. "Predecessors, not ancestors," Cleo corrected. "But yes, they were the first children of the moon goddess. When they shifted, they were humanoid beasts with wolf heads and tails. I imagine they looked quite grotesque, but like us, they received the goddess's blessing of increased strength and speed, especially under the moon." Cleo paused, gauging her audience. Phoebe was naturally intrigued, though Jason seemed confused. He probably had no idea where Cleo was going, but that was the nature of history. One needed to start at the beginning. "But that's where the similarities ended," Cleo said. "Their beasts didn't have consciousnesses of their own like our wolves. They were pure instinct. They also didn't have fated mates. Since they valued strength, they naturally sought out the strongest mates. They maintained a deeply stratified society with a king at the top and omegas below. The different statuses didn't mingle or interact, let alone mate. They also regularly challenged each other in fights to the death over mates they believed were rightfully theirs." Phoebe nodded. It was the basis for the laws that pervaded today and allowed the princess to challenge her in the first place. She couldn't help but think a change was long overdue. Lichens lived between 200 and 250 years, so they were never very fertile, and they didn't have heat cycles, so pups were never a given. Not surprisingly, this led to many switching partners in hopes of conception, Cleo continued. Eventually, new kinds of lichens were born, the so-called beastless. Lichen beasts were awakened from the moment they were born, but a few were born as weak as humans without beasts. These few were looked down on as inferior, and some killed outright. The few that survived had beasts that awakened as they matured, and their beasts weren't just base instincts. They were true pieces of their souls and a living consciousness within them. As you might guess, they were the first werewolves. Of course, there was some disappointment when they shifted into actual wolves. They were naturally smaller than lichen beasts, but much faster with senses uniquely honed and superior to their predecessors, and they could mind-link with each other. Even so, they were viewed as weak and treated as mistakes or slaves. Many left lichen society altogether, escaping into the forest to live as wolves, until the next vampire war. The vampires attacked unexpectedly and almost overran the lichen defenses. Werewolves who were much quicker turned the tide of battle, led by a particularly ferocious she-wolf, Kirk Gabris. As special recognition, she was brought in front of the ruling lichen prince, Enlil. As soon as he came in front of her, he caught the most delicious smell. "Mate," Kirk said as soon as the prince stood in front of her. There was no mistaking the intoxicating scent, pungent, musky salvia, and almost elusively spicy saffron. Her gray eyes swirled silver as her wolf pressed close, eager to meet the mate it had been longing for. "What?" Prince Enlil asked, his nostrils flaring at the scent of lemon and slightly sweet fennel filling his nose. What was that intoxicating smell? Was it emanating from this petite, beastless shifter? "Mate," she said again, "you're mine and I'm yours. The goddess declares it." "What?" "Your scent. You smell it too, don't you? You can feel the bond calling out to your beast. Enlil shifted uncomfortably. His beast did feel off, trying to push closer to her as if drawn by a leash. All around them his warriors watched in confusion. He felt the pressure of their unasked questions. It just wasn't possible. Standing in front of him was the most beautiful female he ever laid eyes on. She was petite and far paler than the dark, olive-toned skin of the lichens around her, unmated lichen males. Enlil had the sudden urge to crush her in his arms and protect her from the other males. He wanted her body against his, to lick every inch of her and fill her with his quickly hardening member. What were these thoughts? He shook his head, scowling. Impossible. I would never mate with such a weak creature. Are you rejecting the goddess's gift? Her gaze suddenly became stone-cold gray. Of course I am, he snapped. Then say the words. Her gaze seemed to darken, as if daring him. Enlil licked his lips at her challenge. He could hardly back down now. I reject. Your full name and titled. I, Enlil Karalis, Prince of Lichens, reject you, Kierkegabrus, as my mate, he growled before suddenly doubling over as a sharp pain pierced his chest. The bond that had begun to form shattered, and his beast wailed in pain. I, Kierkegabrus, accept your rejection, Kirke said calmly and quietly. Her wolf whimpered, but they refused to beg for a mate unworthy of them. Congratulations, your highness. You have turned your back on the goddess, and she will no longer aid you. The moon will never give you strength again. You will never be whole, and your name will go down in history as the last lichen prince. Enjoy your twilight. She spun on her heels and headed for the door, her intoxicating scent swirling around her. His beast whimpered in longing and agony. Stop her, Enlil groaned. He would break that pride and make her beg for him. One of his warriors reached to grab her, but she was quicker, lashing out. Her strikes were like lightning as she struck pressure points and brought them to their knees. Goddess, did she know how sexy she was as she took them out with such ease and grace? One of his warriors managed to shift into its beast form and lunged for her. Enlil briefly panicked, imaging her body impaled on razor-sharp claws. Instead, she dropped to all fours, shifting into a shining silver wolf. He stared in wonder at the beauty of her shimmering coat. She avoided her attacker with ease, leaping up to grip his throat with her jaws, tossed him aside and into the door, which flew open. Her way now open, she spared the prince a single glance before darting off into the night. Enlil stumbled to the door, desperate to call her back, as her mournful howl echoed around him. Prince Enlil never saw her again, Cleo said. Records indicate he chased every mention of a silver wolf, hoping to find her, but she was a ghost flitting from one battlefield to another, and her words proved correct. The prince never conceived an heir with any of his bed partners. In fact, no lichen did, and they also lost their strength. The moon no longer enhanced their auras or attributes. So sad, Phoebe leaned against Jason as he hugged her close. As he neared the end of his life with no heirs in sight, Enlil called for a tournament to find the strongest lichen to be his successor. Enlil sipped his glass of ouzo, trying to savor the flavor he had always loved, but it was a hollow taste. Now it reminded him of her pale skin, shimmering silver-gray eyes, and her beast, or wolf. The thought made his beast whimper. It was the only thing it seemed capable of doing, even after 20 years. What's more, his strength and aura had waned since that day. He could barely muster the energy to shift anymore, but he wasn't the only one weakening. In 20 years, not one lichen pup had been born. Lichens were never very fertile, but not one pup in 20 years was unheard of. Making matters worse, vampire attacks were on the rise. They were whittling away at the Lucan's numbers. There were barely 100 left. On the other hand, the werewolves, or just wolves, as they called themselves, were rising in numbers. The moon goddess not only blessed them with speed, but also enhanced fertility. In 20 years, they had more than quadrupled their numbers. In addition, they seemed to have a new ability, telepathy. They called it mind-linking, allowing them to communicate and coordinate even over great distance. On the battlefield, their hunting howls preceded their arrival, and they swept in like an incoming tide. If one fell under attack and was overwhelmed, 2 or 3 others would answer its call and come to its aid. When the battle was over, the wolves withdrew with the same speed as they arrived, barely glancing at the lichens. Every battle Enlil strained to glimpse his silver goddess. He followed every rumor of a silver wolf, but he never saw her, no matter how much he longed for her. And now he felt his end coming. Her words had cut him deep, but the truth was settling in his bones. He would never sire an heir, but maybe he wouldn't be the last Lycan prince. He made his way to the arena where 20 warriors were gathered to be his successor. With only 100 Lycans left, 20 was more than he expected. After a few brief words, he took his seat and watched the tournament. One warrior in particular soon caught his attention. Rather short for a Lycan warrior, he was fast taking out his opponents quickly and decisively. Enlil was not surprised when the warrior ended up in the finals, and even less surprised when he won. While the others licked their wounds, Enlil approached the victor. That was an amazing show of... Enlil's voice trailed off as he caught the faint, spicy sweet smell of fennel. The warrior turned, and Enlil found himself staring into very familiar silver-gray eyes, his brow furrowed in confusion. Was he finally going insane? "Hello, Your Highness," the warrior said. "My mother sends her regards." "Your mother?" "After you rejected her, she found her second-chance mate," the warrior told him. "But you wouldn't know anything about the goddess's gifts." "Kyrk." Enlil whispered the name he often cried out in his sleep. The warrior smirked, turning toward the exit. "Wait." The warrior paused with a sneer. "You never deserved her. I only came here to keep her promise. You will be the last Lycan prince." "So she found her second-chance mate and had pups," Phoebe smiled softly. "But I still don't understand how silver wolves become a harbinger of chaos." "Well, that is a trick of history," Cleo said. "Lycans were already weakening, and her appearance only hastened their demise, but it nonetheless set it in stone. And it wasn't just her. There are other silver wolves?" "One other. You are only the third silver wolf to exist," Cleo said. "The second silver wolf appeared a few thousand years after the first. At the time, wolves kept to their own packs and had no central leadership. Vampires were less of a threat, but still something for us to fear. When werewolves weren't fighting them, they were declaring war on each other. She helped organize the packs under a hierarchy, which eventually led to the formation of the Royal Pack. Of course, she nearly caused a war to do so, but there are only a few records from that time, so her story is rather incomplete." Phoebe sighed. "So she was only the third silver wolf? Were they really so rare?" "From what I've been able to gather, silver wolves appear when the moon goddess wishes to correct us," Cleo said. "Kyrk appeared when the Lycans were practically killing themselves off. Eris appeared when we were poised at each other's throats fighting for dominance." "So what about now?" Phoebe asked. "What am I supposed to be doing?" "That I can't tell you," Cleo said, "although I do have a thought. We all know how many wolves are taking chosen mates instead of their fated ones, as well as the rise in rogue attacks. Since silver wolves appear in times of turmoil, I'd say one or both of those issues is why you have appeared now." Jason's embrace tightened as he growled at the thought of Phoebe not being his mate. "I mean, in addition to your mate, of course," Cleo chuckled. Phoebe pondered everything she had learned. Yes, she supposed she could see why silver wolves were labeled agents of upheaval if their emergence brought such drastic change. But it seemed chaos already existed before they appeared. In fact, it seemed silver wolves brought things back into balance. Why then were they known as chaos bringers? Not a clue, Mani stirred from her own contemplation. "Are you sure you don't have an idea?" "Not my area." "Is there anything you do know?" "Our time is nearly here." "Time for us to do what?" "I'm not sure." "Mani, it's not like I have all the answers. It's just a feeling I have. Like when I cautioned against showing ourselves in our old pack. It's not like I knew the royal family would react that way when we showed ourselves. I wonder why the king hates us so much. Maybe our new friend knows?" "Do you have any idea why the king is so vindictive toward me?" Phoebe asked. "If a silver wolf established the royal family, wouldn't he be grateful?" "That's a good question," Cleo agreed. "I don't have an answer for that." Phoebe sighed, but she supposed she could hardly expect less. The situation seemed a lot more complicated now than when she didn't know anything. Jason nuzzled her, sensing her disquiet. He was desperate to reassure her. They would find their answers together. She smiled at him, allowing his comfort to ease her worries. That's right. She wasn't alone. They would be together, always. That was why Mani waited so long to reveal herself. But what did the rest of it mean? How was she supposed to know what to do? Can I ask you some questions? Cleo asked. Of course, Phoebe nodded. Your wolf, what is she like? I mean, is she like other wolves? I'm not sure how to answer that, Phoebe said. She's the only wolf I have. If you want to know if she is some great mystical sage, no. I'd say she has a greater connection to other wolves, like how I can tell rejected wolves, even years afterwards. In fact, she seems to have a great concern for rejected wolves, but I don't know if it's because if that is part of her purpose, or because we were rejected. Why assume it's one or the other? Cleo asked. If you and your wolf are here for a purpose, then it stands to reason all of your experiences contribute to it in some way. Phoebe considered that. She supposed she was thinking about it the wrong way. Mani described their rejection as a trial to prove themselves worthy, but maybe it was an experience for them to gain empathy and wisdom. So safe to assume the goddess doesn't speak to you? Cleo said with a note of disappointment. I'm afraid not, Phoebe shook her head. Sometimes Mani had surprising insights, but nothing that pointed to direct communication. Should we tell her about your resistance to silver and wolfsbane? No, definitely not. You don't trust her? I don't think she is malicious, but I don't think she'll keep this information to herself, and the less others know about us, the better. Then telling her about our pup is definitely out. Definitely. Can you feel it yet? Not just yet. I'm sorry I couldn't give you more answers, Cleo said after a moment. It's all right, it's more information than we had, but it does raise the question why none of this is in our history books, Phoebe said. Actually, I can tell you that, Cleo announced. Several generations ago, the king ordered all history of silver wolves destroyed and purged all books mentioning them. New Moon hid copies and prevented them from being destroyed. Knowledge and history is our pack's preview. Jason and Phoebe shared a confused look. Just what was the royal family trying to hide? Prince Nolan scowled as he entered his bedroom to see a female lying in his bed. With a growl, he seized her by the hair and kicked her out with a snarl as a maid brought him some tea. Keeping her eyes downcast, she arranged it on his table, preparing a cup. Nolan's nose wrinkled in disgust. Would his father never stop meddling? He waited until the maid had left before pouring the tea down the drain. For years, his father had been obsessed with having several heirs to carry on the glory of the royal line. When his first mate couldn't provide more than one, he moved on to a new one. Nolan had no idea how his mother tolerated him, but after what he did to her first mate, perhaps she felt she had no choice. She never said as much, but Nolan had serious doubts the king was his biological father, yet he had enough sense of self-preservation not to ask. Akan was the elder prince and Selena the princess. Between them, there was more than enough drama to keep anyone busy. As long as Nolan kept his head down, the king was content to ignore him. All that changed after Selena shifted. Suddenly his father had a vested interest in his love life. Nolan wasn't sure why. Something seemed to be gnawing at the king. He was distracted during meetings asking strange questions. At least they seemed strange at the time. Silver wolves. He always wanted to know about silver wolves. Had any been seen? Were there rumors about unusual happenings? Nolan couldn't decide what was stranger, his father's preoccupation with some mythical wolf, or his complete lack of attention toward Selena. Ever since she was born, he catered to her, spoiled her, until the day she shifted and revealed herself. White wolves were a rare spectacle, but the king hadn't been delighted in the slightest. In fact, he flew into a rage. Afterwards, he started his unusual inquiries. Silver wolves. Why silver wolves? Nolan thought he was crazy until he saw her, an actual silver wolf. She wasn't anything like he imagined. The petite werewolf in Jason's arms hadn't really attracted his notice. She seemed pleasant enough, but that hardly mattered in a room full of harpies. It was lucky she was in Jason's company, or else she would not have an easy time. But why was she in his company? Nolan certainly wasn't prepared for Jason's announcement. He had found his fated mate, and the petite she-wolf was it. They could practically hear a pin drop the same time Selena's mouth did. She pursued him for so long only for this strangely pale she-wolf to snatch him away. Selina walked away only to fume as she danced staring at the petite, unassuming she-wolf with such a coveted spot. Nolan, on the other hand, was secretly happy for Jason. He knew how long the latter searched for his fated mate. Watching Jason as he escorted his Luna, it was clear how much he cherished her, but that meant nothing to Selina, who had been raised to never accept anything less than she deserved. The problem was, she thought she deserved things she didn't. To tell the truth, Nolan always felt sorry for Jason once his sister set his sights on him. If the alpha ever accepted the princess for a mate, he was certain to regret it. Luckily, Jason's disinterest couldn't have been more apparent, and his love for his Luna even more so. Nolan thought his sister would finally admit Jason was out of reach, but of course she couldn't. But even he didn't expect her to actually challenge the other for her Luna title. When Jason's Luna shifted into a silver wolf, Nolan thought he was dreaming. By the look on Jason's face, it was clear he hadn't expected it either. She was gorgeous and practically glowed in the moonlight. Seeing an actual silver wolf, Nolan wondered why others made such a big deal about white wolves. His sister was nothing in comparison, and Jason's Luna quickly proved it by tossing her like a rag doll. Nolan sighed as he stepped out of the shower. The look on his father's face was definitely something to behold. Surprise, outrage, disgust, hatred, pure hatred. He shivered just thinking about it. He never saw his father like that before. Nolan had actually been afraid. His father's hatred was second only to Jason's absolute dominance and protectiveness. Jason swooped in and carried his Luna away without hesitation, daring the king to try and stop him. His father wilted and didn't dare stand in his way. As soon as Jason's aura withdrew, the king's rage was uncontainable. He ordered everyone out and stormed off. Selina was a whimpering mess, but Nolan could hardly bother with her. He was far more worried about his father, who was unpredictable when he was enraged. Achin thought it was hilarious, but then he thought everything was funny. Nolan was nervous. He didn't know what to expect. Mercifully, their father backed down from Jason's challenge and left the party quietly. Nolan briefly thought it would blow over. Then he learned the Delta warriors had been sent out to recon Blue Moon's estate. It seemed his father wasn't planning to simply let her go after all. Jason, however, was prepared. The spotters were dealt with decisively, and the Delta teams wasted the entire night chasing decoys, while Jason and his Luna quietly slipped away. Nolan couldn't help but admire Jason's foresight. They still didn't know exactly where the pair had gone, but Nolan was ready to put money down they managed to return to their pack's territory. Blue Moon could play defense, knowing full well the royal pack didn't have the strength to attack them, and no pack would dare set themselves against Blue Moon. Nolan sighed, stepping out of the shower and tying a towel around his waist. There were too many unknowns, and he didn't know how any of this would play out. The king was getting more neurotic and unpredictable. Meanwhile, Nolan's siblings played their little games, and he had no answers as to why a silver wolf was so important. But somehow he knew she was. Stepping into his bedroom, he found a she-wolf once again lounging on his bed. She smiled, displaying her assets prominently, beckoning him closer. Nolan slowly approached, reaching the edge of the bed where her legs draped tantalizingly over and displayed her most intimate anatomy. Lazily, she sat up to stroke his chest. "I know that tea would help you relax," she smiled. "It would have if I drank it," Nolan answered before seizing her neck and cutting off her air. She gasped in surprise, clawing at his hand, but she was defenseless as he gripped tighter until she finally went limp. Releasing her, he watched her crumple like a marionette whose strings were cut. Would his father never stop? "Everything all right?" the voice of his beta intruded. "Sure. Except my father is playing his games again. I'll be right up." A few minutes later, there was a knock at the door, and his beta entered. Corwin was the son of their father's beta, and they had grown up together. When his father declared he and Aiken should have assistants as well, Corwin was a natural choice. It also made it easier to keep him close and off his father's radar. "So, special tea and playmate," Corwin said, surveying the bed. "Yeah." Nolan rubbed his temple, fending off a headache that was ever present when his father played his games. With a gentle smile, Corwin moved closer, cupping his face before kissing him deeply. Nolan moaned as their tongues fought for dominance in an erotic dance he wished they could complete, but it was too much of a risk. If his father ever found out, but how he longed to claim what was rightfully his. Better? Corwin smiled. No. Nolan shook his head. This is all wrong. My brother spends his time torturing she-wolves for kicks. My sister either pines for what doesn't belong to her, or she's zonked out of her mind on Wolfsbane. My father is raging after some mythical wolf that happens to be real, and I can't claim what is mine. It's all sorts of wrong. Corwin nodded reluctantly, moving away to wrap the dead she-wolf in the sheets like a burrito to mask her form as best he could and dispose of her without drawing attention. Did you find anything? Aside from that rumor about your great-great-grandfather consulting with a witch? No? No clue why? No, there is no official record. Corwin shook his head. Just a flight manifest and mention of a trip. Obviously, he didn't want to leave any evidence. You pass on that information? Yeah, hopefully they can make better use of it than I can. Nolan nodded, sitting down at his small breakfast table. Corwin hefted the rolled-up bedding onto his shoulder and headed for the door. Sorry for making you clean this up. I'm your beta. It's my job. Don't worry, this can't go on forever. That's what I'm afraid of. Nolan grimaced, watching his mate leave. With a sigh, he stood and headed back to the bathroom. In moments, the maids would enter to remake his bed, and he could finally get some much-needed sleep. Or so he hoped. He couldn't help but think the end was coming, and he had no idea how it would fall out. Camilla sank into the diner booth, warming her hands with the cup of coffee in front of her. She wasn't even sure where she was anymore. Ever since Wintermoon's Luna ceremony, she had been wandering without direction. It was impossible for her to remain in the pack with that lanky acting all high and mighty. How could life be so cruel to her? One moment she was the envy of every she-wolf hanging off the arm of an alpha, and now here she was, with hardly a duffel bag to her name. When she left, she had taken every bit of jewelry from her room before she was forced to vacate the alpha floor. William wouldn't even look at her or spare her a moment of his time, as he waited on his new Luna. And it was that gray-eyed fault. If not for her, William would have taken her for a mate, and she would have been Wintermoon's beloved Luna. And now, some lanky beanpole was Luna. Camilla had no idea where such a flat twig came from, or how she so easily won over William to get him to claim her, but it simply wasn't fair. She was the one who put in years of hard work. That place was meant for her. She earned it. But no, that gray-eyed wench just had to get her nose involved. Where did that leave her? A laughingstock, unable to show her face to any wolf. Someone looks like they're having a hard time. Camilla stiffened, looking up as another woman sat across from her. The redhead was definitely a wolf. The fine lines around her eyes, not quite covered by concealer, indicated she was at least middle-aged for werewolves, perhaps in her 60s. Her aura was definitely sharpened by experience. "Did I say you could join me?" Camilla sneered. Though the other's aura spoke of experience, it wasn't particularly potent indication they were probably not ranked. "Seems to me you need all the friends you can get," the other said with a smirk. "And who said we were friends?" Camilla warily eyed her. "We might not be, but we do have a shared enemy, Blue Moon's Luna." Camilla tried not to flinch, but the smile on the other she-wolf's face showed she failed. Glancing around the diner, she dropped her voice. "And what would you know about it?" "I know you lost your chance at being Luna because of her. Because of her, you were scorned and humiliated. Don't you want a chance at evening the score?" "What's it to you? What did she do to you?" Camilla asked. "That's for me and my benefactor to know." "Benefactor?" "That's right. He has a vested interest in Blue Moon, and he pays very well," the she-wolf said, taking out a small card and pushing it toward her. "If you accept his offer, follow the instructions on this card and wait for him to contact you." Camilla glanced at the card, nearly choking on her coffee. "There? Why there? Now is not the time to be asking questions. If you want answers, you'll do as you're told, or you can keep wandering around until your money runs out." The she-wolf smirked and stood. "The choice is yours." Flipping back her hair, the she-wolf departed as suddenly as she appeared, leaving Camilla to consider her options. Leaving the diner, the redhead turned down an ally and found a sedan waiting for her. She slid into the passenger seat, not looking at the driver or the passenger in the back. "Did you deliver the offer?" the passenger in the back asked. Though he was shrouded in shadow, a wolf's vision wouldn't have much difficulty seeing his features, which was why the she-wolf kept her gaze straight ahead. "I did, but do we really need her? She doesn't appear particularly bright. Pawns don't need to be bright." The she-wolf nodded. "As for your next assignment, you are sure you can get in without raising alarm?" "Of course. I still carry the pack scent." "Good, you know what to do." The driver slowly removed a small bag from his coat pocket and handed it to her without looking at her. Sniffing it, the she-wolf looked at the contents to see a mixture and dried herbs. "This will do the job?" "Of course. Even an alpha cannot resist. He'll be putty in your hands. Once his Luna feels the pains of his betrayal, she'll come running straight into my arms. That is, if you are sure you have no qualms about it." "Of course not. I've been waiting to take them down a few notches. Him and his mother," the she-wolf growled. "And I'm curious. I want to see just how much like dear daddy he really is." "Have as much fun with him as you like. Just get the job done, Delilah." "Of course," the she-wolf nodded before exiting. She walked past the vehicle and turned down another street to where her own car waited. A devilish smile spread on her features as she set the bag of herbs in the passenger seat beside her. It had been a long time since she left home, unable to remain in a pack that failed to support her and an alpha that abandoned her, all because his Luna appeared. She was the one who had been there on his lonely nights, not that ungrateful cow. And yet, he thought nothing to go running to the mate who could barely stand him. How was that fair? What was the moon goddess even thinking? Why were her efforts never acknowledged? So she left the pack seeking solace elsewhere, since the one she hoped to be her mate abandoned her. Delilah kept in touch with a few friends she left behind, at least until they found their fated mates. At first they sympathized with her about the unfairness of the whole situation. But once they were mated, they also turned their backs on her, claiming nothing was better than finding their fated mates. They claimed it would all make sense when she found hers, as if that was even possible. She never told them she already met hers when she was 18. He was an Omega, she was already dating the Alpha. How could she possibly accept such a downgrade? Later, she heard he took his own life, unable to bear the pain of the rejection. It didn't matter to her in the least. At least now her wolf would finally be silent. She figured it was only a matter of time before Jackson took her as his chosen mate. As months, then years went by and his fated mate never appeared. Instead, he took others to his bed, one after another. Even so, she knew he would come back to her. After all, they had grown up together. Then his mate finally appeared. He was so smitten with her, even though she was cold and aloof. Delilah heard rumors she caught him with another she-wolf at their first meeting, and he was trying to make up for it. Cackling with glee, Delilah waited for the arrogant she-wolf to leave. But she didn't, and Jackson continued to curry her favor. It was ridiculous. When another of his bed partners suggested they take matters into their own hands, Delilah immediately agreed. She thought their Luna would be an easy target, but she had put up a surprisingly good fight, even outnumbered. They finally overwhelmed her, and Delilah was all too happy to take her frustrations out on her. They might have even killed her if the Gamma didn't suddenly arrive. He flew into a rage and tore into all of them, snapping limbs and tossing them like rag dolls before ordering them all to be taken to the prison without so much as a thought to getting them medical attention. His only concern was for the Luna, who he swept up and rushed to the pack hospital. She didn't know how long they languished in their cells in excruciating pain as their wolves struggled to heal them. When Jackson finally returned, she expected justice. Instead, she met his cold rage. He took his time with each of them, forcing them to yield to their Luna or be cast out as rogues. They had no choice but to accept. Nora had been given the finest care and appointed guards. They never had another opportunity, and the others were content to keep their heads down. She bore the humiliation as long as she could, but the Luna ceremony was the final straw. Delilah couldn't take it anymore and put in a request to travel. At first, she thought Jackson would object, convince her to stay, but he didn't. He barely even looked at her when she presented the paperwork. Signing it without a word, he didn't even wish her a fair trip in his hurry to return to his Luna's side. It was galling, but what could she do? The final nail was when she learned the birth of his heir. It was salt in her wound. She never thought the day would come that she would be able to exact retribution. Then he showed up just when she had all but given up hope. Delilah didn't know how he found out about her or her past with Jackson, but he seemed to know quite a bit, and he finally offered her the one thing she wanted most: revenge. At first, all he asked for was information. She was actually getting bored with their arrangement, until a few days ago when he proposed their next move. She hadn't been this excited in a long time. Finally, she was going to make that regret ever taking Jackson away from her. "Are we there yet?" Christina asked, even as she carefully maneuvered the Jeep down the narrow access road. "Almost," Emily said. "How many kilometers in almost?" Christina asked. "And are we going to drive off the edge of the world before then?" Emily snorted, shaking her head. Christina was always so impulsive and impatient. Secretly, Emily thought it was her alpha blood that made her so impetuous. She would never say so aloud, as any mention of Christina's birth father almost always ended with an argument. Christina only acknowledged her one father, Gamma Raman. Emily could hardly blame her. Of the two, Raman was definitely the winner. Even so, she didn't think it was wise to ignore her past. It was like a silent killer slowly gnawing at her. Emily wished she would talk about it, or at least scream about it once in a while. "We're here," Emily announced as the Jeep rolled to a stop in front of an old, decrepit gate. "Good guess," Christina huffed. Cutting off the engine, they stepped out and walked up to the rotting gate. An old, weathered sign hung from the top rail, the words barely legible: Parque Nacional de Mercantour. "I think we made a wrong turn." Christina studied the forest around them. "What turn?" Emily chuckled. "No, this is the right place." "What place? There is nothing here but trees and more trees." Christina scoffed, gesturing to the coniferous forests surrounding them. A slow mist rolled through, giving it an ethereal feel, but there was nothing mysterious or unusual about that at this elevation. "Didn't you pay attention to your cryptid lessons?" Emily admonished. Christina rolled her eyes. Though most packs made use of human schools for their primary education, they also supplemented it with lessons within the pack. Most of these lessons consisted of werewolf history and biology, as well as information on other supernatural beings, many of which humans still believed to be myths, despite the truth of the ones they knew existed. It was strange that humans knew werewolves and vampires were real, but still thought yetis and dragons were mythical. Yeah, Christina sighed, leaning against the grill of the Jeep. "We shift into wolves and vampires become bats." "First of all, vampire can't shape-shift into bats or anything else for that matter," Emily said, leaning on the gate. "They can cast a glamour over themselves to change their appearance." Christina rolled her eyes. "Second, witches protect their covens by casting barriers to prevent them from being seen or sensed." "So, there's a barrier?" "Yep," Emily nodded. "You can feel it like static electricity. It makes the hair on your arm stand on end." Christina looked at her arm, rolling up her sleeve. "You can also smell it, ozone." Emily tapped her nose. The signs were subtle and easily overlooked, but obvious when you knew what to look for. She doubted a human would pick up on it, given their inferior senses and rampant skepticism. "So if there's a barrier, how do we get in?" Christina asked. "We don't. Not without a guide, unless you know how to manipulate energy fields." Christina sighed. In other words, they needed a guide. Aloud, she asked, "How do we get a guide?" "We wait until they invite us in. I hate waiting." "I know." Emily chuckled while Christina scowled. Her face was warm, but she wouldn't acknowledge the good-natured embarrassment. It was one of the things she loved most about Emily. No matter what situation they were in, she always had a quick wit and knew how to find the humor. Christina glanced around, unnerved by the strange silence. Turning back to Emily, she suddenly stiffened and growled. Emily looked over her shoulder to see a young woman standing in the middle of the path beyond the gate. She was no judge of human ages, but the woman looked to be in her 30s or 40s. Her long black hair was braided to the side, and her clothing was homespun and colorfully dyed. An amulet hung from her neck, and the smell of herbs wafted around her. "Ah, hi," Emily greeted. "We're here to see our Reverend Mother. She's been expecting you. Follow me." They hesitated as the unknown woman turned and walked back the way she came. When they didn't follow, she paused and looked back at them. "You're wolves, aren't you? Surely you know how to heal." Christina growled, earning a nudge from Emily. They ducked under the gate and caught up to their guide, who turned around and continued on the path. The air grew heavier, and the mist thickened. Christina shivered with the uncomfortable feeling of being closed in. She hated small spaces. When she was little, her mother often stuffed her under the cot to keep her out of sight from her father when he visited before they were rescued from the nightmare. She could never forget that day. Her mother tried to stuff her under the cot, but she refused. She couldn't stand the thought of being in that small space again. Trembling in fear, she sobbed for her mother not to punish her anymore. Her mother was desperate to hide her, sensing her mate was coming. That was how Christina met her biological father face to face for the first time as he stared into the tiny cell. He was domineering, tall, and good-looking, in a dangerous sort of way. But that first impression didn't last long, as a cruel grin replaced his scowl. He approached slowly, as if he was stalking prey. Her mother shoved Christina behind her, but he quickly tossed her aside like trash. "So this is what you've been hiding from me. Well, well, little one, want to have some fun with Daddy? We'll make Mommy watch." "No!" her mother screeched, rushing at him, claws extended. Christina was shoved to the hard floor, bumping her elbow. She whimpered in pain, looking for her mother, only to see her father beating her mother bloody. A scream tore out of her, but he wouldn't stop. And then he arrived. Christina had no idea her father was hosting the Alpha and Gamma from another pack, and certainly didn't know they were wandering around on a tour. Ramon was on the shorter side, broad in the shoulders. He filled the doorway for a moment before charging in, partially shifting as he ripped her parents apart and wrung her father like a dish rag. He swept up her mother in his arms and gently took Christina by the hand, leading her out of the small dark cell for the first time in her life. She barely understood what was going on, but Ramon took them to the hospital, forcing the doctors to treat her mother and demanding food for her. For the first time, she had a full stomach and fell to sleep in his lap and the safety of his arms. "Easy," Emily soothed, caressing her arm. Christina sucked in a breath, unaware she was close to hyperventilating. When she was younger, she suffered from panic attacks and intense claustrophobia. Her reactions were less severe now, but odd things occasionally set them off, like witch barriers, apparently. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly found the air clean and fresh. She blinked, looking around, then realizing they stood in a large field with small thatched cottages sprinkled throughout each, with a garden and the occasional horse, goat, or sheep. Christina came to a sudden halt, glaring at the scenery around her, completely dumbstruck. She looked at Emily, expecting the same kind of awe, only to be met with a smirk. It seemed her mate expected this. Frowning, Christina narrowed her gaze in expectation of an answer. "You really never paid attention in school, did you?" Emily chuckled. Christina rolled her eyes before marching ahead to catch up with their guide, who patiently waited for them. She seemed as amused by Christina's reaction as Emily, but also concerned. However, she said nothing as she led them onward to one of the cottages. "Here you are. The Reverend Mother is waiting for you," she simply stated before leaving them. Christina hesitated, looking at the rather simple structure. It certainly didn't speak of importance or reverence. In fact, it looked like every other cottage. The only difference was the organization of the garden that made each cottage somewhat unique. "So, do we knock?" Christina asked. Emily shrugged in response. Even she didn't know the particulars of Wiccan society, as they tended to seclude themselves from the rest of the world. "It's not polite to stand in doorways," an aged voice suddenly called out. "Come in, wolves, or stay outside and be gone. I don't have all day." Sharing a surprised look, the pair let themselves in. The cottage was just as small inside as it looked outside. It consisted of a single room with a dirt floor. In the back, a wooden platform remained swept clean with a rolled-up bed and short table where one could kneel and eat. In the center of the room was a small fire pit, with an iron pot set over it quietly bubbling away over the warm embers. The walls were crowded with roughly made shelves laden with jars and bottles, wooden bowls and bundles of dried herbs, feathers of varying color, even rocks of various sizes and shapes. Iron pots and pans were arranged in one small corner where there was also a counter for food preparation. Surprisingly, there was a small fridge as well, though Christina had no idea how it was running. She didn't hear the telltale rumble of a generator or smell fuel. Solar, perhaps. "Well, are you going to sit?" Christina jerked to attention and looked again at the fire pit. There an old woman sat quietly stirring the pot and studying them with equal amounts of apprehension and amusement. Like their guide, her clothing was homespun and brightly dyed, though the dim light of the interior made the color dull overall. Just as with their guide, it was difficult to judge her age. Witches aged slower than humans, but not nearly as slow as wolves or vampires. Christina guessed her age to be in her 60s, but she could certainly be in her 70s or 80s. "Aren't you going to sit?" she asked, gesturing to the mats on the floor around the fire. Belatedly, they realized there was no furniture aside from the table, no chairs and no benches. Sharing a glance, they warily joined their host and sat cross-legged on the floor. The old witch nodded, still stirring the concoction in the pot. "Is that some sort of potion?" Christina asked. "Stew, it's nearly dinner time. You are late." Emily smirked. Christina shot her a disgruntled look. With all the herbs contained in the small space, it was exceedingly difficult isolating any one scent, which was enough to unnerve any wolf. The old witch softly chuckled. "You can call me Juniper. Now then, what can an old witch like me do for a pair of wolves?" "Shouldn't you already know that? You were expecting us," Christina snorted. "It is the prerogative of the old to test youth," Juniper smiled. "Besides, I need to make sure you know the reason you are here." Christina opened her mouth to retort, but Emily quickly placed a hand on her arm before answering. "Several generations ago, a wolf king sought out a witch for consultation. Any record of why or what information he gathered has long since been lost or destroyed. As this is the oldest coven remaining, we hoped he might have come here and that you would have records of the visit." "And why is this information important to you?" "The current king wishes to harm our Luna." "Ah," Juniper nodded. "Yes, a Luna is the heart of every pack, in many ways more important than the alpha." Christina and Emily let out an uneasy breath. It seemed the old witch had a working knowledge of wolf packs. Since Wiccan society itself was matriarchal, they hoped she would have sympathy for their Luna and be willing to help. Juniper paused before speaking again. "As you may know, every witch is born with a gift. Some specialize in barriers, others in protective amulets. Some can manipulate the elements and cast offensive magic, and others have the gift of foresight and divination. My great-great-great-great-grandmother was such a witch. It was her ability that allowed us to escape the persecution of the church. Toward the end of her life, a wolf sought her for consultation on a matter of great concern. Apparently his grandmother a gift of prophecy, unusual for your kind, but perhaps not for hers." Christina frowned and glanced at Emily to see she was equally confused. Just what did the old woman mean? It was highly unlikely his grandmother was anything but a wolf. Wolves very rarely found their fated mates beyond their own kind, though it had been known to happen occasionally. In a mixed pairing, there was no guarantee their offspring would be a wolf. It was a 50-50 chance. "As for what he discussed with my grandmother, I cannot say," Juniper said. "It is the code of those with prophecy never to make a record of their insights and never discuss the prognostications they provide. So we came all this way for nothing," Christina sighed, moving to get up. "Don't be so impatient, Wolf. I'm not finished." Christina settled back down with a huff. She stifled an actual growl, having been raised to respect her elders. The witch in front of her certainly had the weight of experience to hold her ground even in front of a werewolf in their prime. I don't know what they discussed, however, when the wolf left my grandmother passed these words to her daughter, instructing her to pass them down to her daughter, Juniper said. She said one day someone would come and ask about the king, and when they did, we should tell them these words. The line will end with the white, and a new line will begin with the silver. What is that supposed to mean? Christina asked. I have no idea. It was a prophecy made for you, Juniper said. Christina wanted to argue, but Emily held her back. "Thank you, Reverend Mother. You've been very helpful." The witch nodded as they stood and took their leave. Still confused, Christina trailed after her mate, who was deep in thought. Emily had always been the most intellectual between the two of them and loved puzzles. There was nothing she loved more than a good brain teaser. No one tried to stop them as they followed the trail back the way they came. Though they needed a guide to enter, leaving was a far simpler task. Christina shivered as they neared the barrier. She wasn't looking forward to walking through it again. "Excuse me, Wolf." Christina turned with a growl to see their guide had returned. The witch hesitated a moment before stepping forward. She draped a woven necklace over her head and settled it around Christina's neck. Confused, Christina gripped the white, shiny stone nestled in the net-like holder. Raising an eyebrow, she looked at the witch. "My specialty is amulets and charms," the witch smiled. "Selenite is protective and cleansing. There is much in your past that causes you pain. Until you confront it, it will continue to haunt you. Our experiences shape us, but they do not control us. Let the resentment and pain go, not for benefit of the ones who hurt you, but for yourself. They cannot hurt you anymore, not if you do not give them the power." Christina stiffened, biting her tongue. How could this stranger know so much about a past she never spoke about? "You don't have to forgive or forget, but let it go," the witch gently intoned before stepping away and leaving them. Christina watched her retreating form as her gaze blurred and her cheeks felt damp. Reaching up, she wiped away the tears that came unbidden. She hated feeling helpless or weak, and tears always made her feel that way. But these ones, for some reason, didn't. They didn't feel hopeless at all. "Chris?" "I'm fine," Christina turned back to her mate. Remarkably, she actually did feel fine. Gripping the iridescent stone around her neck, Christina followed Emily through the barrier. From this side, it didn't feel as oppressive as before. They found their jeep exactly as they left it. The woods were just as thick as before, with a slow-moving mist rolling through. It was as if their interlude in the coven never happened. "Well, I don't know about you, but that was a waste of time," Christina said. Emily paused at the passenger door with a pensive expression. "Maybe not." "What do you mean?" Nothing that witch said made any sense. "The line will end in white, and a new one begins in silver, so?" "What line? What's white and what's silver?" "It's us." "What?" "Well, not us, but wolves." "I don't follow." "Chris, really?" Emily shook her head. "White wolves and silver wolves. Come on." "So what? They are both super rare, big deal." "They are rare, but we know both," Emily reminded. Christina hesitated. That's right. They did know of a white and a silver wolf. What were the chances of that? "The line will end with the white," Emily said. "The princess is a white wolf, and she's the youngest of the king's progeny, and neither of the princes or the princess have pups." "The line is the royal line?" Christina hesitantly surmised. "But what about the last part? It says a new one will begin in silver." "A silver wolf," Emily nodded, "and our Luna just had her heat cycle." Christina's mouth dropped open. "You mean Jason and Phoebe?" They stared at one another before declaring in unison, "We need to get home." They practically leapt into their vehicle. Christina spun in her seat, looking out the rear window as she reversed down the trail as it was too narrow to turn around. Beside her, Emily tried her phone, only find it had no service. "Damn it," she cursed. "Are we sure about this?" Christina asked. "I mean, really? Jason is our new king? You have a better interpretation?" "No. It explains why the king is so fixated on silver wolves," Emily explained. "All he cares about his bloodline continuing, but it isn't destined to. People in power never willingly give up that power." "Yeah, but the king doesn't have any real power," Christina scoffed. "In his mind he does. Just hurry up and get us out of these mountains. We need to get somewhere with service so we can warn them. They need to know. The Luna must be protected at all costs." "We'll never get there before they make their move," Christina said. "And if they figure out we know, it will probably spur them into action. I'll send a message to my brother. He can warn them ahead of us and get us a flight home. The royal family is probably watching Blue Moon, but it won't be watching his pack. Hurry up." I'm going. Ben is going to shit kittens when he finds out about this. Better him than the alpha." Christina grunted, reaching an area where the trail widened, and quickly whipped the Jeep around. The vehicle practically growled as she jammed her foot on the accelerator. Emily gritted her teeth, enduring the G-forces. Once they were straightened out, she tried her phone again. Delilah stood off to the side, just outside the kitchen, cursing her luck. As expected, returning the pack hadn't been an issue. Since she was still a part of it, she could access the link, though it was frayed and the collective pack scent rather stale, as she hadn't been among them for quite some time. Originally, she planned to sneak into the kitchen to prepare her gift to the Alpha herself. Unfortunately, she stopped dead in her tracks when she saw Myra. The older she-wolf would definitely recognize her, and she certainly wouldn't let Delilah wander around. She had no choice but to wait in the wings for an opportunity. Delilah hoped Myra would wander off, but the kitchen Omega was content to put her around with the others. She didn't know the reason for the jovial mood, but the other Omegas gossiped how Myra's niece had found her fated mate. Delilah vaguely remembered the young she-wolf, but couldn't even recall her name. It was of little interest to her anyway. "I have the Alpha's tea ready per the Luna's request," a young Omega announced. "Very good," Myra nodded. Delilah eased away from the door as the Omega pushed out a tea trolley laden with a tea set that looked quite old, which was unusual since neither the previous Alpha or Luna drank tea. They had always preferred the caffeine jolt of coffee, as most werewolves did. She waited until the server was almost at the lift before she struck, hitting her over the back of the head. The Omega crumpled, having no defense. Delilah dragged her inert body into the closet, not bothering to see if she was all right before taking command of the trolley. Pushing it onto the lift, Delilah sighed relief. Finally, her plan was going accordingly. Taking out the bag she had been given, she dumped the contents into the teapot. Hopefully it would have enough time to reach full potency. She hadn't the slightest idea how to make tea. Sighing, she straightened her old uniform. It had been years since she last wore it, decades, and she noticed the uniforms had changed. She hoped the Alpha wouldn't notice the difference. The lift doors opened, and she pushed the trolley down the hall. There were definitely more guards about, even within the pack house. This was certainly information her benefactor could use, but she had to wait to contact him after she completed her current task. Delilah couldn't help the smile that crept into her face. She was going to enjoy this. Knocking on the door, she waited for permission to enter. She found Alpha Jason alone at his desk, going over paperwork. It was remarkable how much he looked like his father. How many times had she met Jackson in his office for a quickie to take the edge off his stress while he worked? Glancing at the other desks, she assured herself he was alone. Evidently, the Beta and Gamma were off on other tasks. Jason looked remarkably calm behind his desk. Jackson hated paperwork, but Jason seemed at home. He hardly looked up as she approached, while he read various proposals. "The Luna sent tea," Delilah said. He grunted, and she wasn't sure if he even heard her, but he also smirked. It seemed his Luna liked to send him gifts. A note of envy pierced her, but also hardened her resolve. She poured the tea and set the cup on his desk. Jason barely acknowledged the Omega pushing in the tea trolley. Several weeks ago, Phoebe started a campaign to get him to drink tea, saying it would help him relax. In truth, he was quite relaxed. Prior to meeting Phoebe, Lobo would restlessly prowl the back of his mind, distracting him and slowing down the work he needed to do. Now his wolf simply went to linking with his mate and left Jason to work in peace. Like most werewolves, Jason preferred coffee and the energy spike it gave, but he couldn't say no to his Luna. The Omega poured a cup and set it on his desk. He sighed, picking it up. The sooner he drank, the sooner he could get back to work. His wolf stirred lazily. An odd scent invaded his nose as he gulped down the cup's contents, only to suddenly reel back from the astringent flavor. It was so bitter he struggled to keep it down. In the back of his mind, Lobo let out a snarl before the connection was snuffed out. Jason leaned back in his chair, suddenly feeling lightheaded. He tried to speak, but his mouth wouldn't form words. His mind couldn't shape coherent thoughts, and the world became indistinct and fuzzy. And yet scent became even more pronounced, overwhelming his nose as his nostrils flared, sensing a female in full arousal. His chair was pulled away from the desk and spun around. A voluptuous form filled his view as she leaned forward. She said something, but her voice seemed muffled and strange. Her scent, though, was all too obvious. "What's the matter, Alpha?" Delilah coyly smiled. Jason waved a hand in front of his face. "En gel." "Too bitter?" "En gel." "That's right, let this angel give you some sugar." Delilah leaned forward, capturing his mouth and shoving her tongue into his mouth, swallowing whatever protest he was trying to mumble. Her tongue swirled in his mouth and twisted around his before she pulled out playfully, biting his lower lip in the same way that used to drive Jackson crazy. Jason shook his head, raising a hand as if trying to swat a fly. His eyes were dilated and his nostrils flared. "That's right, baby. We are going to have a lot of fun." Delilah cooed, "All right. All of you into the music room." Phoebe laughed, herding the pups in front of her for their next lesson. As she stood, a wave of dizziness suddenly assailed her. Placing a hand on the wall, she waited for the moment to pass. "Luna?" Garrison asked, stepping close to steady her. "What was that?" "Trouble," Monty stirred. "Something's wrong with mate." "What?" "Get to mate." "But Jason is working." "Get to mate now." "Luna?" Phoebe shook her head and hurried down the corridor. She just managed to read the stairs before a sharp pain suddenly pierced her, shattering her heart. Crying out, she sank to her knees. This pain, she could never forget it. Betrayal. But Jason would never— "Mate!" Monty whimpered. "Luna, are you all right?" Garrison rushed forward. Snarling, Phoebe batted away his hand, forced herself onto her shaking feet and up the steps. Monty was clawing at the sides of her mind. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Delilah yanked on Jason's pants. She smiled wickedly. It seemed he inherited quite a bit from his father. "We are going to have so much fun." She sauntered forward, reaching for him, eager to see if he tasted anything like his father. Suddenly, the door burst open, slamming against the wall, and Delilah cursed the fact she forgot to lock it. "Get out." She turned, expecting another Omega. Instead, a petite, pretty wolf with silver eyes stood in the doorway. Her eyes shimmered so bright they practically glowed as she strode into the room. The air suddenly shifted, becoming almost stagnant in its oppression. Delilah found herself frozen, unable to move or speak as the she-wolf stalked forward. The newcomer raised her hand, slapping Delilah so hard she practically spun around before stumbling back into a bookshelf before collapsing on the floor. Without a word, Phoebe turned to Jason to see him partially undressed. She was ready to demand an answer as he sat waving a hand as if warding off a shadow. "And gel?" "Jason?" He shook his head as she approached. He waved his hand in front of him, unable to focus. Cupping his face, she stared into his eyes to see they were dilated and unfocused. Jason groaned as the tingles of the mate bond calmed his agitation. "What is wrong with him?" "Drugged," Monty said. "Drugged?" Phoebe glanced at the desk to see the teacup. Her attention turned to the trolley to see her mother's tea set. Picking up the teapot, she lifted the lid and sniffed, reeling back from the bittersweet stink. Phoebe set it down and spotted a plastic bag tucked under the serving tray. She picked it up and hesitantly sniffed. Jasmine, passion flower, coriander, and mandrake? Makes sense, Monty huffed. "What do you mean?" "Jasmine is an aphrodisiac." "Oh, yeah." Phoebe nodded, recalling the time a fellow she-wolf had wanted something to improve her mate's performance and asked Phoebe for a special tea blend. "So they drugged him with an aphrodisiac to make him cheat on the bond? Who? Why?" "Are you really asking that after everything that is going on?" "Angel," Jason groaned. "Shh." Phoebe cupped his face. The bond seemed to calm his agitation. Lipstick was smeared across his lips, prompting her to grab tissues and wipe it off in disgust. "Luna?" Phoebe looked up to see Garrison standing in the doorway, confused at what he was witnessing. "The Alpha's been poisoned." "What?" Garrison jerked to attention. "Some sort of aphrodisiac in his tea," Phoebe explained. "Take that thing away. Lock her in maximum security and alert the Beta and Gamma. Have them figure out how she even got here without raising alarms." "Yes, Luna." Garrison hurried forward, seizing the naked she-wolf and dragged her toward the door. "What about the Alpha?" "I'll take care of him. Close the door. He's not in any condition to be seen by the rest of the pack." With a nod, he departed, leaving her alone with Jason, who began whimpering and reaching for her. Phoebe sat in his lap, hoping her nearness would calm him like it usually did. His arms wrapped around her, and he buried his face in her neck, sniffing and groaning. She could feel his growing arousal as his hands caressed her, seeking her skin. What should we do? Should we take him to the hospital? Won't do much good, not like there is a cure for herbs. Besides, there are too many females there. I think he's starting to feel feverish. It might be triggering a rut. So what should we do? Have him sedated? Well, we could always, money. What? It might help him burn out the herb's effects faster. Jason groaned. His head felt like it was splitting in two, and his mouth seemed full of cotton. Was this what a hangover felt like? He wasn't sure. Gentle fingers laid a cold compress on his forehead, and he sighed, catching the soothing scent of lilac and sage. Phoebe, I'm here. Her fingers caressed his cheeks, and he risked opening his eyes. Strangely, they didn't seem overly sensitive to light. He lay on the office couch, while Phoebe perched on the edge, watching him with concern. Hi. Hi, yourself. Phoebe forced a strained smile. Something wrong? Why do I feel like I've been on a 3-day bender? Jason asked slowly, taking stock of his condition. And why am I naked? Phoebe bit her lip, trying to stifle a chuckle before asking, What do you remember? Jason frowned at her attempt to evade his query before considering hers. His frown deepened as he struggled to recall recent events. I was working at my desk, and someone from the kitchen brought me tea, and it tasted awful. And then, he struggled to recall the face surrounded by red hair. She was dressed in a uniform similar to the kitchen staff, but it wasn't quite right. It was faded and an older style. In fact, the she-wolf was also older. She had to be close to Myra's age, so it was strange she would be given a menial task like delivering tea. She leaned over him, but he couldn't recall what she said. Then she kissed him. And then, Jason's eyes widened as he recalled fragmented memories of kisses and caresses. No, it couldn't be. He didn't. Phoebe, I didn't. I know, Phoebe nodded as he tried to sit up. She gently pushed him down. You didn't. I didn't? No, Phoebe assured him before reaching for a bag containing waterlogged herbs. This is the tea she gave you. It's hard to tell all the ingredients, but it definitely has jasmine, passion flower, and mandrake in it. Which means, jasmine and passion flower are aphrodisiacs, and mandrake is a poison that would put you in an alternate state. So I was drugged with tea? Why? So that you would betray our bond, Phoebe nodded, setting the bag on the coffee table. But I didn't, right? I felt something was wrong, Phoebe said. I got really dizzy, and Monty said you were in trouble. I was halfway here when I felt the pain. Phoebe, she held up a hand. It's probably when she kissed you. When I got here, she was working on undressing you. But you got here before. Phoebe nodded, seeing relief ease his expression as he let out a slow breath. She could only imagine the guilt that would have consumed him if she hadn't managed to interrupt them. Even now she felt it gnawing on his conscience, trying to figure out how he should have prevented it. If you stopped her, why am I naked? Jason suddenly asked. The tea was pretty potent and you started getting feverish as it triggered a rut, and there really isn't an antidote for herbs. And Mani thought some activity would help you burn off the effects sooner. Are you saying you took advantage of me? Jason asked, smirking at her rambling answer. Maybe a little, Phoebe admitted, fighting a blush. In truth, it was mostly a rather fevered makeout session, but her scent and contact did keep him calm. Mate was glorious. Lobo suddenly piped up. Oh, so you are alive? What do you remember? Everything, Lobo huffed. I couldn't communicate, but I was aware of everything. So when that she-wolf kissed me, I wanted to rip her throat out, but I couldn't come forward. Something wrong? My wolf, Jason sighed. He says our connection was cut off. He was aware of everything happening, but he couldn't come forward. Must be an effect of the herbs. Phoebe nodded. Mani said she was having trouble linking with him, too. Jason ran a hand through his hair. There was a deep frown on his face as he refused to look her in the eye. She felt his guilt slowly gnawing at him. Jason, Phoebe gently turned his face toward hers, and waiting for him to finally meet her gaze. When I got here, you were waving your hand like you were trying to fend her off, and you kept calling my name. I did. Angel. You kept repeating it, over and over. You were getting agitated, and you didn't calm down until you felt the mate bond when I held you and when you smelled me. That was the only thing that calmed you. Really? Phoebe nodded, stroking his cheek. She leaned forward, brushing her lips against his as light as a butterfly. Even drugged and disorientated, you only wanted me. His arms settled around her, holding her close. He breathed deep, filling his lungs with her scent, saying, "There is no one in this world who can compare to you. Why would I wish for anyone else when I have perfection?" Phoebe snuggled against him. She had been ready to sink into despair when she felt the pains of betrayal. If not for Mani's urging, she might have succumbed, but her wolf had been right. Jason would never betray her. He kissed the top of her head. "I love you, Phoebe. I love you, Jason." He sighed, savoring her words. No one would come between them. No one would steal her away from him, which led his thoughts back to the she-wolf. There was little doubt in his mind who sent her, but who was she? How did she even get close to him? He frowned, trying to recall when she was close before the tea took effect. There hadn't been anything strange about her scent, nothing that alerted him she didn't belong there. Jason? That she-wolf? Where is she? Jason couldn't keep the growl out of his voice. "Maximum security," Phoebe said. "I ordered no one to go near her until you recovered." Luke and Ben were trying to figure out how she got into the territory without raising alarms. "Right. Then I need to go and wring my answers out of her before I snap her neck." His eyes swirled amber as Lobo strained against the edges of his mind. "Yes! That pay for hurting mate!" "All right," Phoebe slowly pulled away. "Do you think you want to get dressed first?" Jason glanced down and felt his face heat up at her statement. He looked at her and found her fighting a smile. "You are enjoying this, aren't you?" Instead of answering, she turned and picked up a pile of folded clothes. Jason raised an eyebrow as he accepted it. His memory was fragmented, but he was certain these were not the same ones he had before. Phoebe patted his cheek as she stood, giving him space to change. She didn't have the fortitude to tell him she shredded his other clothes, enraged by the other she-wolf's scent on them. Jason quickly changed, wondering at her subdued attitude. Did something happen while he was still out of it? Even his wolf seemed uncertain, or at least uncomfortable. What happened? Lobo softly whimpered. Clothes smelled like she-wolf. Mate not like it. Oh, that made sense. Wolves were very territorial, especially over their mates, and most especially when they were high-ranked. Considering recent events, he could understand if she felt threatened by the she-wolf's scent and wanted to erase it. If their roles had been reversed, any male scent near her would have driven him insane. Pulling on his shirt, he approached her. His arms encircled her, and he pulled her against his chest, letting his hands settle naturally on her stomach, where their pup was growing. Bowing his head, he nuzzled her, growling possessively, and felt her relax. "I belong to you. Angel. Only you." Her hands moved to his, entwining their fingers. "It's only been a few days, not even a week, but Mani is almost positive I'm pregnant." Jason shuddered, catching his breath. He always heard she-wolves usually knew very early if they were pregnant, sensing the changes their body went through to accommodate the growing embryo. His heart hammered in his chest, and Lobo howled for joy. A pup. Their pup. He would protect them no matter what. Kissing the top of her head, he finally stepped away. "Stay here. I'll be right back." "No," Phoebe shook her head. "If you're going to see that she-wolf, I'm going too. I don't want you anywhere near her." "And I don't want you anywhere near her," Phoebe retorted, her eyes shimmering. Jason couldn't help the swell of pride in his chest at her possessiveness. She could take charge any time she wanted. He couldn't tell her no. "All right, we'll go together." He took her hand and led her out of the office with one destination in mind. However, as he stepped into the hall, he was immediately embraced. A familiar scent invaded his nose as his mother hugged him close. "Mom?" "Mom? Just Mom?" Nora exclaimed. "You've been out for 4 hours and all you can say is Mom?" 4 hours? Jason repeated, glancing Phoebe. "Did you forget to add something?" "I didn't want to overwhelm you," Phoebe said with a mischievous smirk. "Overwhelm? So you left out the fact I was out for 4 hours, but you'll drop a bomb that we're having a pup?" Before she answered, Nora suddenly exclaimed, "A pup? Really? You know for certain?" "My wolf is pretty sure," Phoebe nodded. "Oh my goddess!" Nora clapped her hands. Lucille, standing next to her mother, exclaimed, "I'm going to be an ant!" Phoebe found herself enveloped in a double hug by the two she-wolves. Jason growled, reminding them to be careful with his mate, his very pregnant mate. Oh, would you stop? Lucille rolled her eyes. She's not made of glass. Not the point, Jason said through gritted teeth. We must celebrate, Nora decreed. Given all the tension, it was important to celebrate these milestones. The pack waited a long time for their alpha to have pups. Later, Jason gently extracted Phoebe from his mother. We have other business. Other business? Nora repeated. The she-wolf who infiltrated the pack and drugged him, Phoebe said. We're going to see her. I'm coming too, Nora declared without hesitation. Though they were keeping the details of the breach quiet, she had been given a full report of the incident. Jason sighed, didn't dare argue considering how well the last one went. This confrontation was quickly becoming more complicated. They reached the prison without further incident. Luke and Ben were waiting for him, having been alerted through the mind link of his impending arrival. They met the group at the front desk before leading the way to the maximum security cells. Wisely, they asked no questions concerning the additions to the group. Has she said anything? Jason asked as they walked down the corridor of thick, silver-lined doors. Unlike the minimum security wing here, cells were meant to isolate their prisoners. They were soundproof and lined with silver to prevent the occupants from mind-linking or speaking with one another. The silver also suppressed their wolves and made them weaker. The she-wolf had been thrown into such a cell and kept there. No. Not a word, Luke answered. I don't recognize her, but she doesn't smell like a rogue, meaning she is a pack wolf. Her scent is somewhat familiar. It's hard to put a finger on it, but it doesn't raise the usual alarm bells that a stranger would. Jason frowned. It didn't make sense. Pack wolves carried a unique scent based on their pack, allowing them to be identified as a fellow member. If any unknown wolf attempted to cross their borders, the patrol would have immediately alerted them. But if this wolf didn't raise alarm with Luke, then it was unlikely the patrols would have been worried about her. Given recent events, it's pretty obvious who sent her, Ben continued. But I agree with Luke, it is disturbing how easily she entered our territory. I've heard of masking chemicals to disguise a wolf's scent, but they don't last this long, and they aren't very strong. Jason stifled a growl. He swore to protect Phoebe, and he just failed the first test. Somehow he underestimated the king's ability and influence. He was certain Phoebe was untouchable once she was in their pack territory, but if the king could extend his reach here? No. He wouldn't allow it. He would protect Phoebe and their pup with his life. They would be kept safe at all costs. Reaching the only occupied cell, Jason paused, nodding to the guard on duty. They were taking no chances with this she-wolf. He looked to Luke. What of her personal effects? Nothing in her uniform. Luke shook his head. They had barely been able to claim it with Phoebe in a possessive rage. We found an Omega server knocked out in the hall. That's probably where she got the tea and serving trolley. We also found her car, Ben added, late model sedan, but it was well kept and in good condition. We found her purse and luggage in the trunk. No identification, though. A cell phone, but it's currently locked. Can you crack it? Maybe. It'll be easier if we just get her to do it. Ben said showing the phone. It was nothing special. Like her car, it was an older model, but not ancient. Looks like she used facial recognition. Jason merely nodded. Ben was more tech-savvy than him, so he trusted his gamma to figure it out. He looked again to the guard and nodded. The guard stepped forward, opening the small viewing window, before unlocking the door and stepping aside once the prisoner's position in the cell was confirmed. Jason stepped inside, Lobo pressing close as they viewed the she-wolf who dared interfere with their bond. She sat on the floor still completely naked, having been left in the condition she arrived. He didn't have any pity for her. Looking up, she sneered before her expression changed. She expected the beta or gamma, but now the alpha stood in front of her. His aura flared, pressing down on her like a vice. He stood over her, a towering vision of alpha perfection. She quivered with desire despite the situation. However, there was no desire or passion in his gaze. She saw only disgust and hatred as his eyes gleamed amber. His wolf had no sympathy for her either. In fact, she could feel its bloodlust. "Have you nothing to say?" Jason asked, choosing his words carefully. "What could I possibly say? You've already passed your judgment." He growled, but before he could retort, his mother suddenly exclaimed, "You!" She suddenly rushed past them to slap the she-wolf, leaving slashes across her cheeks as her claws involuntarily extended. Jason blinked, shocked by his mother's actions. She had never been violent, and he never sensed this kind of rage from her before. "You," Nora screamed. "You couldn't have my mate, so you dare play your games with my son." "Mate?" Jason repeated. Did she mean his father? Lobo seemed just as confused. "If not for you, he would have been mine," the she-wolf sneered. "We grew up together. We were meant to be together." Nora snarled, ready to strike again, when Phoebe suddenly seized her hand with a strength belied by her petite frame. She gently pulled her back and held her in a comforting embrace. Nora shook, unable to fight her quiet strength and aura. "Mother, you know this she-wolf?" Jason asked for clarification, though he was certain he knew where this was going. "She's one of your father's bitches, Delilah," Nora growled. "So that's the answer to the riddle," Jason said. "I should have guessed. Phoebe, please take my mother to her room. I'll handle this." Phoebe gave him a worried glance but nodded before guiding Nora out and back the way they came. "You too, Lucy," Jason said, not looking at his sister. She hesitated before trailing after the others. Though Lucille knew how their parents met, she didn't know the full extent of their mother's troubles with jealous she-wolves lurking around every corner. Given how close she had been to their father Jason, and their mother shielded her from the worst of it. "So, you are one of my father's sluts," Jason growled. "Well, that explains why you didn't raise alarms crossing our borders. You're still a member of this pack, though your scent and connection has gone stale. No wonder we didn't recognize you." "Makes sense," Luke agreed. She had been long gone before Jason took the role of alpha. Though she never swore allegiance to her new alpha, she was still technically a member of the pack. Ben frowned, taking out her phone and activating the facial recognition before centering the camera on her face. The phone opened, and he quickly fiddled with its settings so they could maintain access. "You are so much like your father," Delilah smiled. "You're wrong," Jason stepped forward. "I'm nothing like my father." "How do you figure?" She shivered in anticipation as he crouched close. "Are you going to force me to pledge allegiance to your Luna too?" "So you can come back and play your games with my son?" Jason sneered. "What makes you think you'll live to see another day?" He gripped her chin, jerking her head to the side, and snapped her neck with no remorse. Jason stood accepting a towel to wipe his hands free of her scent. The surprised look on her face was laughable. "No one who threatens my Luna will be allowed to live," Jason said. He turned away from the slumped form and quietly exited the cell. Glancing at the guard, he said, "Dispose of that trash." The guard bowed as Jason walked away, trailed by Luke and Ben. Neither of them spoke a word. Jason's aura fluctuated with his churning emotions. In the span of a few hours, he had been drugged and almost forced to betray his bond with his Luna, just when he was looking forward to becoming a father. Now he learned it had all been because of his father. It was as if his father was trying to sabotage him from the grave. "Luke, track down my father's other playthings," Jason growled. "I want them all accounted for." "Right," Luke agreed. If there was any chance of restlessness within the pack, they were the most likely sources. He recalled his father mentioning the she-wolves in passing, and something about a file, though he never thought about it before. Like this she-wolf, they had been allowed to fall into obscurity, but no more. They could not afford to allow themselves to be blindsided again. "Ben, I want you to go through her phone. I want to know where she's been and everyone she's been in contact with." "Right," Ben nodded. "And increase patrols," Jason said. "We don't know how much information she might have compromised." "Right," Luke agreed. "She's been out of the pack for a while. I doubt she had any current information about the state of the pack." "We don't know how much she knew," Jason answered. "She has been allowed to come and go as she pleased. Double-check everything." Luke and Ben nodded. He had a point. There was no telling how large the potential breach was. They would have to investigate it closely and track her moments as best they could. Leaving the prison, Jason paused, breathing deep, wishing the cool, clean air smelled like Phoebe. Her scent always calmed him. Lobo paced the back of his mind, unsatisfied with the she-wolf's quick death, and longed to sink his teeth into something. "Maybe you should go talk to your mother," Luke hesitantly suggested. Jason growled. Anything to do with his father was a subject to be approached carefully. Jason's resentment ran deep. This was probably the worst possible turn of events. The royal family had no idea the fire they were playing with. Or maybe they did. Perhaps this was their intention to drive Jason crazy by taunting him with his father's failures. In either case, the question was what the royal family's next move would be now that their pawn was eliminated. This was certainly not their last act, yet Jason was not in the mindset for such careful deduction. "Go for a run, Jace," Luke finally urged. "We'll hold down the fort." "He's right. You need a clear head," Ben agreed. "Leave the rest to us, and leave your mother to the Luna for now. It'll be all right." Jason glanced at them the corner, so his mouth turning up slightly. They knew him too well. Turning to the woods, he gave Lobo control. His wolf practically leapt out of him and tore off toward the woods, leaving their clothes in tatters and not caring at all. That unbelievable," Nora muttered as Phoebe guided her back to the pack house and up to her suite. Lucille followed a step behind. Though she had been shielded from the worst of her father's indiscretions, she still knew about the she-wolves he used to keep prior to meeting her mother. She knew some of those she-wolves had attacked her mother while her father was away. Yet her father always proclaimed he dealt with them, and they were no longer a threat. So who was that she-wolf they left in the cells? She assumed dealt with meant death, but did her father not execute them for their crimes after all? Her brother seemed strangely calm. Did he know about the she-wolves' real fates this entire time? And her mother? Lucille watched as Phoebe guided Nora to the bed and made her lie down. "How could she?" Nora muttered. "How dare she target Jackson's flesh and blood? As much as she hated me, I know she respected him at least. Has she no conscience?" Phoebe retrieved a cool compress and soothing Nora the best she could. Lucille stood off to the side, watching and trying to contemplate what her father had been thinking in letting such a she-wolf roam free. "Mom, did you know?" Lucille finally spoke when her mother grew quiet. Nora looked at her with a frown before saying, "That he let her go?" "Yes. He let all of them go after forcing them to swear loyalty to me as their Luna. He thought that would be enough to protect me." "But," Lucille prompted, "but when I became pregnant with Jason, one of them attacked me again and nearly killed me with Jason in my womb," Nora admitted. "Jackson executed her, but didn't touch the others since they weren't involved in the second attack." "Why would he let any of them live?" Lucille demanded. "After what they did, they could have killed you." "They were members of the pack. Some of them were childhood friends," Nora said. "He didn't feel like he could kill them or banish them." Lucille frowned. "Childhood friends? That's why her father allowed them to live?" "Two of them met their fated mates," Nora said with a sigh. "Only two of them," Lucille repeated. "Delilah left the pack to travel," Nora said. "I have no proof, but I think she rejected her fated mate in hopes Jackson would claim her." "She did," Phoebe agreed. "I sensed it in the cell, though I don't know who her mate might have been. I haven't sensed any lost connections that would lead back to her. He might have left the pack, or he might not have been able to tolerate the bond breaking." "In other words, he killed himself," Lucille said. Phoebe nodded. Normally, a wolf spirit wouldn't even consider suicide and would protect their vessel should their human half attempt it. However, after a mating bond was forcibly broken, wolf spirits were greatly weakened, and some even longed for the pain to end any way it could, including hurting themselves or even death. Garrison sought death in taking dangerous missions. Perhaps it wasn't exactly the same as suicide, but he certainly wasn't fighting death and would have welcomed it. Fortunately, it had not come to that, and meeting his second-chance mate eased his suffering. Others were not so fortunate. Phoebe had the feeling Delilah's mate was in the latter category. "So he let her just leave?" Lucille scoffed. "I don't think he knew she rejected her fated mate, at least not at first," Nora said. "Whatever your father's faults, he did respect and cherish the bond. He never would have wanted any wolf to reject their bond. It pained him greatly to know she rejected her bond for him. That's not what he wanted." "Why didn't you tell me this before?" Lucille asked. "Does Jason know? He does, doesn't he? That's why he refused to see Dad even when he was—" "Why tell him, and not me?" Because I didn't want to ruin your relationship with your father like I did with Jason, Nora sighed. After the second attack, I was so paranoid about protecting Jason from future threats, and I was so angry with Jackson for allowing it to happen. I thought I was doing Jason a favor by telling him. But it only put up a wall between them. If it wasn't for that wall, maybe handing the pack over to Jason wouldn't have been so hard on Jackson. He might have lived longer and got a chance to meet his grandpups. He loved being a father, and I took that away from him with Jason. When you came along, I didn't want that for you or him. Lucille bit her lip. Lucille, your father loved you. Never forget that. She frowned before departing, unable to stay in the room any longer. Lucille trusted Phoebe to watch over her mother, but there was too much information for her to process to stay. She needed to be alone. Let her go. Nora sighed when Phoebe tried to call her back. This mess is Jackson's and my own fault. We could have done so many things differently, and now you are paying the price. I really didn't suffer that much, Phoebe protested, taking her hand. I know Jason would never willingly betray me. That's how I knew something was wrong. And I can feel his guilt even for allowing that much to occur. It was Jackson's greatest hope. Jason would find his Luna. You are everything he wanted for Jason. He would have loved you like a daughter. I just wish he and Jason could have mended things. Perhaps Jason wouldn't carry so much resentment. But he won't even look at his father's letter. Letter? Nora nodded to the bedside table. Phoebe hesitated before opening the drawer and removing the envelope addressed to Jason. She looked at Nora. Jackson was too weak to hold a pen, so he dictated it to me. Nora sighed. It's his final words to Jason. And he hasn't read it? No. He threatens to burn it whenever I bring it up. Phoebe didn't need their bond to know how deeply Jason resented his father. She couldn't blame him after all his mother suffered, but it was clear Nora had forgiven her mate. Phoebe wanted that same peace for Jason. They weren't certain what the future held, so grasping any sort of solace was important. She didn't want him or his wolf to suffer. Rest, Phoebe urged her mother-in-law. I think we've all had enough shock for the day. Phoebe, don't worry. Your children are strong and they aren't alone, Phoebe smiled, and neither are you. You don't have to bear the weight of the past on your own shoulders. Nora breathed deep smiles softly. My son is right, you are an angel. Phoebe patted her hand and remained with her until she fell asleep. With a sigh, she stood and quietly stepped out. Her mind reached for Lucille and sensed she had gone to her own room to process everything she learned. Phoebe hesitated, wanting to comfort her, but comfort was probably the last thing Lucille wanted. In the short time Phoebe had known her sister-in-law, she realized Lucille often hid her feelings behind bravado and racy comments. Others mistook her for being shallow and insincere when truth, she was actually very sensitive. An inappropriate joke wouldn't help her in this situation, however. She needed time to process this new side of a father she loved and cherished. When she was ready, Phoebe hoped she would seek her out to talk, but for now, Lucille needed some space. At the very least, she hoped Lucille would open up to Ben and allow her mate to soothe her once her thoughts settled. Phoebe studied the envelope in her hand. Right now, her main concern was for Jason. This incident stirred up the resentment he held for his father. She could feel his emotions churning through the bond. It felt like he was quite distant, and she realized he was probably trying to run off some of his pent-up rage. Phoebe frowned before turning on her heel and headed to the kitchen. It had been a while since she and Jason shared an intimate meal, just the two of them. That would change tonight, and hopefully it would bring his mind some peace. When Jason returned from his run, both he and Lobo were exhausted. It had been a long time since they reached their limit. A quick check-in with Luke confirmed the pack was well, most not even realizing there had been a breach. The Omega that had been attacked had even woken up not knowing how she ended up in the hospital. It was little comfort to Jason, who was still racked with guilt. Because of his negligence, Phoebe felt him betray her, however briefly. He had sworn to always be by her side. He had no idea how to make it up to her, or even how he would face her again. An apology just wasn't enough. To make matters worse, the she-wolf had been one of his father's trysts. Would the pain and betrayal his father caused never come to an end? Reaching his suite, Jason disappeared into the bathroom. He hoped to wash away the frustration, sweat, and pain. Sweat was easy, but the rest ran far too deep for him to ever be rid of it. The hot water did nothing to settle his thoughts. Stepping out of the bathroom in sweats and a towel over his shoulders, he roughly dried his hair before catching a tantalizing smell. Looking up, she saw the table set for two with cubed beef, potatoes, and vegetables in a thick wine sauce, almost like a stew. But even more tantalizing was Phoebe as she carefully arranged their plates. She wore a thick cotton robe, but it didn't seem as if she recently showered. "Already?" she asked with a playful smile. "Ready?" Jason repeated as she approached, gently pulling the towel off his shoulder and tossing it aside. "I thought we could have dinner together, just the two of us." "The two of us?" "Your sister is with Ben. Luke and Mona are watching over the pack, and your mother has the pups." Phoebe stepped away before shedding her robe. "Of course, if you don't want to." And Jason's gaze followed her every movement, suddenly going wide as she revealed the black satin negligee underneath. A possessive growl tore out of him as Lobo eagerly pressed forward to take it all in. She smiled, approaching him and running her hands up his bare chest. Jason shuddered as the bond sent sparks trailing throughout his body. Her fingers curled into the hair at the nape of his neck, pulling him to her lips for a long, almost lazy kiss. Jason groaned at the sensations buzzing through his mind and body. "Is that a yes to dinner?" Phoebe asked, her hands caressing his arms before gripping his hands and leading him to the table. Jason couldn't speak. His mind was a riot of thoughts and desires warring for attention. Phoebe had never played the seductress, and he wasn't sure how to process what was happening, but he knew he wanted more. It felt like a dream as Phoebe gently pushed him into his seat before straddling his lap. His heart hammered in his chest, and Jason struggled to swallow a lump in his throat as she leaned close, kissing him deeply. "Do you like my little surprise?" Phoebe's voice flitted into his mind as she slowly eased back. A coy smile teased him as her eyes shimmered silver. "Phoebe?" She reached over to the table and picking up one of the plates heaped with the hearty stew. Jason groaned. The dinner looked and smelled fantastic, but it was nothing compared to the feast he wanted. Phoebe innocently speared a carrot and potato before offering it to him, as if she had not just been playing seductress a moment ago. "You are playing a dangerous game, Angel," he finally managed to speak. "What do you mean?" Phoebe asked. "You haven't had a proper meal all day, and you'll need your strength tonight." Her eyes shimmered mischievously, and the smell of her arousal permeated his nostrils, almost overriding the smell of their dinner. Jason groaned, wanting nothing more than to seize her immediately. Now, Phoebe teased. "Good boys get their dessert after they've eaten their vegetables." Jason couldn't quite stifle his growl as he snapped at the fork and slowly chewed. Phoebe smirked, feeding him the next mouthful. Jason dosed, propped up on the pillows. His exhaustion was one of utter rapture as the bond buzzed through his body. Phoebe laid on his chest, her fingers gently stroking the hair peppering his chest. His hand gently stroked her back and rear, loving the feel of her nightie, but also hating the single layer of cloth separating their bodies. Once he recovered, he would remove it and indulge in all of her. "Feeling better?" Phoebe asked. "Better?" Jason repeated as she looked up at him with a faint smile and blushing cheeks. "You mean this was all about trying to make me forget what I—" "You didn't do anything, Jason," Phoebe said, caressing his cheek as she sat up, straddling his torso to face him. "You were drugged and someone tried to take advantage of you, and even in that state, you tried to fight them off and protect our bond." Jason breathed deep, holding on to her words. "If you want to be angry at the ones who sent her." He growled, his eyes flashing amber. "That's right, the king sent that she-wolf. It had to be him. Or was it? It didn't seem like his usual tactic, but someone close to him." Phoebe watched him and sensed through the bond when he accepted her words. He didn't completely let go of his guilt, but she could tell it didn't consume him as before. She leaned forward, kissing his nose. Jason smiled, rubbing noses with her. Phoebe chuckled, pecking a kiss on his lips. "So this outfit," Jason cleared his throat, "is this what you've been hiding in that bag?" Phoebe blushed. "Any other surprises in there?" "Maybe," Phoebe smiled, running her fingers through his hair. The whole shopping excursion still brought her some embarrassment, but Lucille and Bridget managed to talk her into a few things. This was the first time she mustered the courage to wear any of it. Maybe she would wear more if it gave him this much joy. With a sigh, she pulled away. "There is one more thing." "Oh." Jason raised a brow, eager to find out what other surprises she had in store. Phoebe leaned over to the side table and pulled something out of the top drawer to hand to him. Jason stared at the envelope until his gaze fell on the words written in his mother's neat scrawl. "To my son." "Where did you get this?" he demanded, his voice taking a hard edge. "Your mother showed it to me." His hand gripped the envelope, crinkling it. "Now she's recruiting you." "Jason," Phoebe placed a hand over his, "you are not your father. You are better. But holding a grudge is not helping you. There is nothing that person could say that will change my mind." Jason snarled. "It's not supposed to," Phoebe said, surprising him. Jason blinked, staring at him. "It's not about him. It's about you and what holding on to your resentment is doing to you. How can I forgive him after what he did?" Phoebe shook her head. "It's not about forgiving him. It's about letting it go. After Graham rejected me, I held on to that hurt for years. It slowly ate away at me. I couldn't eat. I couldn't sleep. I didn't want to leave my room." Jason tensed, stifling a growl at the mention of her former mate. She stroked his cheek, soothing him. "I hated him so much, and it made me hate myself." Phoebe sighed. "I wondered what was wrong with me that he didn't want me." "Phoebe, there is nothing wrong with you." "I know, but it took me quite a while to get there," Phoebe smiled. "Eventually, I learned to let him go. I didn't do it for him. I did it for myself because I was needed. Blake and Emma, the other pups, needed me." Jason let out a slow breath. He hated her thinking about her former mate and her past struggles, but she never showed a trace of emotion herself. Whenever she talked about it, there was always a disinterested tone to her voice, as if she was relating someone else's past. He hated her tone almost as much as he hated what happened to her. She should be angry. "I was angry for a long time," Phoebe said, stroking her cheek. "But that isn't a healthy way to live. So I moved on. I gave up hope of finding a second chance mate, which I shouldn't have done. But that didn't stop me from meeting you, did it?" "No." Jason leaned forward and nuzzled her. "You made me chase you, but I didn't mind." "You don't have to forgive your father," Phoebe said, "but let go of your anger. I'd rather our pup didn't imprint on that." "Our pup," Jason breathed, looking at the envelope partially crushed in his hand. "Is there anything in there that will change who you are?" Phoebe prompted. "Or change what we have together?" "No." Jason caressed her cheek and tucked a hair behind her ear. "You are my everything." With a sigh, he straightened out the envelope and opened it before drawing out the paper inside. He wasn't certain if it was longer or shorter than he expected. Phoebe stroked his hair, letting him read at his own pace. He didn't need to, but he read it aloud, trying to keep his voice even. "To my son. I made mistakes, I admit that. I never did right by your mother or you, and it nearly cost me everything. Even though you and your mother lived, I still lost you. I lost your mother's trust and your respect. There is nothing I can say that will change that, but I owe you the explanation you demanded from me. I always wanted my fated mate, longed for her, looked for her whenever I ventured someplace new. I already knew she was not a part of my pack. I didn't care what she was. Alpha, Beta, Omega, Rogue, or Witch. It wouldn't have mattered to me. I wanted her and only her by my side, but I was not patient. I didn't wait for her. I indulged in other she-wolves to pass the time. The she-wolves I spent most of my time with were members of my pack. We grew up together, went to the same school. I considered them friends and later friends with benefits. My wolf wasn't happy with me, but my time with them meant nothing. Apparently, they didn't feel the same way. I don't know if I did not make the situation clear and misled them, or if they deliberately ignored it and misled themselves, but they thought I would settle for a chosen mate. That wasn't my intention, and I certainly didn't want any of them to reject their fated mates in hopes of being with me. I felt guilty for not making myself clearer. That's why I didn't banish them. I took so much from them, I couldn't take away their pack too. But it strained my relationship with your mother. Our bond was already so weak because of how we met. I'd give anything to take it all back. I wish I had your strength and patience so I could have given your mother the love, home, and mate she deserved. You are so much better than me. I know when you meet your mate, she will be your moon, your mate, and your Luna. She will be your everything because that is what you will give her. Everything. I don't deserve your forgiveness, so I will not ask for it. When you find your Luna, always hold her close and never let anyone stand between you and her. Love her, cherish her, and protect her with every fiber of your being. And give me plenty of grandpups. I only wish I could be there to hold them. I'll be watching over all of you from the moonlit fields. Love, your father. Jason sighed, slowly folding it and putting it back in the envelope. Phoebe's fingers stroked his hair as she watched him. She could feel his uncertainty through the bond. It was clear he didn't know quite what to think. Jason, Phoebe caressed his cheek. She knew this wouldn't be easy, and she didn't expect him to simply accept his father's admission, but at least he didn't have to wonder any longer. I can't forgive him, I won't. But he sounds like he regretted it. Jason said after a moment, "You're right about hating him. The anger doesn't do me any good. I guess I can let it go." Phoebe nodded. It was more than she expected, and his words were probably more in service to her than himself. The feeling through the bond was one of confusion and contradictory, fleeting emotions he was struggling to process. But that was to be expected. "Jason?" Phoebe whispered, her face warm. "The old man said to give him plenty of grandpups," Jason said. "We should practice." A laugh burst from her as he caressed her skin, letting his eyes slowly roam her body, soaking in the soft blush that warmed her pale skin as his gaze lingered. She was still uncomfortable in her own skin, though she made such a tempting and effective seductress. "I love to watch you," Jason hummed, running his hands along her curves. "I've been good, haven't I? I deserve a reward, don't I?" Phoebe fought a laugh, pecking a kiss on his lips, only to follow it with a deeper kiss. Her wolf was never satisfied so long as their mate was willing. This wasn't what she expected after he read the letter, but perhaps she should have. His father's words and tone were shocking, and he needed time to process it without questions. "Phoebe," he sighed. She hesitated before rocking forward slowly, building up her pace as Mani encouraged her. This position always embarrassed her, but he liked giving her control. His smile widened as she lost her hesitation and her confidence returned. His angel, his everything. Goddess, she was beautiful. His father had never been more right. No one would take her away from him. No one would be allowed to come between them. He would protect his mate and their pup with his life. "Prince Nolan, the king requests your presence." Nolan looked at the messenger and nodded. There had been a strange tension throughout the palace for the last week. He heard his father tried to forcefully search Blue Moon's estate, only to be turned away at the gate, stating he had no authority to do so. And he didn't. Pack estates might technically be in the royal family's territory, but they were considered the territory of the individual pack, so the borders must be respected as such. That also meant they were exempt from searches without justifiable cause, as approved by the council. Nolan had walked past his father's office to overhear his father in a rage over the phone. "What do you mean, I don't have just cause? I'm telling you that is dangerous to us all. She'll destroy everything. I don't care if he has taken her for his mate. Jason has no idea what he's invited into his pack. It's for his own good. What do you mean, how do I know?" Since then, Nolan tried to avoid his father whenever possible. It wouldn't do him any good to attract his notice. Unfortunately, they still were unable to figure out why the king hated Blue Moon's Luna with such vigor, and he had no idea why his father wished to see him now. Reaching the office, he knocked before entering. There he found his brother sitting in their father's seat, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Akin?" Nolan hesitated. "I was told father wanted to see me?" "He had to go lay down," Akin chuckled. "The council wouldn't approve a war declaration against Blue Moon." "He actually tried that?" Akin snorted. "I would have requested a halt of trade or an investigation of their assets. They probably would have rejected that too. Blue Moon is, if nothing else, studious in its contributions and record-keeping. Their services are too valuable, and apparently that new silver healing bomb belongs to them, though how they came up with it is anyone's guess. I heard a pair of she-wolves invented it." "Yeah, right." Aiken laughed. Females are only good for one thing and one thing only. Nolan gritted his teeth to prevent himself answering. By now, he was inured to Aiken's misogynistic and callous nature. According to what Nolan heard, one of the she-wolves who invented the bomb was none other than Blue Moon's Luna, but he didn't think that information would help this situation in the slightest. Clearing his throat, he said, "Well, if Father is resting, I'll be on my way and see him later." "Hold on." Nolan paused, looking back at his brother. "Without Father here, we'll be able to speak freely." Nolan gave his brother a curious look. "But I don't suppose Father told you why he wants the silver wolf dead?" "No, he doesn't tell me anything," Achin declared. "We have that in common. He used to be much more open until Selena's first shift." Nolan frowned. It was rare for Achin to be so thoughtful or curious. However, he was right. Their father had been delighted when their sister was born. But that was before Selena shifted. Their father's attitude changed immediately. He barely looked at her and couldn't stand to be in her presence. Whenever their mother praised her rare beauty, their father looked at her in disgust. But why? And now he was single-mindedly pursuing Blue Moon's Luna. "No matter what you think, it's strange," Achin said. "Agreed," Nolan nodded, seeing his brother's gaze gleam. "And you know why." "You're not the only one who had been digging," Achin shrugged. "Are you going to gloat or share?" "Neither," Aiken said after a moment. "But you are going to challenge Jason for his position." "You want me to challenge for the title of Blue Moon's Alpha?" Nolan asked. "Are you insane?" "Probably." "Forget it. This is your chance to get on Father's good side. If you take over Blue Moon, you can hand him that she-wolf on a platter." "If," Nolan emphasized, "I'll never beat Jason in single combat." Nolan was no fool. A werewolf's aura was a measure of their strength, and Jason's far surpassed anything he had ever felt. Not even the king in his prime matched it, Nolan was quite certain. For him to step in the arena with Jason was suicide. "You are a prince. Surely you are not afraid of a mere alpha," Akon teased. "That isn't how it works," Nolan said. "You know that. Jason isn't just some alpha. He's the alpha of Blue Moon. Ancient blood flows through his veins, not to mention training. His pack specializes in combat. Were you not watching when he slipped out of our territory right under Father's nose? We still don't know where he is. He's back in his pack and on his home turf." "How do you know that?" "Does it matter?" Aiken smiled. "What exactly are you planning?" "The less you know, the better," Achan said. "All you need to know is your part. You are going to challenge Jason. Why? Look, if you win, you will have Father's eternal gratitude. You can ask him for anything. There's no reward he wouldn't be happy to bestow." "You say that as if I actually have a chance. But no, I don't. So why should I pick a fight I have no hope of winning?" "Because it's the only way to keep your mate safe." "I don't know what you're talking about." "Yes, you do. Your little ruse may have the old man duped, but you haven't been as careful as you think you've been. So you're planning to sacrifice me. Oh, please, I doubt Jason will actually kill you. So what is the point?" "The point is I don't need you to win." "You just need him distracted," Nolan surmised. "I'm the distraction for a different plan, right?" "As I said, the less you know, the better. Just do your part, and I won't tell Father about your mate." Nolan gritted his teeth. He wanted to deny it, but his brother was too confident. If Achin had any strengths, it was certainly his ability to sniff out secrets, no matter how deeply they were buried. Nolan had done his best not to leave a trail, but he should have known better. If Achin wanted to find out something, there was no countermeasure great enough to keep that information safe. In that sense, Jason was his greatest opponent. The Blue Moon Alpha made security his top priority, and as far as Nolan knew, Achin had never succeeded in infiltrating the pack either digitally or physically. No cyber attack managed to breach Blue Moon's firewalls, and no pack member would turn spy against their alpha. Had that changed? No. If An had an actual way into the pack, he wouldn't need to rely on Nolan as a distraction. Yet, it was strange Achin was sharing this much interest in anything, let alone something that concerned their father. "Why are you so interested in Jason's Luna?" Nolan asked. Aiken's smile broadened, his eyes gleamed. Nolan couldn't help but think he looked like a cat playing with a mouse. Not a very flattering image for a wolf, to be sure. "She intrigues me," Achin said. Nolan gave his brother a dubious look. Aiken laughed. You have to admit you're intrigued, too. Such a plain, pretty little thing. She must be a tiger in bed. Nolan snorted. What? You saw how Jason was acting, nuzzling and sneaking kisses. A man like that doesn't act like that unless the female does him something fierce. Nolan shook his head. I don't think you understand the mate bond at all. Oh, please, I know all about it. I had a mate, remember? Yeah, I do. Nolan winced at the memory of the delicate young Omega. She didn't stand a chance. If fated mates were meant to bring out the best in each other, the Omega was meant to bring out Akon's gentleness and compassion. It might have even worked if he hadn't dosed himself with wolfsbane to prevent his wolf from stopping him. The Omega didn't last one night. Nolan wished that was the worst thing he ever witnessed, but it wasn't. I wonder if Jason's the sort of wolf who prefers a dominant partner or a submissive one. I'd love to find out. Something tells me she's feisty. I like when they have spirit. Nolan warily eyed his brother and picked up the phone on the desk and held it out to him. But first, you need to make a phone call. Alpha, you wanted to see me? A young warrior stepped into the office. Yes, Dash, Zane nodded, encouraging the young male to enter. Like most werewolves, Dash had a dark complexion as well as hair and eyes. Given that wolves originated from the Mediterranean region, many still bore the hallmarks common to that area even after centuries of breeding. How can I help you, Alpha? Dash asked as he stood in front of the desk. We have ourselves a little problem that could become an issue, Zane said. It seems the royal family is not happy with Blue Moon's Luna. They are attempting to petition the council to declare was on the pack. Why would the royal family do that? What did the Luna do? She was born, Zane sighed. The answer only confused Dash more and asked, Alpha, I don't know much about politics, but I do know we have close ties with Blue Moon. Do you plan on supporting them even against the royal family? That is the question, Zane sighed. But you won't like this next part. Alpha? You remember that friend of yours from your old pack? Phoebe? Dash asked. It had been years since he saw or even spoke to her, the one wolf who seemed to understand him. If not for her support, he wouldn't have been able to leave. He would have taken her with him, but her mother just passed away and her father wasn't doing well. He contacted her later after he settled in at Strawberry Moon, only to learn she had taken in 2 orphans. Given her caring heart, it didn't surprise him at all. It pained him all the more because no one in Rimrock appreciated her efforts, and it especially annoyed him her own fated mate didn't appreciate her. She never breathed a word who had been dumb enough to reject her, but he had his suspicions. Phoebe was intelligent, kind, humble, and treated every pup like her own. It was obvious to him she was meant to be Luna, which meant the fool had to be their alpha. Dash couldn't stand it, the fact that their alpha could chosen mate when his fated mate was right in front of him. Others in the pack warned him fated bonds didn't sever completely unless their wolves accepted the rejection as well, which meant Phoebe would be subjected to his betrayal every night he was with his chosen mate. He wanted to help and practically begged his Luna to request a transfer. Luna Chandler warned it would be a long shot, especially if the Rimrock Alpha was her mate, but agreed to try. It had been rejected. Dash practically begged Phoebe to make the journey to Strawberry Moon, even if she had to go rogue. But she wouldn't leave the pups, and she wouldn't allow them to go rogue with an uncertain future. He shouldn't have been surprised. Phoebe was impossibly stubborn, and it irritated him how she undervalued herself. She was so busy taking care of others, she never bothered about herself. I don't understand. What does this have to do about Phoebe? Dash asked, his mind returning to the present. She's Blue Moon's Luna. Dash remained silent as the news sunk in before suddenly doubling over in laughter. It was too much. Phoebe, dear, sweet Phoebe, who had been treated like by their own pack, rejected by her mate, was now the Luna of the world's most powerful pack. It was too much. The goddess certainly knew how to twist a screw. Dash? Zane let him go for a while before trying to calm him. Are you okay? Yeah. Dash caught his breath. You're sure? I mean, was she all right? Did Alpha Jason treat her all right? Was she happy? I've known Jason for quite a few years, Zane said. He has been desperate to find his fated mate. I've never seen any wolf look so tirelessly for their mate. I can assure you he adores her, and I would say worships the ground she walks on. He does? Rest assured his devotion knows no bounds. A smile twitched Dash's lips. Finally, someone appreciated and treated Phoebe with the love she deserved. She deserved every moment of happiness. He also adopted the orphans she took in, Zane said. Really? He did? Dash asked, surprised. An alpha? There is nothing Jason will not do for his Luna to make her happy. Dash heard many rumors of the Blue Moon Alpha. He was reserved, unemotional, and distant. Jason treated everyone with respect, but he avoided emotional entanglements. Many thought he was cold, but that didn't stop several she-wolves from pursuing him. He didn't spare any of them a single thought. It was hard to believe Alpha Jason could be soft and adoring, let alone adopt pups that had no relation to him. Could it really be true? But you said the royal family is against Blue Moon's Luna. I did, Zane nodded. The king seems to think she will destroy the fabric of werewolf society. Phoebe? Dash exclaimed. Impossible. There is no way. Phoebe is the kindest, most selfless wolf ever to live. There is no way she is capable of that. I only met her for a few moments, but I am inclined to agree, Zane nodded. She was quite charming and sincere. She is, Dash quickly agreed. Absolutely. They were both silent for a time, thinking about the startling facts. How could the king even think that? Dash suddenly asked. Did the king even meet Phoebe? I think it has something to do with her wolf's color, Zane said. She's silver. Silver? Dash repeated. You didn't know? No, she never shifted in front of anyone. Most in the pack thought she was wolfless. But not you? Well, no. I mean, my wolf said she had one, and deserved to be respected. Interesting, Zane muttered. Very strange, but we should learn more shortly. New Moon is planning to contact Blue Moon. They should be able to inform them about silver wolves, which just leaves the royal family angle and why they hate silver wolves. What are we going to do? Dash asked, feeling sick to his stomach. They couldn't simply do nothing. Phoebe deserved to be happy, and if the Blue Moon Alpha made her happy, then they should be left alone. That is the question, isn't it? Zane sighed. It was the question plaguing him since the princess's birthday. Blue Moon was a close ally, and they shared blood ties. But even more than that, Zane genuinely liked Jason. Jason was intelligent and noble-minded. He came from a strong bloodline and possessed a powerful aura, but he wasn't domineering. Jason preferred to coordinate and network with conversation rather than giving orders. He was likable with a firm moral compass. He was admired and his opinion often consulted. None of this went to his head. He wasn't arrogant, and he didn't make demands or attempt to oppress others. Perhaps this made the royal family underestimate him. The king actually thought he could command Jason, and he thought the other packs would support conflict against Blue Moon. Zane wasn't sure if the king was blind or just stupid, but that still left what they were going to do. At 1,000 members, Strawberry Moon was a prominent pack, though not quite at the level of the ancient packs. Still, they had quite a bit of influence and a respected voice. So what move did they want to make? What message should they send? A knock interrupted his thoughts as Chandler entered. Oh, am I interrupting? Not at all, Zane smiled, welcoming him with a hug and quick kiss. Already his anxiety diminished with his Luna's presence. Luna, Dash nodded in recognition and respect. Chandler was the epitome of a proper Luna, carrying yet firm, gentle yet strong, intelligent and quick-witted. Every pup was his own, and any time a pack member had an issue, no matter how small he was there. What brings you here? Zane asked. He certainly didn't mind his Luna's visits, but Chandler generally spent his day with various pack members and organizing events. Em just sent a message, Chandler said, handing him his phone. Zane frowned reading it before shooting Chandler a look, only to see his face was equally concerned. He looked to Dash, still standing in front of him. Dash, I want you to take 100 of our best and head to Blue Moon to support them. Alpha? Go, get it done. Yes, Alpha. Dash spun on his heel and departed on his mission. Zane looked at Chandler. What do you think it means? No idea, but it's big. If she's sending the message to me instead of Jason, they are trying to keep it secret. Blue Moon's communication is probably being monitored. This isn't the first time they've used us as a proxy to pass along important messages. Zane nodded. I already prepared them a private jet to get them back here as quickly as possible. What do you think this is about? I don't know. Zane shook his head. But Jason has waded into a much larger pond than I thought. I don't know what the moon goddess is thinking, but I have a feeling nothing is going to be the same once this is over. Jason focused on the reports in front of him. After the last few days, he needed the distraction. Luke and Ben had tracked down his father's other partners. One was still a member of Blue Moon and happily mated with her fated mate. The other joined her fated mate's pack and lived in North Carolina. It seemed that some of his father's trysts moved on. Even so, he couldn't relax. For now, he ordered them to be monitored, but left it at that. As long as there was nothing suspicious in their activities and communication, there was nothing to be done. Luke was double-checking anyone, pack member or not, that might have a vendetta against him or his father. Jason had always run his pack fairly, but there were always a few that felt slighted by policies. Thankfully, his father had also been a fair alpha. It was his private life that was a mess. Alpha? We have an issue. Oh? Jason came to attention as the warriors monitoring the main road into the territory contacted him. He opened the link, allowing both Luke and Ben to hear as well. We have about 100 warriors here from Strawberry Moon. Their captain says they've been sent to help. He was as message for you direct from his alpha. Let the envoy through with the message. Have the others wait until I see for myself. Yes, Alpha. Did you know? Luke asked. Normally, Alpha Zane would have contacted them ahead of time to warn them prior to sending out warriors. No. Jason frowned. They had good relations with Strawberry Moon, and thanks to Christina, they shared familial bonds. In the past, Zane sent warriors to Blue Moon for advanced training, or else requested trainers from Blue Moon to his pack for the same. It helped the pack grow into such a powerful entity in a relatively short time. There was an unshakable bond of respect between both packs and a strong alliance, but this was unprecedented. Zane never sent warriors without making arrangements first. It made Jason nervous that the Strawberry Moon Alpha had picked up on rumors he hadn't yet. Was he missing something? He waited anxiously for the envoy, not sure what to expect, even when Luke ushered in the warrior. The wolf in front of him was average height and build, perhaps a little on the lanky side, speaking to his speed and agility. Jason sensed this warrior was just as anxious as he was, having never met face-to-face before. No doubt he knew plenty of rumors that swirled around Jason and didn't know what to expect. Alpha, the warrior finally acknowledged with a nod. And you are? Dash Johnson. Alpha Zane sent me with a message for you. He revealed a small envelope and handed it to him. Jason accepted it, noting it was sealed. Do you have any idea what is in this? No. Dash shook his head. I only know Luna Chandler received a message from his sister, and the contents made our Alpha dispatch 100 warriors to assist you in protecting Luna Phoebe? Jason stiffened. What do you know about my Luna? We grew up together in the same pack. She was pretty much the only friend I had, and when I couldn't stand it any longer, she helped me leave. It always upset me. I couldn't get her out too. Dash shook his head. But she wouldn't leave her parents or the pups she was taking care of. That's how I know the royal family is wrong. Luna Phoebe is kind and generous and incapable of doing what they claim. Jason sucked in a slow breath. He recalled Phoebe and Chandler talking about a warrior during the princess's birthday. That's why this wolf seemed familiar. Though Jason couldn't help but be jealous, it was clear this wolf only wanted the best for Phoebe and was sincere about protecting her. Phoebe? Yes. Can I have you up to the office? There is someone here to see you. An old friend. Of course. Jason couldn't help the little spur of jealousy at her enthusiasm, but he knew she would be happy to see an old friend, and she apparently didn't have many from that time of her life. He wanted her to have as many connections as possible to prove to her how great a Luna she was and had always been, even if no one recognized it. To distract himself, he opened the envelope and the small card containing Zane's message. It was barely a single sentence, but it pierced her heart with fear he never felt before and stirred a rage seldom unleashed. Jason, Luke snapped as he, Ben, and Dash cowered at the weight of his aura. Jason jerked to attention and withdrew his overbearing aura. Sorry. What the hell got you so uptight? Ben asked. Instead of answering, he merely held out the card. Hesitantly, Ben accepted it and read it before exclaiming, "What? What does this mean? Hey, did you know about this?" Dash blinked, shaking his head. Alpha Zane never shared the contents. He just said to lead a team up here to help. Ben frowned, handing the card to Luke. The beta stared at it in surprise. "The silver wolf must be protected at all costs. The future depends on it. Talk to you soon. Em and Chris." "What the f***?" Luke asked through their shared link. Jason shook his head. The message was cryptic and straightforward at the same time. Clearly, Emily and Christina wanted to warn them even if they didn't want to say too much over open channels. They said all that needed to be said. No wonder Alpha Zane immediately sent reinforcements. A knock interrupted further contemplation, and the door opened to reveal Phoebe. She looked at Jason with a note of concern. No doubt she had felt everything through the bond. Her gaze passed over Luke and Ben before settling on the one wolf who was not immediately familiar. He was certainly a warrior, well-trained and disciplined, yet he seemed nervous. Standing in front of Jason, she could sympathize, especially when his aura was fueled by rage, as it had been moments ago. But there was also a strange longing in the warrior's gaze, and something familiar. His scent was also familiar. "Dash?" Phoebe suddenly exclaimed as memories long buried finally surfaced. "Hi, Phoebe," he grinned. "Oh, my goddess!" she exclaimed immediately, wrapping him in a hug. He used to be such a small, lean male, but he had grown and filled out well since they last saw each other. Sensing Jason's discomfort, she kept the contact brief even as relief filled her seeing her friend so well. "I just saw Luna Chandler and he told me how well you were doing. I'm so glad." "Thanks. Alpha Zane told me they saw you. You look amazing," Dash said and meant it. After her rejection, Phoebe lost so much weight and became so morose and lethargic. Her mother's death and her father's poor health certainly didn't help. But eventually she started spending more time in her mother's garden and her mood improved. The difference between her then and now was nothing short of night and day. Phoebe had certainly gained weight. Her complexion had always been on the paler side, but she now had a healthy glow and a vibrancy that was hard to ignore. "Thank you," Phoebe blushed. "I admit it's all still pretty new, but I wouldn't want to be anywhere else." She glanced toward Jason with a warm smile. He felt her love radiating through their bond, and Lobo immediately settled. Since the moment she embraced the other male, his wolf raised his hackles, wanting to renew their claim, but injuring her friend would also hurt Phoebe, and Jason didn't want to bear the label of an overbearing, jealous alpha. Seeing her smile eased his mind considerably. Phoebe and Dash might have been childhood friends, but in her heart she belonged to him. Stepping forward, Jason gently grasped her hand, kissing it and subtly drawing her away from the warrior. The action was not lost on Dash, but he saw immediately that Phoebe was all too happy to be held by her alpha mate. "Alpha Zane sent Dash and about 100 warriors to help bolster our forces as a sign of solidarity between our packs," Jason explained. "He did?" Phoebe seemed surprised. "Oh, where will we put them all? Are they here?" "The majority are still waiting at our border," Jason nodded to Luke, who immediately sent the link to allow them entry. "Zane didn't send any communication prior to their arrival, so I wasn't sure why they were here. Dash had a message for me, which is why I allowed him to enter first." "Oh," Phoebe nodded. It seemed a wise precaution considering the situation they were in. "Do we have enough rooms in the pack house for them?" "Actually, it will be better to house them in the warrior barracks," Ben interjected. "They'll need to train alongside ours so they can be integrated with them. We'll also have to pair them up since we won't be able to mind link with them directly." The others nodded in agreement. Unless Dash and the others joined Blue Moon, they wouldn't be able to access the pack link. They could mind link with those in sight, but to maintain a communication network, they'd need a partner with Blue Moon's warriors. "Who do we have that is good with coordinating and combined training?" Jason asked, pulling Phoebe into his embrace, allowing his scent to cover the warriors that had transferred to her. He kissed her temple and nuzzled her, making it clear to their visitor she belonged to him. Phoebe seemed unaware of his possessive gesture, welcoming his nearness and touch. Dash, however, understood perfectly. He knew he wasn't much of a challenge to an alpha, but if Phoebe expressed any desire to leave, he still would have done what was necessary to help her escape. But it was easy to see Phoebe was comfortable in Jason's arms and welcoming to his advancements. It was also very clear Alpha Jason cherished his mate. His aura swirled protectively around her. "Let's see," Luke thought aloud, ignoring Jason's silent territorial claim. "Chaz is probably my first choice, though Noah and Cam are both experienced too." It didn't surprise Jason Luke's top 3 picks had been part of the security team. There was a particular art for warriors to integrate and work with those from other packs without disrupting the chain of command already established at those packs. Chaz, Noah, and Cam were veterans of such training. Chaz is teaching a class and Noah is a patrol. Luke looked at the daily rosters. Cam should be free for lunch. Jason nodded as Luke opened a link and summoned the trusty warrior. Cam had already proven loyal to his Luna. He would instill that loyalty into the newcomers and keep an eye on them for detractors. "So I guess it's good you didn't join Strawberry Moon," Dash said, after a moment looking to Phoebe, who seemed completely at ease, even in the arms of arguably the most powerful alpha on the planet. She blushed. "I guess so. It wasn't easy, but once Jason found me, everything seemed to fall into place, even things I didn't understand. I'm glad I stayed, and I wouldn't change where I am for anything." Jason's embrace tightened even as he winced at the thought of the troubles she endured because of her first mate. Dash could see his concern even without feeling the protective aura that surrounded Phoebe. "I'm glad you're happy," Dash said, "and safe. Rimrock didn't deserve your care and attention, and I'm glad to see Blue Moon treats you much better." Dash glanced at the high-ranking wolves around him with a grateful nod. It didn't make what Rimrock did better, but at least Phoebe had her peace of mind back. With a devoted Jason at her side, she wouldn't suffer again. "Thank you," Phoebe smiled. "I certainly wouldn't want to go back, but I wouldn't change this." She leaned against Jason, her hand involuntarily settling over her stomach as she thought about the news Mani revealed. Truthfully, Phoebe was still adjusting to the idea, but she couldn't wait until they could see and hear the life growing inside her. "Phoebe," Dash hesitated, "are you?" Her eyes widened, realizing he picked up on her subtle gesture. "Oh, yes, at least my wolf is pretty sure. But we're not telling anyone just yet because of everything. Please don't say anything until we confirm it. I don't want everyone to get excited only to be disappointed." "Of course," Dash assured her, even as his mind reeled. Jason's embrace tightened his hand, covering hers, as his chest rumbled with a possessive growl. One look was all Dash needed to confirm how protective the Alpha already was over the as-of-yet unconfirmed pregnancy and his potential progeny. The royal family was foolish indeed to threaten Blue Moon's Luna. At a knock, Dash jerked to attention. Ben opened the door, allowing the warrior on the other side to enter. Cam nodded respectively before coming up short and staring at the stranger. His nostrils flared and they spoke at the same time. "Mate." Luke and Ben raised eyebrows, sharing dubious looks. Jason, too, seemed taken aback, but Phoebe struggled to contain her mirth, sensing the bond flaring between 2 wolves she viewed as close friends. Dash and Cam looked awestruck, as both had all but given up finding their mates after years of searching. It was almost unfair to know now their mate had been waiting so close in a pack allied to their own. Jason cleared his throat. "Cam, this is Dash from Strawberry Moon. He and about 100 warriors were sent by their alpha to bolster our ranks. Dash, this is Cam. He'll be showing you and your warriors the ropes, integrating them with our forces and pairing them up. Any questions or complaints?" It didn't seem as if either warrior was listening. Eventually, the pair slowly nodded in acceptance, not that Jason thought they'd protest. Cam suddenly jerked to attention, glancing Jason's way, but his gaze was on Phoebe. Dash followed the gesture a second later. He blushed lightly. Sheepishly, the warriors departed to meet the Strawberry Moon warriors at their doorstep. "What did you say?" Jason asked, suspicious of his Luna. "Nothing," Phoebe chuckled. "I just let each of them know the other's favorite foods and a movie idea." Jason stifled a laugh and hugged her tighter. No matter what situation they were surrounded by, she delighted in the formation of new bonds and was eager to see them properly completed. Was that the innate purpose of the Silver Wolf? "Well, this should be interesting," Ben said. "Why?" Phoebe asked. Cam's always had a thing for pretty boys. He's never been attracted to a fellow warrior before, Ben chuckled. Pretty boy, huh? Phoebe repeated. Maybe I should show him some pictures of Dash when we were kids, although I wouldn't want to embarrass Dash. Really? Ben pried. We used to say he was dashing, Phoebe said. Quite a few she-wolves had a crush on him until they found out he wasn't interested. Ben nodded, finding this information hugely interesting. Luke was not nearly as amused, saying, As interesting as this is, we've gotten off topic. Like that message Alpha Zane sent. Message? Phoebe repeated, looking at Jason. You remember I told you about Ben's sister Christina, right? Yes, Phoebe nodded. It pained her greatly thinking how badly Christina and her mother suffered at the hands of her own father. Phoebe couldn't begin to understand the amount of depravity the male possessed. Had their kind really fallen so far from the moon goddess that they would commit such atrocities? And the goddess still tried to reach out to her wayward children? Well, her mate is Luna Chandler's sister, Jason continued. They both like to travel, so I've employed them as information gatherers and sometimes spies. They sent this message to Strawberry Moon, I assume because they aren't being watched as closely as we are. Alpha Zane passed it on to us. Reluctantly, Jason handed her the card, allowing her to read it and process the information. Phoebe frowned. She looked up at Jason confused. What exactly did it mean? We're not sure. Jason answered the unasked question. Clearly, Chris and Em didn't want to say too much over an unsecured channel, but whatever they found warranted this message. I don't understand. Phoebe shook her head. For the future, I don't understand. What am I supposed to do? Shh. Jason embraced her, sensing her disquiet through the bond. We're still not sure. We'll know more when they get here. Until then, I'm not taking any chances with your or our pup. He pressed his forehead against hers, feeling through the bond when she settled. Jason kissed her forehead. She was his future, and he would protect it at all costs. The phone blared to life, startling them. Jason cursed under his breath. Couldn't they have a few minutes of peace? Luke picked up the receiver. Blue Moon? Beta Luke speaking? What? Yeah, he's here. Hold on. Let me put you on speaker. When Luke glanced his way, Jason had an immediate sinking feeling. He definitely wasn't going to like this call. Jason nodded, keeping Phoebe close and marshalling his control. Luke nodded. You are on speaker, Prince Nolan. Go ahead. Alpha Jason? Your Highness, Jason answered. Elder Ansel? I'm here, the elder answered, alerting them they were in fact on a conference call. Alpha Jason, greetings. Elder Ansel, Jason frowned, wondering what game the prince was playing. It certainly wasn't his usual style. Good, then we are all here, Prince Nolan sighed. I am issuing an official challenge to Alpha Jason for the right to lead Blue Moon. What? Jason repeated. Your Highness, I don't think you know what you are doing, and I can assure you it is not going to end well for you. I assure you I know exactly what I was doing, Nolan replied. Do you accept this challenge, Alpha Jason? Ansel asked. You may accept or forfeit your position. Jason growled. His mind raced, trying to reason why Nolan would make such a challenge. The second prince had always seemed a reasonable wolf, not prone to the drama of his siblings. He also seemed well aware of his own strength. There wasn't any way he actually thought he stood a chance in this fight, not in a fair duel. Alpha Jason, your answer? Prince Nolan, you understand this will be a duel between the two of us. You will fight with your own strength, no proxies. I understand, and I would have it no other way. Alpha Jason? Ansel prompted again. I accept. Very well, Ansel sighed. As this is a duel among alphas, an arena on neutral ground shall be arranged. You both have a week to prepare yourselves. An elder shall be sent to you in 3 days so that you are aware of the rules. Fine, Alpha Jason agreed. Prince Nolan, you best make your peace with the goddess before we meet. As should you. I'm sorry it came to this, Ansel said before disconnecting. Luke picked up the receiver and set it back on the cradle, massaging his temple. This was certainly not a turn of events he could have predicted. Sue, Ben hesitated. That just happened. What's the plan? Jason breathed in slowly, shoving away his doubts. His questions would solve nothing when there were things to do and tasks they needed to accomplish. I want you to increase patrols and surveillance. Recall non-essential pack members to seek shelter in designated safe houses. Right. Luke nodded before he and Ben departed. Hi. For years, they had developed emergency plans in case the pack was attacked. Never in a million years did they imagine ever enacting them, but now was definitely the time. They had allowed the pack to continue as is despite the threat because they didn't want to raise alarm, but now it was time for all to prepare to protect their Luna. Jason, why is this happening? Phoebe shivered. Is it because I'm a silver wolf? It is, isn't it? Am I not even allowed to be happy? Phoebe, shh. Jason gathered her into his arms and quickly settled on the couch to hold and soothe her. Shh, Angel. She shivered in his arms. The feeling through the bond was one of devastation and fear. Her unknown destiny was crushing her under its weight. Let me tell you something, Angel. You deserve all the happiness life can give you, Jason intoned. Bother, and I'm going to make sure you have every moment you are entitled to. But if it weren't for me, if it weren't for you, I'd never known happiness or the joy of being complete, of being a father. You brought all of this to me and to my pack. But I've put them all in danger. No, you haven't. Do you know how many of them have found their fated mate because of you? Noah, Shannon, Cam, your friends Bridget and Dash, and that is just the tip of the iceberg. Have you forgotten Will and Lily? Jason stroked her cheeks, wiping away tears. That's what you do. You bring wolves together, and anyone who can't see that is a fool. I won't allow anyone to disrupt your mission or our family. I will keep you safe. But this duel, I don't know what Nolan is thinking. He knows he can't win, Jason shook his head. Not in a fair duel. I don't understand, Phoebe shook her head, snuggling into his chest. I'm stronger than him. A lot stronger. I promise you, he can't win this fight. Really? I already stipulated no proxies, which means he has to fight on his own. The ledges will ensure a fair duel, probably line the arena with silver, so we can't receive help from outside. We will monitor security to ensure no one can interfere. I promise you there is no scenario in which I don't win. Phoebe huddled against him, slowly calming under his caresses and surrounded by his scent. Jason sighed. He wasn't sure what the royal family was thinking. Picking a fight they had no chance at winning. Regardless of how they felt about silver wolves, they had to know they were heading down the path of destruction by challenging him and his pack. At the very least, he thought Prince Nolan was smarter than that. Jason? Phoebe asked, sensing his wandering thoughts. I just wish I knew what the prince was thinking. He knows he can't win. I always thought he was smarter than his brother. This challenge isn't like him. It isn't? No. Nolan has always been straightforward. He doesn't like playing games. That's usually his brother's purview. This challenge stinks of Aiken. In fact, the more he thought about it, the more it felt like the first prince had taken control of the chessboard. Right now, he was arranging his pieces and preparing his attack. Aiken likes games, but he also hates direct confrontation. He prefers to stab you in the back, and he hates getting his hands dirty, Jason explained. He probably put Nolan up to this somehow, maybe forcing his hand. Phoebe frowned. She didn't know much about the royal family, and what she did know left much to be desired. This could also be a distraction, Jason said. A smokescreen to keep us busy while he does something else. What else could he do? Phoebe asked. Jason growled, holding her tight as the rumors swirling around the first prince ran through his mind. It was well known no one survived a night with him, and the condition of the remains of those same unfortunates was a thing of nightmares. Just imaging Phoebe's body so mangled that it was unrecognizable caused his aura to spike. He would not allow such a depraved soul anywhere near her. Jason? Phoebe stroked his cheek, hoping to calm his wave of possessiveness swirling around them. She knew it was from fear of losing her, but she hated to see him in such a worked-up state. Jason? Sorry, Angel, Jason sighed, trying to marshal his control. He hugged her close and breathed in her scent to chase away the phantom images in his mind. Phoebe leaned against him, stroking his cheek with her fingers. Promise me, you won't take any chances and you won't go anywhere alone, Jason said. I promise. Good. I don't know what the royal family is planning, but I will protect you. I know you will. Jason waited at the door for their guest. Border patrols alerted him several minutes ago that the escort vehicle had arrived. He was too anxious to remain in his office, so stood beside Luke to meet the arrival. The past 4 days had been one of turmoil for both him and Phoebe. His anxiousness was transmitting through their bond, affecting her. During the day, she kept herself busy, but at night she clung to him, needing his warmth and reassurance. He was certainly willing to provide all she wanted, but he worried her stress would affect the pup. Dr. Evans assured him it was still early and that the pup would be fine. Werewolf pregnancies tended to develop faster than with humans. Still, the first trimester progressed at about the same rate, which meant Phoebe's first scan wouldn't be for another few weeks. The doctor also took blood samples to run tests on her hormone levels, which she said were inconclusive. However, she also assured him that Phoebe's wolf was the surest gauge of her pregnancy. She had yet to see a pregnancy confirmed by a wolf proven false, so though they hadn't yet confirmed it medically, he was nonetheless assured they would be welcoming a pup very soon. Monitoring Phoebe's well-being became his greatest distraction. He made sure to attend every meal to ensure she ate properly, and he wasn't alone. The change started subtly, but the kitchen staff was making concerted efforts to ensure all her meals had proper vitamins and minerals to support the growth of a healthy pup. Phoebe thought it was too much special care, but nothing she said dampened their enthusiasm. Blake and Emma had been quick to pick up on the changes, and once Nora informed them Phoebe was expecting, they quickly jumped on the bandwagon. They had a never-ending stream of questions about the pup and when it would be born. When they weren't asking questions, they were making suggestions. Goddess only knows where they heard such things. They were sponges, and now that they knew a sibling was on the way, their ears were tuned to every conversation mentioning babies. Phoebe was exasperated by all the extra attention, but it also helped to distract her from the challenge looming over them. It distracted Jason, too, thinking about what it would be like once she started showing and he would be able to caress her round belly. He couldn't wait until he could hear the pup's heartbeat and her scent changed. While Phoebe and her wolf would be able to bond with the pup as it developed, Jason would have to build his connection later. The first step was when her scent changed. It would take on notes of the pup's scent so he would be able to recognize it from the moment it was born. Lobo was already wondering what delicious scent would alert them to their pup's presence. Perhaps a citrus scent that would complement Phoebe's. In fact, his wolf grew less and less concerned about the challenge every day, preferring to focus on their pup. But Jason couldn't completely forget about the royal family's plans, and the more he thought about them, the more concerned he became. No matter how he looked at it, Delilah's sudden appearance and Nolan's challenge seemed to be part of a larger plan. He was also quite certain it wasn't the king's doing. The king simply didn't have the patience or constitution for such a layered attack. He was far more emotional and impulsive. However, there was one wolf close to the king that was uniquely predisposed to conspiracies, Prince Akan. But why? Prince Akan had no respect for his father, so Jason highly doubted he was motivated by filial loyalty. Akan didn't respect anyone or bond and thrived on causing strife. Was this just another game to get under Jason's skin? Trying to figure out Akan's true aim was far more difficult than the king. Jason still wasn't sure why the king was so fixated on Phoebe, but he would know soon. They had received a message from Christina that she and Emily landed safely and were on their way. He expected them any day now, hoping their movements were still under the royal family's radar. Once they arrived with their report, the mystery surrounding the king would be solved, and he could focus solely on Akan. "Jace," Luke prompted, drawing his attention to the approaching vehicle. It pulled up beside the pack house, and the escort exited, allowing their occupant to disembark. Jason wasn't certain which elder they would send, but felt a note of relief when he saw the familiar visage of Elder Ansel. Though he had a good relationship with most of the elders, Jason had to admit his rapport with Ansel was better than most. Each elder generally focused on certain regions and often became very familiar with the packs living within that region, attending special events and officiating many. That meant Ansel was a familiar presence since Jason could remember. Or perhaps it had to do with the fact Ansel was originally a Blue Moon Pack member from before his grandfather's time. After he lost his fated mate, he devoted his time and energy to the werewolf community. "Elder," Jason reached out to shake his hand. Alpha Jason, I am sorry it came to this. Let's discuss it in my office. Jason turned, leading him down the halls. So, how is Rimrock doing? Ansel raised a brow at his attempt to make small talk. It was an odd subject to choose, but he also had no reason to hold back information. Beta Michael is now Alpha Michael, and he has found his fated mate. His newly appointed Beta and Gamma are helping him regain control of the pack. Is that a fact? Indeed. It will be a while before Rimrock can recapture its status, but it should recover. Ansel nodded. Good. If he needs any help, warrior training, even alone, I don't mind. I shall pass your words on to him. He will probably be happy with the training, but I don't think he will take a loan. He said he wanted to re-establish Rimrock's businesses without incurring debt, but he will be grateful for the offer. Jason nodded, ushering him into the office, and directed him to one of the chairs before taking his own seat. He had been anxious to begin, but now that the elder was there, he was hesitant. Luke poured drinks before taking a station by the door to ensure they weren't interrupted. Luna Phoebe is not joining us? Ansel asked. She's teaching a music lesson at the moment, Jason said, feeling her contentment through the bond. She hasn't been sleeping well with everything that is happening. I'd rather not disturb her if it is not necessary. Ansel nodded. He could understand Jason's reluctance. After waiting for his fated mate for so long, Ansel had hoped Jason would be able to simply enjoy his new status. In fact, he hoped the next communication he received from Blue Moon was an announcement on the birth of pups. So what has been decided? Jason asked. We've rented a stadium from the humans, Ansel said. It was a lot easier than building our own. It's in Calgary, neutral territory for you both. The arena will be prepared with a ring which will be lined with silver to ensure neither of you will receive aid from outside during the actual duel. As the challenged party, you will have to decide whether you two will fight in your human form or as wolves. That was nothing Jason didn't already expect. He had already stipulated no proxies, no Nolan would have to fight for himself. Once the duel starts, it can only end in one of three ways. Either one of you yields, is too injured to fight, or death. Jason nodded. Once again, it was no secret to him. As this was an officially sanctioned challenge, there will be no repercussions leveled against you or Blue Moon in the event of Prince Nolan's death. Jason raised an eyebrow at that. He had forgotten there were laws protecting the royal family's health and safety. However, all such rules were null and void when it came to official challenges and duels. So there is no reason to hold back, Ansel said, now, in the event Prince Nolan wins. He won't. In the event that he does, he won't. In the highly unlikely event the prince is the victor, Ansel said, your pack will have to swear fealty to him immediately, which is why your high-ranking members must be present. You obviously cannot leave your Atory unguarded, so you can choose whether your Beta or Gamma will be there. Jason let out a slow breath. In addition to your Luna, of course. What? Jason snapped to attention. Luna Phoebe must be in attendance. Phoebe is not going anywhere near this duel. She's not leaving our territory. Alpha, she's not going, Jason glared, his aura suddenly flaring. Alpha, Ansel winced. You can assign her as many guards as you like. She's not going. Luke frowned, wondering if he should intervene. Could he even rein in his Alpha? Perhaps it was best to call for Phoebe. Suddenly he was thrown forward as the door burst open. I don't care what meeting the Alpha is in, this has to do with the fate of werewolf kind, Christina declared as she pushed her way in, only to stop short when she saw Jason's company. Chris, Jason said evenly. You remember Elder Ansel? Hello, Emily. Alpha, the other she-wolf greeted, shooting her impatient mate a look. We're sorry for the intrusion. We'll come back later. Wait, please, Ansel stood. Did you just say you have information on the fate of wolfkind? Emily and Christina hesitated, glancing at Jason. He rubbed his temples, considering his next words carefully. This was his territory, and they were pack members on a sanctioned fact-finding mission, so he was well within his right to order Ansel out. It was pack business, yet Christina's words rang in his mind, as did their earlier warning. What if the implications were far beyond just his own pack? If so, he would need the council on his side. Elder Ansel, take a seat. Chris, you too. Jason gestured to the couch. They sat side by side, apprehensive at the way his aura fluctuated. He glanced at Luke, reaching out for Phoebe. Phoebe? Jason, is something wrong? Your aura is all over the place. Could you join me in the office, please? Of course. Jason let out an uneasy breath. He had no idea if he was doing the right thing, but he knew he needed his Luna. Lobo was prowling his mind like a caged animal, and they needed Phoebe's presence to calm them, or they wouldn't be able to think straight. Jason pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to stave off the beginning of a headache. The door opened, and the smell of lilac and sage wafted toward him as Phoebe entered. She glanced quickly around the room, recognizing Ansel, but most concerning to her was Jason's aura. He had been anxious for days and his wolf restless. No doubt the elder was here to discuss the approaching duel, but first thing was first. Without a word, she went to Jason, embracing him as his arms wrapped around her. He bowed his head, breathing in her scent as his wolf finally relaxed. They stood forehead to forehead, letting his aura settle. Once he took a breath, he sat and pulled her into his lap. She didn't protest, knowing he needed her close to keep him and his wolf calm. Phoebe, you remember Elder Ansel. Jason slowly reclaimed his control. Phoebe acknowledged him before turning her attention to the she-wolves. You haven't met yet, but this is Christina and Emily. Oh, hello, Phoebe smiled at them. Ben and Lucy have told me so much about you. Luna, the pair smiled in return, studying their Luna. She was as petite and pretty as they had been told, but it was her aura that rendered them speechless. It was calm and all-encompassing. It swirled around them like a gentle breeze. Their wolves curled up, enjoying the peace resonating within. Churst and Em like to travel, so they often gather information for me, Jason said as some sort of explanation to Ansel. Chris, Em, Elder Ansel is here to discuss my upcoming duel. Duel? Emily repeated. That was news to them. Prince Nolan challenged Jason for his title and control of Blue Moon, Luke told them, letting the implications sink in. Yes, and as I was explaining, because this duel is for the Alpha title, Blue Moon's high-ranking members have to be present, including his Luna. Jason growled, Phoebe is not going anywhere near it. Shh. Phoebe hushed, running her hand through his hair. Jason sighed, leaning into her touch, letting her soothe him and his wolf. Ansel watched, slowly relaxing. Only moments ago, Jason was practically enraged, and now he was docile as a kitten. Well, maybe not quite that docile. If Jason is risking his pack, what is the prince risking? Emily asked. Well, I mean, fair is fair, she looked to the elder. I don't think you appreciate the gravity of the situation at all. I'm afraid I don't understand, Ansel said. Chris and Em have been gathering information for me, and apparently an informant of theirs told them about a rumor concerning the royal family, certainly one I never heard before. He nodded for them to continue. Being of calmer mind, Emily explained, a few generations ago the Wolf King sought a consultation with a witch seer. Supposedly his grandmother had made a future prediction and he wanted to confirm it. Ansel raised an eyebrow at that, but didn't interrupt. There is almost no record of this happening, but we did manage to track down the coven he most likely visited. When we got there, the Reverend Mother confirmed the rumor is based on actual events. In fact, her grandmother was the seer he saw. Apparently, witches don't record their predictions, so what she told him was never written down. However, after he left, she made another prediction and instructed her daughters to pass it down. She said there would come a day that other wolves would visit asking about the king, and when they did, they were to be told, the line will end in white and a new one will begin in silver. What is that supposed to mean? Luke snorted. That was my reaction, Christina seconded, but Em thinks she figured it out. It was a prediction made to wolves, so I believe it is about us, Emily explained, specifically white and silver wolves. Both are rare, so what are the chances for there to be one of each at the same time? So you think it's about Selena and me? Phoebe said, but what line are they referring to? I think it means the royal line, Emily said. Selena is the last of the king's progeny, and none of her siblings have pups of their own. Hence the royal line ends with the white wolf. And a new one begins in silver, Phoebe repeated, her hand settling over her stomach. Could it be? Mani, is what she said true? Maybe. I don't know. Phoebe could feel her wolf's uncertainty and knew there was no deception. But how? Why? Was this the goddess's plan? Instead of replacing werewolves with another creature as she did lichens, she intended to replace the royal lineage? Just start over? Now, let's not jump to conclusions, Ansel advised. After all, this could be considered treason. Treason? Are you kidding me? Christina snapped. You think tossing out scum is treason? What about a king that kills his own mate because he's impatient to have another pup and steals another wolf's mate? What about a prince that tortures his bed partners and kills them for kicks, including his own mate? Are you telling me that sick and depraved family deserves to sit on the throne they built out of blood? I say it's time they were tossed out. The goddess herself declares it's time to start over, so let's wipe the slate clean and get on with it. Chris? No, I'm tired of all these kings and princes and alphas who think they can do whatever they please and there are no consequences. They torture their mates, then reject them and cast them aside like garbage when the only real trash is them. Are we wolves or aren't we? Do we follow the moon goddess or don't we? Christina suddenly leapt to her feet. I say, let's go, Jace. You're one of the few alphas who isn't a raging duck. You got my vote. A counter-challenge? Luke suddenly spoke. If they want your alpha title, then they can put up their crown. Whether they do or not, when you beat Nolan, they are going to lose face, so why not make them bleed? Can Jason really do that? Phoebe asked. It's not completely without precedent, Ansel said. I believe humans call it upping the ante, but it's a risk. Riskier than taking his Luna into neutral territory where the wolves threatening her life are waiting to pounce? Luke asked. Jason's aura spiked. Phoebe continued running her fingers through his hair. She leaned close, kissing his cheek. Her presence soothed him and he relaxed. It's your call, Alpha, Luke said. What do you want to do? Situated well beyond busy downtown was a community of exclusive estates and manicured lawns known as Mount Royal. It was the sanctuary for the city's most elite residences and included numerous vacation homes for the upper crust of society. Some homes looked almost like castles, while others were sleek, modern homes. Among these was a quiet estate tucked in the southeast corner. It was a particularly large estate surrounded by an imposing stone wall and encompassed not just the house and a large yard, but also quite a few trees, almost like a mini forest. For as long as anyone in the neighborhood could remember, the gate had always been closed, though they occasionally noticed the small staff going about its business to maintain the property. High-tech cameras maintained surveillance, and very rarely a neighbor sometimes spotted a lone figure patrolling the grounds. Every now and again they heard howls and sometimes found a paw print in the snow, indicating their security patrols also utilized attack dogs. One neighbor claimed to have seen a dog, but most thought he was crazy, claiming the beast was as large as a man. It was just one more story to be traded among the neighbors, and the legend of the estate continued to grow as it stood empty season after season. More than once prospective buyers approached hoping to make an offer, but they were turned away at the gate. Once or twice, particularly stubborn solicitors attempted to climb the wall. Those that managed the feat were soon sent running and later told stories of monstrous beasts and murderous figures with glowing eyes. Some even claimed the place was haunted. Many neighborhood kids enjoyed passing along stories of murder, lust, and revenge, each story more elaborate than the last to entertain themselves as they speculated why the house remained seemingly abandoned. Then, suddenly, the estate became alive. Windows were opened and stagnant air chased out. Groundskeepers and security personnel descended on the area, checking every inch of the perimeter wall. Neighbors watched, wondering if this flurry of activity meant the master of the house would finally make an appearance. They didn't have to wait long. 2 hours after the activity began, a motorcade of identical black SUVs arrived, pulling up to the estate's front door. A few moments later, a young man exited the second vehicle. He was the epitome of tall, dark, and handsome, and the dream figure so many women wished to sweep them off their feet and carry them away. Several women watching him now wondered if they would be able to meet him if they brought over a welcome to the neighborhood dessert. Their hopes were dashed moments later as he circled the vehicle and helped a petite young woman exit next. Her mane of wavy, dark hair flowed out from under her cream beret. She smiled prettily at him as he pulled her close and kissed her deeply with no shame in front of their audience. The smile on his face made it clear he was completely smitten with his young bride. If there were any lingering doubts, he swept them away as he suddenly lifted her off her feet and into his arms, carrying her across the threshold like a new bride. Her laughter echoed in the cool air, and she didn't seem the least bit embarrassed by the staff and escort watching them. "Welcome to Calgary," Luke said as they entered the foyer. Christina and Emily trailed a step behind, watching their alpha carry his Luna like a newlywed bride. Neither had ever seen him smile as broadly or as much as he when he held his Luna. There was no sign of his usual melancholy, even with the duel hanging over his head. Reluctantly, Jason set Phoebe on her feet. Regardless of the reason brought them, he was happy to be there with her. "So how many estates does Blue Moon own?" Phoebe asked, letting her gaze drift, taking in the stonework and tapestries featuring wolves and forests. It had a stately feel and yet also a modern aesthetic, which made for an interesting dynamic. "I have no idea, to be honest," Jason chuckled, holding her close. Over the centuries, Blue Moon had invested and collected numerous properties around the world. Some were safe houses and emergency bunkers. Others were extended pieces of the pack, providing housing for wolves who preferred a smaller pack environment while also ensuring the home territory didn't become overcrowded. The estates also made for vacation homes, allowing high-ranked members to relax in a secure environment away from the pack for a time. "Once all of this is over, I'll take you and the pups to someplace warm, a real island getaway, just us." "Sounds good," Phoebe smiled, snuggling into him. Jason sighed, a possessive growl rumbling in his chest. He hoped to take Phoebe and the pups to one for a special holiday getaway. It had been disheartening to leave them behind a second time, but with the duel and threat posed by the royal family, he couldn't risk it. Bad enough he had to bring Phoebe. He couldn't place their pups in danger too. Lucille and his mother had orders to protect them at all costs and make sure the pups escaped unharmed if things went south. Jason knew he would win this fight, but he still wasn't sure what Achan was planning. With Jason and Luke away, the pack territory was vulnerable to attack, as did the fact they took a portion of their forces to secure the Calgary estate. Luckily, the extra warriors from Strawberry Moon helped in that regard, but he still didn't know from which direction to expect attack. His instincts told him Achan would focus on Phoebe. The prince had little interest and even less skill when it came to managing a territory or pack. There was only one thing Achan was interested in, and Jason would be damned before he let the prince lay a finger on Phoebe. He couldn't let himself be distracted, so measures were in place to ensure he wouldn't need to be consulted before action was taken. Now he could focus entirely on Phoebe. To that end, every member of her personal guard was in attendance, as well as Cam, Dash, and half of the Strawberry Moon warriors along with their Blue Moon partners. Luke and Mona were with him, as well as Christina and Emily. All four were capable warriors with tested loyalty. They would not need to be told how to react in the moment. They would think for and act for themselves. And all had one imperative: protect Phoebe. Jason lay in bed with Phoebe tucked against him. Her breathing was even, and she was relaxed in a deep sleep. He nuzzled her and breathed in her calming scent. His hand gently caressed her stomach. 2 more weeks and they would finally have definitive confirmation. By that time, her scent should also start changing, and the pup would seem that much more real. Emily's revelation replayed through his mind. Could it really be true? He had to admit her interpretation had its attraction. Jason never thought about being king. It was more responsibility and work, of which he had enough. However, if it would protect Phoebe and ensure their pup's future, he wouldn't hesitate to snatch it. He would take everything away from the royal family, including their lives, to protect his Luna, prophecy, or no prophecy. Phoebe sighed. She stretched and leaned against him before settling back to sleep. Jason tightened his embrace and snuggled her close. She was his life, his world, and no one would take her away from him. Lobo stirred with a growl. "Yes, mate, ours. They will regret coming after her." The motorcade arrived at its destination, but the occupants didn't disembark immediately. Warriors preceded them, securing the area before giving the all-clear. Jason exited first, assessing his surroundings with a critical eye before reaching in and helping Phoebe out. She was nervous and gripped his hands tightly as they headed inside. Garrison preceded them and Luke followed behind. But they weren't the first pack members to arrive. Christina and Emily arrived several hours ahead with a team to recon the area. Where they were now, Jason didn't know, but he also didn't need to. They had their mission, as did the spotters covering the arena and surrounding area. Jason only needed to worry about one thing. Ansel met them at the entrance to the grandstand and led them into the large area in front of the tall, covered bleachers. This was the site for many exciting events, including the annual rodeo stampede. But today was a unique spectacle reserved for wolves alone. The grandstand was filled with onlookers and witnesses from various packs, even quite a few alphas. Everyone wanted to be there to witness the outcome. They stepped out into the arena where 2 booths had been set up for the opponents. Between these boxes was a circular area mapped out and prepared for the combatants. Phoebe nervously glanced at the circle, but Jason barely acknowledged it as he escorted her to her seat. Instead of having her sit, he continued to hold her, savoring every last moment he could before the start of the duel. He nuzzled her, breathed in her scent, and held it deep in his lungs. "Jason, promise me you'll win," Phoebe whispered. "I promise." Jason smiled, resting his forehead on hers and rubbing noses. "I'll win, and after I do, we'll take a real vacation. You, me, and the pups. Just us." "Sounds good," Phoebe smiled. He stroked her cheeks. There were other surprises back at the pack he was eager to show her. Her room was finally completed. Phoebe would have a special room all to herself to relax and read away from the pressures of the pack. The second surprise he was even more excited to reveal. When she was preparing the music room for the pups, she had gone through all her belongings that had been stored since her arrival. The piano and lesson books had naturally been moved into the pack house, and she debated keeping the books, not knowing Jason was working on her special room. The one thing she wasn't attached to was the furniture, and suggested they donate it. Jason had agreed, though, secretly kept every last piece for his special surprise. Before they left for Calgary, he had been informed it was all ready. He couldn't wait to surprise her. "Alpha Jason?" Jason growled at the interruption, but he raised his head and kissed Phoebe's forehead. He kept his thoughts focused and his aura under control, as much to keep himself calm as to reassure her. This was just another day, just another task. "Luke, she'll be safe, Alpha," Luke assured him. Jason took one final look at Phoebe with a reassuring smile before stepping away. As he turned, he shoved away his concerns to focus solely on the task at hand. He hated to do it, but it's what he needed to do to get through it. He approached the prepared area and stood on the edge. His mind buzzed, sensing the silver. He looked to the opposing booth where the royal family was enthroned. Jason barely noted the king and queen. His gaze swept over them and settled on Aiken. The first prince smirked, sensing his scrutiny. Jason narrowed his gaze before shifting it to Nolan as the second prince stepped out of the box and approached. Surprisingly, the prince didn't seem nervous. In fact, he looked forlorn, resigned. Jason was fairly certain the prince didn't expect to survive this. Was he really willing to throw his life away for this? "Nolan, make me proud," the king called. "Jason," Selena waved, coyly smiling. Jason didn't spare her a single glance, turning his attention to Ansel, who stood between him and Nolan. Since this was his region of expertise, it seemed he was chosen as the official MC for the event. The elder spared each of them a glance before looking to the audience. "We are here to witness a duel for the Alpha title of Blue Moon. Alpha, Jason, has accepted the challenge of Prince Nola. Is that correct, Alpha Jason?" "Yes, although I do have something to say," Jason said. "It appears to me that I am risking far more than His Highness, my title, my pack, my Luna, and my life. His Highness only risks his life, so why not make it even? I'm placing my title on the line. The king could at least put his throne on the line. What do you say, Your Highness? The winner becomes your successor." Ansel maintained a veneer of surprise and looked to the king. "What say you, Your Highness?" "A challenge has been issued." "Well," the king hesitated, "this is highly irregular. The challenge has already been accepted. I believe humans call it upping the ante," Ansel said. "Of course, if the king refuses, I understand." Jason taunted. "After all, his line is not known for their courage." Nolan stared incredulously at Jason, who he always viewed as a reasonable wolf. Why would he deliberately taunt the king who was not known for his patience? Snarling, the king leapt to his feet. "You dare! Fine, I declare the winner of this duel shall be my successor." Jason's mouth twitched with a smile as his gaze shifted to Aiken. The first prince seemed genuinely perplexed by Jason's sudden challenge. It appeared he wasn't expecting it and had not planned for it. "Good. The challenge has been accepted," Ansel said. "For this duel, the winner shall be Alpha of Blue Moon, as well as the rightful successor for the throne of the Wolf King." Murmurs trickled through the crowd, but Jason felt no resentment or pushback from it either. The crowd certainly seemed more invested now that the stakes were higher, but that hardly mattered. Jason still wasn't sure what the alleged prophecy was really about, but there wasn't anything he wouldn't do to protect Phoebe and their pup. If that meant being king, then he would be king. "Alpha Jason, do you wish to battle as wolves or in human form?" Ansel asked. "Wolves," Jason answered without hesitation. That was the one point he had never wavered or wondered about. When they fought in human form, they could call on their wolves for added strength and agility. But it was only in their wolf form that their true power was unleashed. If anyone wanted to challenge him, it would be at his full strength. There would be no room for debate in the outcome. "Just a moment," the king said, gesturing a servant who brought a tray with a pair of wine glasses. "Let's drink in solidarity." Nolan accepted his glass, and the servant moved to Jason and offered the other glass. Jason looked at it with no emotion, knowing exactly what the king was attempting to do, and it had nothing to do with solidarity. Picking up the glass, he looked at it. His gaze went back to the king, who held up another glass. Without a word, Jason tipped it upside down and poured the contents on the ground. Lobo snarled, his mind sensing the trace amounts of wolfsbane mixed within it. The king frowned at Jason's open dismissal. Their audience as well was surprised. However, most agreed with Jason's action. They knew all too well the king never served drinks that were wolfsbane-free. Jason needed to be at the top of his game and could not allow any weakness. He removed his jacket and shirt, tossing it to one of his warriors waiting on standby. Kicking off his shoes, Jason stepped into the ring. As Jason removed his jacket and shirt, Phoebe felt their mind link open. "Angel, I am going to do everything to win, so I can't let myself to be distracted. I love you with everything I have." Phoebe struggled to hold in a gasp as his love poured through their bond until it practically pulsed. It radiated through her like a warm light before suddenly shutting down. She could feel nothing through their bond. It was like a door suddenly slammed shut, and now an insurmountable wall separated them. Phoebe wanted to reach out, but Monty stopped her. "No, we mustn't. Mate said he was going to do everything to win. We mustn't distract him." "I know, I just hate feeling him shut himself off." Phoebe fought a shudder. It wasn't just their bond he was suppressing. He was shutting down every emotion, every connection, and she couldn't stand it. Jason was so warm, so caring. She couldn't stand him shutting everything and one out. "It's okay," Mani whispered. "Mate loves us. You felt it. He is doing this because he loves us, and when he is done, he will let us feel it again." "Right." Phoebe held on to that. Yes, Jason was only doing what he felt was needed to win the fight, and after that he would come back to her. "Luna," Luke gently directed her to her seat. Phoebe sat beside Mona trying to keep herself calm, but it was a struggle. Without a word, Mona gripped her hand and squeezed while they watched. "Nolan." Phoebe gave a startled jerk at the harsh shout. Her gaze fell on the king, then to the second prince. Like Jason, he was removing his jacket and shirt, but much more deliberately and reluctantly. Despite the fact he initiated the challenge, he clearly didn't want to be there. He looked up at his father's beckoning. "Win this," the king bellowed. Nolan gave his father a short, curt nod. His gaze lingered on those in the royal box before he turned and entered the ring. The crowd's energy spiked in preparation. For decades, everyone wondered what a fight between Jason and one of the princes would be, and now they were finally going to bear witness. It was the battle royale they had all taken bets and discussed on more than one occasion. Phoebe's attention remained on the royal family. The queen was pale and grim, watching her son with a note of sadness. Beside her, the princess didn't spare her brother a glance and kept waving in hopes of attracting Jason's attention. The king, on the other hand, turned a venomous glare on her, but she expected that, and it didn't bother her as much as it once did. After hearing Christina and Emily's reports, she thought she understood the king better. Now that she understood where his hate came from, she could ignore it. The royal family really had no one to blame but themselves. For centuries they lived decadently, neglecting their fated mates with no remorse. What else could they expect? Did they really think the goddess would ignore it? If they were worried about a prophecy, why didn't they take measures against it? It was the definition of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Her gaze passed over him and landed on the first prince, who smirked when he noticed her attention. He licked her lips and even kissed the air as if that was somehow appealing to her. She frowned, and her gaze did not linger on him a moment longer, shifting to the final presence in the box. He had a darker complexion and didn't seem to be a part of the royal family. Luke? Luna? He glanced at her questioningly, not sure why she wanted to talk when the fight was about to begin. Who is that standing beside the first prince? Luke glanced at the royal box. Beta Corwin. Beta? Yes, he's the son of the king's Beta. I believe he is one of the prince's assistants. I see. Phoebe nodded, turning her attention to the ring as the second prince stepped in. Mani, you felt it, right? Yes. There is definitely a connection. But I thought the prince hadn't found his mate. Maybe that's what he wants everyone to think. And maybe someone found out that shouldn't. Phoebe's gaze flickered back to the first prince. Jason said he was conniving and dangerous. Mate is not wrong, Mani growled. His wolf is dead, He no longer has a sane mind. He is unhinged. Luna, are you all right? Luke asked, sensing her anxiety spike. I think the Beta is the second prince's mate, Phoebe said. And I think the first prince knows. Luke's eyebrow shot up, as did Mona's. For security, she and Luke maintained an open link, allowing Phoebe's communication to reach her. That explains a lot, Mona said. The king would never allow a union that wouldn't bear pups. They could adopt. According to law, adopted pups can't be named successors or be included in the family lineage. Why? If I remember correctly, I think it was an issue several generations back with a half-sibling suddenly appearing to challenge for the throne. After that, the laws changed, so only those born of the king and reigning queen could succeed the throne, barring a challenge like this one, of course. It's a matter of historical record, of course, so Luna Cleo probably knows all the details. Mona is right. The only reason the king hasn't named a successor is because none of his progeny has produced a viable heir, Luke agreed. Bloodline is all that matters. If he knew what you suspect, he'd put the Beta to death right now. What about the fact the first prince killed his own wolf? Phoebe asked. What? Mona suddenly jerked to attention. Are you sure? My wolf is. She says he is unhinged. Shit, Luke cursed. They knew Akon was dangerous, but this was a much more serious situation. If his wolf was truly dead, then the prince no longer operate logically, and he would not be easy to predict. It makes sense, Mona said. Rumors have it he killed his own fated mate. The shock alone could have killed his wolf, not to mention his nightly escapades. Only a wolf gone completely insane can do what he has done to so many. He shouldn't even be functioning, Luke frowned. Without a wolf, he shouldn't be thinking rationally. You think he is rational? Mona scoffed. He's fixated, but nothing he does is logical except to him. He is psychotic, and he'll keep going until he reaches his endgame or he is stopped. What is his endgame? Phoebe asked. Jason, Luke sighed. If there is any wolf he is gunning for, it is Jason, and he won't stop until he takes everything away from him. We have to warn him. We can't, Luke shook his head. He's in the ring. We can't reach him. Mani, can we? Phoebe asked, hoping their immunity to silver applied to mind-linking. Yes, but we can't distract him now. Phoebe looked to the ring to see Jason shift, becoming his massive brown wolf. She felt Mani surge forward, eager to see and appreciate her mate's physique. On the other side of the arena, the prince also shifted into a tannish-gray wolf. It was not nearly as large, but had a wiry-looking frame, which meant he was quick and agile. No sooner had their paws touched the ground, they were leaping on the attack. Phoebe winced at the impact. The prince swiped a paw at Jason, only for him to tear into his shoulder. It had only been a few seconds, and already they were spilling blood, staining the dirt of the arena floor. "We have to stop them." "We can't," Luke placed a hand on her shoulder. "But the prince is being forced to fight. His mate is being held hostage." "Phoebe," Mona gripped her hand. "The challenge was issued and accepted. It doesn't matter why. If we interfere, Jason loses automatically." "Mani, she's right. We have to let this play out. Trust in mate. He will win. But if he kills the prince, trust in mate." As soon as Lobo's paws touched the ground, he was out for blood, and Jason wasn't holding him back. Once the prince's wolf was on its feet, it leaped forward and attacked. The prince swiped at him, but Lobo barely felt the claws through his thick fur as he sank his teeth into the gray shoulder. Though they had shut down their bond and turned off their emotions, Jason still felt Phoebe's rising anxiety even after he stepped into the ring. The silver should have cut them off completely, but somehow he still felt her. He wasn't sure if their bond was simply that strong or if it was an effect of Phoebe being a silver wolf. She was worried. She wanted to reach out to him for reassurance, but she was holding back, and he couldn't afford to split his concentration. It was killing him to keep this distance between them, but he had to focus. This was about protecting her. He was counting on Luke and Mona to be there and support her. "Be patient, Angel. I'm coming back to you." Jason could only hope she would forgive him. Lobo shoved the prince aside and they circled each other before charging in again. The prince was smaller with a lanky build that spoke of a wolf focused on speed. It was clear his goal was short, quick strikes trying to wear down Jason's stamina. Lobo snarled at the thought they would crumple so easily. They were a big wolf, but they were also fast. As they charged, Lobo suddenly veered and spun around to grab at the scruff of the prince's neck, then threw him to the ground. They were rewarded with a pained yelp. He lifted the prince up and slammed him down again, hearing a satisfying crunch, and knew he succeeded in breaking ribs before wringing him into the ground before he tossed him aside. The prince yelped again before dragging himself to his feet to face Jason again. Lobo prowled the perimeter of the circle, watching with shining amber eyes. There was something off about his opponent. The prince didn't seem to be fighting for his life in the slightest. As soon as he was on his feet, the prince charged again. Lobo pulled back at the last moment, then sank his teeth into the prince's haunches. He dragged him back into the center of the ring. But Lobo would not allow the prince to set a single claw outside the ring until he was finished. He slammed the prince into the ground again and wrung him before flipping him over and tossing him aside again. Lobo backed off, watching his enemy as the prince struggled to rise to his feet. What is wrong with him? Jason couldn't help but wonder. Why wasn't the prince taking this seriously? Did he not want to win? What was the point of challenging him if Nolan simply intended to throw his life away? Did he even want to survive? The prince struggled to get his feet under him for another charge as his gaze looked longingly at the royal box. It was only a moment, but nothing was lost to Lobo's gaze. Despite the risk, he also glanced at the gathered royalty. Why was the prince fixated on them? The king wasn't even looking at the fight. His hate-filled gaze was centered on Phoebe, a fact he would pay for once this duel was over. The queen kept her head hung low while the princess acted like she was on holiday, waving to Jason whenever she thought his gaze lingered in her direction. Behind them, the first prince had his leering gaze trained in the same direction as the king. He was another that would have a short life. There was only one person watching the fight, and that was Beta Corwin. The Beta was watching with the intensity of a lover or a mate. The realization made Lobo stumble, and he almost missed the prince's next attack. Luckily, he recovered quickly and ducked at the last moment, snapping at the prince's leg and sinking his teeth into flesh. With a growl, Lobo yanked him around and whipped his head to snap the prince's limb before backing off again. Mates? Were the second prince and Beta mates? Was that the hold the first prince had to force his bother to challenge him? If the king knew, the Beta would not still be alive, so it had to be the prince. Phoebe. Yes, that was why she was so anxious. She had the innate ability to sense the mating bonds of others, even broken ones. There was no way she would have missed this connection. If the prince died, the Beta would crumple as the bond, even incomplete, severed. If the prince didn't die, the beta certainly would. The first prince was at least as ruthless as his father and would not tolerate failure. Lobo allowed a moment of pity for them, as the prince struggled to his feet, one paw hanging. The prince would not forfeit. He was willing to trade his life for his mate. Jason could respect that, but he was also fighting for his mate. He would not lose. There was only one way to end this. Only one way he would allow it to end. And it was time to end it. The prince staggered as he gasped for breath and gathered himself. There was a pained look in his gaze as the crushing reality of never being able to claim his mate fell on him. But in order for his mate to live and have a second chance, he had no other choice. He had managed to warn Corwin beforehand and told, regardless of the outcome of this duel, to run. Run and live. Gathering himself, Nolan lunged once again, going for Jason's throat and praying the Blue Moon Alpha would make it quick for him and his mate. Lobo stood as still as a statue, watching the prince's final rush. It was practically in slow motion and almost as laughable. Lobo barely moved as he dodged the haphazard charge and sunk his teeth into the prince's neck. He shook him like a rag doll and then threw him to the ground, only to pick him up and repeat the savage gesture. The prince cried out sharply, then lay unmoving. Lobo backed away as Ansel hurried into the ring. Checking the prince, Ansel stood and announced, "He breathes." Ansel stepped back as another elder brought a large hourglass. Together, they flipped it and waited as the sand ran down. It would take 3 minutes for the time to run out. That was how much time the prince had to rise and continue the fight. It was also 3 minutes he would have to recover without medical assistance. He could easily expire in that time as his breath rattled in his chest. Lobo moved back, waiting for the prince to either expire or stand again. But he wouldn't. He kept a wary eye on the first prince, waiting for any sign or gesture he would enter the fray as time slowly ran down. As the last grains fell, Ansel straightened. "Prince Nolan is unable to continue. The victor is Alpha Jason." Phoebe waited on pins and needles as the grains of sand fell. The only one watching more intensely was Beta Corwin. She knew the bond was still there. It hadn't been severed, but the prince was weakening. Even harder than watching the beta struggle with losing his mate was the ruthless nature Jason had shown. He was cold, calculated, and vicious. The Jason she knew and loved was warm and caring. She was desperate to reach out to him and feel it again, but held herself back because she didn't want to distract him. Phoebe could only hope this was the end of it. "The victor is Alpha Jason." Phoebe sobbed with relief. She was ready to leap to her feet, but Mona and Luke held her in her seat, waiting for everything to settle. Though they held her back, no one stopped Beta Corwin from running to the prince and collapsing at his side. "My prince?" Corwin cried out as he fell to his knees. "Nolan!" The shift slowly took over. He cried out as his broken limb took the longest to finally finish, leaving the prince's battered and broken body lying bare on the ground. An elder brought a sheet to cover his nude form, but there wasn't much hope in their eyes. "Beta Corwin," Jason's voice flitted into his mind, causing him to stiffen. "Get your mate out of here if you want him to live. North entrance, black SUV. Give the driver the password. Sanctuary." To his credit, Corwin gave almost no sign as he and another lifted the second prince onto a stretcher. They retreated quickly, and Jason didn't spare them another thought. His attention was already on the sputtering king. He shifted back into his human form, accepting briefs handed to him. He pulled them on. Then, opening his arms wide, he demanded, "What now, your highness? Do you want to send your other son out to fight your battles, or will you face me yourself?" The king stood red-faced and snarling, "Guards, seize him!" None of the royal guard moved. Jason's aura rolled off him like waves, and none dared move. As the winner, he was now the heir to the throne, and therefore he now held authority equal to the king. "Guards! My king," Ansel said, "or should I say former king?" "I am still king." "No, you're not," Jason declared. "You've outlived your time. Step down or be removed. Or send your other son out here, and I'll end him on your behalf, unless you are wolf enough to face me yourself." Howling in rage, the king leapt out of the box, surprisingly spry as he barreled toward the young Alpha. He attempted to shift as he ripped off his heavy robe, but Jason's punch met his face square in the nose. The king fell back, still partially shifted, as Jason yanked him up and immediately trapped him in a headlock. Pity for the second prince made him pull his final attack at the last moment. But there was no pity for those that threatened his Luna, as he cleanly snapped the king's neck without remorse. Releasing the lifeless body, Jason stepped back, watching it crumple. It was a sad end indeed, but one that was much deserving and long overdue, and yet his death wasn't satisfying. The prince had been more of a challenge. Jason reared back his head and howled in frustration. Surprisingly, several answered in solidarity. He was king. All hail the king. His aura poured out of him as he turned to face Akan when smoke canisters launched toward the arena surrounding him in a foul-smelling fog. He stumbled clear, looking for the first prince, only to find the royal box abandoned. "Bring me Akan's head!" Jason snarled before slim arms suddenly wrapped around him and the scent of lilac and sage filled his nostrils. He embraced the petite form clinging to him on instinct. Phoebe? Phoebe. She was supposed to remain in the box under Mona and Luke's protection, but he could feel the emotions pouring out of her. The last few minutes had been too much for her. He could feel it in her trembling body. "Shh, Phoebe," Jason whispered, opening their bond and letting his love flow back into it. Shutting her out had been the most difficult decision of his life. But he had no choice. Not if he wanted to maintain focus during the fight. And if he had gotten hurt, Phoebe would have been subject to the pain as well. That was something he couldn't bear, especially not after Delilah's interference. He would never let her be hurt by him again. "I'm so sorry," Jason tightened his embrace despite the layer of sweat and grime covering his body. Phoebe shook her head. "It's fine. I know you had to. But I never want you to be like that again. You are so full of warmth and light, it hurts when you close yourself off from it." Jason kissed her forehead, loving her concern for him. "Alpha." He looked up as two warriors dragged the queen and princess in front of him. They forced them to kneel as Jason accepted a pair of sweatpants and yanked them on before pulling Phoebe back into his embrace. His wolf needed her close. The queen was weeping, but the princess's eyes glimmered with hate as she stared at Phoebe in his arms. "Where's Akan?" Jason demanded. "He fled," the warrior replied. "Trackers are in pursuit." "Find the bastard," Jason snarled. Akan was the greatest threat now. "We will," Luke assured him. The pack link was buzzing with the search. No one was going to disappoint their alpha. "And you!" Jason suddenly moved forward, grasping the princess's neck and forcing her to look at him. "You dare look at my Luna?" "Gee, Jason, you have no right to call me by name," Jason snarled. "You should be begging," but his grip tightened, cutting off her air. Selena clawed at his hand, but there was no contest in strength. "Please, no threat to my Luna is allowed to live." His hand jerked, snapping the delicate neck before he released her lifeless body. "Jason," Phoebe whispered hesitantly, reaching for him, only for Mona to stop and hug her. This would not be the first time the throne was passed in blood, but it had been quite a while. Until Akan was dealt with, it would not be complete. He was worried. She felt it now that their bond was open. At least he was not closing off the bond anymore. Phoebe breathed deep, taking comfort in that fact. "And what about you?" Jason turned to the queen. "Are you a threat to my Luna?" She shook her head. "What about Akan? Do you know where he has gone?" "No." "And the king? Do you want to avenge him?" "No. He was cruel, vicious. He killed my mate and forced his mark on me before the body was even cold." "Is he Nolan's father?" "No," the queen bowed her head. "I was in the middle of my heat when the king forced his way in, killed my mate and finished me. I think he hoped doing so would ensure more progeny, but Nolan is definitely Duke's son. I see so much of his father in him. Does the king know?" How could he not? Wolves recognize their own. He was extremely angry, but also couldn't admit the truth. Threatening Nolan's life was all he needed to do to keep me compliant, and now my baby is dead. "He's not," Jason corrected. "You should pay closer attention to the bond. I told his mate to take him away from here, even gave him a password so my people would take care of them." "His mate? Him? Are you surprised?" "No. It's Corwin, isn't it?" The queen smiled, a genuine smile for the first time. "You knew?" "Suspected. They were practically inseparable since they were just pups. Corwin was a couple years older and always wanted to help take care of him. Nolan was always calmer when he was around. Is he?" Alive, as far as I know. They took sanctuary with my people. He'll be given the best care, Jason assured her. Can I see him? Jason gave a curt nod before glancing at the 2 guards who stood over her. Without a word, they hauled her back to her feet and led her away, though they were noticeably gentler than before. Jason looked to Luke, still searching. How can it be so difficult to find that cockroach? Jason demanded, his aura slipping out. Phoebe laced her fingers into his. The contact had an instant, calming effect. He's had a week to plan his escape, Luke reminded. So what do we do? Mona asked. He couldn't have gotten far with no wolf. No wolf, Jason repeated. According to Phoebe, his wolf spirit is dead, probably has been since he killed his mate. Luke, take Phoebe back to the estate. You're not coming with us? Phoebe asked. I can't. I have to track him down before he comes after you. Jason pulled her close, kissing her forehead. I need you safe so I can focus. Okay, Phoebe nodded. Reluctantly, they parted as Mona gently pulled Phoebe away. Guards immediately flanked them as they headed for the exit. Jason watched her retreating form for a long moment before tearing his gaze away to focus on his next task, finding that bastard and ending him in the most painful way possible. Mona rubbed Phoebe's shoulder in comfort as they passed under the grandstand. Suddenly, several cans tumbled down from above, spewing a foul-smelling smoke screen all around them. Luke ordered as the clouds enveloped them. It made their eyes water and their vision blurred, as well as wreaked havoc with their sensitive sense of smell. Eyes up! Mona tugged Phoebe back a step before they were suddenly pulled apart. Phoebe stumbled, trying to peer through the smoke. Mani surged to the front. Phoebe! Danger! Jason! Phoebe reached out for him on instinct as she was suddenly grabbed. A sharp pain stung her neck and something was injected into her. The burning sensation erupted through her, and she blindly swung at her attacker wearing a gas mask. Drowsiness assailed her, and she slumped to the ground. Phoebe? Jason's voice penetrated the fog in her mind, but she couldn't answer. Her body felt heavy, and she lost focus. Phoebe? Phoebe? Panic. That was the only thing coursing through Jason's mind as he ran toward the exit. Phoebe had been taken. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. Turning the corner, he arrived to see the smoke slowly clearing. Strewn about was Phoebe's guard. Some were knocked out, others bleeding profusely, and they weren't alone. Lying among them were unknown warriors, but all of those were dead. Luke stumbled to his feet, helping Mona to stand, and carefully inspected her, feeling the rather large bump on the back of her head from when she had been knocked unconscious. Otherwise, she was unharmed, but there was no sign of Phoebe. What happened? Jason snarled. We were headed to the vehicles when smoke canisters were dropped from above. Luke looked up at the grandstand. They came out from those. He nodded to the line of porta-potties. It was difficult to imagine a wolf sitting in one for any length of time, but it was the only logical hiding place. I had her hand, Mona said. Then someone pulled us apart and hit me. I never saw who. They all wore masks. Jason snarled, causing Luke to pull Mona away from him, not sure what he would do if his wolf lashed out. Fur bristled along Jason's arms as he fought Lobo for control. His wolf was desperate, but they had to maintain a clear head, or else Phoebe was lost for good. Explain how Aiken could plan his escape and Phoebe's abduction, that we can't find either of them. Maybe not, Cam said after wrestling a mask off one of their attackers. Excuse me, Jason demanded. I don't think it was Aiken, Cam said. What do you mean? Who else could it be? Luke asked. I know this warrior, and he's not a part of the Royal Guard. It's Cam nodded at the body in front of him. He's from Blood Moon. Jason suddenly felt his blood run cold. Blood Moon? Are you sure? Luke asked. Yeah, he and I... Cam blushed. His eyes darted to Dash a moment. He and I had a thing a while ago, so I'm sure. Find Alpha Thomas now, Jason thundered. Alive! So I can kill him right after he tells me where Phoebe is now. Cringing, several of the Blue Moon warriors dispersed. Their spotters placed the Blood Moon Alpha in the grandstands along with several others. Rounding him up wouldn't be difficult. But why? Luke shook his head. It doesn't make any sense. I don't care. Just find him and bring him to me. I only need him to talk. I don't care what condition he's in otherwise. Jason paced. He could feel his control slipping as Lobo grew more and more enraged. Every time he reached out to Phoebe through the bond, He was greeted with silence. It was driving him crazy. The bond had not been severed, which meant she was alive. But the continued silence could only mean she was unconscious. Phoebe had told him she had a higher tolerance to silver and wolfsbane, which meant she would take much more to knock her out if they dared use that. Lobo growled at the thought. She said her wolf could sometimes maintain awareness, even if she was knocked out, and yet Lobo couldn't contact his mate. He had no idea if she was injured, if she was okay, or where she was, and someone better provide answers before he lost it. "Unhand me?" Thomas's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts, and Jason paused as the alpha was thrown at his feet. What is the meaning of this? "Where is my Luna?" Jason snarled, his aura pouring out as if suddenly a dam was broken. Thomas flinched, baring his neck in reflex, before daring to look at the enraged, newly appointed king. "Jason, where is Phoebe?" I don't know." "Liar!" Jason kicked the lifeless form of one of the deceased warriors. "These are your men!" "Where have you taken my mate?" Thomas looked at the around him for the first time. Only moments ago he felt the tethers of these warriors break during the chaos unfolding after the duel. Panicked, he had been trying to contact the other pack members he brought as an escort, but was receiving silence instead. I don't know," Thomas finally spoke. "These men were Katrina's escort." "Katrina?" Jason repeated. "Where is she?" "I don't know. That's what I've been trying to find out ever since I felt these men die. They were supposed to be protecting her." "Jason, if these are Katrina's men, that means she's the one who took Phoebe," Luke said. "Why? I don't know. Find her, and I'll ask right after I break every bone in her body," Jason growled. "Find her. Find Phoebe." Just what game was Katrina playing? Phoebe stirred. Her head was pounding, and her neck was sore and stiff, as slowly she managed to open her eyes only to wince at the bright light above her. What happened? She struggled to recall as her memories slowly pieced themselves together. The duel, Jason's victory, the first prince's escape, her escort being attacked. Luke and Mona? Phoebe instinctively tried to reach for them through the pack link, but felt nothing back. She hoped they were all right. But where was she? Well, look who was finally awake. Look, the harsh voice was familiar, but not one she expected to hear again. Phoebe managed to push her aching body to a sitting position and finally took in her situation. She was in a cell. Silver bars kept her locked in a small space with only a camping cot and a bucket. The single small window also had silver bars, and given its height, she assumed they were in a basement. Beyond her cell, the rest of the basement was opulently decorated and furnished, complete with king-size bed, leather-bound seating, and even a table currently being set for two by a mute Omega. The absurdity of the juxtaposition made her head ache, even as the tantalizing smell of food made her stomach turn. And she wasn't alone. Seated on the sofa were certainly two of her least favorite wolves, Katrina and Camilla. She wasn't expecting them, but somehow she also wasn't surprised. It made a sick sort of sense given their obsession with Jason, but they had to know this wasn't going to end well for either of them. "Hello, Katrina, Camilla." "I wish I could say it was a pleasure." Katrina snorted, but Camilla was enraged by her nonchalant greeting. "You are nothing, nobody, and you dare act superior to me. Just who do you think you are?" "Phoebe Amon, Luna of Blue Moon, and as of not long ago, your queen," Phoebe answered evenly. "Queen?" Camilla burst out laughing. "And do, pray tell, what queen rules of a 12 by 12 cell? I won't be here long." "Oh, such confidence." "Nobody knows where you are," Camilla declared. "And as much wolfsbane as we injected into you, your wolf is probably dead, so there's no hope for you at all." Mani? "I'm here," came a weak reply. She wasn't kidding about the wolfsbane either. It was highly pure, although laced with something I'm not sure of. "What about the pup? Did it hurt our pup?" "No, I shielded it first. That's why you've been out so long. I'm sorry." "No, it's okay. You did the right thing. Do you know where we are?" "Not precisely. We're still in Calgary. You've been out for an hour, maybe. I can't sense, mate. The silver is interfering. Is there any way we can contact him?" "I can try. There is no silver in the walls, floor or ceiling, but it's the new moon and my powers are lessened. I don't know if I can reach over the distance after getting rid of the wolfsbane." "Save your strength for now and recover." Phoebe glanced at the two she-wolves. She didn't know how they were together. She didn't know they were even friends. Were they friends? Judging by their body language and how they sat as far from each other as possible, Phoebe didn't think so. So why were they working together? Jason's warning came back to her about how the prince liked to plan. He said it was all like a game of chess, which meant these two were pawns. It seemed the prince set up the board, and now she needed to play. Money. You can do this. You are smarter than them, and they don't know I'm still with you, so they don't know our strength. In that case, keep hanging back, making them underestimate us in the key. Let's not forget the game is only over when the king is captured, but the queen is the most powerful piece on the board. Phoebe took a deep breath and settled her mind. She could do this. Jason was searching for her, and Mani was recovering, waiting for the right time. It would be all right. She just had to play her part of the board. Now it was time to rattle the cage and test the waters. She looked at her captors as she slowly got to her feet. Her body was stiff and sore, but nothing felt broken. Phoebe messaged the aching spot on her neck from the injection they gave her. She let her gaze wander and took in her surroundings again to give them the idea she was reevaluating her situation before looking at them again. Well, it's nice to see you two getting along. Misery loves company, after all. You Camilla snarled. This is all your fault. None of this would have happened if not for you. I'd be Luna right now. I doubt that very much, Phoebe scoffed. You aren't suited for leadership. Will would never have allowed such a weak-willed she-wolf stand at his side. What? Camilla leapt to her feet. Sit down, Katrina sneered. She's just calling it as she sees it. And she's not wrong. You are pathetic. You're one to talk, Miss Blood Moon Princess. You like to act all high and mighty, but you're no better than me. I am 10 times better than you. Katrina lurched to her feet. I have alpha blood. And where has that gotten you? Camilla scoffed. You are in the exact same boat as I am. Katrina snarled before pouncing on her. The she-wolves rolled on the floor trading blows, pounding and slashing each other. Camilla struggled to roll them over as Katrina gripped her hair and bashed her head against the floor. Well, that was easy, Mani muttered. Do you even think they remember we're here? Enough! A voice boomed as looming figure descended down the stair. The master of the house had returned. Phoebe wasn't sure how she felt as she watched Prince Aiken enter. She vividly recalled his leering gaze throughout Jason's duel as if he was trying to undress her with his eyes. Even more disturbing was the possessive gleam in his eyes, as if she was his despite the fact she was Jason's mate. The prince's arrogance knew no bounds if he didn't hesitate to claim what belonged to another. Stop it! Achan commanded as the she-wolves continued their wrestling match. Growling, he stomped forward, yanking Katrina off the other and tossed her aside. I said stop! Finally, they seemed to become aware of his aura and shrank away, catching their breath. He glared at the pawns he gathered. They were disgusting, inadequate in every way, lacking poise, dignity, and intelligence. The only she-wolf in the room who had control of those virtues was the one currently behind bars. His gaze flickered to the petite she-wolf. On close inspection, her looks were average, but the calmness she exerted despite her situation was admirable. She looked every bit the queen she was as she stood quietly observing them with her bewitching gray eyes. The moment she entered the stadium, his gaze had followed her. Aiken marked every movement she made, every smile she saved for Jason. Her expression was so soft and loving whenever she met Jason's gaze, and she pressed her body firmly against him. Achan licked his lips as he took a step toward her. He was going to enjoy every moment of this, and if it caused Jason pain, so much the better. We have an esteemed guest. Let's maintain some decorum, though I know it's difficult for both of you. Katrina and Camilla both stood breathing heavily, bloodied and glaring at each other. The prince was playing with fire, keeping these two together. Phoebe wondered if he thought he made a mistake, or perhaps that was the point in the first place. With Katrina and Camilla on the verge of each other's throats, they would never think to betray him, let alone act on it. Well done, my dear, Achan smiled, approaching the bars and reaching through. Phoebe didn't flinch. She was well aware of how close she was to the bars and knew he couldn't reach her. Instead, she gazed steadily. I must apologize for the accommodations. I didn't have much time to prepare. This was one of Blood Moon's estate, and Katrina had only been able to sneak him in 24 hours ago. Luckily, the warriors stationed at this estate were easy to push around. "I've had worse," Phoebe relied, not giving him a reaction. He smiled, but there was no warmth in it. Instead, it was cruel, cold, calculating, and possessive. He actually thought he won, that she was a prize to claim and now belonged to him. "Well, he certainly doesn't lack for ego," Mani huffed. "Mani, it's all right. He was no wolf. He couldn't sense me if he wanted to." "I was right. You are a feisty one." He licked his lips again. Phoebe cringed inwardly, but tired not to show her disgust. Jason has no idea what he's lost. "Jason knows exactly what you took," Phoebe answered, "but he hasn't lost anything." "You really think that, after what he's done to betray you? Keeping all these she-wolves on their leashes and his options open? You've already felt his betrayal once." Phoebe couldn't help her small flinch. She felt the pain, but it hadn't been his fault. Jason would never willingly betray her. It had been a vicious setup, but ultimately they were stronger. Their bond was stronger. It was the prince who didn't understand he already lost. However, all he saw was her unconscious flinch and misread it completely. It was a crack in her façade he believed he could exploit. "I would never betray you like that." "You are a smart man, Aachen, but you lack understanding of the definition of loyalty." Aachen glared, lacking the wolf to growl. She wasn't sure if he was angry at the insult or her complete disregard for his title. As far as she was concerned, he didn't deserve it, and she would not belittle the title by naming him. "You'll be singing a different tune very soon." "I doubt it." "Oh, you will bend to my will. They all do, and end up screaming my name when I show them infinite pleasures there are to be had." "I don't plan on offering myself up to death," Phoebe answered evenly. "Besides, whatever you have in your arsenal couldn't compare to Jason's." He punched the bars, rattling them, and alerting her to how flimsy the installation truly was. She wondered just how much pressure would send them tumbling. Aachen spun away, flexing his hand, though she didn't know if it was the impact or contact with silver that caused him pain. Sitting on the sofa facing her, he smiled once again. "You'll come to me begging. They always do. Besides, I know your secrets." "Interesting." Phoebe sat on the cot she had been so generously given. "Secrets? You forget my grandmother was a silver wolf. She founded the royal line. It is eternal by the goddess's own declaration." Phoebe raised her eyebrow. Luna Cleo mentioned that the second silver wolf had been born at a time when the packs were at war with one another and had helped unify them under a king. But she said nothing of it being eternal. "You cannot defy the will of the goddess. I've read my grandmother's journal, so I know everything. The moon is your weakness. Your power means nothing without the moon." "Well, it's the new moon now, isn't it?" "All wolves are weaker during the new moon," Phoebe answered. "But not all lose every bit of their power. Even if your wolf somehow miraculously survived the wolfsbane, you couldn't shift right now." Phoebe frowned. Was he serious? Was that what her predecessor wrote, or was that what he fooled himself into believing? "I also know you can only give birth to a pup once." That made Phoebe sit up a little straighter. Aachen's smile widened. "Didn't know that, did you? It's true. You will only ever have one pup." "Mani, is that true?" "I don't know. There have only ever been 3 silver wolves, so it's not exactly a proper sample. And even if our predecessors only had one pup, they also lived in a time of upheaval and turmoil. Being able to only bring one pup into world could simply mean they didn't live long enough to bring in another." "True. It's all right here." Aachen pulled a small, slim notebook bound in leather. "My grandmother wrote everything down, including how anxious she was to bring her pup into the world, knowing it would be her first and last." Phoebe eyed the book both warily and with longing. There was so much she didn't understand about herself and silver wolves. It would be nice to have the words from one who was like her. Even Mani was anxious to have a look. "I also know about the prophecy," Aachen said. "She wrote it all down. She wrote the royal line must be strengthened with the blood of a silver wolf so that it would continued into eternity." Phoebe frowned. If there was one thing she knew about prophecies was that they could be interpreted many ways. The future was mutable, and a prophecy made yesterday may become void later because every action changed the trajectory. That was why she wasn't surprised witches never wrote them down. She doubted very much Akhen's interpretation of his grandmother's prophecy and had even less faith in his general reasoning. However, it did align somewhat with what Emily said. It seemed clear her pup was meant for great things. "Which is why you are here," Akhen said. "Your heat should start soon, and I will ensure the next king be birthed from my loins." "He can't be serious," Mani huffed. "I think he is." Phoebe was just as astonished as her wolf. "So you can deny me all you like, but once your heat starts, you will come begging to me." "You seem very confident." "Naturally, that injection you were given also included a healthy dose of hormones to trigger your heat. So it won't be long." "Mani?" "I said it was laced with something." "Are we okay?" "I think so. I mean, I don't feel any different. If it was just hormones, we can process it naturally. And we're already with pup, so we won't be going into heat anytime soon." "What, you said we were going to take care of her?" Camilla said. "I want her to suffer. I don't want her birthing the next king like some—" Achin lurched to his feet and grasped her throat, squeezing until she struggled for air. "Have care what you say. She is my—" "Say that again. I dare you." Phoebe jerked to her feet, her heart racing. "Jason!" Jason was slowly losing his mind. They found Phoebe's phone in seconds after a sweep of the area as they removed the bodies, and he gripped it tightly because it was the only thing still containing her scent. He needed to stay calm. Phoebe was counting on him. Luke stood over the hood of the SUV with a laptop on top of it. He wore headphones and a mic as he coordinated with various teams, and they expanded their search. It was clear neither target was at the stadium, and now they needed to find them. The tracker in Phoebe's shoe was pinging reliably and had settled time ago. Unless they had thrown out her shoes, then it was safe to assume the destination had been reached. Luke announced the address located in Lower Mount Royal. "Mean anything to you?" Jason demanded of Thomas, still kneeling on the ground. "Yes," Thomas sighed. "That's one of our properties." "Not anymore." Jason snarled. He was tempted to kill him and be done with him, but he didn't want to tip off Phoebe's captors. "I want it surrounded." "Chris? M?" Luke suddenly stiffened. "You have sights on Aiken?" "Where?" Jason's breath hitched. Once he had Phoebe safe again, he would end the prince in the most painful way possible. Luke hesitated before announcing, "Looks like he's headed to the same place." Jason growled. "So much the better." Now he could get Phoebe back and take care of Akhen in one fell swoop. He glanced at Thomas, then to the guards. "Keep him contained. I don't want him alerting them we are on our way." Jason leaned close, glaring at the Alpha. "But know this, if I find Katrina there, she will not be breathing much longer." "No, please." "I'm out of patience with her little games," Jason snarled. "You should have kept her on a tighter leash. Let's go. I'm getting my Luna now." "Jason, please," Thomas called as he was dragged away. He would wait in one of the Blue Moon's holding cells for his own fate. But Jason was in no mood to be generous. The others hurriedly climbed into their transportation, and the vehicles tore out of the area to reclaim their Pax Luna, and now Queen. Luke continued to coordinate with their remote teams to surround and secure the area. When all was ready, he gave the word to begin. Blood Moon warriors quietly paced their patrol areas. It was a rather boring detail considering all the excitement was currently at the stadium, and they eagerly waited to hear the results. They heard nothing and spotted no shadows before darts loaded with wolfsbane and tranquilizers struck them and then fell unconscious. It would have been easier to kill them, but the breaking tethers of their deaths would have alerted the rest. Once the perimeter was secure, the others moved in. An SUV with a reinforced front end rammed the gate, and Blue Moon warriors clad in tactical gear descended in force. They made no sound, demanded no surrender, as they shot every target in front of the time with darts to render them unconscious and prevent them from sounding alarm. Upstairs and down were quickly secured before Jason even set foot inside, but there was only one thing he wanted. Now that he was on site, Lobo tuned every sense to their mate. She was here, and for their sake, she better be unharmed. Following the faint trace of her scent, he arrived at the basement door. It was large, heavy, and reinforced. It would take hours to cut through it, but Christina already secured the key. Though she wanted to send a team down first, one look at her alpha, and she knew Jason would go alone. The door swung open soundlessly, and he descended into the darkness beyond, with Lobo bristling to be let out. "Have care what you say. She's my—" Aiken's voice called out like a bell and told his doom. "Say that again, I dare you!" Jason's aura preceded him, flooding the lower level before he reached the last step. Those below struggled to remain on their feet, including Aiken. The only one who seemed perfectly comfortable was Phoebe, who immediately stood and moved closer to the bars. "Jason." He looked at her. His gaze immediately warmed at the sight of her, seemingly unharmed, before he glared at the silver bars keeping her in her small cell. Glancing at the trio in front of him, he snarled, "Keys, now!" His command rolled over them, and Katrina stiffly moved forward, keys in hand. Jason snatched them from her before his other hand gripped her neck. "Please." The word barely left her before her lifeless body collapsed on the floor. He spared her no glance, turning to Phoebe's prison and unlocking the door. She stepped out and into his arms. Her arms snaked around his waist as she pressed herself against him. "I knew you'd find me." Phoebe sighed as his embrace settled around her. "Always, Angel." Jason allowed himself a brief moment of satisfaction. He hated the thought of using her as bait, but as Emily pointed out, Phoebe was bait whether they used her or not. Precautions had been taken in the form of 3 trackers, including one she needed to swallow. He buried his nose in her mane, breathing deep to fill his lungs with her scent. Lilac and sage and lemon? Was that their pup scent? Wasn't it too soon? Was the pup trying to let him know it was fine? Was that even possible? Jason kissed her forehead before turning his attention to their audience. He wasn't certain if he was surprised to see Camilla there or not. It looked as if she had faced her own beating, but he had no room for sympathy or pity. She wasn't leaving this basement alive. "Phoebe, my angel, please go upstairs," Jason gently intoned. "Jason." He gently cupped her face, kissing her gently. "Please, you don't need to see this." Phoebe took a deep breath before nodding. She turned to the stairs, only to pause. Looking at Aiken, she suddenly marched toward him before claiming the book he dropped on the sofa at Jason's sudden entrance. The prince smiled, but she didn't spare him another glance. Whether the book was truly Eris's journal or not, she would figure out later, but she wouldn't leave it here. "Afraid your dear Alpha will find out the truth?" Aiken asked, as she returned to Jason's side. "That's the difference between you and me, Aiken." Phoebe finally looked back at him. "Jason and I have no secrets. We face everything together, regardless of what the future may or may not hold," Aiken sneered. "And another thing," Phoebe couldn't help herself, "you are not leaving here alive. I'm sure Jason will make it as painful as possible, but you should know. I'm already carrying his pup, so you risked all of this for nothing." Aiken sucked in a breath, glancing at the hand she carefully placed over her stomach, then to Jason, who smirked at him. Without another word, Phoebe headed upstairs and was quickly enveloped in the protection of her pack, while Jason turned his full attention at those who remained. "Camilla!" "Inside," Jason ordered, gesturing to the cell Phoebe recently vacated. She couldn't resist his command and jerkily entered. He slammed, then the door closed, locked it, and tossed the keys across the room. With her contained, he spared her no further thought as he stalked closer to the prince, trying desperately not show his nervousness. But Jason wasn't fooled. He smelled fear, and his wolf was ready for blood. "So what next, Jason?" Aiken asked. "Shall we duel for all to see in our final epic battle of good and evil?" "I don't think so," Jason calmly said. "You don't deserve an audience, and more importantly, it wouldn't be much of a battle since your wolf is already dead." "How did you know that?" Aiken paled, showing true emotion for the first time. "My Luna is very perceptive," Jason smirked, "and you should have known better than to come after her. You should have run when you had the chance." There was almost no warning as Jason stepped forward before suddenly doubling over as his wolf took over. It would have blood tonight, 4 months later. Phoebe sighed as Jason's hand gently caressed her stomach, now round and protruding and growing every day. There was never a moment he didn't try to touch it, stroke it, or kiss it. He was infatuated with the life growing within. Her scent had taken on a citrus fruity smell that he knew belonged to his pup. He nuzzled her with a satisfied smile. His pup. He loved the sound of those words. "I know you are awake," Phoebe said. "Of course I am. I never want to waste a moment," Jason chuckled. It had been a hectic few months, and this was truly one of the first mornings he could relax. The council had declared him king, and none voiced opposition despite the bloody nature of how he gained the title. King Jareb was dead, as were Prince Aiken and Princess Selena. However, Prince Nolan and Queen Leah were allowed to live. Not only had they been spared, but Jason recommended Nolan to be the new Alpha of Blood Moon, as Thomas had not survived the death of his daughter. According to his guards, Thomas had gone comatose the moment he felt her pack tether snap. Jason had given him the only mercy he could and ended his suffering. Nolan had been rushed to one of Blue Moon's medical facilities and treated quickly. He was rather surprised to wake up in his hospital bed with Corwin holding one hand and his mother holding the other. Even more surprising was when Jason appeared a month later to ask him if he wanted to run Blood Moon Pack. It was an ancient pack, so there were very few capable of stepping in, running it, and maintaining it. "Are you sure? What about—" Nolan's gaze drifted to Corwin. "I don't see an issue," Jason shrugged. "If you have concerns, you should contact Alpha Zane for advice." There had been some pushback in the beginning, but on the whole, Nolan transitioned into the role of Alpha rather seamlessly with his Luna. For now, Corwin was not only Luna, but also acting Beta, which in some ways actually calmed the pack more after its recent upheaval. Appointing Nolan Alpha also calmed the other ancient packs, who worried Jason would attempt to take over himself in a bid for more power. However, power wasn't his aim. The royal pack was absorbed into Blue Moon, its members either swearing fealty to their new Alpha or choosing to join other packs. As of right now, the royal mansion stood empty since Jason preferred to stay with his own pack. He wasn't quite sure what to do with it, honestly. It was one of the few properties the royal family owned outright and had not mortgaged off. Many of the others Jason sold to pay off the immense debt King Jareb had accrued over the decades, including the Alpha School. Hearing the school was closed had a surprising effect on Phoebe, who thought closing any center of learning a shame. However, she had come back with a new idea for the estate. Why not turn it into a new school, one with proper teachers and curriculum? The idea had merits, but it could wait for the time being. Jason's priority was her health and the pups. "Today is the big day," Jason murmured. "I know," Phoebe chuckled. They would be going in for an ultrasound to check the pup's development, and they would finally know whether it was male or female. Dr. Evans had taken the lead on ensuring Phoebe's care and mentioned her wolf should be in tune enough to have a hunch, although every time Phoebe asked money remained mysteriously silent on the matter. Phoebe's gaze drifted to the old journal on her bedside table. By now, she had read it several times. Reading the words of her predecessor gave her quite a bit of comfort, even if it didn't answer all her questions. Aachen claimed he had proof silver wolves only had one pup. However, Phoebe saw no proof of that in the actual words themselves. It was true, Eris expressed concern about giving birth to a healthy pup, but she never mentioned it being her only pup. Eris also never said anything about the royal line being eternal or needing a new injection of silver wolf blood to keep its vigor. The prophecy that so seemed to worry the king was contained in a single entry near the end. "I have seen the future, and I fear my progeny will not be able to keep the promise of the moon goddess, and the one who comes after me will have their hands full, correcting their mistakes." Phoebe still had no idea if the gift of prophecy was the power of a silver wolf, but she knew she herself had never seen the future in any capacity. Perhaps, if she only had a little glimpse, she would be less anxious. "Angel, you are overthinking again," Jason cautioned, kissing her shoulder. "We've already proven Aachen wrong on all accounts, so there is no reason to take his prediction seriously." "I know," Phoebe sighed, welcoming his embrace. "I just want good news. It will be all good news." "Okay, Luna, just lie down and lift your shirt and we'll see what we have," Dr. Evans smiled. Phoebe tried to make herself comfortable, but it wasn't easy. She had a full and uncomfortable bladder due to the doctor's request, and the room was rather cold. Jason clasped her hand, kissing her knuckles. He had been present for every scan, every appointment. No matter how busy his new duties as king kept him, he always made time for her and their pups. Blake and Emma could hardly believe it when Phoebe explained their new status. Not only were they the Alpha and Luna's pups, they were now Prince and Princess. Blake was still on the fence, but Emma proudly declared herself princess to all who asked. For now, they shielded the pups from the worst of the burden, but eventually they would have to bear the weight of their titles. Phoebe was confident they would be strong enough. She winced as the doctor smeared on the jelly before maneuvering the wand against her chilled skin. Okay. And just to confirm, you want to know the shocks, correct? Phoebe nodded. There was a certain appeal to waiting until the pup was born, but in the end she preferred knowing. Jason glanced at the screen, but only saw strange shadows with no form. Instead, he focused on Phoebe. His thumbs traced circles on the back of her hand, and he kissed it at intervals to reassure her. The gestures never failed to draw out a smile despite how nervous she was. Here, we are, the doctor finally announced. There is your pup. Jason looked up. The shadows on screen had finally coalesced, allowing him to see the pup for the first time. His eyes glazed with tears. Here is the head and a little arm, the doctor indicated. Looks like we have a little boy. Boy. Jason sucked in a breath. He was going to have a son. The doctor frowned, shifting the wand for another view. Her pensive expression deepened. Is everything all right? Phoebe asked, sensing her disquiet. Well, remember that slight shadow I told you not to worry about? Yes. Phoebe tried to swallow her panic. It's a girl. Wait, what? Jason suddenly felt himself run cold. But you said a boy. And a girl, the doctor smiled. You're having twins. Twins? But that's impossible, isn't it? Well, it's never been documented before, the doctor corrected. It was long-standing knowledge wolves had only one pup at a time. However, Phoebe was a silver wolf. Who knew if this was normal for her or not? Jason! Jason! Phoebe's cries were lost on him as the room spun and suddenly went dark. Jason? Jason! He groaned, slowly opening his eyes to see he now lay on the bed while Phoebe stood at his side holding his hand. Blinking, Jason tried to clear his head before suddenly turning bright red. Did I? You did. Phoebe chuckled as he ran a hand through his hair and sat up. You fell like a rock, Lobo snickered. They were in the same examine room as before, but the machine had been set aside and Phoebe was now cleaned up. His gaze fell on her round stomach. Before he even thought about it, he reached out to gently caress it. Were there really 2 pups in there? I didn't dream that last part, did I? No. Twins, Phoebe smiled, handing him the 3-dimensional ultrasound picture with 2 little ones huddled close together. It had taken some finagling for Dr. Evans to finally get a shot of them together. By the time she was done, Phoebe's bladder was ready to burst, and she ran immediately to the bathroom while the doctor called for some nurses and orderlies to pick up their unconscious king. When Phoebe returned, they were ready to wake him up. Twins, Jason repeated. He still couldn't believe it. Are they? Yes, Dr. Evans says everything looks good, and they are a little small, but there are 2 of them in a space meant for 1. She's going to contact some human doctors she knows to find out how they handle multiple births and create a plan for me. Jason nodded, taking a deep breath. That was a sound idea. He had never heard of a werewolf birthing multiple pups before, so it made sense to consult with human doctors. From what he understood, multiple births were not common for humans either, but they did happen frequently enough for them to know how to handle them safely. It seemed everything had been handled without the need for his input. Jason felt his face warm again. He couldn't believe he actually fainted. Jason, are you all right? I just feel so embarrassed. I just want to crawl in a hole. Would a nice shoulder and neck massage help? Phoebe asked, running her fingers through his hair, sending jolts of pleasure through their bond. Maybe, Jason said, his gaze now glowing amber. I expect reciprocation, Phoebe warned. A foot and a back massage would be heavenly. I'll never say no to touching you, Jason smiled, finally getting off the bed and embracing her. Her belly pressed against him as he captured her mouth, hungry to taste her. He groaned, wanting nothing more than to take her to bed immediately, when the sensation of being kicked forced him to step back and look at her stomach. Phoebe chuckled. I think your boy is saying he and his sister need their space. Jason growled. Stroking her stomach, Well, he's going to learn to share. I could say the same thing for his daddy. He kissed her again. When it came to their pups, he wouldn't mind sharing at all. Come on, everyone is waiting. Phoebe tugged him toward the door. He was reluctant, but the promise of massages later soothed him enough to follow her to the waiting room, where Blake, Emma, his mother, Luke and Mona, Ben and Lucille, Bridget, and even Dash waited to hear their news. After Phoebe recovered from her abduction, the warrior put in for a transfer, choosing to join his mate's pack. Though Dash would always be grateful to Alpha Zane and Luna Chandler for their support, joining Blue Moon meant not just staying with his mate, but also protecting Phoebe and her pups. "Mommy, Daddy," Emma squealed, running up to them the moment she saw them. Jason scooped her up and nuzzled her. Blake was a step behind his sister and just as eager. "Did you see the baby?" "Babies," Phoebe correct. "Babies?" Nora repeated. Phoebe nodded before handing her one of the ultrasound pictures as she shared the other with Blake and Emma. "See, this is your little brother and sister." "Twins!" Lucille exclaimed, looking at the picture her mother held. "Are you shitting me?" "Language," Nora admonished. "Twins? Is it true?" Phoebe nodded. Helen thought she heard a heart murmur on my last scan, and there was a little bit of a shadow on the ultrasound she dismissed. "But it really was a second pup," Nora surmised. "Werewolves only ever have one pup, so we didn't even consider the possibility of twins, but it's twins." "Damn, you are going to get huge," Ben scoffed. "Really?" Lucille slapped his shoulder. "That's all you have to say? Daddy, what are going to do when Mommy is this big?" Emma stretched out her arms. "Well, I'll just have to hug her a whole lot tighter and kiss her a whole lot more," Jason smiled, giving Phoebe a look that promised more than that. "Jason, where are we going?" Phoebe laughed. They had just delivered the news to the pack and endured near riotous cheers for their good fortune. The pack link practically buzzed with their excitement. They were already planning how to welcome their prince and princess, which reminded Jason and Phoebe they would have to officially announce the news to the council and the other packs now that they bore the titles King and Queen. But that was a task for tomorrow. Right now, Phoebe just wanted to relax in their room, off her feet. Jason, however, had other ideas. As soon as they arrived on the Alpha floor, he led her to a door she had never entered before and told her to close her eyes. There were several rooms she hadn't explored, even after all this time, thinking they weren't her business, but Jason claimed this room was meant for her. He opened the door and carefully led her inside. "I wanted this to be a birthday gift, but it was too hectic at the time with everything going on. Happy belated birthday," Jason intoned, "and Merry Solstice." Phoebe chuckled, knowing the holiday was right around the corner. There was a lot of planning to do for the pack. In addition, as King and Queen, they were also expected to hold a special royal ball. It was a lot on her plate, but Nora, Mona, and Lucille were happily planning alongside her. She was just glad she would not be celebrating the holiday alone. This year, she had a mate, pups, family, and pack all wanting to be at her side. "Open your eyes," Jason urged. Phoebe blinked her eyes as her gaze fell on a cozy study. Dark, floor-to-ceiling shelves stood ready for books. 2 large antique chairs were situated near a large bay window, which let in plenty of natural light. A gas fireplace with a wide mantel made her feel instantly at home. The carpet was thick and firm, accentuated by a large Persian rug. There was a rolling ladder attached to a track so she would have easy access to even the highest shelves. It was warm and inviting, even with the boxes of books carefully lined up ready for sorting. "Jason, what do you think?" Jason asked, standing behind her with both hands settling on her stomach. "Your own sanctuary." Phoebe leaned against him. "When did you do this?" "It started as soon as you arrived. I wasn't sure I'd be able to keep it secret, especially when it came time to install everything. But luckily, my Luna is quite studious when it comes to the early education of our pack pups." He growled low, but to her ears it was more like a purr as he nuzzled and nibbled her neck. She shivered with the sensations he was sending through her. "Well, do you like it, my angel?" Jason muttered. "No. I love it. Thank you." Phoebe turned, holding his face before kissing him fully and passionately. Jason had no qualms about letting her take the lead. He loved her assertive side. Alphas and Lunas from all over the world had gathered in the wide courtyard of the old royal mansion. It stood empty for months, but in the last few weeks, cleaning crews had prepared it for their visitors. Rather than disrupt every pack's winter solstice celebrations, the king and queen opted to move the royal solstice ball to the new year. And that wasn't the only change. In the past, the ball had been one night, and only the most prestigious alphas invited. This year, the festivities were stretched out for a week, and all alphas and lunas, regardless of status, encouraged to attend. The king and queen would remain in attendance and make themselves available for the duration, but all others were welcome to come and go at their convenience. The royal mansion was being treated as a hotel with rooms available for attendees, as well as a full kitchen and maid staff to provide proper amenities. Many packs maintained estates nearby where they would stay for the duration of their visit, so the mansion was mostly for alphas of smaller packs. Even the king and queen were staying in their own estate, though they would spend most of their time at the mansion for the various scheduled events. While a few muttered about tradition, the changes were definitely welcomed. The king had not limited the attendees' escorts, allowing them to bring what they were comfortable with for support and security of themselves and their lunas. They were also encouraged to bring their pups, making it a real family-friendly event. Expanding the ball to a full week meant alphas could stagger their visits, though, as expected, the first night was the most crowded and highly anticipated. This would be the first official public appearance of the king and queen, and none wanted to miss it. In years to come, they would brag that they were there to witness this momentous event. This was truly the beginning of a new age for werewolves the world over. Icicle lights and lanterns hung along the eaves, creating a bright and magical atmosphere. Pups darted from one buffet line to another, filling plate after plate with delicious offerings. There was even an ice cream bar for them to indulge in as they saw fit, as they sat the numerous tables to enjoy. As there was no assigned seating, there was no need to stand on ceremony, and the pups had no difficulty relating to each other, regardless of status. For the adults, there was an open bar, as well as servers who carried platters of drinks and hors-d'oeuvres. All drinks and food was free of wolfsbane and some of the finest to be found. In past years, royal guards had stood along the edge of the courtyard as a subtle reminder they were under the jurisdiction of the king. However, tonight those guards were missing. In fact, they didn't see any security personnel for the king or queen, not realizing the servers themselves were the guards. Their disguise allowed them to mingle with the crowd, keeping an eye out for any dangers to their king and queen. The atmosphere was pleasant and low-key. Everything had been painstakingly arranged to create a welcoming and relaxed experience, quite different from the tense one they were used to at such gatherings. As the night progressed, a call turned their attention to the royal entrance. Now entering King Jason Aemon, Queen Phoebe Aemon, Prince Blake and Princess Emma Aemon. With a smattering of applause, they now understood why pups had been allowed as their gazes looked at the young prince and princess rumored to be adopted. They stood mirror images of their parents, with the young prince sporting a tailored suit and his sister in a pretty blue dress. The king wore a black suit with a tie that matched the color of his queen's ice blue gown. But it was the queen who was the real star. She stood regal in her gown, sparkling with rhinestones. It hugged her gentle curves and accentuated her ever-growing belly, confirming the announcement made a few weeks ago. Very soon the royal family would be expanding, though the attendees weren't sure if they believed she was really carrying twins. The queen's rich dark hair was carefully tamed in a bun, and she was crowned with a dazzling diamond tiara with topaz accents. Though Jason preferred simple attire for himself, he had no qualms in making his Luna shine. She seemed a little embarrassed with the attention, but not to Jason's gentle caresses. A server brought them a tray with drinks for them and the prince and princess. Finally, tearing his attention away from his queen, Jason addressed the crowd, raising a glass for a toast. Friends, fellow wolves, the last year has been a year of change and upheaval. It hasn't been easy, and it has left some very deep scars. But we stand here tonight, stronger and better. As your king, I swear to rule with a clear, level head and to honor the moon goddess who bore us. We are wolves with bonds that bind us to our packs, our families, and to our mates. And I swear, I will always respect and defend those bonds with my life. So tonight, let's celebrate our bonds, and through them, honor the goddess who continues to bless us." He raised his glass to the moon shining above. They followed his gesture, toasting the moon. Phoebe followed suit, though her glass was only filled with the same sparkling juice as the pups. There was no evidence to suggest werewolf pregnancies were affected by alcohol like human ones, but she and Jason were not taking any chances. After the toast, Jason led his queen down to mingle with the crowd. The newly crowned prince and princess followed them for a time before growing bored and moved off to find guests their own ages. If the others thought Jason and Phoebe would be more anxious about their pups wandering off, they were mistaken. With security out in full force and mingling among the guests, there was never a moment watchful eyes were not monitoring the pups' every move. The first to greet the royal couple were those with the closest personal ties: Alpha Reed and Luna Chloe, Alpha Zane and Luna Chandler, Alpha William and Luna Lily, Alpha Hyman and Luna Cleo, Alpha Atticus and Luna Coco. All were eager to catch up, especially Lily, who was showing her own baby bump. The Lunas chatted easily as if they were sisters, and the Alphas were completely at ease with one another, showing no signs of aggression or animosity, despite the difference in their overall rank. Gradually, others found themselves drawn toward their queen. It was like the tide slowly coming. Jason watched without comment, but his chest swelled with pride. None could compare. None even came close. "I can't wait for our pups to be able to grow up together," Phoebe chuckled, drawing Lily close. Pups had an easier time getting along when the age gap between them was not overly great. "I know," Lily agreed, "although I'm so nervous." "No need to be," Chloe assured her. "You'll be a fantastic mother." "But you, twins?" Cleo clapped. "I can't believe it. This has never happened before, or at least has never been recorded." "Neither can we," Phoebe said. "I still don't know if it is a fluke or completely normal. I've reread Eris's journal so many times, but she makes no mention of it." "I can't believe you have her journal," Cleo said. "I hope I can see it sometime." "Of course, I actually brought it with me intending to give it to you," Phoebe said. "I was hoping New Moon could make a copy to preserve it. There are also several entries that are too hard to read. I wondered if they could be restored." "Absolutely. It's our area of expertise, after all." "Here you are," Phoebe said, handing the next book to Emma, who hurriedly delivered it to Nora to shelve with the others. It had been 2 months since the New Year ball, which by all accounts was a rousing success. She had been happy to see alphas and lunas of multiple ranks mingling with each other every night and actually be able to converse freely without animosity or dominance. There was some tensions earlier in the week, but everyone seemed to get along, and it allowed her to reconnect with several lunas, including Coco. Someone she hadn't expected to see was the newly appointed Alpha Michael and his Luna Marianne from Rimrock. Marianne seemed to be quite demure until asked about her expertise: computers and technology. Once the subject was open, she came alive, rattling off complex code and algorithms like nursery rhymes. Thanks to her, Rimrock was recovering its losses much more quickly. Michael also accepted Jason's offer to send trainers to whip their warriors back into shape. Phoebe was happy to learn her former pack would be all right and eagerly accepted Michael's invitation to visit after her pups were born. The Rimrock pups were excited to see her and give her full reports on what they learned in her absence. Marianne and Cleo also hit it off rather famously and spent a good portion of the night discussing how to digitize New Moon's vast collection and preserve it for future generations. The future for wolves looked bright indeed. Meanwhile, Helen spoke with several human doctors about the difficulties with the multiple births. They were all too happy to share their knowledge on a subject werewolves normally had very little interest. For humans, the risk for complications was much higher with the birth of multiples. Multiples seldom made it full term, usually being born premature, but that was considered normal. Additionally, they were usually born via C-section, especially with multiple births involving triplets and above. However, not everything translated to werewolf pregnancies. While human multiples were born earlier than normal, it seemed a werewolf multiple was opposite. 6 months was the normal gestation for a werewolf, and Phoebe was already a month overdue, but as they had no precedents to gauge whether this was typical. Dr. Evans assured her it was probably normal, but as a precaution, ordered bed rest while they continued to monitor her progress. It was actually getting annoying, and Mani was beginning to chafe under the restrictions. In fact, her wolf had been getting rather moody lately, vacillating between contentment, depression, boredom, and frustration, and it was beginning to affect Phoebe's mood as well. Numerous times, Phoebe caught herself snapping at others over the smallest things. She apologized after each incident, and others seemed to understand, but she still felt bad, and afterwards Mani would descend into another depression spiral. Phoebe wasn't sure what was wrong with her wolf. Everyone assured her it was just pregnancy hormones, but she couldn't shake the feeling it was something more, especially after reading Eris's diary, which was now with Cleo for restoration and copying. At the end of the diary, Eris mentioned she was worried about her pup's future and how well it would cope in a changing world. The later entries suffered the worst deterioration, and Phoebe felt something important was lost in those missing words. Perhaps the very key to Mani's melancholy. It was Mani's moroseness that ultimately triggered Dr. Evans to order bed rest. Postpartum depression was rare in wolves, but it did happen, and the doctor wanted Phoebe to focus and bond with her pups before their birth in hopes of alleviating the risk. It was also the reason she was currently ensconced in a comfortable chaise lounge sorting books while Nora, Emma, and Blake helped shelve them. They all claimed they wanted to be helpful in setting up her room, but it was just to keep an eye on her. Phoebe really didn't mind and appreciated their concern. It was going to be hectic with the twins, so she needed to enjoy these quiet moments. Oliver Twist, Phoebe announced, handing the book to Blake. D for Dickens. Nora dutifully moved the ladder before climbing up to the correct shelf. Phoebe's father had organized his book by topic or subject first, then by author's last name. After his death, she hadn't had the heart to reorganize his shelves, but now that she was starting from square one, she elected to go strictly alphabetical by author's surname. Phoebe reached for the next book, and a sharp pain suddenly assailed her. She breathed out slowly, waiting for it to subside. For the past several weeks, she had been experiencing contractions, another reason for her bed rest. The pain subsided and she breathed easier again. A few minutes later came another pain worse than the first. Phoebe groaned, trying to breathe through it like she did the last one, but it was slow to subside. She gripped the edge of the box until it finally eased. "Phoebe, are you all right?" Nora asked. "I'm not sure." She hugged her stomach as the pains came and went. "I think I might be going into labor." "It's all right." Nora gripped her hand. "Breathe. 1, 2. Good. Come on. We need to get you to the hospital. Jason? Mom? It's time. Phoebe needs you." She felt his surge of panic before the link closed. Focusing on Phoebe, Nora helped her to her feet and carefully led her toward the elevator. Phoebe could barely waddle as she fought the pain of the contractions getting stronger as she moved. They just managed to reach the landing when Jason suddenly rushed around the corner to meet them. His gaze was full of worry as he ran up the steps to her. Cupping her face, he pecked a kiss on her lips before taking over from his mother and escorting her to the waiting elevator. Phoebe leaned against him, his scent and touch calming her beyond words. He half carried her to the front doors of the pack house, where vehicles waited to rush them to the hospital. It seemed laughable that they would need to use a vehicle for such a short distance, but she certainly wasn't going to walk. Jason helped her in before rushing to the other side. Luke was behind the wheel and drove off the moment they were settled in the back seat. Behind them, Nora sat the pups and Lucille climbed into the other SUV with Ben to follow. "Dr. Evans, Phoebe's in labor," Jason announced, holding Phoebe's hand as she winced with another contraction. "We're ready," was the immediate answer. Over the last couple weeks, there had been a couple false starts, but the staff was waiting in eager anticipation for their Luna to give birth. None dared fall behind when the warning was given. They arrived at the hospital moments later, but for Phoebe it felt like years as she breathed through her contraction, trying to time them in her mind. As soon as the vehicle came to a stop, Jason was out, and circled to her side to help her out. Bridget was at the door with a wheelchair for her. Phoebe gratefully collapsed into the chair, and Jason wheeled her in. Bridget led the way to the maternity ward, where their room was already prepared. Jason helped her onto the bed and waited anxiously as they hooked her up to the vital signs monitor and began measuring her contractions, now coming and fairly regularly. "We're still about 6 minutes apart," Dr. Evans concluded. "Alpha, Luna, it'll be a good idea to relax. This may take a while." "But the babies are coming," Jason said. "Yes," she smiled. "They are definitely on their way." Jason let out a heavy sigh, kissing Phoebe's hand, and held her close. Finally, their wait was almost over, and their pups would soon make their entrance into the world. Elder Ansel made him promise to alert them the moment the twins arrived, as the werewolf community was also waiting in anticipation. "I'm sorry. I hope I didn't pull you out of an important meeting," Phoebe apologized. He had been working tirelessly to clean up the last loose ends of the previous king. "Don't be ridiculous," Jason scoffed. "There is nothing more important in this world than you and our pups. Everything else can wait." He kissed her forehead and nuzzled her, making her chuckle and easing her anxiety. Jason never failed to make it clear she came first. Jason stroked her cheek, smiling as she leaned into his touch. "Rest, Phoebe," Jason finally said. "The doctor said we'll be here for a while." Phoebe nodded. She dozed on and off. Nora, the pups, Ben and Lucille, Luke and Mona, Dash and Cam, and Noah took turns coming in to visit as the labor slowly progressed. Bridget remained on hand to monitor her when the doctor had to step out. When Phoebe got closer, Bridget helped her into a hospital gown with the contractions growing closer and more painful. Phoebe let out a pained gasp during a trip to the bathroom, feeling something shift, and her inner thighs were suddenly coated in a fluid. She looked at the puddle at her feet, then at Bridget. "Is that?" "Yep, your water broke. Your pups are definitely on their way now." "Breathe, Luna. Breathe. Deep breath." Phoebe struggled to breathe as Dr. Evans instructed. She gripped Jason's hand like a vice. Normally, she would be worried she was hurting him, but at the moment his discomfort was the furthest from her mind. Jason bore it without complaint. He stroked her hair, patting away sweat from her brow and encouraging her. If he could take away her pain, he would in a heartbeat, but he could only offer her support. "Okay, next contraction. I want you to push," Dr. Evans instructed. Though humans often resorted to a C-section for multiple births, such a procedure was dangerous for werewolves whose healing ability would kick in immediately to seal the injury. The only way to prevent that from occurring was to use wolfsbane or silver blades, which would naturally suppress their healing, but that put the pups at risk. It would be better for Phoebe and her pups to be born naturally. Phoebe sat up, pushing with all her might. "Push, push, push, okay, breathe." Phoebe slumped back, catching her breath as the doctor gently rotated the pup's head. "Okay, one more time." Phoebe groaned, pushing until something seemed to snap and the pup's shoulder appeared, allowing the rest to slip out with relatively ease. "Okay, rest. Breathe." Phoebe welcomed the sense of relief that the first pup was now out. She struggled to catch her breath as Dr. Evans tied off the umbilical cord and a nurse who had a soft blanket ready took the pup to an area off to the side. There, the nurse gently cleaned the pup and cleared its airways while Jason anxiously looked on. Was it normal for the pup to be so quiet? Was something wrong? Did they even know if it was all right? Why wasn't anyone saying anything? "Wah!" The pup suddenly wailed, coming to life with its first breath. Jason let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. The pup was okay. Their pup was okay. But that was only half the battle as Phoebe groaned with another contraction. One down, one to go. "Okay, I know you are tired," Dr. Evans gently intoned, "but we're almost there." Phoebe nodded, breathing deep. She reached for her wolf, hoping to gain some strength, but Mani seemed distant, almost in a trance. This had been happening more recently lately. It was like her wolf was wandering. Phoebe hadn't minded, as it kept her wolf's mood from affecting her own. But right now, she needed her wolf to focus. They had 2 pups to bring into the world. "Mani, I need you. Please, just one more pup." "Yes, just one more." Phoebe wondered about her wolf's sudden mood, but she felt her strength return as Mani channeled through her. They were in this together. They were going to bring their pups into the world, happy and healthy. Jason's head was swimming. He felt drunk. Just across the room, 2 perfect little pups were whimpering as nurses cleaned them, weighed, and took measurements. Phoebe lay exhausted but with a gentle, satisfied smile. Her eyes shimmered silver. It was done. Their pups were born, healthy and safely. He was in awe of her. Picking up her hand, he kissed it. He never let her hand go the entire time, but now it suddenly felt cold and clammy. The tingles of the bond seemed duller than usual. "Phoebe?" Jason looked at her, caressing her cheeks. "Phoebe." She blinked weakly. Her gray eyes were dull and her complexion paler than usual. "Phoebe? I'm sorry." "What, Phoebe?" Jason's shout drew the attention of the nurses as the machines monitoring Phoebe's vitals suddenly flatlined. "Phoebe! Crash cart!" Dr. Evan yelled. "Adrenaline! Alpha, please move! Beta, Gamma, you are needed! Phoebe!" Jason was too in shock to fight as Dr. Evans pushed him to the side and began chest compressions. Seeing the doctor seemingly attack his mate, his wolf pushed forward. He bared his teeth, ready to retaliate when Luke and Ben rushed in and held him back, summoned by the doctor's silent call. "Jason! She's trying to help!" Luke shouted as Jason fought them. "Charging!" Bridget announced as she wheeled the defibrillator close. Dr. Evans placed the contact points before grabbing the paddles. Clear. Fur bristled along Jason's arms as Luke and Ben struggled to hold him back. Some part of him must have known they were trying to help, because he didn't throw them off. He reached for her through their bond, but the tethers holding them suddenly seemed fragile and frayed. No! It couldn't be! Phoebe's body jerked, but the machine continued to screech. "Continuing CPR," Dr. Evans declared, as they waited for the machine to build its charge again. "Phoebe?" Jason shouted in anguish as their bond unraveled. "Jason! Clear! Jason! Not here!" Ben desperately cried as his wolf surged forward, desperate to make it to its mate. They couldn't let an enraged wolf loose in the hospital. His claws dug into the linoleum floor, and he gnashed at them with his teeth. They could sense him losing control, and they would not be able to restrain him much longer. Phoebe's link with the pack suddenly snapped, and a tremor shook them to their core. The entire pack felt it, and all activity came to a sudden halt. A void opened up, leaving them incomplete. No, it wasn't possible. She couldn't. What is going on? Nora suddenly pushed her way into the room as Phoebe's link snapped and her body shuddered. She gasped at the void that suddenly settled in her heart and in the hearts of all pack members. Their Luna was gone. Disorientated, Nora looked to see Jason partially shift, trying to claw his way back to his mate, but it was already too late. Without a word, she stumbled toward the table where the newborn pups whimpered. Their bond with their mother would be strongest, and they writhed with the sudden loss of her presence. Sobbing, Nora scooped up her grandson, clutching him close before shuffling toward Jason, still struggling in Luke and Ben's arms. Jason, Nora finally reached him, forcing him to look at her. "She's gone. She's gone." Tears blurred his vision. His wolf seemed frozen, mid-shift. They desperately reached for their bond and found nothing. It couldn't be true. He wouldn't believe it. He couldn't. "She's gone," Nora repeated softly, pressing the pup into his arms. He clutched it as its sweet peppery scent reached him and stirred something in his mind. His son, Phoebe's son. His fur subsided, his claws and teeth retracted, allowing Luke and Ben to breathe a relieved sigh. Jason desperately looked toward the bed. Dr. Evans and the nurses had stopped working. Moments ago, the room had been filled with joy and excitement. Now it was deathly quiet as they stood with their heads bowed. Phoebe's form lay quiet and lifeless. "No! No! Phoebe!" Jason reeled back his head and howled in rage and pain, the likes of which he had never known before. Phoebe stirred as a soft breeze tickled her nose. It gently rustled the long grass and heather surrounding her. The air smelled fresh and pure, like after a long cleansing rain. She could lay there forever. Wait, where was she? Something didn't feel right. She was supposed to be somewhere. There was something important she had to do. She was just with someone important. Jason. The pups! Her eyes snapped open as she jolted upright. She wasn't at the pack hospital anymore. In fact, she wasn't sure where she was. Standing up, she looked around her. She stood in a field of rolling wild grasses and flowers waving in the breeze. In the far distance was a forest. There were no signs, no landmarks. She could be anywhere except there were no sounds, no bird songs, no animal calls. It was like everything was asleep, frozen, or dead. A shudder tore through her as fear seized her. "Do not be afraid," a gentle, low voice intoned. Spinning around, Phoebe found herself facing a woman dressed in a flowing robe embroidered with symbols she didn't recognize in shimmering silver thread. She had a thick mane of flowing black hair and a dark olive-toned complexion. Her eyes, though, are what caught Phoebe's attention, silver gray. "Who am I?" the woman asked with gentle smile. "I can tell you, but you already know. The Moon Goddess." "That is one of my many names, yes. You may call me Cynthia. Why am I here?" "You already know the answer to that question, too. But why? Why now? After everything, why?" Phoebe demanded, tears welling in her eyes and blurring her vision. "When my children lose their way and need direction, I choose a soul and bind a piece of my own to theirs. This is the one chosen to guide them." "The silver wolf," Phoebe muttered in understanding. "My messenger, my incarnate, the guide chosen to lead my wayward children." The goddess nodded. "But the powers of a goddess cannot remain on earth. It would throw off the balance of the world and destroy the fabric of reality. It must return to its source when its purpose is fulfilled. And that is why. This is the reason why silver wolves only give birth once, isn't it? They never, and having twins, is that part of it too? The blessings bestowed upon you are too great to be passed to a single heir, or else they would become my incarnate, and the cycle would start again. That is why the blessings must be halved to allow them to grow and live normal lives." Phoebe hugged herself, fighting back tears. So there was the answer to her questions. "Mani, did you know?" "I felt something," her wolf quietly admitted. "I didn't know exactly what it was, but it felt bad. And that's why you've been moody. Sorry." Phoebe shook her head as she shuddered. She couldn't hold back her tears anymore. It was unfair. This was her fate. She would never be able to hold her pups. She would never see Jason again. Her duty was done, and this was her reward? This loneliness? This emptiness? Who would explain this to Jason, to their pups? Who would hold them when they were afraid? Tell them how much their mother loved them, missed them, wanted to be there for them? How could this be the end? "Phoebe!" "Jason!" Phoebe suddenly jerked to attention. She spun around, but he was not there. There was nothing in sight except a small pond and the timeless field of grass. She stood alone. Phoebe sank to her knees, shaking with a sob. The anguish in his voice was more than she could bear. She wanted to wrap her arms around him, comfort him, but he was out of her reach. "Forever," Phoebe cried out, overcome with sorrow. The goddess stood watching her. 3 times she had to intervene on her children's behalf. 3 times she had called the pieces of her soul back. It was never easy, but this time was different. The 2 previous silver wolves mourned their loss, but they remained remarkably calm about their fate. They lamented not being able to hold their pups at least once, but that was the fate of mortals. Phoebe was different, her bonds much stronger and her heart shattered for the ones she left behind. And she wasn't the only one breaking down. It was clear her mate was in equal anguish. The goddess hadn't forgotten his part. She planned to reward him with a second-chance mate after he had been allowed to grieve, but now she knew he would accept no other. Jason would never allow another to touch his heart. It fully belonged to Phoebe, forever. It had been centuries since she felt a bond this strong, one that stretched even into this realm. Perhaps it could be done, yes. She could feel the way still open. It was possible. "I am sorry, my child." The goddess offered Phoebe a hand, but she ignored it. "I can feel bond, the love you share with your mate. The way is not yet closed. If you are willing to risk it, I may be able to send you back." "Back?" Phoebe suddenly looked up. "I can go back?" "It is a possibility if you are willing, but it will require sacrifice." "Sacrifice? What do I have that I could possibly—" Phoebe's brow furrowed before she looked up in shock. "You mean," the goddess nodded, "I can send you back, but not your wolf." Phoebe gasped. That was her choice? Her mate or her wolf? How could she possibly choose between the 2 halves of her soul? "Go, Phoebe? Mani?" "Go. But Mani—" "I said go. We cannot both leave our mate and pups. Go." Mani's voice was gentle but firm. "I'll be here waiting." "Have you made your choice?" the goddess asked after a moment. Phoebe hesitated. She couldn't say it, but she didn't need to. The goddess felt her and Mani's assent. They had decided together. A sharp pain pierced Phoebe's chest, causing her to double over. When it finally subsided and she could breathe again, she was overcome with a profound sense of loss and emptiness. A familiar presence that had always been there was missing. It was gone. Mani was really gone. A whine made her look up, and Phoebe found herself face to face with a beautiful silver wolf. Its fur gleamed in the moonlight. Its blue-gray eyes were filled with understanding and love. With her vision blurring, Phoebe reached out, cupping the wolf's face in her palms. Her fingers caressed the silky, soft fur. How many werewolves ever had the chance to greet their wolves like this? "Mani, I'm so sorry." "No, it's all right." Her wolf's voice flitted through her head for the last time. "You and I are one. No matter the distance, we will always be one. Take care of our mate and pups. I will watch over you all from here. We will be together one day. Just don't make it too soon." "Deal." Phoebe rested her forehead against her wolf's. They were one. While Mani watched from the shadows, Phoebe would raise their pups with the love only a mother could give them. "It's time," the goddess warned. Phoebe stood on shaky legs. "What do I have to do?" "Step into the pool," the goddess indicated the pond. "The way is open. Do not try to fight it. Allow yourself to be drawn to your mate. If you fight it, your soul will forever be lost, wandering, and will never return here again." "Has this ever been done before?" Phoebe nervously asked. "Once. It is rare for bonds to be strong enough to try." "And did it work?" The goddess pressed her lips together and didn't answer. It was not the way of any god or goddess to reveal answers too readily, and knowing the answer would not aid her now. Phoebe nodded in understanding before she stepped to the pond's edge. The waters were completely still and as black as night, reflecting the moon perfectly like a mirror. She let out a slow breath and stepped into the water. It rippled at the disturbance and chilled her legs to the bone. Suddenly, she sank into it as if stepping off a hidden ledge. Phoebe expected herself to float upward, but instead she continued to slowly sink. She held her breath for as long as she could until her lungs screamed for air. Above, she could see the moon shining above the rippling surface, beckoning her to return. She fought the urge to swim toward it. She had to let herself sink. The pressure around her increased, squeezing the last air out of her chest, but still she refused to fight. She was just able to feel a small, subtle warmth in the deep cold. Phoebe closed her eyes and focused on it. That was the way home. Jason rocked back and forth, clutching the tiny pup to his chest as sobs racked his chest, and a tremendous sense of loss consumed him. He was empty, a hollow shell. Lobo had gone silent, almost comatose. Their mate was gone. They would never smell her delicate lilac and sage scent again. Their hunger would never be stoked by the spicy scent of her arousal. He would never be able to eat spicy food again. It would be like eating chalk. His soul was in 1,000 pieces, and his heart was shattered. Phoebe was gone. She was gone, and the only piece of her left was the tiny pup cradled in his arms and its sibling, her last gift to him. He would love them, cherish them, and raise them with all the care and attention Phoebe expected of him. But it wouldn't be the same. What was he going to tell them when they asked about their mother? What could he say that would alleviate their loss? A sob escaped from him. "Jason, I know this is hard, but..." Nora reached out to touch his arm and comfort him. "One day, you'll get a second chance and..." "No," Jason suddenly snarled. "Never." "Jason, no. Phoebe was my one and only. I'll never accept another." Jason kissed his son's head. "Never." Nora pressed her lips together and held her peace. There was no sense in arguing. Jason's pain was too raw. Later, after he had mourned and calmed down, when his heart had enough time to heal, he would find someone to fill the void that now consumed him. The moon goddess would not abandon her son. A heavy silence settled around them, broken only by the monitor's continued whine. Even the newborn pups had fallen silent, as if knowing what they had lost. "Time of death, 7:47, Dr. Evans quietly announced, gesturing for Bridget to turn off the monitor. Bridget shook as she reached for it, only to cry out as a shock caused her to stumble away. Dr. Evans and several others looked at her in confusion. "It shocked me," Bridget said by way of explanation when a sudden single beep drew their attention. They looked at the monitor's flat line in confusion as another bleep registered, then another, then another. They stared in shock. Phoebe had been gone for 10 minutes. It simply wasn't possible. But more blips continued to scroll across the screen. Her vitals slowly crept upward. Then they felt it. Their Luna's bond that had ripped a hole through their pack link was knitting it closed again. They all gave out a collective, relieved gasp as her presence and care once again pulsed through their bond. It really was her. Jason suddenly lurched to his feet and stumbled toward the bed. He didn't know he was holding his breath as he reached out to her and grasped her hand. Tingles of the mate bond traveled up his arm, and he nearly collapsed as relief flooded him. She was back. Jason leaned over her, kissing her forehead. Thank the goddess, she was back. Phoebe stirred, her chest ached, and everything felt heavy and strange. She forced her eyes open, taking in a dark room. Her eyes slowly adjusted. It was night. Moonlight streamed through the window. The monitor quietly beeped, displaying her vitals. At the foot of her bed, she spied 2 baby beds. Bundled in each was a small form she could barely see, but somehow felt unbreakable connections to each. Her gaze drifted further. There was another bed, and there she saw Blake and Emma curled up together. Apparently, they had refused to go back to the pack house, wanting to be close when she finally awakened. Eventually, her gaze settled on Jason. He sat in a chair beside her bed with his head resting on the mattress, one hand firmly gripping hers. A smile twitched her lips, and her heart pounded as the mate bond sent tingles up her arm. She was really back. Gently freeing her hand, she quietly ran her fingers through his hair. His brow furrowed, and he groaned. He blinked awake, looking around as if unsure where he was until his gaze met hers. Jason suddenly stood, reaching out to caress her cheek. Phoebe? She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. Phoebe swallowed with difficulty, finding her throat dry and harsh. Wait, Jason darted to the small connecting bathroom. She heard water running, and he returned with a cup of water. He used the bed's controls to raise her up to a sitting position. Bringing the cup to her lips, he carefully tipped it so she could sip. A little dribbled down her chin, and he gently wiped it up as she tested her voice again. Jason? I'm here, Angel. He smiled, nuzzling her and kissing her temple. I'll always be here. She could feel his love pouring into their bond, but it couldn't quite fill the void in her soul. That was right. Mani. Tears seeped out of her eyes. Shh, shh. Jason gently wiped her tears away, startled by her sudden change of demeanor. I'm here, Angel. I won't let anything happen to you. Jason, Phoebe shuddered. She's gone. What? Who? Mani. Mani is gone. What? Jason looked at her in shock. She couldn't mean what he thought she meant. Lobo whimpered. She said Mani couldn't come back with me. Who said? The goddess. I saw her. She said she could send me back, but I had to sacrifice Mani to do so. Phoebe sniffled. Mani. She said, go. We both couldn't leave you and our pups. She said she'd wait for us, but she's gone. Jason. Shh, shh, Angel. Jason slipped an arm around her and held her close until her tears were spent. You didn't leave her. She told you to go, so we could be together. It was her choice, too. Phoebe let out a haggard breath as his scent and presence calmed her. She clung to his comfort. His arms trembled, and she left his worry through the bond. She didn't need to be told how affected he had been by her brief death. It was what had drawn her back. We'll figure it out, Jason assured her. He had no idea how she would cope being wolfless. How would it affect their bond? How would it affect her bond with the pack? Would she even be able to mind link? He didn't know, but none of it mattered. What mattered was that they had been given a second chance, and they would not waste it. Kissing her forehead, he went to one of the baby cradles and picked up the small form within. Gently cradling it, he brought it to her and transferred it into her arms. Phoebe whimpered, rocking the baby as it stirred. Jason retrieved the other and joined her again. After they were cleaned up, nurses placed both pups on Phoebe's chest, encouraging them to bond with their mother though she was unconscious. Both managed to nurse as well as it was important for their first milk to come from their mother, and luckily she had plenty to give. Since then, nurses gave each of them bottles, but neither of the twins seemed fond of their formula. They debated whether to keep the twins in her room or take them to the maturity ward, allowing Phoebe to rest peacefully. Jason ultimately insisted they stay. When Phoebe woke, he wanted to be able to place them in her arms. He was glad he insisted. Say hello to our son and daughter, Jason smiled. Though she still felt the pains of her loss, Phoebe couldn't help but smile. She leaned forward and kissed the pup's forehead as it snuggled in her arms. Tears blurred her vision, but this time they were happy ones. 2 years later, no hitting Jeremy! Mommy, Jeremy's hitting! Jerome Facilia. Phoebe shook her head. Be nice to each other. My precious little darlings. She sighed, leaning back in her chair, picking up the book she had been reading. A smile warmed her already glowing expression, but there was also a note of sadness in her gaze. 2 years ago, she died giving birth to her twins. Only by sacrificing her wolf was she able to return. The pain of her loss had dulled over time, but it continued to ache and probably always would, especially in these quiet moments when she could almost hear what her wolf would say. But Phoebe refused to allow herself to become bitter. It was not just her sacrifice. It was also Mani's. They chose to part so their mate and pups wouldn't be alone. Since her recovery, Phoebe learned she no longer possessed immunity to wolfsbane or silver. It happened quite by accident when Lucille pushed a can of beer in her hand during the celebration of the twins' names. It was an aconite blend, and one beer had her head spinning. Since then, she learned to be more careful and had undergone wolfsbane training to build up some tolerance. Her strength, stamina, and speed were drastically lessened, though she was still stronger than a normal human. One thing that wasn't affected was her bond with Jason. If anything, it was stronger than ever. Miraculously, she also retained her ability to mind link with him and the pack, so communication was not an issue. According to others, her aura was also just as strong. When she entered a room, everyone immediately took notice and none dared ridicule her. In fact, most didn't realize she was wolfless until they were told. Also, quite unexpectedly, Phoebe noted she retained the ability to sense the bonds of others. She and Cleo had many long discussions about what happened to her and what she learned about silver wolves through her brief conversation with the moon goddess. While the information was important, they both agreed on the need for security. After several conversations with Jason and Elder Ansel, all were in agreement that information concerning silver wolves should be classified. New Moon would retain the information in their special archives and would make it available only when, and if, another silver wolf appeared. This included Eris's journal, although Phoebe was allowed to retain a copy, now fully restored for herself. After reading it several times, she decided to write her own journal with insights for the next silver wolf. Hopefully, this would help alleviate the alienation she had long harbored during her life. We're back. Blake and Emma announced as they rushed into the room, slinging their backpacks on the floor now that the school day was done. They immediately joined their little siblings on the floor to help put the puzzle together. From the very beginning, they were infatuated with the twins and eagerly took on the roles of big brother and sister. Phoebe smiled, enjoying the moment of domestic bliss. "Hey, beautiful." Phoebe looked up and smiled as Jason followed the pups in. He sat down beside her and immediately pulled her into his embrace. He caressed her large, bulging belly, eager to meet the pup that would soon be born. After she was discharged from the hospital 2 years ago, Phoebe wasn't sure she would even be able to conceive, let alone carry another pup, especially after she skipped her next heat cycle completely. However, it seemed it had merely been her body resetting itself, and her heat returned in full force the next year, resulting in the pup currently kicking her spleen. And they weren't the only ones expanding their family. A year ago, Luke and Mona welcomed their first pup, Patrick. He was definitely the apple of his proud father's eye. For weeks, Luke was beside himself, never wanting to let the pup out of his sight. Mona came close to barring him from the nursery just to ensure the pup could get a full nap in. Not surprisingly, Luke was already pestering for another one now that Jason and Phoebe were expecting again, but Mona put her foot down as she needed to focus on her new study. Rogue attacks and feral rogues in general were at an all-time low. At the same time, the number of wolves waiting and accepting their fated mates was on the rise. It was too soon to know if the figures represented a correlation or were merely a coincidence, but Phoebe believed it was the former. "Ben! Oh my goddess! Knock it off!" Lucille's voice echoed throughout the alpha floor. "It's only been a month. This pup isn't coming out anytime soon." With Jason and Luke starting families, Ben had been eager to follow suit. However, Lucille was far more reluctant. Phoebe wasn't certain if it was fear based on what happened during the twins' birth, or if Lucille was unsure of her ability to be a mother. To encourage her, Phoebe often pushed one of the twins on her for practice. Gradually, Lucille had gotten more comfortable. Despite taking precautions during her last heat, Lucille ended up conceiving. Ben was overjoyed and now making a pest of himself. Phoebe hoped the gamma settled down before his mate took matters into her own hands. Phoebe chuckled as they continued to bicker. Jason's embrace tightened and his chest rumbled with pleasure. It had taken Lobo months to recover from the loss of his mate. Phoebe wished he could have spent more time with Mani. It was unfair their time together had been so short. Whenever Lobo was missing her too much, Jason would shift, allowing his wolf to spend time with Phoebe and their pups, finding solace in them. Facelia took to calling him her doggy daddy and loved cuddling in his thick fur. "So how was today?" Jason asked. "Oh, you know, a little strained peas, a little diaper duty, some games and a few kicks." Jason rubbed her belly. "And I finished reading Eris's diary with the restored entries." Phoebe nodded to the book on the coffee table. "Anything interesting?" "Yeah, actually. In the last entries, she wrote that her wolf was becoming more morose, and it made her worried about the pup," Phoebe said. "It makes me wonder if her wolf had the same inkling Mani did at the end." Eris wrote that since her wolf was being silent on gender, she was going to be prepared and chose 2 names, Dante if it was a boy and Grace if it was a girl. "Interesting," Jason nodded. "The interesting part is what Cleo's research turned up. Dante was, in fact, the second ever Wolf King. But it gets better," Phoebe said. "Records for that time are slim, but Cleo did find evidence Grace also existed. It didn't mention her being the king's sister, but it did say she found her fated mate, Vincent. Dante, on the other hand, took a chosen mate to solidify his position as king. But do you know why Vincent is significant?" "No, can't say I do." "It's because he's your great-great so many greats grandfather and one of the first alphas of Blue Moon," Phoebe announced, "which gives Blue Moon a direct blood connection to the royal family line." Jason's brow shot up. That was interesting. "It's kind of interesting Aken's predictions turned out to be accurate, even if he was completely wrong," Phoebe said after a moment. "He said a silver wolf only gives birth once, and it's true. I mean, I'm not a silver wolf anymore. He said the royal line would be strengthened by the inclusion of silver wolf blood. And that's your line." Jason hugged her close, stifling a growl. He hated her thinking about the cruel prince or anything related to her brief death. All he cared about was the future, and his future was with her. "It's quite the coincidence," he finally said. "Coincidence or fate?" Phoebe challenged. Jason chuckled, nuzzling her. It didn't matter to him what forces brought them together. All that mattered was that none would tear them apart. Not now, not ever. Finn,